Chapter 1. Transcendence. This is a world where appearances reign supreme. Those deemed unattractive, devoid of wealth, often find themselves stripped of even the privilege to procreate. For individuals of particularly unfortunate visage, the possession of riches does little to entice companionship. Enter Shen Lang, a man so unsightly that he has been denied even the right to reproduce. Yet, it must be noted, Shen Lang's grotesqueness was not a matter of fate. Once, he was extraordinarily handsome, pursuing medical studies at one of the nation's prestigious universities. Since elementary school, he had been the object of affection for many, fervently pursued by numerous admirers. However, a horrific accident during his freshman year shattered this idyllic existence. While conducting an experiment, a glass vessel exploded, dousing him in concentrated sulfuric acid, disfiguring half his face and chest. His once angelic visage was ravaged, transforming him from a beloved figure into one that instilled fear. A countenance so horrifying it rivaled that of Quasimodo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, a face that could haunt nightmares. Shen Lang, once adored, became a figure of dread. Few women dared to meet his gaze for more than a fleeting moment. Thus, he found himself deprived of any mating prospects. In the aftermath of losing his handsome exterior, he resolved to cultivate a noble spirit. Upon graduating with a master's degree, he eschewed the pursuit of a doctorate and the comforts of a university hospital, opting instead for the most arduous frontiers. For a decade, he dedicated himself to the most challenging regions, saving countless lives and garnering numerous accolades. Yet still, no woman found him appealing. He felt his deeds insufficient, lacking the brilliance that might attract admiration. Determined to enhance his nobility to a degree that would eclipse his horrific appearance, he chose to venture into the perilous terrains of Africa, where conflict raged, residing in makeshift hospitals devoid of even basic surgical facilities. For 10 years, he toiled in a war-torn nation, accumulating more honors, including those bestowed by the United Nations. Day after day, he healed the sick and performed surgeries, becoming renowned both at home and abroad, a symbol of struggle, sacrifice, and dedication. His disfigured face graced numerous publications, and many women admired him from afar, yet none expressed genuine affection. In his 40s, he remained solitary. The loss of his parents deepened his isolation, but he continued to work tirelessly, often clocking in over a dozen hours each day, his life revolving around saving others. At that moment, Shen Lang had just completed a grueling 27-hour surgical marathon, functioning like a machine. For over 20 years, he had tirelessly devoted himself to healing, rarely pausing for respite, resembling a man of iron. The surgeries he had performed and the lives he had saved were innumerable. Alas, it became evident that mere nobility was insufficient to win a woman's heart. The events of the Hunchback of Notre Dame were unlikely to manifest in reality. With unwavering precision, he undertook an amputation and suturing procedure for a refugee, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, despite his exhaustion. Suddenly, a whistling sound grew louder, accompanied by the tremor of the air. Shen Lang recognized it as the sound of an incoming bomb, hurtling toward him. Yet, rather than fear or flee, he felt an unexpected sense of relief and liberation. His life had been marked by an overwhelming fatigue and loneliness. "I am so tired, yet to depart this world without having known a woman's embrace is indeed a profound regret. If life were to grant me a second chance, I would ensure to lead a life of utmost comfort and leisure, where everything would come effortlessly, free from toil. If heaven were to restore my handsome visage, I would use it to charm the most beautiful of women." With these thoughts, Shen Lang vowed fervently. Then came the explosion. The bomb detonated at the makeshift hospital beside him, obliterating his body and shattering the nearby X-ray machine and laptop into fragments. In that instant, the air seemed to swirl into a vortex of light and shadow, consuming everything within its grasp. Chapter 2. I am the handsome son-in-law. Where is this? Was I not already blown to smithereens? When Shen Lang opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. He lay upon a soft, intricately carved bed, surrounded by opulence. The exquisitely crafted rosewood table, the delicate silver candlesticks, and the plush woolen carpet, all these details indicated that he was in a house of immense wealth. Most notably, everything in this room exuded an antique charm, devoid of any modern, earthly decor. Casting a glance at his own attire, he noticed it was made of fine silk, yet the style was distinctly not of modern earth, resembling instead the ancient costumes seen in television dramas. Beside the bed stood a large mirror, which was not particularly clear, likely a bronze mirror. Shen Lang mustered all his courage to sit up and gaze into the mirror. It was no wonder he felt trepidation, ever since his disfigurement. Looking into a mirror had been akin to a nightmare, often leaving him horrified. Upon seeing the face reflected back at him, Xinlang was first struck with astonishment, followed by tears streaming down his cheeks. Though the visage appeared wan and haggard, it was extraordinarily handsome, bearing an uncanny resemblance, 8 or 9 parts alike, to the face he had before. Xinlang came to a definitive conclusion. He had traversed realms, his soul having crossed into this foreign world and assumed the identity of a stranger who was both alien and familiar. It had been a long time since he had gazed upon a face so charming. Xinlang looked at the reflection in the mirror with a sense of greed. Fate had indeed granted him a new lease on life, restoring his handsome visage even in a completely alien world. This was splendid. After the passing of his parents, he had little attachment to modern Earth. The sensation of rebirth was simply exhilarating. At that moment, a torrent of complex information surged into his mind, memories belonging to the original owner of this body. This was a world both familiar and strange. Familiar, for it resembled ancient China in many ways, sharing similar cultural elements, characters, and script. Strange, for it was not Earth. The geography was entirely different. This world possessed the 4 books and 5 classics, the writings of ancient Chinese sages, as if the very foundation of Chinese civilization existed here. However, there were none of the Chinese dynasties, no Qin, no Han, no Jin, and so forth. This peculiarity suggested that while the geography and history differed, the culture remained similar. This world had experienced a great cataclysm, after which civilization was reborn. The ancient texts were meticulously excavated, becoming the keys to the renaissance of this world-esque culture. Thus, the 4 books and 5 classics held an even more exalted status here. Moreover, this world possessed martial arts, with individual combat abilities far surpassing those of ancient China. At present, Xinlang found himself in the era known as the Great Yin Dynasty. It was a vast empire, its territory exceeding 14 million square kilometers, surpassing any ancient Chinese dynasty. Unlike ancient China, this dynasty was not solely a central empire. It was surrounded by numerous vassal states. These were vassal states, not mere tributaries, akin to the relationship between the Zhou emperor and the various feudal lords. Though this central empire was significantly more powerful than the Zhou, in terms of cultural development, the Great Yin Dynasty far exceeded that of ancient China's spring and autumn period, closely resembling that of the Tang and Song dynasties. The realm in which Xinlang currently resided was a prominent vassal state in the south, Yu Kingdom. The Yu Kingdom comprised 3 provinces and 45 counties, spanning over 390,000 square kilometers, with a population exceeding 10 million, thriving in commerce, and boasting a robust martial culture. The Ning family had ruled the Yu Kingdom for over 4 centuries. Xinlang was currently in the southern province of Yu Kingdom, specifically in the Nujiang County, Xuanwu City. Astonishingly, the name of the original owner of this body was also Xinlang. Remarkably, their appearances bore a striking resemblance, suggesting a complexity that remained a mystery at this moment. However, after perusing the memories of this body, Xinlang felt that the otherworldly Xinlang was utterly enmeshed in a tragicomedy. Born in Xuanwu City, in the cold water town of Fengye Village, Xinlang's family had been newcomers, arriving in Fengye Village when he was just over 2 years old. His parents were ordinary self-sustaining farmers. In the mountainous and water-rich Nujiang County, the Xin family owned a mere 2 mu of farmland and 2 mu of mountainous land. Despite their diligent efforts, their annual yield barely sufficed for subsistence. Although he hailed from a farming background and was not the only child, his parents indulged him excessively from a young age, refraining from scolding or assigning him chores. Despite their dire poverty, they sent him to school, making him, in a certain sense, a scholar. However, his academic performance was abysmal. After 10 years of schooling, he could barely recognize 1,000 characters. It was not due to laziness. Rather, he was exceptionally diligent. Yet his poor results stemmed from a lack of intellectual capacity. He was akin to Forrest Gump, with a slow demeanor and a blank expression. Aside from his handsome appearance, he was virtually devoid of any other merit, a byword for incompetence within hundreds of miles. His younger brother, Shen Jian, was a fallen noble, having practiced martial arts for years without success, now reduced to a complete rogue. As their parents aged, the family's situation deteriorated, leaving them in dire poverty, truly destitute. Now at 18, he had attended school in town for 9 full years, yet his knowledge remained woefully inadequate. Some of his classmates had already achieved academic honors, while he remained in the elementary class, attending lessons with a group of 10-year-old children. It was as if others had graduated from university while he had yet to complete elementary school. This was a source of shame for the Coldwater Town Academy, and the teachers were reluctant to teach him, deeming him too dull and unworthy of instruction. Thus, he was expelled. His parents had spoiled him excessively. He was incapable of even the slightest labor, unable to chop wood, let alone engage in farming. Upon returning home, he would spend his days drawing in the dirt with a stick, living off his family's charity. His parents showed him no disdain, continuing to express their concern for his well-being. Even his brother, despite being a rogue, treated him well, returning home with bruises after earning a few copper coins to support his useless older brother without complaint. As these memories surfaced, Shun Lang felt a warmth in his heart. In his childhood, while he feasted on white rice, his parents and brother had to settle for corn porridge. Occasionally, when his father hunted a wild rabbit, he would sell it in the market but always left a leg for Shun Lang to eat, while his brother Shin Jian would drool over his bowl of corn rice. His parents were indeed biased, treating Shun Lang, the simpleton, as a treasure, while his brother was treated like mere weeds. Moreover, due to Shun Lang's cognitive challenges, he had often been bullied throughout his life, and his brother Shin Jian had fought countless battles to protect him. Such was the warmth of happiness. Thus far, the memories had been pleasant. Even amidst their extreme poverty, they had truly been a happy family. However, given Shun Lang's dire financial situation, why was he now residing in such a luxurious room? The answer lay in the fact that he had married a wife of extraordinary wealth. To be precise, he had become a son-in-law in a family of great affluence. Note: please add me to your bookshelf and nurture me well. Thank you for the boundless blessings of Amitabha and the generous tips. Chapter 3. The aristocracy in the splendid Su family of Xuanwu City. Renowned for their silk and fabric trade, they possessed vast fields of mulberry and cotton, amassing considerable wealth. Su Qianqian, the daughter of the Su family, is celebrated as a stunning beauty, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her talents place her at the pinnacle of social standing, not just in Xuanwu City, but throughout the entire Nuzheng County. Since the age of 15, she has assisted her father in managing the family business with remarkable acumen, forging connections with many noble ladies, which seamlessly integrated the Su family into the upper echelons of society. Such a paragon of beauty, intellect, and wealth is a dream for countless young men. Yet the unworthy Shun Lang, despite his handsome visage, finds himself on an entirely different plane from Su Qianqian. Unexpectedly, a year ago, Su Qianqian fell gravely ill, and despite her father's efforts to seek the finest doctors, her condition deteriorated. Just as despair loomed, a mystic approached the head of the Su family, claiming that Su Qianqian was not ill, but rather possessed by malevolent forces. The only remedy, he asserted, was to marry her off to transfer the misfortune onto a husband. Though skeptical, the Su patriarch, faced with the imminent loss of his daughter, resorted to desperate measures and publicly sought a suitor for Su Qianqian. Before this, countless young men would have fought fiercely for her hand, but under these tragic circumstances, the notion of marrying a girl on the brink of death deterred them. The allure of beauty and wealth is compelling, yet the preservation of life holds greater importance. In this alternate world, Shun Lang, a simpleton, had caught a glimpse of Su Qianqian 2 years prior and had been infatuated ever since. While other young men admired her, Shun Lang revered her as a deity. After being expelled from school, he spent his days drawing and writing in the mud, primarily capturing Su Qianqian's likeness. Upon learning of her dire condition and the need for a marriage to dispel the evil, he rushed to the Su residence, declaring his willingness to marry her without consulting his family. His parents and younger brother vehemently opposed this decision, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Shun Lang had already wed the ailing Su Qianqian. Even so, his family insisted on bringing him back home, only to be forcefully expelled by the Su family. The butler offered Shun Lang's father 50 gold coins as a form of compensation, which was indignantly rejected. Thus, Shun Lang became a son-in-law of the Su family, a handsome yet simple-minded country lad now residing among the affluent. Shun Lang's motives for marrying Su Qianqian were not driven by a desire for wealth or status, but rather to save his beloved. Strangely, after their union, Su Qianqian's health miraculously improved, and her beauty seemed to blossom even further, leaving the Su family in disbelief and elation. Shun Lang, however, remained humble, spending his days in solitude, immersed in his studies and art. The family's attitude toward him grew increasingly complex. While they rejoiced in Su Qianqian's recovery, they could not overlook Shun Lang's simplicity and perceived inadequacies. As whispers among the servants grew louder, they mocked Shun Lang, deriding him as an unsophisticated country bumpkin unworthy of their esteemed lady. The quality of his meals diminished, from being merely cold to becoming outright spoiled. Despite his humble beginnings, Shenlang found the treatment at the Su residence far worse than at home. He was relegated to the woodshed, deprived of even a bed, forced to sleep on the bare floor. Shenlang, lacking the wit to voice his grievances, endured the mistreatment in silence. However, upon discovering this, Su Qianqian erupted in fury, ordering severe punishment for the servants who had wronged him. Each received a dozen lashes, and she publicly declared that any further mistreatment of Shenlang would lead to expulsion from the Su household. Thus, Shenlang returned to a lavish abode, enjoying ample provisions, and Su Qianqian began to converse with him regularly, transforming his days into a dreamlike existence. Despite months of marriage, they had yet to share more than a mere touch. Yet the mere sight and sound of her brought Shenlang immense joy. However, half a month ago, Shenlang fell gravely ill. Despite Su Qianqian's efforts to find renowned doctors, his condition remained a mystery, and he grew increasingly frail. Ultimately, he succumbed, allowing the soul of the original Shenlang to occupy this body. His brief life had been a tragic farce. With a sigh, he reflected on his plight. Suddenly, he realized that beyond the memories shared with Su Qianqian, his mind held other enigmatic secrets. Intrigued, he concentrated, eager to explore the depths of his consciousness. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. This waste must have finally perished. He truly has remarkable endurance to linger for so long. His demise would spare us any further inconvenience. Indeed, how could a worthless country lad, who dared to aspire to marry our illustrious lady, withstand such fortune? It was only fitting that he met his end. Yet, even in death, he had been fortunate. Our Lady, a celestial being, had shown him kindness, engaging him in conversation daily despite his evident shortcomings. Su Qianqian had decreed that no one should mistreat Shenlang, or they would be expelled from the family. However, as his condition worsened and he lay on the brink of death, the servants grew bolder, mocking him as they entered every half hour to check on his status. Upon entering, one maid wrinkled her nose in disgust, only to be struck with disbelief moments later. Just over half an hour ago, he had appeared lifeless, yet now he sat upright, frail yet surprisingly animated. You haven't died? The maid stammered in astonishment. Indeed, I am still here, Shenlang replied. The servants stared in shock, and after a moment, the leading maid exclaimed, Hurry, inform the master and the lady, Shenlang lives. With that, the group hurriedly exited. Chapter 4. This golden finger is quite embarrassing. Approximately 15 minutes later, a physician entered, brought in by Steward Su. He examined Shenlang's eyes and took his pulse for quite some time before exclaiming in astonishment, How peculiar! Such a severe illness, on the brink of death, has inexplicably vanished. Beside him, the steward inquired, Dr. Li, is Shenlang truly well? Yes, he is no longer in danger, Dr. Li affirmed. Steward Su chuckled, Indeed. Dr. Li's medical skills are exceptional, a true miracle worker. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dr. Li humbly remarked, This was merely a stroke of luck. Steward Su then advised, Shenlang, make sure to rest well. With that, he departed the room with Dr. Li. Shenlang rose from the bed and stood before the mirror, examining his rejuvenated self. He was truly strikingly handsome, albeit somewhat frail, yet exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Previously, while Shenlang had been good-looking, his expression had been vacant and dull, lacking charisma, resembling a lifeless statue. Now, however, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his countenance was animated and profound, a stark contrast to the past. How fortunate it was to be reborn. After gazing into the mirror for half an hour, Shenlang seated himself at the desk and picked up a book, perusing its pages diligently. Of course, he found it difficult to focus on the text. He was merely going through the motions. His mind was preoccupied with a question: what exactly had changed within him? In addition to the memories of the former Shenlang, there were other elements that he could not help but explore within his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered an interface resembling a computer screen. This was utterly astonishing. The screen was remarkably familiar, akin to his Dell Alienware laptop, filled with a plethora of materials, books, games, and films. In modern Earth, Shenlang had spent his days performing surgeries, leading a rather monotonous life. Moreover, in many parts of Africa, the internet connectivity was dismal, necessitating the downloading of vast amounts of literature and data onto hard drives. This laptop had accompanied him throughout most of his leisure time. As he casually opened a book, a film, or a game from within this mental computer, he found that he could engage with them seamlessly. It was truly extraordinary. The entire Alienware laptop had somehow integrated itself into his mind. Furthermore, Shenlang experienced an unusual sensation, not in his mind, but in his eyes, concentrating his mental focus. He was met with an even more remarkable revelation. The world around him transformed. He could see the scissors in the drawer, the water in the vase, and the roots of the bonsai beneath the soil. Indeed, he had gained the ability to see through objects. However, this was not the typical perception found in many urban novels that allowed one to see through clothing. Rather, it was an X-ray vision. Much like an X-ray machine in a hospital revealing veins and organs, or the security scanners at train stations revealing contents within bags. Shenlang recalled the moment when the bomb had exploded beside him, shattering not only his body, but also an X-ray machine and a laptop. Now, it seemed that they had traversed time with him. How astonishing. Yet, he wondered if any other bizarre elements had accompanied this journey. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If both the Alienware computer and the X-ray vision resided within him, could they be combined? Instinctively, he concentrated on merging these two abilities and focused on the desk, instantly perceiving its internal structure and grain with clarity. Moreover, information about the desk surfaced in his mind. A writing desk, crafted from purple sandalwood, weighing 157 kilograms. This was indeed intriguing. At that moment, the door swung open, and a fragrant breeze wafted in, followed by a gentle, enchanting voice. Shenlang, you have truly recovered. I am so overjoyed. Shenlang turned to look. Initially, he saw a delicate skeletal structure, veins, and organs, as he was still within the X-ray perspective. Blinking, the X-ray vision faded, restoring his normal sight. Before him sat a graceful beauty, indeed a rare gem. Her exquisite oval face resembled that of a painting. Her slender figure perfectly balanced. Any addition or subtraction would spoil her form. Her skin was as soft as mutton fat, delicate to the touch. No wonder countless young talents in the entire Nujiang prefecture were captivated by her. Her beauty, figure, and elegance were all unparalleled. It was no surprise that the former Shenlang had been entranced by a mere glance, even willing to sacrifice himself to save her life. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her demeanor was refined, imbued with tranquility and an air of scholarly grace. She was far from a mere merchant's daughter. She resembled a noble woman steeped in history. This woman was none other than Shenlang's wife, Su Qianqian. Instinctively, Shenlang's gaze drifted to Su Qianqian's indescribable attributes. Although he could not see through her garments, the synergy between the X-ray vision and the Alienware computer provided him with information. 35C. Upon seeing Shenlang for the first time, Su Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, slightly surprised, for she noticed a change in him. His face remained the same, yet his spirit and aura seemed somewhat different. She approached Shenlang and sat down, her waist and hips forming an alluring curve. It is truly a blessing that you have recovered, Shenlang, Su Qianqian said gently. Shenlang replied. After a brief silence, Su Qianqian continued. Your parents have visited our home several times during your illness. They miss and worry about you greatly. Your mother even knelt before me on several occasions, pleading to have you return to her. It is truly heartbreaking for any parent. Shenlang responded, feigning ignorance, while Su Qianqian perceived his demeanor as a mere illusion. Seeing Shenlang's sluggish reaction, Su Qianqian felt a bit awkward. If she were speaking to an astute individual, he would have comprehended her words long ago. Yet before her sat a man seemingly devoid of wit, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, the room's door was thrust open with force, and a remarkably handsome man in resplendent attire entered. He approached Su Qianqian from behind and planted a kiss on her hair, sneering, "This is a simpleton. How could he possibly understand your subtlety?" Turning his haughty gaze towards Shenlang, he declared, "I am Zhang Jin. It's fortunate you're still alive. You can now leave, return to your humble abode." Shenlang regarded this extraordinary figure, his expression remaining largely unchanged, devoid of emotional response. Zhang Jin continued, "If you can't even grasp that, let me be more explicit. You, a mere country bumpkin who intruded upon the Su family, were merely a temporary distraction. Now that Qianqian has regained her health, you are unworthy of even a single finger of hers, and thus, you are expelled from the Su family. From this moment on, Qianqian has no ties to you, for she is to marry me. Do you understand?" Shenlang's gaze shifted towards Su Qianqian, the woman he had always remembered as gentle and perfect. Su Qianqian's eyes reflected a hint of regret. The current circumstances contradicted her ideal image. She had intended to sever their marital ties quietly, but Zhang Jin had shattered that plan. Shenlang's eyes remained fixed on Su Qianqian's beautiful face, as if seeking a definitive answer from her. Taking a deep breath, Su Qianqian spoke softly. Shenlang, you possess a kind heart, but I am truly sorry. We are not suited for one another. Shenlang exhibited no reaction to the notion of a good person card, asserting that his striking appearance rendered such validation unnecessary. Su Qianqian remarked, your parents deeply miss you and have been imploring us to return their son. It would be best for you to reunite with them. Shenlang continued to gaze at her, remaining silent. Su Qianqian felt a surge of irritation. How could Shenlang be so obtuse when her intentions were transparently articulated? Humph. Nearby, the affluent Zhang Jin displayed signs of impatience, letting out a derisive snort. Su Qianqian cast a slightly conciliatory glance in his direction before her tone shifted to a cooler demeanor. Shenlang, I sincerely appreciate your feelings for me, but we are truly incompatible. It is best that you return home. From this moment forth, we are no longer husband and wife. Shenlang regarded Su Qianqian, then briefly glanced at Zhang Jin, smiling as he replied, very well, I shall return home. Zhang Jin mocked, your foolish brain is beyond redemption. He then wrapped his arm around Su Qianqian's slender waist and exited the room. You have half an hour to vacate the Su residence, or you shall face the consequences. Zhang Jin warned coldly before departing. Chapter 5. The Pursuit of a More Luxurious Life Outside. Zhang Jin's voice continued to resonate. He remarked, we must hurry. The Zhu family has sought a marriage proposal from the Duke of Xuanwu. If Zhu Hongxue and Jean Mulan marry first, their esteemed status will overshadow our wedding. Jean Mulan of the Duke of Xuanwu's household? Su Qianqian's tone was laden with complexity. Indeed, Zhang Jin affirmed. She may well be regarded as the princess of Xuanwu City. His tone deepened with layers of meaning. He then inquired, do you see her often? Is she truly as beautiful, skilled in martial arts, and astute in military strategy as the legends suggest? Su Qianqian replied, this princess of Xuanwu City is quite proud. She has never attended our gatherings, even ignoring invitations from the governor's daughter. After all, she hails from a prestigious family with a history spanning centuries. By the way, Zhang Jin cautioned, this matter is confidential. Do not speak of it to anyone. Su Qianqian responded softly, I understand the gravity of this situation. After Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian departed, Shenlang returned to face the mirror, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The current predicament surprised him not in the slightest. While delving into the memories of this body, he discerned that over 2 months prior, Su Qianqian had made various insinuations, such as their fates being intertwined yet unattainable, and her parents' deep concern for him. Unfortunately, the previous Shenlang's intellect was limited, rendering him oblivious to these hints, and he remained blissfully ensconced in the Su household. Her subtle cues had proven ineffective, leading to Shenlang's sudden grave illness a month ago, with the rationale being that malevolent energies had transferred onto him. Naturally, he could not perish immediately, prompting the Su family to seek one physician after another, all to no avail. Thus, over an hour ago, the original Shenlang succumbed. Yet, who would have anticipated that the Shenlang from Earth would traverse dimensions, experiencing a remarkable resurrection? Perhaps out of reverence for this miraculous revival or for other reasons. The Su family refrained from resorting to murder. It was Zhang Jin, the privileged scion, who shattered the facade, compelling Su Qianqian to unveil her true intentions and expel Shenlang from the Su family, severing their marital bond. How hastily it all unfolded. After crossing into this realm, his life as a son-in-law lasted merely over an hour. The prospect of continuing to live off the Su family was now extinguished, necessitating the search for a new means of sustenance. However, as a doctor with the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision, sustaining himself and his family would be a trifling matter. Opening a clinic would suffice. Yet, in his previous life, he had tirelessly treated the sick, leaving him mentally and physically drained. In this life, he yearned for opulence and leisure. After finally traversing worlds, he found himself destined to practice medicine again. How disappointing. With such handsome features, he could not squander this opportunity. He must seek a more illustrious partner. Humph. You, Su Qianqian, deem me a useless man? I, Shenlang, would not even consider your Su family merely a clan of merchants. He resolved to pursue a noble with power and influence. Yet, before embarking on that quest, he needed to cultivate his reputation. A label of ineptitude would hardly attract a beautiful noblewoman, who, within a few hundred miles, possessed both wealth and marital availability. Jean Mulan, the daughter of the Duke of Xuanwu. Yes, indeed, she was the one. Su Qianqian had just mentioned her lineage, a century-old noble family, a princess of Xuanwu City. With no belongings to gather, for the Su household contained none of his possessions, Xunlang prepared to depart. Time was of the essence. He must swiftly pursue his ambitions. Bang! The door swung open once more, this time forcefully. Steward Su burst in, accompanied by 4 martial attendants, pointing an accusatory finger at Xunlang. Impudent Xunlang. As a country bumpkin who entered the Su family, you not only pilfered the household's wealth, but also assaulted the maidservants. Such crimes warrant execution, yet our family, being benevolent, will spare your wretched life, for now. The master has decreed the dissolution of your marriage with the young lady, and you are to be expelled from the Su household immediately. A smile flickered across Xunlang's mind. This was only fitting. Dismissing him required justification, and they needed to tarnish his name. During his months in the Su family, he had never touched a single coin, let alone stolen anything, and the accusation of misconduct with a maidservant was even more ludicrous. For your own sake, and for the sake of your family, you ought to know what to say upon leaving, Steward Su added coldly. Almost forgot you were rather dull. Remember this. Upon your exit, claim that you stole from the Su family and assaulted the maidservants. Misstep even a word, and your entire family will suffer. Understand? Understood, Xunlang replied. Leave, commanded Steward Su. Ah, I shall take my leave, Xunlang said as he stepped outside. Wait, Steward Su barked, search him. Such lowly scum may be untrustworthy, and we cannot allow him to steal even a single coin. Several attendants approached to search him, but Xunlang bore no possessions. The only thing of value on you is that silk garment, worth a few coins. A destitute wretch like you would never have the chance to wear such finery. Consider it a gift. Steward Su waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. Thus, Xunlang was expelled from the Su mansion by the attendants. As he was cast out, the maidservants whispered and pointed in his direction. This useless fellow has finally been expelled. A poor wretch. He has feasted at the Su family's expense for months. What a boon for him. The young lady is of such stature. It is a disgrace that she was nominally his wife for even a few months. Yet, they could not deny his striking appearance. What use is good looks when he is as dim-witted as a pig, utterly devoid of merit? The Su estate was vast, spanning dozens of acres, and it took several minutes to walk through. Begone. Return to your hovel in the countryside. One attendant shoved Xunlang forward. Xunlang stumbled, exiting through the grand doors of the Su household. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut behind him. Gazing up at the sky, a bright moon hung overhead, signaling the arrival of night. After contemplating for a moment, he recalled the direction to his home and set off toward the northwest. It was a considerable distance of over 40 miles, requiring quite a lengthy journey, especially at this late hour. After walking a few hundred meters, Xunlang could not resist glancing back at the Su estate. He would seek revenge, and soon, within 3 days, at most, his retribution would be relentless. For a gentleman avenges wrongs from dawn till dusk. Su Qianqian stood atop the highest pavilion, observing Xunlang's retreating figure. That fellow is fortunate, she remarked. Behind her, a middle-aged man's voice spoke. He was Su Guangyun, the patriarch who had built the family's vast enterprise. Father, we acted too overtly today, Su Qianqian frowned. This tarnishes my reputation. We have no choice, the patriarch replied. Young Master Zhang Jin must witness this scene. Our family has reached this point through the support of a powerful ally. Young Master Zhang is the most suitable match for our family. Pleasing him is paramount, and our reputation is of little consequence. Indeed, Su Qianqian acquiesced. Moreover, Xunlang is too simple-minded. He will not speak out of turn upon returning home. Of course, should he dare to misrepresent our actions, his family may well face the consequences, the patriarch added. Su Qianqian frowned again, feeling that her father's words were inappropriate. The night was serene, and the moonlight cast a soft, hazy glow as Xunlang journeyed homeward, accompanied by the chorus of chirping insects. After traversing several miles, he was suddenly confronted by several figures blocking his path. 5 sword-wielding warriors surrounded him, 3 in front and 2 behind. The desolate wilderness stretched around them, devoid of any signs of civilization. Young Master Shun, let us accompany you for a while. A strip of cloth was swiftly tied over his mouth, silencing him, while another bandage covered his eyes. The 5 men led Xunlang through the dense forest, navigating a labyrinthine path for nearly 15 minutes. After a brief moment, they arrived at a location and halted. Someone removed the blindfold from Xunlang's eyes, revealing a chaotic graveyard. 8 individuals were present, each brandishing a knife. For we're digging a long, deep pit. Leader, the pit is ready. Let us proceed. Rasped a voice. Bring young Master Shun to the pit. and then cover him with earth. Remember to light candles and offer incense afterward, lest his departure be too forlorn. This was a plan to bury Shunlang alive. The men approached, ready to carry out the grim act. How could a handsome young man like Shunlang possibly contend with these 9 formidable warriors? Death seemed inevitable. Stop! Shunlang exclaimed sharply. Tian, your days are numbered. Chapter 6. This does not follow the script, however. Shunlang was unable to shout due to the cloth gag in his mouth, only managing to emit muffled sounds. His captors paid him no mind, completely oblivious to his plight. Thus, Shunlang fixed his gaze intently upon the leader of the group. This man appeared to be in his 30s, bearing 2 deep scars across his face, exuding an air of coldness, and possessing a cruel gaze, all while clad in soft armor. Shunlang recognized this ruthless individual. He had encountered him several times before. The man's name was Tian Hung, a notorious crime lord within a 100-mile radius, commanding a gang of over 100 ruthless outlaws. He operated gambling dens, brothels, and extortion rackets, known for his merciless demeanor and the countless lives he had taken. He also held an official title as the leader of the militia in Xuanwu City. As they began to bury Shunlang alive, most would have succumbed to tears and despair, but he remained eerily calm. Initially, he stared at Tian Heng's face, then shifted his focus to scrutinize his entire form, his gaze growing increasingly peculiar. It was as if he possessed X-ray vision, a look that could send chills down one's spine. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Tian Hung raised his hand, prompting his 4 henchmen to cease their shoveling. He stepped before Shunlang, tearing the cloth from his mouth and inquiring, "What are you staring at?" Shunlang replied, "There is a needle within your body. If it is not removed, your life is in peril." He spoke the truth, indeed. There was a very fine silver needle lodged in Tian Heng's lung, a detail that would have remained undetectable without Shunlang's extraordinary eyesight. Tian Heng's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Shunlang's words. Shunlang continued, "That needle is currently situated in a major artery in your lung, flowing with your blood. If it is not extracted, it will eventually reach your brain, and you will perish." Tian Hung was further astounded. Unable to fathom how Shunlang could possibly know this secret, one even his wife was unaware of. It was utterly bizarre. Shunlang offered, "I can help you remove it." Tian Hung scrutinized him for a long moment before stating, "They say you are a fool, but you do not seem like one." Shunlang insisted, "The needle must be extracted, or you will certainly die. Only I can assist you in this matter, but the condition is that you spare my life. Is that not so?" Tian Hung countered, "Do you not wish to know who ordered me to kill you?" Shunlang shook his head, "I need not ask. I already know." Tian Hung narrowed his eyes. "You are certainly not foolish." He then shook his head, "However, I am afraid I cannot agree to your terms." Shunlang's heart sank. He had believed this transaction to be secure. Even if someone had offered Tian Hung money to kill him, surely a life was worth more than gold. Shunlang's ability to save Tian Heng's life should have been a compelling reason for him to comply. This left only one explanation. Tian Hung was unable to extract the needle because the person who had implanted it in him was someone he could not defy. This hinted at a deeper story. However, this presented a dilemma. If the needle could not be removed, Shunlang's medical prowess would be rendered useless, and the deal would collapse. Tian Heng stated, "Your brother owes us a sum of money." "Your brother owes money?" Shunlang exclaimed. 3 months ago, your father was injured, and in an effort to save him, your brother borrowed 10 gold coins from my establishment to hire a doctor. With interest, it has now ballooned to 100 gold coins. This was far more ruthless than usury, as the principal had multiplied tenfold in just 3 months. Yet, Shunlang was not concerned with the interest. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his father's injury. 3 months prior, coinciding with his marriage into the Su family, his father had stormed into the Su household demanding Shunlang's return. He had undoubtedly been violently expelled by the Su family's servants, sustaining severe injuries. At that time, Shunlang, being a naive fool, had been entirely unaware of these events. The former Shunlang, blinded by his infatuation with Su Qianqian, had forsaken his own parents' well-being. Such a foolish waste of a son hardly warranted their devotion. "Since your family cannot repay this debt, I have no choice but to bury you alive. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Do you understand?" Tian Hung asserted, "Of course, for the sake of realism. We will also demolish your home and deal with your brother and parents accordingly." Shunlang grasped the implication. Someone had indeed paid Tian Hung to carry out these actions, seeking a legitimate justification for their malevolence. "We harbor no enmity, and you are not as foolish as the rumors suggest," Tian Hung declared, "but I still must kill you." My apologies. He then stood and commanded, "Give him a swift death. Kill him first before burying him." Yes, one of the warriors stepped forward, drawing his sword to strike at Shunlang's neck, ready to end his life. "Wait," Shunlang shouted. "How much did someone pay you to kill me? I will give you 10 times that amount. I will pay you 1,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the warrior hesitated, the blade hovering 3 inches above Shunlang's neck. Tian Heng was taken aback. Shunlang was far from the fool he had been led to believe. Through their brief exchange, he had discerned that the price for his death was 100 gold coins. "I am indeed tempted," Tian Heng admitted, "but your family is in dire straits. Your father still lies bedridden, and your brother has had both legs broken. You cannot produce even a single gold coin, let alone 1,000. This calamity was the result of Shunlang's own folly and the Su family's cruelty, which had left his father and brother gravely injured, even facing death. In this world, 1,000 gold coins represented an astronomical sum. A typical family would toil for an entire year to save merely 2 gold coins. By the simplest of calculations, 1,000 gold coins equated to approximately 5 million yuan in modern currency. Such a fortune was beyond his reach. Tian Heng continued, "However, you could take a gamble. If you succeed, you could amass a substantial fortune. Even if you fail, you merely postpone your demise by a few days, which would not hinder you from repaying the Su family their 100 gold coins." Tian Heng hesitated slightly. The prospect of Shunlang procuring 1,000 gold coins in 10 days seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the fact that Shunlang had been able to discern the needle within his body was remarkable. Shunlang asserted, 10 days, 1,000 gold coins. Tian Heng scrutinized Shunlang's handsome face, pondering for a considerable time before finally conceding, 3 days. I can only allow you 3 days. Shunlang understood that Tian Heng had an agreement for 3 days. By then, he would be able to kill Shunlang and claim the 100 gold coins. Very well, it is settled, Shunlang agreed. Tian Heng commanded, "Dig him out." The 4 warriors set to work, extracting Shunlang from the pit. Though they had no paper or writing instruments on hand, Shunlang tore a piece from his white silk undergarment, bit his finger to draw blood, and wrote a promissory note for 1,000 gold coins owed to Tian Heng, signing his name beneath it. As he wrote, he couldn't help but lament, "What a useless golden finger. Money is what I truly need to survive." Tian Heng took the blood-soaked note, gazing at Shunlang for a moment longer. Is this truly the intellectually challenged Shunlang? He mused, finding it utterly absurd. You have 3 days to deliver 1,000 gold coins, or I will kill your entire family. 13, 14. You two will escort Master Shunlang home and stay with him for the next 3 days, Tian Heng ordered. Yes, replied the 2 warriors. With that, Tian Heng and the other 3 warriors departed. Remember, within 3 days, 1,000 gold coins, or I will annihilate your family. His cold voice echoed in Shunlang's ears long after he had vanished from sight. Understood, Shunlang's mind raced with possibilities. Soon he devised a plan that would not only yield a substantial fortune, but also safeguard his family, and most importantly, exact revenge on the Su family. A trifecta of benefits. Chapter 7. A new perspective while avenging the Su family and acquiring wealth is of paramount importance. Returning home is the foremost priority for Shunlang. As his father is gravely injured and his younger brother has a broken leg, he must hasten back to provide care. It has been 3 months since his family last saw him, and one can only imagine the depth of their worry and longing. Young Master Shun, let us depart, urged the 13th and 14th disciples under Tian Heng. Will you have us carry you back? These 2 figures remained vigilant, ensuring Shunlang had no chance of escape. Shunlang stretched his limbs and continued his journey homeward. The state of Yu lies to the southeast of the Great Yin, characterized by its hilly terrain, low mountains yet abundant in number. In this intricate landscape, the roads are surprisingly well maintained. Even the rural paths span approximately 4 meters in width and are notably smooth, allowing 3 horses to pass side by side, a feat surpassing that of ancient China. As dawn broke, Shunlang encountered numerous farmers laboring in the fields. Their attire bore resemblance to that of ancient China, yet their physical stature appeared somewhat superior, taller, and more robust. Along the way, he noted that nearly every village was fortified with sturdy stone bastions, patrolled by militiamen armed with blades, and some even bore bows and arrows. This was astonishing, for in most dynasties of ancient China, such weapons were prohibited. The martial spirit of this world far exceeded that of ancient China. By midday the following day, Shunlang finally arrived at his home in Maple Leaf Village. Nestled within a valley, the village boasted a population of over 600, complete with its own stone fortress and around 20 militiamen. Most villagers resided closely together, with hundreds of houses densely packed along both sides of the river, while Shenlang's home stood isolated on the mountainside. His family had relocated to this area over a decade prior, and being outsiders in such a conservative and insular village, coupled with his parents' reluctance to engage with the locals, they had never truly integrated. As he ascended the hillside, Shenlang beheld the dilapidated earthen dwelling that was his home. It was in a state of disrepair, even more so than he remembered from 3 months prior. The yard, once meticulously tended by his father, was now overgrown with weeds. The mud walls, battered by wind and rain, bore several gaping holes, and the roof was devoid of tiles, covered instead with thatch. This abject poverty was a stark sight. It offered no shelter from the elements. Before he could reach the entrance, the sounds of his mother's weeping, his father's violent coughs, and his brother's cries pierced the air. "Hurry to the Su family, bring Delang home, bring Delang home," his father rasped, coughing as his voice faltered. The result of a long-standing injury that had affected his lungs, making his breathing labored, likely due to severe inflammation or even a hematoma within. "Father, I will go to bring brother home tomorrow," his younger brother replied. Their mother lamented, "Old man, you have been coughing up blood and cannot even rise from your bed. How can Erlang go?" She continued, "Tomorrow I will go to the Su family, and if they do not release Delang, I will throw myself against their door." Her voice trembled with sorrow for her son, who was so innocent and kind, now trapped in the den of such cruel beasts. "My son, I fear he has not enough to eat or wear. He has never suffered, never been away from us. I cannot fathom the hardships he faces now." Listening to his mother's anguish, his brother could no longer bear it. "Mother, I will craft a pair of crutches and go to the Su family tomorrow to bring brother home. I will risk my life if necessary." As these words reached him, Shenlang felt a surge of heat coursing through him, a bittersweet ache in his heart. He rushed inside, kneeling before his parents and tremblingly uttered, "Father, mother, your unfilial son has returned." His parents and brother were momentarily stunned before erupting in overwhelming joy. His mother dashed forward to embrace Shenlang, exclaiming through her tears, "Delang, my dear Delang, you have returned. I feared I would never see you again. Surely this is not a dream." His father, filled with excitement, attempted to rise from his bed, only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing, blood foaming at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, his brother sat up abruptly, wincing in pain. "It is I have returned," Shenlang assured them. "My son, it is enough that you are home. We shall not leave again. The Su family is merciless, and you must not return there, will you?" his mother implored. Shenlang nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, I will never return to the Su family." Good, that is right." His mother joyfully wiped her tears away. His father added, "My son truly understands now." His parents had indulged Shenlang immensely. Merely stating he would not return to the Su family was enough to deem him wise in their eyes. Shenlang hastened to support his father, concentrating his mental energy to assess his father's injuries. Indeed, internal wounds afflicted both his lungs and stomach, particularly his lungs, which were marred by significant bruising, and his ribs bore fractures. Fortunately, after 3 months of healing, the fractures had mended, albeit unevenly, resulting in numerous bone spurs. This attested to the ferocity of the Su family's servants' assault. Had his brother not borrowed 10 gold coins to seek medical attention, Shenlang would never have seen his father again. 10 gold coins for healing was an astronomical sum for an ordinary farming family. Nevertheless, even with this expenditure, his father's injuries had not fully healed. Without further treatment, his father's life remained in jeopardy. In an instant, Shenlang devised a treatment plan to create a minuscule incision in his father's lung to drain the hematoma, followed by administering herbal remedies to quell inflammation and restorative potions to rejuvenate his vitality, which would lead to recovery in a few months. "Father, your unfilial son vows never to cause you and mother further worry," Shenlang declared, placing his palm on his father's forehead. His father was feverish, indicating inflammation that required immediate attention. Otherwise, he could face grave danger within days. His father gazed intently at Shenlang's face, stifling his cough, his eyes brimming with profound affection. "Delang, you have become astute." Indeed, a father's love is keenly perceptive. He immediately noticed Shenlang's transformation. His parents adored him, yet they were acutely aware of his previous shortcomings, his perceived lack of intelligence, which they were reluctant to admit but recognized deep down. However, upon his return, they were astonished to see him exhibit newfound cleverness. This was enough to elate his father, who, despite still considering him a failure, was relieved to see him appear more alert, perhaps even capable of marrying a wife, even if she were a widow. His mother approached, cupping Shen Lang's face in her hands, studying him joyfully before exclaiming, "Indeed, Maida Lang has become clever. Those eyes are so appealing, so full of spirit. Heaven be praised." Shen Lang had initially contemplated how to explain his change, but it was unnecessary. His parents' unbounded love and their delight in his newfound cleverness rendered any explanation superfluous. "Brother, did the Su family cast you out?" his younger brother inquired. Shen Lang nodded affirmatively. "It is for the best, indeed," his mother declared. "I could not bear the thought of my son remaining in the house of such heartless individuals. Although we are poor, your father, mother, and brother will strive to provide for you. Never shall we allow our Lang to suffer." The bias was unmistakable from the tone of his mother. It was clear that Shen Lang would not be required to labor at home, living instead off simple fare. "Your prior intention in joining the Su family was to find a wife, was it not? Once your father and brother regain their health, you shall earn money to bring a bride home for Maida Lang." The mother spoke. "What do you think of Lu, the widow from our village? Although she is 3 years your senior, she is strikingly beautiful and possesses a kind heart." It was not that the parents looked down upon Shen Lang, but rather the family's circumstances and Shen Lang's poor reputation, coupled with his perceived lack of intelligence. Aside from his good looks, he lacked the skills necessary for survival. Thus, being able to marry a widow was already quite commendable. Shen Lang smiled faintly, then approached his younger brother's bedside. He lifted the boy's pant leg, revealing a large, swollen bruise on his calf, with the bone on the right side fractured. "Brother, I'm fine. Just a 10-day to half-month rest, and I'll be all right. The worst that will happen is a limp, but at least our family has you to carry on the lineage," his brother Shen Jin remarked. "And a limp might even be beneficial. I could go to Xuanwu City and earn money by scamming passers-by. When I see a cart, I'll dash under the wheels and extort some cash." This was his brother, caring but utterly unreliable. If this broken leg went untreated, it would lead to a swifter demise. "When did this happen?" Shen Lang inquired. "The day before yesterday," his brother replied. "Since I hadn't heard from you for nearly a month, I went to inquire at the Su family. I didn't even make it through the door before being ambushed and having my right leg broken on my way home." The news of Shen Lang's illness had been tightly controlled by the Su family, leaving the household in ignorance. However, the bond between mother and son is profound. The parents, having not heard from Shen Lang for so long, naturally grew anxious, prompting them to send their youngest son to seek news. Having been ambushed and sustaining a broken leg shortly after leaving the Su family certainly suggested their involvement. What a malicious family, Shen Lang thought, his handsome face darkening with a frost-like chill, his eyes twitching with indignation. "I will help you mend your leg shortly. It will hurt, but you must endure it," he said. "Brother, when did you learn to treat injuries?" Shen Jin asked. Shen Lang had previously needed help from their mother just to dress himself. How could he possibly know how to heal a broken leg? Yet, in modern Earth, Shen Lang had spent each day caring for the sick and saving lives. Although he could not claim to be a top-tier physician, he possessed extensive clinical experience. In his eyes, the ailments of his father and brother were trivial, especially since he also had X-ray vision. Even in this world, where medical conditions were underdeveloped, treating the two would be a simple task. Chapter 8. A stunning performance. Shen Lang said, "Mother, I will go to the mountain to gather some herbs. Lang, I will accompany you. There are wild beasts on the mountain, and you must not lose your way." His mother rushed out, treating Shen Lang as if he were still a child, unwilling to let him venture up the mountain alone. "Mother, please boil a pot of water at home, find a small knife and sharpen it, prepare a thicker, longer needle, and have some cotton cloth ready to boil in the water," Shen Lang instructed rapidly, yet clearly. His mother was taken aback, but did not question him. She nodded and replied, "All right." To her, her son appeared to have acquired remarkable intelligence, and every word he spoke seemed as authoritative as a decree from a sovereign. With a bamboo basket and a small shovel in hand, Shen Lang left home to ascend the mountain, closely followed by the 13 or 14 followers of Tian Hong. They would keep a watchful eye on Shen Lang until they received their payment. It was certain they would kill him once the time came. Shen Lang felt a twinge of worry. Would the plants in this world differ entirely from those on Earth? However, his concerns were unfounded. Despite encountering many unfamiliar plants, a significant number were remarkably similar to those he knew. There were numerous anti-inflammatory herbs, and the lush woods behind Shen Lang's home were plentiful. In just over an hour, he gathered a considerable amount of perilla, honeysuckle, and dandelion, each of which could be used for their anti-inflammatory properties. Regrettably, this was not the arid edge of a desert nor a grassland, so he could not find licorice. However, to his delightful surprise, he unearthed some Isita's root, which on modern Earth is hailed as a panacea. Subsequently, Shunlang collected a dozen types of traditional herbs, including those to stop bleeding and reduce heat, filling his entire bamboo basket. Unfortunately, he did not find belladonna, which would have enabled him to create an anesthetic. As evening approached, Shunlang returned laden with his harvest, and his mother had already prepared everything. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Shunlang carefully examined his brother's fractured leg. Fortunately, the broken bone was relatively smooth and not sharp, sparing vital blood vessels from injury. His mother had sharpened the knife and boiled it in water for sanitation. Gently, Shunlang made an incision near his brother's fracture to allow the congealed blood to escape and enable more precise alignment of the bones. Alas, the conditions here were far too rudimentary for nails, so after aligning the broken bones, he stitched the wound with the boiled needle and thread, applied the crushed herbs to the injury, and secured it all with 3 shaved wooden sticks and boiled cloth strips, binding the area thoroughly as a makeshift splint. Without plaster, he had to rely on the wooden sticks. This leg must not touch the ground and should remain still. It will heal in 2 months, Shunlang declared. This could barely be considered a minor operation, taking less than an hour from start to finish. Despite the excruciating pain, his brother gritted his teeth on a wooden stick, refusing to utter a sound. Throughout the process, their parents held their breath, incredulous at the scene before them. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Their once inept son had transformed into someone so capable. Just moments ago, the father had watched Shunlang's swift and decisive actions. His resolute gaze entirely different from the boy he had known before. His brother tossed aside the stick he had been biting and exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, you truly are remarkable. My fractured leg has not only reduced in swelling, but it also hurts much less. I have seen many doctors treat fractures, but none as swift and skilled as you." Though Xinjian, his younger brother, was often a victim among ruffians, he had seen enough treatments for broken limbs to recognize Shunlang's astonishing skill, which far surpassed those of the gang's doctors. The most perplexing part was how Shunlang, who had previously been seen as worthless, could have undergone such a significant transformation and acquired such impressive skills. Their family was filled with astonishment and joy. Next, Shunlang turned to treat his father, first addressing the blood accumulation in his lungs, lest the injury worsen. The most challenging aspect of draining this blood was locating the hematomas, which were internal and invisible to the naked eye, making it almost unsolvable for the physicians of this world. However, for Shunlang, it was a trivial task. His X-ray vision enabled him to pinpoint the exact locations of the accumulated blood and fluid effortlessly. His mother had already prepared a thick needle, approximately 3 millimeters in diameter, intended for stitching animal hides, which had been boiled for sterilization. Shunlang decisively inserted it into his father's lung and withdrew it, then used a hollow plant stem of similar diameter to drain the blood. Thus, Shunlang made several small incisions in his father's lung, gradually extracting the hematomas. After over an hour, he had removed most of the blood and fluid, leaving only a small amount that would eventually be absorbed by the body. Following Shunlang's treatment, the results were immediate. His father continued to cough, but his breathing became significantly easier. Previously, even with great effort, he felt as though he could not get enough air, each breath akin to a searing pain, a sensation worse than death. Now, breathing was less laborious, and the feeling of constriction in his chest had dissipated, providing immense relief. To think that with just a bit of effort, his son could achieve such remarkable results. His medical skills were truly extraordinary. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and this beloved son had returned after just 3 months with such astonishing abilities. The father felt a renewed lightness and comfort, pride swelling in his heart. His mother gazed at Shunlang, unable to believe her son had become so astute and capable. Do not inquire. Delang was never foolish, merely wise in ways not immediately apparent. The father interjected, halting his wife's questioning. We are too delighted by Delang's transformation to dissect it further. His mother nodded vigorously. Indeed, indeed. As long as my son has returned, it is a blessing from heaven. With such skills, we need not marry off to Widow Lu. Once we save enough, he could marry the village chief's daughter. From that point on, their parents and brother refrained from mentioning Shunlang's transformation, choosing instead to bask in their joy. My son must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal, his mother cheerfully announced as she headed to the kitchen. Efficient and skilled, it took her less than half an hour to set the table with 3 bowls of porridge, a large bowl of rice, a plate of wild vegetables, a plate of greens, and a plate of cured meat with cucumbers. Due to his father's and brother's injuries, The table was set between their two beds. Shenlang had white rice, while his father, mother, and brother consumed corn porridge. When Shenlang attempted to share his rice with his father and brother, they resolutely refused. "My son is still growing. He must have white rice. You cannot manage corn porridge," his father stated firmly. "If you do not eat the rice, neither will I, nor will your brother." "Absolutely not." His brother Shun Jian chimed in from his bed. "My son will eat meat." His mother eagerly piled the few slices of cured meat into Shenlang's bowl. While Shenlang wished to share with his father and brother, he understood they would never accept. Seeing him eat meat only brought them greater happiness. The bias in their affection was boundless. Even with his father and brother injured, and Shenlang in good health, the family insisted on providing him with the best of the meal. After dining, Shenlang prepared the medicine and administered it to his father and brother. His brother, with the fractured bone, required bone broth, and after lying down for another 2 months, he would be well. Although the hematoma and fluid in my father's lungs have been drained, and he is temporarily out of danger, it can only be considered half a cure. Next, he requires continued anti-inflammatory treatment, lung nourishment, and body supplementation, medications that cannot simply be found on the mountain but must be purchased at a cost. "Darling, let me wash your feet," my mother said, approaching with a basin of warm water. She squatted down, ready to wash Shenlang's feet with practiced ease, clearly indicating that for the past decade or so, he had been accustomed to her doing so. "I can do it myself," Shenlang insisted, reluctant to allow his mother to wash his feet, for that would be terribly unfilial. Yet, his mother appeared somewhat saddened and remarked, "Darling, you used to love it when your mother washed your feet. What happened?" "My hands are quite clean." She worried that after spending a few months in the affluent Su family, he might look down upon her. Shenlang understood that each time she washed his feet brought her joy, as he was her most cherished child. Thus, he found himself enveloped in happiness as he watched her rough hands tending to him. Throughout the process, her gaze and expression radiated pure contentment. Although Shenlang inherited this body and its memories, he did not fully inherit the emotions. However, within just a few hours, he found himself captivated, immersed in the love of his parents and younger brother. From that moment on, they would be my true parents, my beloved younger brother. He felt a profound responsibility to ensure that his family enjoyed a good life. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his ears, "Shenlang, your family is truly affectionate. However, you only have 2 days. If you cannot procure 1,000 gold coins, your entire family will suffer the consequences." Chapter 9. The Art of Earning. Commence your performance. Upon hearing Tian Shursan's words, Shenlang chuckled. "Are you suggesting that I share a bed with you, Brother Shursan?" Tian Shursan replied, "You have 2 days to gather 1,000 gold coins, or I shall slaughter your entire family." With that, he strode out of the room. Shenlang reclined comfortably on his bed. His home was quite dilapidated, with parts of the roof leaking, forcing his parents and younger brother to share a single room while he occupied another. Yet, his bed was remarkably large and soft, and even the thin quilt was brand new. Though his family was impoverished, they ensured that he received the best of what they could offer. In rural households, many children do not receive new clothes for the new year. Shenlang's family was poorer still, yet he had 3 new outfits each year, one for summer, one for autumn, and one for the new year. Despite their struggles, his parents always made provisions for him. In contrast, his younger brother, Shun Jian, had never owned new garments, always wearing Shenlang's hand-me-downs. He truly could not comprehend why such favoritism existed. Was it irrational for his parents to shower him with such affection? Shun Jian, though aimless, had improved compared to the previous Shenlang, who was otherwise unremarkable save for his handsome appearance. Were it not for Shenlang's transmigration from Earth, this seemingly inept individual would hardly manage to care for himself, let alone support their parents in their old age, eventually relying on his brother for sustenance. Useless Shenlang. "I shall repay the debts you owe to our parents and brother with a lifetime of service," he silently vowed, determined to provide his family with a better life, ensuring that his brother would one day marry and establish a prosperous household. The immediate concern, however, was to navigate the current crisis. Tian Heng had granted him 3 days to amass 1,000 gold coins, and now only 2 days remained. What would transpire if Shenlang failed to produce the required sum? Tian Heng would indeed carry out his threat of annihilating his family, a promise he was known to keep. Could it be feasible to earn 1,000 gold coins within 2 days? The following morning, Shenlang rose early to prepare medicine for his father and younger brother. After washing up, he had breakfast. Knock, knock, knock. A sound resounded at the door. His mother, displaying signs of unease, moved to open it. I'll get it, Shenlang said. Upon opening the door, he found Tian Shisan's companions, the 13th and 14th brothers, waiting outside. Time is of the essence. We must earn money, Tian Shisan stated directly, maintaining a casual demeanor. Dalong, what is it? His mother inquired. Mother. It's just two of my friends, Shenlang reassured her. His mother, ever hospitable, replied, Ah, friends of Dalong's. Please come in and share some porridge with us. Tian Shisan smiled. No need. We have already eaten. Thank you, Auntie. His warm smile belied his true nature as an assassin, presenting him instead as a charming young man. Shenlang leisurely finished the porridge while his mother insisted on giving him a boiled egg. Hurry and eat this. Instinctively, he intended to pass the egg to his father. Eat it right away, she urged firmly, then proceeded to peel another egg, dividing it between his father and brother. All right, I'll eat, Shenlang acquiesced. Only after he finished did his mother beam with satisfaction. Mother, I'm heading to the city with my friends today. A remarkable teacher is visiting our school, Shenlang announced. His mother grew anxious. Dalong, will you return for lunch? I likely won't make it back by noon, but I will try to come home for dinner, he replied. Tian Shisan, ever amiable, added, Auntie, my home is in town. I won't let Shenlang go hungry. His mother responded, Thank you so much. Please come by more often. Auntie will make you boiled eggs. Of course, Tian Shisan said, his smile growing even more endearing. With that, Shenlang departed to earn money, followed closely by Tian Shisan and Tian Shisi, who remained steadfast at his side. 1,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure for his family. 4 hours later, Shenlang had walked over 30 miles and was nearing Xuanwu City. Ahead, he spotted 2 men walking briskly, clearly agitated, exchanging heated words, likely of father and son. The father in his 40s and the son in his 20s. Tian Shisan stepped forward, greeting them warmly. Uncle Li, Brother Delu. It's been a while. The duo halted, their expressions shifting from embarrassment to smiles upon recognizing Tian Shisan. Ah, Shisan, it's been some time indeed. Tian Shisan continued. Uncle, why haven't you visited us? My father has missed you. He was just mentioning how you haven't come over for tea. Though you owe our family a bit of money. Please don't let that come between us. You and my father share a bond akin to brothers. The middle-aged man replied, I'll come by tomorrow. Tian Shisan moved closer, embracing the pair as they wandered into a nearby rice field and then deeper into the woods. Uncle, you haven't dined with us in quite some time. My father has even prepared fine wine that has gone stale. I was tasked with bringing some meat to your home. And what a coincidence to run into you today. As they entered the woods, Tian Shisan's tone became even more familiar, as if they were true relatives. By the way, Uncle, Tian Shisan addressed the middle-aged man, my father says you need not repay the money you owe us. The man responded, I feel so embarrassed, truly. Tian Shisan assured him, you and my father have been friends for over a decade. This debt is nothing. I used to visit your home for meals frequently. The middle-aged man replied, in that case, I will prepare a pig's head tomorrow to bring to your father for a drink together. Sounds splendid, Tian Shisan replied. Then, in a flash, he drew out a dagger. With a swift motion, he stabbed it into the hearts of the father and son, so quickly that Shenlang could hardly comprehend the act. There were no screams, no cries of anguish. The pair fell lifelessly. And only after a moment did blood begin to spurt from their wounds. Tian Shisi, go summon the brothers to dispose of these bodies, Tian Shisan commanded. Understood, brother. Tian Shisi replied. Tian Shisan wiped the blade clean with a cloth, carefully stowing it away and inspecting his clothing and sleeves to ensure no blood had stained them. He turned to Shenlang. I apologize for the delay. I ran into some acquaintances. Now, let us continue our journey. Very well, Shenlang replied. Throughout the encounter, Tian Shisan's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor cheerful even during the act of murder. As they proceeded toward Xuanwu City, Shenlang suddenly inquired, Tian Shisan, was that middle-aged man your uncle? Tian Shisan nodded. Yes, he escaped with my father during a calamity, and they have shared a bond for over a decade. He often held me as a child. What was his debt? Shenlang asked. 3 gold coins, but given our relationship, the interest was lowered, totaling 25 gold coins. He could not repay it. The father and son visited the gambling den yesterday, incurring additional debts, Tian Shisan responded, revealing the motive behind his actions. Yet, you killed them without hesitation, despite your long-standing friendship, Shenlang noted, contemplating the gravity of the situation. You, Shenlang, I am aware that you are merely stalling for time. It is a fool's errand to think you can earn 1,000 gold coins in 2 days. So now I ask you to admit your inability, and I shall grant you a swift end. Do not squander my precious time, Tian Shursen said. Brandishing a knife, he repeatedly polished. With the flick of a finger, he could end Xinlang's life in an instant. 1,000 gold coins represented the savings of numerous families over decades. For a penniless lad like Xinlang, it was an impossible feat within the given time frame. Xinlang gazed earnestly at Tian Shursen and declared, "There is no need for 2 days. I can acquire the sum today." Tian Shursen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that truly the case?" "In 3 hours, I will secure 1,000 gold coins," Xinlang asserted confidently. Tian Shursen's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, 3 hours? This is utterly incredible. Xinlang affirmed, "Indeed, within 3 hours." Xinlang and Tian Shursen entered the city of Xuanwu. Xuanwu City is one of the 8 cities of Nujiang Prefecture, encompassing 25 towns and boasting a population exceeding 250,000, with over 30,000 residents within the city itself. Xinlang observed that the city walls of Xuanwu soared over 12 meters high, encircling nearly 10 miles. In ancient China, many provincial capitals did not possess walls of such height, which only attests to one fact. The martial prowess of this world far surpasses that of ancient China, necessitating more formidable defenses. The soldiers atop the walls predominantly donned leather armor, while the officers were clad in metal armor, numbering in the hundreds. Once inside the city, the streets bustled with activity, and the shops were abundant, far more vibrant than one might have imagined. Xinlang paused before a 3-story establishment, its sign proclaiming Jinxiu Pavilion. He intended not only to amass a substantial fortune here, but also to exact a fierce revenge on the Su family. Taking a deep breath, Xinlang stepped into the resplendent Jinxiu Pavilion. Let the performance begin. Chapter 10, Struck Gold. The Jinxiu is a purveyor of silk fabrics, akin to the Su family, into which Xinlang had previously married, though on a smaller scale. The proprietor, the Lin family, while not as opulent as the Su family, is a renowned affluent household in Xuanwu City, boasting branches in several neighboring cities. Crucially, the Lin family stands as a competitor to the Su family. Upon the entrance of Xinlang and Tian Shursen, a shop assistant promptly approached them. "Esteemed guests, are you here to peruse fabrics? We have just released a new line of cotton cloth. Feel how soft and fine it is." The assistant, with keen perception, quickly discerned Xinlang's lack of wealth, and thus promoted cotton rather than silk. Xinlang, with unambiguous intent, declared, "Inform your master that I wish to conduct a substantial business deal with the Lin family, one that would yield at least an additional 5,000 gold coins annually." At these words, the assistant was momentarily taken aback, though he wore a smile. Disdain brewed within him. With Xinlang's impoverished appearance, how could he possibly generate such wealth? "Please, esteemed guest, do not jest with me," the assistant chuckled nervously. Tian Shursen interjected. "I am Tian Shursen of the Black Robe Gang. Kindly summon the master of the Lin family for a business discussion." Instantly, the assistant recognized the gravity of the situation. The Black Robe Gang, known throughout Xuanwu City for their gambling, brothels, and loan sharking, held a reputation that warranted respect. It was prudent to avoid conflict with such a powerful entity. The assistant, suspecting Tian Shursen might be extorting them, quickly called out, "Master Tian, we deeply apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please, allow us to serve you tea." The manager, a portly man, hurried forward, exclaiming, "Bring forth the finest tea." The assistant hastily prepared a pot of fragrant tea, pouring cups for both Tian Shursen and Xinlang. The manager continued, "Master Tian, what business do you wish to discuss?" "My master has long desired to cultivate a relationship with the leader of the Black Robe Gang. This small token is but a gesture of goodwill." As he spoke, he slid a box containing 20 gold coins toward them, a generous offering. Tian Shursen chuckled, "Master Lin truly believes I am here to beg for alms. I come with a genuine business proposal, not to extort you." The manager, taken aback, inquired, "You truly have a business proposition?" Tian Shursen affirmed, "Indeed." The manager pressed, "But I cannot make decisions on my own." Tian Shursen replied, "You cannot. Then please wait. I shall summon my master." The manager then instructed the assistant to serve refreshments to the 2 gentlemen. As Xinlang and Tian Shursen enjoyed their tea and pastries, they awaited the arrival of Lin Mo, the owner of Jinxiu. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man clad in fine garments entered. He was Lin Mo, the wealthy proprietor of Jinxiu. "Do you wish to discuss a significant business deal with me?" Lin Mo inquired. He held no trepidation towards Tian Shursen. Having reached such heights in business, he too had powerful allies. Furthermore, His son was excelling in the Tiannan Martial Arts Academy and was poised to become a military official, rendering him unafraid of any repercussions from Tianheng, as long as they maintained their distance. Shenlang replied, "Indeed, a grand business opportunity. One that could ensure Master Lin an additional annual profit of at least 5,000 gold coins." Lin Mo frowned, disliking such ostentatious youths, especially one with a feeble demeanor, which made him appear unreliable. "Speak," he commanded. "I possess a formula I wish to sell to you. For 2,000 gold coins," Shenlang stated. At this, Lin Mo's expression darkened, and he retorted, "My time is precious. I have no interest in wasting it on idle chatter. Please take your leave." With that, he lifted his tea, clearly intending to dismiss them. Even Tian Shan was taken aback. 1,000 gold coins was already outrageous, and Shenlang's outright demand for 2,000 seemed utterly deranged. He regretted bringing Shenlang to Jingxiuguan. Lin Mo stood to depart, offering no opportunity for negotiation. Tian Shan shot Shenlang a cold glare, muttering, "You are courting disaster," as Lin Mo prepared to exit. Shenlang produced a piece of silk from his robes and presented it before Lin Mo. "Master Lin, do you consider this silk's hue worth 2,000 gold coins?" Lin Mo turned, his gaze fixating on the silk, which was no larger than a handkerchief. Tian Shan, glancing at it, thought Shenlang had lost his mind. How could such a small piece of silk command 2,000 gold coins? However, Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he approached swiftly, grasping the silk and exclaiming, "How is this possible? It is a brilliant golden hue." Tian Shan was stunned, finally noticing the silk's striking golden color. Shenlang explained, "What has propelled the Su family to prosperity? Their silk is exclusively supplied to the emperor, renowned for its vivid golden hue. In ancient China, yellow was the color of royalty, reserved solely for emperors, empresses, and favored consorts. This holds true in this world as well. Only the royal family of the Yu nation could utilize yellow silk. Nonetheless, the yellow silk in this realm was dyed with gardenia, producing a color that, while yellow, lacked vibrancy. The silk Shenlang presented was dyed using a novel formula, combining locust bean juice with alum, resulting in a remarkably bright golden hue. The robes of the Qing dynasty emperors were dyed with this very substance, and such garments can still be admired in the Palace Museum, epitomizing grandeur and magnificence. Yesterday, while foraging for herbs, Shenlang had also collected a bounty of locust beans. As for alum, a traditional Chinese medicine, he had some left at home. While preparing herbal medicine, he had also concocted a small bowl of this golden dye and dyed a piece of his colorless silk undergarment. After letting it dry overnight and lightly roasting it, the golden silk was nearly complete. Quickly, Lin Mo retrieved another piece of yellow silk, dyed with gardenia. The difference was stark. On the left was the dull, ordinary yellow, while on the right, Shenlang's piece radiated a resplendent gold. Shenlang remarked, "This silk was dyed overnight, and I am not entirely satisfied with the result. Given sufficient time and resources, I could produce an even more brilliant golden hue. Moreover, if the silk threads are dyed before weaving, the outcome would be even more spectacular." Lin Mo, astonished, asked, "You achieved such results in merely one night?" "Indeed," Shenlang affirmed. "Thus, if you acquire the formula, the silk you dye will only become more opulent and golden. If you present this golden silk to the Emperor's Textile Bureau, what do you think would transpire? It is not difficult to surmise. The Emperor's Bureau would immediately abandon the Su family's silk in favor of your own. At that moment, the lucrative silk trade, exclusively supplying the Emperor, would shift to the Lin family. The monetary gain is trivial compared to the reputation and political leverage it would bestow. Master Lin, would this business indeed allow your family to earn an additional 5,000 gold coins annually?" Shenlang queried. Lin Mo shook his head, "Not merely that. Then, is my asking price of 2,000 gold coins for this golden dye formula exorbitant?" "Not at all. It is a bargain," Lin Mo replied. Tian Shan, standing nearby, gazed at Shenlang in astonishment. Clearly, when Shenlang had agreed to pay 1,000 gold coins for his life the previous night, he had already devised a plan for profit, exuding confidence. What surprised them both was that he intended to earn 2,000 gold coins, and even more so, that his means of profit would simultaneously undermine the Su family. Indeed, Shenlang was vindictive. Not only did he seek profit, but he also desired to inflict harm upon the Su family. The ramifications of the Su family losing their exclusive silk contract with the Emperor would be monumental. One can only imagine the consequences. Why had the Su family's silk enterprise thrived across several provinces without hindrance? Was it not because his family specializes in the weaving of silk for the royal court? Lin Mo gazed longingly at the expanse of golden silk under the sunlight, as if he could never satiate his admiration. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. How can I trust that this dye is of your own making? It is entirely possible that you simply stumbled upon this piece of silk. Shenlang replied, I have brought all the materials. Grant me an hour, and I shall produce this golden dye for you, ensuring it surpasses that of last night. Lin Mo inquired, Is that truly the case? Shenlang affirmed, Indeed. Lin Mo then declared, Very well. I shall allocate the entire backyard to you. Command anything you require. As long as you can create this golden dye on site, it shall prove that this formula is indeed yours, and the deal will be struck. Shenlang stated, 2,000 gold coins. Lin Mo responded, I will not haggle. Chapter 11. You dare to slap my face? Very well. Upon hearing the conversation between Shenlang and Boss Lin, Tian Shisan was both astonished and elated. Although his adoptive father, Tian Hong, had made a promise to Shenlang, he harbored no hopes in his heart. It was merely a gamble, given that he had pledged to the Su family to eliminate Shenlang within 3 days. Unexpectedly, Shenlang actually accomplished the task, and his adoptive father genuinely received 1,000 gold coins. Naturally, Tian Shisan shared in the immense credit for this success. Impressive indeed. He gave Shenlang a thumbs up. Shenlang entered the kitchen in the courtyard, closed the door, and began the process of making dye. Boss Lin, wait for me for an hour, Shenlang instructed. All right, I will prepare the gold coins right away, Lin Mo replied. The creation of this golden dye was remarkably simple, as detailed in the 2001 publication Silk, and the Hangzhou Silk Museum offers specialized experiential courses on the subject. By boiling locust beans in water, the yellow juice is extracted, and the residue is discarded, yielding yellow dye. Subsequently, alum is added and boiled further, transforming the yellow into a splendid, noble bright yellow, resplendent and radiant. Thus, in less than 2 hours, Shenlang produced half a bowl of golden dye. Finally, he incinerated the alum and remaining locust beans thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Shenlang then opened the door. Lin Mo, the owner of the Jinxiu Pavilion, along with Tian Shisan, rushed forward, their expressions filled with anticipation. Shenlang directly handed over the half bowl of golden dye. Lin Mo's hands trembled slightly as he examined the new dye under the sunlight. He couldn't help but shudder. This was not merely dye, but the lifeblood of the Lin family's rise. This golden dye not only boasted an outstanding color, but also exhibited exceptional wet fastness on silk, showing almost no signs of fading after dyeing. Are the 2,000 gold coins ready, Boss Lin? Shenlang inquired. Lin Mo pointed to a box on the table. Its lid ajar, filled to the brim with gold coins. Each coin weighed more than half a tael, totaling several dozen pounds for the 1,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins represented a substantial fortune. After deducting the 1,000 coins owed to Tian Hong, 1,000 remained, enough to ensure a comfortable life for his family. In his lifetime on modern Earth, Shenlang had never earned such a sum. What about the formula? Lin Mo asked. Shenlang handed him the written formula. Upon opening it, Lin Mo was taken aback, seeing only a few dozen words. So simple? He exclaimed. Yes, it is that simple, Shenlang affirmed. And the cost is not high. Indeed, it is very low, Shenlang replied. Many things in this world become remarkably simple once you uncover them. Surely, Boss Lin does not believe that purchasing these few words for 2,000 gold coins is not worth it? No, it is exceedingly valuable, Lin Mo chuckled. Boss Lin can verify the formula himself right now. Within an hour and a half, you will be able to produce this golden dye yourself. Once you complete it, I will take the gold coins and depart, Shenlang suggested. Lin Mo did not summon his servants, but went himself to prepare the materials and verify the formula in the courtyard kitchen. Merely an hour later, Lin Mo succeeded in creating the golden dye, even surpassing Shenlang's version. This is accomplished. My Lin family is destined for prosperity. Lin Mo laughed heartily. Then I congratulate you, Boss Lin, on soon defeating the Su family and taking their place. Farewell, Shenlang said, clutching the 2,000 gold coins as he prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside. 2 figures entered, his former father-in-law, the head of the Su family, and his ex-wife, Su Qianqian. Shenlang felt a chill run down his spine. The head of the Su family glared at Shenlang, coldly stating, Shenlang, I have expelled you from my household. I do not blame you for harboring resentment. However, you should not have stolen the formula for our newly developed dye, which is the lifeblood of the Su family. Your actions constitute theft and have offended the sovereign. What punishment do you deserve? Lin Mo, astonished, exclaimed, "Head of the Su family, this formula was actually stolen by Shenlang?" The head of the Su family replied, "Lin, you must have heard of Shenlang's prior reputation, foolish and lazy, utterly worthless. How could he possibly develop golden dye? This formula was painstakingly created by the Su family through immense financial and material investment. Yet this thief has committed treason against his own family. The reason I expelled him is precisely due to his thievery and his lewd behavior towards the maidservants in my household, an utterly despicable character, unprecedented in its depravity. And now he has deceived you, Lin." Su Qianqian spoke softly. "If I am not mistaken, he must have rifled through my drawers, seen this formula, and secretly memorized it. Shenlang, I know you harbor hatred towards the Su family, but you should not commit such a crime." Lin Mo bowed respectfully. "I apologize, head of the Su family. I nearly fell for this thief's trick. I found it puzzling that someone as foolish as Shenlang could possess such an exquisite formula. It turns out it was stolen. I will report this to the authorities immediately and have this rogue apprehended." The head of the Su family's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Shenlang. "You will speak the truth here. Did you steal the formula for the golden dye from the Su family? You have one chance to answer." Su Qianqian added gently, "Shenlang, if you confess to this crime, considering our past relationship, we will overlook your theft. If you refuse to admit it, my father will become enraged." Shenlang felt a surge of dread, every hair on his body standing on end, and it took several seconds for him to relax his pores. He had anticipated this situation, but its actual occurrence still caught him by surprise. The Lin family had always been rivals to the Su family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, especially since the new formula Shenlang provided could significantly harm the Su family. Yet, how had it come to this? Regaining his composure as swiftly as possible, Shenlang turned to Lin Mo. "Boss Lin, may we discuss this privately?" Lin Mo nodded, "Of course." They retreated to the courtyard. Shenlang asked directly, "Did you summon the head of the Su family and Su Qianqian here?" "Indeed," Lin Mo confirmed. "Why?" Shenlang pressed. Lin Mo replied, "I knew this formula would bring tremendous harm to the Su family's business, yet I still notified the head of the Su family, turning the tables on you." Shenlang did not inquire further, waiting for his explanation. Lin Mo continued, "Shenlang, for ordinary people, having money is sufficient. However, for us, wealth is not the most crucial factor. Power and influence are of utmost importance. Without power and influence, no amount of wealth can ensure safety. Merely awaiting slaughter like sheep and pigs. Should your family become the silk supplier to the sovereign, you would naturally acquire power," Shenlang suggested. "No, that power is too ephemeral," Lin Mo countered. "My son is studying at the Tian'an Martial Academy and is excelling. He is about to participate in the martial examination. His performance and the official position he will hold in the future are far more significant than the wealth my Lin family accumulates. Are you aware of Su Qianqian's new fiancée, Zhangjin?" "New fiancée? So soon?" Shenlang was taken aback. The Su family had just expelled him. And now Su Qianqian was engaged to Zhangjin? Lin Mo elaborated, "Zhangjin's backing is the Zhu family. You should know the Zhu family's weight in the nation. The Zhu family is the pinnacle of power in the state of Yu, the maternal family of the sovereign's consort, and Zhu Rong is the governor of Tian'an province, wielding immense influence. However, Zhangjin marrying Su Qianqian, a merchant's daughter, likely stems from his desire for the Su family's wealth as much as for her beauty." Lin Mo continued, "Zhangjin's father has just taken office as the governor of Nujian County, and Zhangjin, a formidable martial artist, was recently appointed as the commander of the Xuanwu city garrison. If I were to seize the Su family's business using the new formula, I would undoubtedly offend the Zhang family, the new power brokers. What would become of my son?" Shenlang replied, "You could simply choose not to purchase my formula and pretend nothing has transpired. Why, then must you betray me?" Lin Mo, the owner of Jinxiugo, chuckled. "You are but a trivial figure, devoid of any real worth. Your only significance lies in the animosity between me and the Su family. By selling you out, I gain a favor from them. What could be more advantageous? Moreover, this new formula is now firmly in my grasp. I can easily share it with the Su family, allowing us to engage in business together." Shenlang remarked, "The Su family has always regarded me with disdain, viewing me as insignificant. Their hatred towards me was negligible. However, by selling you the new formula and leveraging it to undermine the Su family's enterprise, I have suddenly become a target of their ire." "Indeed," Lin Mo interjected. "This only amplifies the Su family's debt of gratitude towards me, thereby securing my son's future." "Lin, you are quite ruthless. I understand now, Shenlang said, before making his exit. Upon returning to the main hall, several warriors from both the Lin and Su families encircled Shenlang. Meanwhile, Tian Shursen stood off to the side, appearing to be in a deep slumber, his eyes closed. Additionally, several officials from Xuanwu City had arrived. Among them a young official who was the chief scribe of the city's criminal administration. Shenlang could not help but cast a heavy glance in his direction. Su Chanqian softly addressed Shenlang. Tell these esteemed officials, did you steal the formula for this new dye? Are you acting out of resentment for being abandoned by me? If you confess now, we can overlook this matter, considering it a moment of folly. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame the Su family for their coldness. She believed that someone as uneducated and inept as Shenlang could never conceive such a brilliant dye formula. It must have been pilfered from somewhere. The source of the theft was irrelevant, as it would surely be pinned on the Su family. Confident in Shenlang's inability to develop such an impressive new formula, the Su family had no qualms about summoning several officials to the scene. Haraha! Shenlang suddenly burst into laughter. He had initially intended to covertly undermine the Su family, but found himself on the verge of confrontation. Chapter 12. What I desire is not victory, but domination. Shenlang could not help but cast another glance at Tian Shursan, as he embodied the will of the black clothing gang's Tianhong. Earlier, while Shenlang was engaged in dyeing, Lin Mo from the Jinsi Pavilion betrayed him, sending word to the Su family to come. Tian Shursan was evidently aware of this, but showed no intention of intervening or warning Shenlang. Therefore, Shenlang now found himself confronting three formidable entities: the Su family, the Lin family, and the black clothing gang led by Tianhong. In such a precarious situation, the wisest course of action would be to admit that the formula was stolen and immediately pursue the path of leveraging his connections. With power and influence secured, he could then seek vengeance. Su Chanqian had assured the officials of Xuanwu City that if Shenlang confessed, all would be forgiven. As a person who cherished her reputation, it was unlikely she would publicly humiliate him if he confessed. Instead, she would likely resort to financial means to have Tianhong deal with him discreetly, ensuring Shenlang's safety for the day. However, to allow such filth to be cast upon him, expecting him to accept it passively, that was entirely out of the question. Shenlang would never be so submissive. He gazed at Su Chanqian and inquired, "You claim that this golden dye formula is stolen. What evidence do you possess?" The head of the Su family scoffed. "You, Shenlang, are nothing but an untalented waste. My Su family has been in the silk business for decades, and we are unparalleled in our expertise with dyes. This golden dye formula is the result of painstaking research by Chanqian and me, consuming countless resources over several years. We kept this secret to surprise the Imperial Weaving Bureau. Yet, unexpectedly, you, a traitor, not only pilfered our property and harassed our maid, but also stole a formula vital to our family's livelihood." He then turned coldly to Su Chanqian. "Chanqian, why did you keep this new formula in a drawer?" Su Chanqian replied, "I am sorry, father. I trusted Shenlang completely and had no idea he would commit such an act." She then turned to Shenlang. "When you were with the Su family, if any servant bullied you, I would lash them and decree that anyone who dared speak ill of you would be expelled from our home. I did not disdain your intellectual shortcomings and spoke with you daily. Why would you betray my kindness? Even if it were for revenge against my abandonment, why would you sever the lifeline of my family? Moreover, if you had not committed those disgraceful acts, how could the Su family have expelled you?" Upon her words, the officials present exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, they believed half of what both the Su family head and Su Chanqian said. It was indeed true that the Su family excelled in silk dyes. Otherwise, their silk would not be exclusively supplied to the Imperial Weaving Bureau. Additionally, they had heard of Shenlang's reputation as a talentless fool, leading them to firmly believe that the new formula was developed by the Su family and stolen by Shenlang. Shenlang replied slowly, "You possess no evidence. Nor do I. Yet, it is clear that everyone will believe this new formula was crafted by your Su family, leaving me with no means to defend myself." The head of the Su family chuckled inwardly. "You understand, that is all that matters. This is truly delightful. Not only have we acquired an exquisite golden dye formula without effort, but we can also rightfully imprison Shenlang." Instantly, the head of the Su family declared coldly, "The truth is apparent. Apprehend him. Under torture, I do not believe this waste will not confess." The urgency of the Su family head was palpable. Shenlang smiled and said, "Though I may struggle to defend myself, proving my innocence is quite simple." He then turned to Su Chanqian. "Miss Chanqian, as an expert in dyes, I pose a question. Which color is the most challenging to produce? Su Qianqian answered, the most difficult color is certainly purple. Indeed, in ancient times, purple was the most challenging hue to dye, not yellow. While it was not impossible to create purple dye, initially from the roots of the purple grass, yielding inferior quality, better results were achieved through the use of the purple conch. The noble Qi Hung favored purple garments, with a single piece of purple cloth equating to 5 pieces of white. This illustrates its rarity and expense. In the West, purple dye was derived from the murex shell, which was highly coveted, even adorning the sails of ships. Yet, the cost of producing purple dye, whether from conch or murex, was staggering. Just 1 gram required 300 shells. Thus, in ancient Earth, purple dye was exceedingly rare and costly. In the world where Xunlang resided, no method had yet been discovered for extracting purple dye from these shells. So where did purple dye come from? It was directly produced by mixing blue and red dyes. However, the results were far from commendable. The inherent quality of both dyes was subpar, leading to a lackluster and uneven hue. The crucial issue lay in the differing wet fastness of the 2 dyes, resulting in purple silk that was prone to fading. Xunlang declared so. Purple dye is indeed more difficult to produce than yellow dye, correct? Su Qianqian affirmed, certainly. Purple dye is regarded as an insurmountable challenge in the realm of textiles. Xunlang proposed, to demonstrate whether this golden dye formula was stolen is quite straightforward. Let us tackle the challenge of creating purple dye together. The Su family shall mobilize all its resources to produce purple dye, while I, with no resources and merely myself, will attempt to create purple dye at the lowest possible cost. Then, before all present, we shall see whose purple is the most beautiful. What say you? His words elicited nods of agreement from the officials present. Su Qianqian and the head of the Su family exchanged glances, their intention being to imprison Xunlang outright. Uninterested in any competition, the head of the Su family sneered, why should we agree to such a waste of our time? Seize him, and under torture, he will surely confess. Had there been no officials present, Xunlang's proposal would have fallen flat, but fortunately, several officials were in attendance. Among them was a young official whom Xunlang recognized and remembered. This individual was responsible for the prisons in Xuanwu City and had recently passed the imperial examination, still brimming with youthful vigor. Upon meeting Xunlang's gaze, the young official spoke, Su family head, let him try. If he cannot produce a superior purple dye, it would prove that his claim to the golden dye formula is indeed theft, and he should be apprehended. With the young official's endorsement, the head of the Su family's expression turned icy as he scrutinized the young man. He realized the official was indeed Navi. Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, he could not refuse, especially since the official had already spoken. Moreover, he had no doubt Xunlang possessed no dyeing skills. No one understood Xunlang better than Su Qianqian. It was likely that the golden formula was obtained from some obscure corner, and the Su family was undoubtedly the expert in this field. Thus, Xunlang was destined to fail, whether sooner or later. Very well. Let us see how long this waste can prolong the inevitable. The head of the Su family relented. Xunlang asked, if the purple dye I create at lower cost is superior, what does that prove? Su Qianqian, reluctant, replied, that would imply the golden dye formula was not stolen. And we have wronged you, Xunlang asserted. Then you would have to acknowledge your slander and offer me an apology. The head of the Su family coldly retorted. Let us discuss that if you win, Xunlang declared. Then let us set a limit of 3 hours. After 3 hours, we shall compete, and the truth will be revealed. Agreed, proclaimed one of the officials present. The head of the Su family commanded, go home immediately, summon the finest artisans, and let Qianqian personally oversee the crafting of the finest purple dye. Understood, Su Qianqian replied. This time, the Su family would mobilize all their resources. Meanwhile, Xunlang remained solitary as he turned to Lin Mo and said, I will need to borrow your kitchen once again. Of course, Lin Mo responded. Upon entering the kitchen, Xunlang revealed his secret weapon, the finest source of purple dye, lichen. This moss was abundant and virtually worthless, yet the purple produced from it was the most vivid, vibrant, and splendid. In the 18th century in England, Cuthbert inadvertently discovered that a type of moss could yield an exceptional purple dye. Since then, this lichen-derived purple dye dominated the dyeing industry for over a century, until the rapid advancement of the chemical industry introduced more cost-effective synthetic purple dyes. Why had Xunlang prepared lichen in advance? It was his precautionary measure. Although the likelihood of Lin Mo betraying him was slim, he had mentally prepared for such a possibility and thus had secretly ready his trump card, which he now employed. Shen Lang crushed the lichen he had gathered and boiled it with coal, ash, and urine. Soon, he produced a pure purple hue. Next, he used alum to enhance its brightness. Before long, a cost-effective yet stunning purple dye emerged, surpassing anything this world had to offer. Shen Lang then took a piece of colorless silk and immersed it in the dye. After the dyeing process, he laid it out under the sun. The result was a beautiful purple silk, vibrant and noble in its essence, utterly eclipsing the purple silks of this world. However, Shen Lang's ambitions extended beyond mere purple. While one shade might suffice to outshine Su Chanqian, he craved a more resounding triumph. Seizing every moment, he utilized Lin Mo's materials to concoct 7 dyes, aiming to create the most magnificent, mysterious, and enchanting rainbow silk, dyeing red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet on the same piece of silk. By employing a segmented dyeing technique, and with sufficient speed and precision, the resulting rainbow silk would be breathtakingly ethereal. Though not a professional dyer, Shen Lang was an ardent dye enthusiast. During his time at the Silk Museum, he indulged in the art for over half a month, treating it as a captivating hobby. Furthermore, during his time in the Su household, he had frequently observed workers dyeing fabrics, leaving him with vivid memories. Most crucially, his extraterrestrial notebook contained detailed records of each step and material, ensuring he could execute the process adequately, if not perfectly. 3 hours later, Shen Lang's purple silk and rainbow silk were fully dyed. The purple silk alone was sufficient to triumph over Su Chanqian, while the rainbow silk was his ultimate weapon. An unprecedented marvel that would undoubtedly reduce the Su family's silk to mere remnants. Chapter 13. A stinging rebuke to the ex-wife, an apology offered. Although Shen Lang had yet to make his appearance, the exquisite purple silk dyed by the Su family lay elegantly upon the table. The grand hall was ablaze with dozens of candles, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight. Under the flickering glow of countless flames, the purple silk appeared especially resplendent. The finest dyeing artisan of the Su family bowed respectfully, addressing the gathered dignitaries. Esteemed gentlemen, this is our newly developed purple dye. It is no longer a mere blend of blue and red. Rather, it is extracted from a rare purple herb. We have refined our technique with utmost care, which is why we have not yet released it to the market. However, the dyeing effect is significantly superior to our previous offerings. The Su family head, Lin Mo, and others peered intently at the silk illuminated by the candlelight. Indeed, the vibrancy of the new dye was striking, marking a monumental leap in quality compared to prior versions. The color's purity had improved dramatically, and its brilliance surpassed all expectations. Truly, an exceptional new purple dye that promised great fortune for the Su family. A young official from the execution department examined the silk closely, reluctantly conceding that this new shade of purple was indeed remarkable. Although he was not of noble birth, he hailed from a prestigious lineage and held a particular fondness for purple satin, thus possessing an astute appreciation for such matters. Su Chanqian interjected, "Master Su, please elaborate on the new golden yellow dye to the gentleman." The esteemed artisan replied, "Respected sirs, my family has engaged in dyeing for generations, and I have pursued this craft since childhood. The yellow dye is exclusively reserved for the emperor, so I have invested most of my efforts into perfecting both the yellow and purple dyes. I have experimented with over 100 raw materials, including locust beans, and I present my original records as proof." He handed over a notebook filled with meticulous records of his various dyeing formulas, including locust beans. The young official responsible for the prisons of Xuanwu City, one of the chief clerks at the Lord's office, reviewed the documents and found them to be densely packed with formulae, confirming their authenticity. This Shen Lang was once the Su family's son-in-law, yet he was looked down upon for his lack of intelligence. For reasons unknown, he frequented my dyeing workshop, where he witnessed my experiments with locust beans for new dye formulations. The artisan continued. He did not completely fabricate his story. He had indeed experimented with locust beans for yellow dye, but he failed to realize that the addition of alum was the crucial step that would enhance the dye's brightness, an omission that rendered his efforts inadequate. The Su family head and Su Chanqian held unwavering confidence that the golden yellow dye formula was not conceived by Shen Lang, for they were all too familiar with his capabilities. He was a simpleton, utterly devoid of skill. The Su family head proclaimed, "Gentlemen, we have both witnesses and evidence present. It is time to apprehend him." Although he addressed the assembly, his gaze was fixed intently on the young clerk. If it were not for this meddlesome youth, Shen Lang would have been captured long ago. The young official, scrutinizing the notebook and the newly crafted purple silk in his hand, nodded in agreement. It appears to be the case, he stated coolly. Bring Xinlang in. The Su family had commanded. Seize him. Before the guards could act, the family's warriors took the initiative and rushed inside. At that moment, the door to the courtyard swung open, and Xinlang emerged. The Su family had coldly declared, Xinlang, with all evidence against you, prepare to be imprisoned. Xinlang turned to the young official, who stated blandly, all evidence points to your theft. Xinlang gazed at the purple silk upon the table, momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the Su family's new purple dye? It was undoubtedly superior to its predecessors, radiant in its purity. Yet, he thought, when compared to the purple dye he created from litmus lichen, it still fell short. The dye extracted from the purple herb appeared somewhat monotonous and lacked vibrancy. Xinlang chuckled. Su Qianqian, is this purple silk the pinnacle of your family's prowess? Surely you haven't withheld any secrets? None, Su Qianqian replied. Unless your purple dye surpasses ours, you remain an unrepentant thief, having stolen both the golden yellow dye formula and the new purple dye formula. Truly, a family traitor is the hardest to guard against. Without further ado, Xinlang produced his own purple silk and displayed it before everyone. Instantly, the Su family head and Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, first revealing disbelief, then an insatiable greed. In comparisons, the previous admiration for the Su family's purple silk paled against the brilliance of Xinlang's creation. While the Su family's silk was indeed pure, it appeared flimsy, cheap, and gaudy. In stark contrast, Xinlang's silk was deep, dynamic, and of an entirely different caliber. It was apparent without the need for judgment. The superiority was glaringly evident. Xinlang smirked. Su family head, Su Qianqian. Could it be that my new purple dye was stolen from your family as well? The Su family head and Su Qianqian exchanged incredulous glances, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Xinlang had been their son-in-law for several months, and she knew him well. Intellectually deficient, uneducated, completely inept. The only reason he had produced the golden yellow dye formula was due to having witnessed countless experiments by Master Su. Coupled with the fortunate discovery that locust beans combined with alum yielded a bright yellow. Such coincidences were not uncommon. Throughout history, countless new dye formulas had been discovered by chance. Thus, this contest should have been a guaranteed victory for the Su family. While they could have easily leveraged their connections and warriors to imprison Xinlang, the young clerk's interference had inadvertently granted him an opportunity to defend himself. The Su family was not intimidated by a mere clerk, but they recognized his esteemed lineage and authority over the prisons, making today's proceedings his domain. Reluctantly, the Su family yielded to the clerk's request for a fair competition, fully confident that Su Qianqian knew Xinlang would never prevail. Her assumptions were correct, but she failed to consider that the foolish Xinlang she once knew had perished, leaving behind a soul from another world. Xinlang sneered. Is the superiority of this silk's color not apparent enough? Then what about this? He unveiled his trump card, the rainbow silk. Under the dazzling glow of the multitude of candles, this rainbow silk was breathtakingly beautiful, a sight to behold. Everyone gasped in astonishment. How could this be? It was too exquisite, too ethereal. The array of colors danced harmoniously without a hint of gaudiness, the transitions so seamless and natural. If Xinlang's earlier purple silk had been a resounding triumph, this new rainbow-dyed silk was an absolute obliteration, rendering the Su family's purple silk utterly pedestrian and unworthy of comparison. With a smile, Xinlang inquired, Su family head, Su Qianqian, could it be that my new dye formula for this rainbow silk was also pilfered from your family? The air seemed to resonate with the sound of slaps to the face. The Su family head and Su Qianqian stared at Xinlang in disbelief. Had they misjudged this son-in-law? How could he be so proficient in the art of dyeing, while Su Qianqian remained utterly oblivious? This dyeing technique, perhaps of little consequence to others, held immense value for the Su family, capable of elevating their business to unprecedented heights. In ancient times, silk was relatively uniform. The essence lay in the coloring. Should one master the art of hue far surpassing that of competitors, the silk and fabric trade would be impervious to failure. Initially, I had deemed Xinlang a complete wastrel, yet he unexpectedly possessed a unique and exceptional skill. What a surprising revelation. Xinlang turned to the young official and said, Master Clerk, I beseech you to uphold justice. The young clerk glanced at the head of the Su family and inquired, could you please confirm whether this purple dye and the rainbow silk dye were stolen by Xinlang from the Su household? Instantly, the Su family head's countenance twitched in agitation. This young clerk was truly navi. Did he not perceive the subtle implications from his superior upon departing the city lord's office? Su Qianqian's fiancé was the son of the county magistrate. Did he not fear jeopardizing his future by offending the Zhang family? The Su family had cast a venomous gaze at the young clerk, harboring thoughts of having him dismissed. Yet, such actions required careful orchestration, necessitating the involvement of the county magistrate, and as a merchant, he could not afford to be disrespectful to a clerk in public. No, the Su family head declared coldly. The young clerk then turned to Su Qianqian and asked, "Miss Su, what is your opinion? Did Shun Lang steal the formula for this purple dye and the rainbow dye from your family?" Su Qianqian's beautiful eyes narrowed. She discerned that this young clerk harbored animosity towards the Su family. Did the Su family have some enmity with him? Or perhaps Zhang Jin had crossed paths with him before? What audacity did this young clerk possess to oppose the kin of the county magistrate? "No," Su Qianqian replied with calmness. "If that is the case, then Shun Lang is unjustly accused." The young clerk insisted, "Su family head, Miss Su, you ought to apologize to Shun Lang." The Su family head was instantly infuriated, snorting coldly before dramatically sweeping his sleeves and departing. After a moment of changing expressions, Su Qianqian offered a slight bow to Shun Lang and said, "I apologize. Due to some previous misunderstandings, you were wronged. Farewell." With that, she gracefully exited, her demeanor resolved. Upon returning, she had decided to instruct Zhang Jin to retaliate against the young clerk. No official harboring animosity towards the Su family would be tolerated within Xuanwu City. Once Su Qianqian had left, Shun Lang clasped his hands in salute to the young clerk and remarked, "Thank you, Master Clerk. It has been a long time. I hope you have been well. How have you fared in recent years? Is Miss Jean from the Xuanwu Count's residence doing well?" Chapter 14. The fateful connection between Shun Lang and the Count's daughter, the young chief scribe of Xuanwu City, named Wang Lian, is a mere 21 years of age. After achieving success in the imperial examinations, he assumed the noteworthy position of chief scribe. Notably, he has not relinquished his pursuit of scholarly endeavors, as he diligently continues his studies in preparation for the highest examinations. In ancient China, such a dual focus was generally frowned upon. One would typically serve as an aide while preparing for the exams. However, in this world, the rules seem more flexible. Though not originally from Xuanwu City, his family hails from Nanyuan County. He has garnered significant renown, making his name widely recognized even in distant locales. Moreover, he possesses another esteemed title, a distant relative of the Earl of Xuanwu. Did Shun Lang know this chief scribe? Indeed, he did. 3 years prior, Wang Lian had tutored Shun Lang in his studies for nearly half a month. This past experience is intertwined with another illustrious figure, the most beautiful maiden within a radius of hundreds of miles, the dream of every young man, Jean Mucklin, the daughter of the Earl of Xuanwu, often regarded as the princess of Xuanwu City. At that time, while leading a hunting party, Jean Mucklin had ventured to the back mountains of Shun Lang's home, where she encountered a formidable black bear, causing her steed to bolt in fright. Shun Lang, then an intellectually challenged bookworm, was seated in the middle of the path, engrossed in a primer and shaking his head in concentration. He had chosen this spot to protect a colony of ants relocating, vigilantly ensuring they were not trampled by passers-by. In a sudden turn of events, Jean Mucklin's startled horse charged directly towards Shun Lang, closely pursued by the massive black bear, which bore the marks of numerous arrows embedded in its hide. Just as it seemed Shun Lang would be trampled, Jean Mucklin dismounted swiftly, using one hand to restrain the frightened steed and thereby saving Shun Lang's life. Yet, the bear continued its furious advance, its enormous paw aimed at Jean Mucklin's head. With remarkable prowess, she drew her sword and severed the bear's head in a single stroke. At that moment, Shun Lang, having been grazed by the horse's hoof, lost consciousness from sheer fright rather than from any grave injury. This memory, though etched deeply, remained somewhat vague. Jean Mucklin had been clad in armor, her face obscured, leaving Shun Lang unaware of her noble identity. Upon revisiting this memory, Shun Lang recognized her as Jean Mucklin through the silver armor and the insignia of her party. Jean Mucklin had indeed saved Shun Lang's life, but since he had sustained injuries from her horse, she felt a sense of responsibility. Consequently, she dispatched a physician and some remedies to tend to Shun Lang's wounds, even visiting him personally, though he remained unconscious at the time. As the esteemed daughter of the Earl, Jean Mucklin held an elevated status far beyond that of Shun Lang, who was merely a nameless commoner. Despite this disparity, she took it upon herself to ensure his recovery, demonstrating the Earl's genuine care for the people. At the time, Wang Lian had just achieved success in the examinations and had not yet taken up the role of chief scribe. As a distant relative of the Earl, he was a guest at the Earl's residence. Even though he was related to Jean Mucklin, opportunities for interaction were scarce, as their statuses diverged significantly. Wang Lian harbored deep admiration for Jean Mucklin. Upon learning of her visit to Shen Lang, he sought to express his compassion by visiting Shen Lang's home. Discovering that Shen Lang was still studying in town, he took it upon himself to tutor him, hoping that should Jean Mucklin return, she would be impressed by his efforts. However, Shen Lang, at that time, was as dense as a block of wood, rendering Wang Lian's attempts futile. Gifted and accomplished, Wang Lian had passed the examinations at merely 18, yet he had never encountered anyone as dull as Shen Lang. After enduring 2 weeks of teaching, and with Jean Mucklin away on military matters, Wang Lian eventually abandoned his efforts, finding it an agonizing ordeal to teach such a simpleton. Nevertheless, a semblance of camaraderie remained between them. Upon their reunion, Wang Lian had grown a short beard and donned official attire. As Shen Lang's recollections were limited to a few clear figures, it took him some time to recognize Wang Lian. This connection emboldened Shen Lang to boldly challenge the Su family, presenting purple and rainbow dyes, knowing that Wang Lian held a grudge against Zhang Jin. During their previous tutoring sessions, Wang Lian had cursed Zhang Jin repeatedly. As Shen Lang called out to him as brother, Wang Lian frowned slightly, but refrained from responding. Instead, he chided, "Why forsake your studies in favor of die-making? Is this not a descent into folly?" His words were not mere prejudice. In this realm, 2 pursuits were held in the highest regard: scholarship and martial prowess, both equally esteemed. In contrast to the ancient Chinese dynasties, where literary figures often overshadowed martial ones. In the Dian dynasty, the distinction between the two was rendered irrelevant, both being part of the ruling class. However, the profession of die-making was regarded as a lowly trade. The skilled dyer from the Su family, though exceptional, remained nameless, merely referred to as Su the craftsman. Wang Lian's remarks were not entirely devoid of merit. He had spent half a month tutoring Shen Lang, and the memory of Shen Lang's utter foolishness lingered vividly in his mind. He believed that a person like Shen Lang, even with 100 years of study, would never pass the examinations, rendering the endeavor a waste of time, life, and resources. Regarding Jean Mucklin, the noble daughter of a century-old lineage, Wang Lian turned to Shen Lang and stated, "She is of unparalleled nobility, a lineage that elevates her above your humble station, and her name is not something a mere country bumpkin like you may utter." With that, Wang Lian turned on his heel and departed, a look of disdain upon his face. His earlier confrontation with the Su family had been motivated solely by his vendetta against Zhang Jin, seizing the opportunity to undermine the Su family, rather than out of any affection for Shen Lang. Despite having tutored Shen Lang, he felt no personal bond whatsoever. Wang Lian silently mocked Shen Lang's naive aspirations to forge connections with him as he rode away. After Wang Lian's departure, Lin Mo, the proprietor of the Jinxage, remarked, "Shen Lang, you have triumphed, delivering a resounding blow to the Su family. Yet, perhaps losing would have been preferable. Your situation is now far worse." Tian Shirsan of the Black Clothes Gang spoke with a hint of indifference. "Shen Lang, your fate is sealed." Lin Mo continued, "The chief scribe's actions stemmed from animosity towards the Su family, not from a desire to protect you. Thus, when trouble befalls you, do not expect his assistance. You are not worthy of his regard." Shen Lang was well aware of this. Wang Lian, young and impetuous, born into a prestigious family, would hardly regard a destitute peasant with any seriousness. Based on his recollections, Shen Lang understood Wang Lian thoroughly. Yet today, leveraging Wang Lian's animosity against the Su family was sufficient for Shen Lang. He harbored no illusions of forging any relationship with him. Moreover, it would soon come to pass that Shen Lang would become Wang Lian's romantic rival. Thus, Shen Lang's family remained ensnared in peril, even finding themselves in a more precarious situation, as the Su family now harbored a greater desire to eliminate him. He was merely biding his time, needing but a single day to execute his reversal plan. Should he succeed, the tide would turn entirely in his favor, allowing him to rise above all others. At that juncture, the Su family, the Lin family, and Tian Hung would not dare to harm him, instead trembling at the prospect of Shen Lang's potential retribution. The key to this crucial day lay in the value of the rainbow dye, which was precisely why he had recently crafted the rainbow silk. This silk must be nothing short of breathtaking, showcasing immense worth, compelling the Su family to covet it. If all went as anticipated, Su Qianqian would soon return to seek him out. The day's events were indeed fraught with danger, yet they were largely within his calculations. Indeed, shortly after Shenlang departed from Lin Mo's splendid pavilion, Su Qianqian appeared, her carriage coming into view. Shenlang, I previously underestimated you. Su Qianqian spoke softly. I never imagined you would learn dying for my sake. You are truly thoughtful. Why did you not mention this before? Her thoughts were entirely reasonable. For Shenlang had once been utterly captivated by Su Qianqian, willing to sacrifice everything for her. Given that the Su family dealt in textiles and silk, it was only natural for Su Qianqian to perceive Shenlang's efforts to please her and become a valuable asset as commendable. However, the craft of dyeing was not suited for the merely clever. It required a singularly focused individual, one willing to undergo countless experiments to ultimately discover the most exquisite formula. Had you disclosed this earlier, I would not have had to cast you out. Su Qianqian's tone softened further. Our marriage was never genuine. I am to wed young Master Zhang Jin. Yet, you could still return to the Su family as a revered guest. What say you? Shenlang remained silent. Su Qianqian, her gaze tender, continued, Shenlang, I shall provide you with 10 gold coins each month, sufficient to support your entire family. All I ask is that you share the formulas for the purple and rainbow dyes. I will ensure the finest dyeing house is prepared, allowing you to dedicate yourself entirely to the art of dyeing, becoming the most exceptional artisan. Do you not love me dearly? Are you not willing to sacrifice everything for me? This way, you would be aiding me. Chapter 15. Mulan brings home Shenlang x Qin Qian. This woman truly possesses an inflated sense of self-worth. I could cast you aside, yet you remain infatuated with me as always. When you, Shenlang, are of no use, you are dismissed. When you are useful, you become a servant in my household. Shenlang said nothing and turned away in silence. X Qin Qian remarked, Shenlang, even if you possess dyeing skills, it changes nothing. You are still the same person you were before. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your dyes, which outshine our craftsmen, are something remarkable. We have dozens of dye craftsmen, all of whom remain nameless. This was indeed true. The so-called dye craftsmen were merely lowly servants, as technology was not the primary force of production in this world. Thus, even if Shenlang could create dyes, in X Qin Qian's eyes, he was nothing more than a rustic peasant, regardless of his handsome appearance. You cannot read. You cannot fight. You possess no skills. Without entering my family's dye house, you would find it impossible to earn a living, she continued. And do not forget, you owe TNH 1,000 gold coins. Lin Mo refused to purchase Shenlang's new dye formula, and X's family sought to exploit him, meaning that 1,000 gold coins would undoubtedly remain unpaid. At that moment, TNSHSN appeared before Shenlang like a specter, declaring, I will reiterate my warning. If you do not procure 1,000 gold coins by nightfall, I will annihilate your family. The black-clad gang always fulfills its promises. X Qin Qian softly added, Shenlang, you are out of options. You have less than a day to acquire this 1,000 gold coins. Your only path to survival is to align yourself with my family and unconditionally offer both dye formulas. In return, I can persuade TNH Ing to forgive your debt. TNSHSN interjected, Dawn is approaching. Tonight, we will come to your home for the money. Your time is limited. Less than 7 hours remain. X Qin Qian continued, Shenlang, do you truly hold any hope for Master Wang Lian? He cannot possibly come to your rescue. Moreover, today he is not here to save you. His visit is solely to settle his grievances with my fiancée, Zhang Jian, and he has no concern for your plight. X Qin Qian spoke truthfully. TNSHSN assured Shenlang, rest assured. We of the black-clad gang will capture your family under legitimate charges and subsequently find a pretext to make you all vanish. Your family is but an outsider, akin to a rootless floating weed. X Qin Qian warned, should we not receive the purple and rainbow dye formulas from the X family before nightfall? I cannot guarantee what will transpire. The black-clad gang is known for its ruthless methods. Shenlang, though you may lack intelligence, be wise in this matter. With that, X Qin Qian boarded her carriage and departed. TNSHSN turned back, stating, before sunset, we shall collect the money from your home. He then hefted his sword onto his shoulder and strolled away. He no longer needed to follow Shenlang, for Shenlang was exceedingly filial, ensuring his family was well guarded, thus limiting his own movements. Throughout this ordeal, Shenlang remained silent, merely observing the performance of the two. After walking several meters, X Qin Qian lifted the curtain of her carriage, glancing at the solitary figure of Shenlang in the street, and suddenly burst into laughter. Weakness is indeed a sin. He truly resembled a dog. Shenlang, to have the opportunity to serve in my household is a remarkable favor. Otherwise, a person as incapable as you would surely perish from hunger. Such thoughts were only expressed by Qin Qi in solitude. Otherwise, they would tarnish her grace and appear cruel. Shenlang stood in the middle of the street. For him, acquiring wealth had become utterly meaningless. No matter how much money he earned, without power and protection, it would only bring disaster. This is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. The X family, the LN family, and TNH black-clad gang. Any one of these forces loomed large over Shenlang. TNH and the X family would undoubtedly take action tonight, using his parents' and brothers' lives to coerce Shenlang into surrendering the two dye formulas. Even if he complied, unless he remained in the X household as a servant for life, tirelessly developing new dyes, his family would never find peace. This issue must be resolved once and for all. Originally, his plan to rely on others was meant to mature further, requiring certain groundwork and momentum. However, it appeared that he must expedite his efforts. Shenlang mentally rehearsed this scheme over and over. As dawn approached, the time had come for Shenlang to hasten his departure from the city, seeking the territories of the prominent aristocracy within a few hundred miles, the Earl of Xuanwu's estate. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of galloping hooves shattered the dawn's tranquility, causing the ground to tremble. Shenlang turned to see a cavalry unit approaching. This was an elite force, numbering over 100 riders, each clad in armor, mounted upon magnificent steeds, wielding great swords, and bearing large shields. Shenlang could immediately discern the immense wealth required to forge such a cavalry. In both ancient China and medieval Europe, such cavalry constituted an undeniable elite force. Who could possess such formidable horsemen and such an impressive display? Soon, Shenlang spotted the insignia on the cavalry's banners and shields. This was the cavalry of the Earl of Xuanwu. The Jin family, the true aristocracy of a century-old lineage, had guarded Xuanwu City for 300 years. Indeed, the city's name derived from their title. In a sense, the Earl of Xuanwu was the true Lord of Xuanwu City. The leader of this cavalry, clad in silver armor and of tall stature, wore a helmet that obscured her face, revealing only two piercing eyes. Yet those eyes, glimmering like autumn waters, were strikingly beautiful. Even without seeing her face, her identity was unmistakable. She was the legendary goddess of the region, the princess of Xuanwu City, the dream of countless young heroes. The pillar of the Earl of Xuanwu's household, JNMLN. Shenlang was momentarily taken aback. He intended to visit the Earl's estate. Yet he had not anticipated encountering her here. "Step aside. Clear the street," shouted the two heralds at the front of the cavalry, urging Shenlang to move from the center of the road. Given Shenlang's frail physique, a collision with this cavalry would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic fate. He quickly retreated to the edge of the street to make way for them. However, just as he was about to leave the street, he deliberately stumbled, slowing his pace. As he had devised a small plan in the moment. Bam! One of the cavalrymen, riding at the edge of the unit, brushed past Shenlang with such force that it sent him flying. He had staged a collision. "My dear wife, you hit me 3 years ago. Why not do it again and take me home?" Shenlang mused internally, as his body flew several meters before crashing to the ground. Though not a professional at staging such events, this time he executed the angle and timing flawlessly. Upon landing, he feigned injury, biting his gums to draw blood, ensuring he appeared pitiful. JNMLN's gaze narrowed, and with a graceful motion of her jade hand, the entire cavalry came to an abrupt halt within mere moments. The two riders in front dismounted to check on Shenlang's condition. But JNMLN was faster, leaping from her mount and soaring through the air, covering a distance of several meters. Shenlang was taken aback. Marveling at the impressive display, Jean Mulan approached him, crouched down, and removed her gloves to place her delicate hand near his nostrils to gauge his breath. Instinctively, Shenlang activated his X-ray vision and intelligence brain. Even through the armor, he clearly discerned one piece of information. 36E. Good heavens! Although it was entirely out of sight, he felt a surge of warmth within him. This young man was exceedingly handsome, and he appeared somewhat familiar to her. This was Jean Mulan's initial impression. Shenlang's injuries were not severe, and his breathing was naturally steady and strong. However, being a doctor, he effortlessly feigned a state of near death. His breath faint as a whisper, and with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he presented a truly pitiable sight, causing Jean Mulan's beautiful eyes to tremble. The entire populace of Xuanwu City were subjects of her family, and from a young age, her father had instilled in her the principle of caring for the people as one would their own children. Though it was unfortunate that commoners who obstructed the army's path met their demise, Jean Moulin would absolutely not permit an innocent civilian to perish before her eyes. "General, I shall escort him to the nearest medical facility for treatment," one of her attendants suggested. "Absolutely not," Shenlang thought inwardly. "Dear wife, take me home." Jean Moulin shook her head. "No, I cannot trust an ordinary clinic. The physicians of the Earl's residence possess superior skills. We must take him back to the manor for treatment. We cannot allow an innocent civilian to die beneath our hooves." "Ah." Her voice was melodious, crisp like ice descending into a lake. "Indeed," her attendant responded, and then, with a graceful lift, carried Shenlang effortlessly, stepping into the stirrup and mounting the horse. Jean Moulin's attendant was also a woman, though she was more robust than the average man. Shenlang felt a twinge of embarrassment being cradled in her arms, all while maintaining the guise of unconsciousness. "Return to the manor," Jean Moulin commanded, leading the cavalry swiftly back to the Earl of Xuanwu's residence. The injured yet strikingly handsome Shenlang was rescued by Princess Jean Moulin of Xuanwu City. "Shenritian, the moment that shall determine your fate has arrived." Shenlang urged himself onward. Whether he could save his entire family, vanquish the Su family, eliminate Tianhong, and thereafter live a life of indulgence and splendor rested solely on his forthcoming actions. Chapter 16. The marriage of the goddess Moulin. The Earl of Xuanwu's residence is not situated within the city, but rather boasts an independent estate and castle, located over 20 miles from Xuanwu City. Previously, Shenlang had merely glimpsed this magnificent castle from a distance, awestruck by its grandeur. Yet his station rendered him entirely unqualified for entry. The Su family, a wealthy and powerful lineage, holds considerable sway within Xuanwu City. However, even the head of the Su family can only visit this castle a mere 2 or 3 times a year, typically greeted only by the steward. The Su family estate is already ample and opulent, yet pales in comparison to the Earl's domain before him. The Earl of the Jean family possesses genuine feudal lands, distinctly different from those nobles who merely hold titles without substance. Over the past several centuries, the Xuanwu Earl's territories once exceeded 5,000 square kilometers. However, following political upheaval, the Great Yin dynasty and the Yu kingdom both underwent a series of reforms, resulting in a significant reduction of the Earl's lands. Nonetheless, the Earl of Xuanwu remains the paramount ruler of Xuanwu City. The Earl's estate encompasses thousands of acres, complete with arable land, farms, orchards, vineyards, and more. The castle stands atop a hill several hundred meters high, covering over 100,000 square meters, with walls thicker and taller than those of Xuanwu City, and a garrison surpassing that of the city itself. Thus, if war were to erupt and Xuanwu City were to fall, this territory would not be considered lost. However, should the Earl's castle be compromised, the region would indeed be declared conquered. At this moment, Shenlang stepped into the castle, a structure steeped in centuries of history, the most noble edifice within the entire Nujiang County. Lady Jean Moulin of the Earl's household, having shed her silver armor, remained clad only in a form-fitting snakeskin outfit, accentuating her alluring physique, her firm bosom and rounded hips nearly bursting forth. Having trained rigorously, she stood taller than most men, her long legs unmatched, exuding both strength and beauty. Her elongated and athletic form bore curves so striking that they were almost difficult to behold. Stripping off her snakeskin attire, Moulin immersed herself in a vast bath. After returning from military campaigns, nothing was more pleasurable than soaking in a hot bath. Once refreshed, she donned a suit of men's attire and proceeded to pay her respects to her parents. In her male garb, she appeared even more gallant and strikingly beautiful. "Father, mother." Lady Jean Moulin bowed respectfully. The Earl's study was not overly lavish, yet every item within bore a century of history, exhibiting a refined and understated elegance. Most of the books within were also over 100 years old. The Earl of Xuanwu, Jean Jua, in his 50s, possessed a handsome countenance and a tranquil demeanor, though occasionally his gaze could pierce the soul like a blade. A martial man of considerable skill, he rarely bore a sword, often preferring to hold a scroll instead. Despite his high status, he seldom donned luxurious garments, usually appearing in cotton or linen attire. He adorned himself minimally, with the only token of nobility being a jade pendant at his waist. "Moulin has returned? How did the martial demonstration go?" inquired the Earl. "Quite well. I did not disgrace the Jean family," Moulin replied. The Earl smiled. If you say it went well, then it must have been excellent. His gaze towards his daughter was filled with affection and complexity, and with a soft sigh, he lamented, if your brother possessed even a fraction of your valor, our family would not fear a lack of heirs. Alas, father, is the situation truly that dire? Milan asked. Very much so, the Earl replied. The entire Great Yin dynasty is implementing reforms, and the Yu Kingdom is no exception. The will of the monarch is increasingly evident. The transition of power from old to new will accelerate, and the established nobility will inevitably see their lands and military power diminished. In such turbulent times, with such an incapable heir, I fear for the future of our Jin family, jeopardizing centuries of legacy. How can I face our ancestors after my demise? The mention of his son filled the Earl with deep frustration, his disappointment palpable. With a daughter like me, our Earl's household shall not falter, Milan declared. Her words were not mere bravado. She truly was the pillar of the Earl's estate and the pride of her parents. However, a daughter must eventually marry, and Mulan was already 22. A daughter who remains unmarried, assisting her brother and safeguarding our family's legacy for a century, Mulan proclaimed coldly. Whoever insists I marry shall sever our family's future. They will become our sworn enemy. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, the sacrifice of their daughter weighing heavily on the hearts of the Earl and his wife, rendering them speechless even in the face of comfort. After a prolonged silence, the Earl shifted the conversation. Today, upon your return, your cavalry injured someone in the streets of Xuanwu City? Indeed, Milan acknowledged. Ensure they receive proper medical attention, and once they recover, provide them with compensation to return home. Especially in these times, our family requires a good reputation. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, My lord, doctor seeks an audience. Let him in, commanded the Earl. A moment later, an elderly man entered, the Earl's physician, Anzaishi. It was he who would oversee the treatment of the young man Shenlang, whom Mulan had brought to the Earl's estate. My lord, the old physician bowed deeply. The young man who was injured has awakened and is in stable condition. Mulan was taken aback. Had not the young man sustained severe injuries? That is fortunate. The Earl replied, though he was somewhat surprised that such a minor matter required his attention as Earl. Surely the steward could manage it. And Zaishi continued, The young man has expressed a desire to meet with you, my lord. To see me? The Earl was astonished. This young man seemed rather presumptuous. Even officials from Xuanwu City would not dare seek an audience so boldly, let alone an ordinary youth. The physician added, He claims to have important matters to discuss with you, concerning the young lady's marriage. Upon hearing this, the Earl's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. His brows furrowed as he nodded. If he is indeed unharmed, let him come before me. Shenlang, indeed, suffered no serious injuries, though his limbs were sore, and he walked with some difficulty, his pallor indicating a long night without rest. Upon entering the Earl's study, he bowed and said, I am Shenlang, here to pay my respects to your lordship. He was a citizen of Xuanwu City and, in a sense, a subject of the Earl. Thus he ought to kneel in reverence. However, having come from modern Earth, Shenlang was reluctant to bow to anyone. The Earl's expression was not particularly warm. Yet neither did he feign authority. His gaze fell upon Shenlang's face, taken aback by the young man's striking handsomeness. Such beauty was indeed rare among the rural folk. A student? The Earl inquired. What is your rank? I am a student of the Coldwater Town Academy. Shenlang replied, somewhat embarrassed. The Coldwater Town Academy was merely a primary education institution akin to an elementary school in modern Earth, and he felt a bit ashamed to mention it, especially since he had not even graduated, having been expelled. The Earl frowned. You appeared delicate. Your parents must have indulged you, allowing you to focus solely on your studies. Yet at your age, to have never entered the Academy of Xuanwu City is a grave disappointment, truly unfilial. At this moment, the Earl harbored a certain disdain for Shenlang. His own son, though lacking in ambition and accomplishments, still surpassed this young man by a considerable margin. Upon hearing the Earl's words, Shenlang felt a flicker of goodwill towards him, sensing that he regarded all the inhabitants of Xuanwu City as his own subjects. Upon learning of Shenlang's academic struggles, the Earl promptly assumed the role of a parental figure, chiding him on behalf of his parents. Have you sustained any serious injuries from my cavalry? The Earl inquired. Shenlang replied, I am quite well, merely experiencing some discomfort in my muscles and bones. The Earl continued, You mentioned there was something of great importance concerning my daughter's matrimonial affairs that you wished to share. Pray, enlighten me. Shenlang responded, I have heard that the Zhu family intends to seek your daughter's hand in marriage. Zhu Hongxue wishes to wed Miss Jean Muquan of the Earl's household. This is a closely guarded secret, known to very few at present. Instantly, the Earl's expression shifted dramatically. The Zhu family? They were among the most powerful aristocrats of the state of Yu, kin to the monarch. The governors of Tiannan and the general of Pingnan hailed from the Zhu family. Should Miss Jean Muquan marry outside, who would safeguard the Earl's household? Who would command the private army of the Jean family? This was a calculated attempt to undermine the foundation of the Xuanwu Earl's estate and to sever the pillars of his lineage. Chapter 17. The Goddess Belongs to Me. Shenlang. After a considerable time, Count Xuanwu finally regained his composure and inquired. The Zhu family's proposal is shrouded in secrecy. Even I was unaware of it. How is it that you came to know? Whose lips divulged this information? Indeed, the gazes of the few individuals present settled upon Shenlang, questioning how someone of his humble stature could be privy to such confidential matters. Shenlang replied, "It was Zhang Jin, the new fiancé of the Su family's daughter." Zhang Jin, Count Xuanwu echoed, "The new commander of the garrison in Xuanwu City?" "Precisely," Shenlang confirmed. "When I was forced out of the Su family by Su Qianqian after marrying into their household, her new fiancé, Zhang Jin, mentioned that a wedding must be arranged promptly, as the Zhu family intends to propose to your family. Zhu Hongxue wishes to marry Miss Jean Mulan." In his arrogance, he let slip this information, assuming me to be a fool, and subsequently instructed Su Qianqian to keep it a secret. At this moment, a trusted aide approached the Countess' ear, whispering something, evidently revealing Shenlang's background. In Xuanwu City, Shenlang was a figure of notoriety. While others hesitated to marry into the Su family, he boldly stepped forward, gaining a certain level of fame. The townsfolk were well aware of the foolish waste who had become the Su family's son-in-law. All his past was laid bare, including nearly a decade of education without even completing the rudimentary courses, alongside his questionable intellect. Just 2 days prior, the Su family had publicly announced that their son-in-law, Shenlang, had stolen from their household and harassed a maid, resulting in his expulsion from the Su family. The aide's voice rose slightly, seemingly to ensure Shenlang would hear. Upon hearing this, Count Xuanwu furrowed his brow. Whether Shenlang had indeed stolen from the Su family or harassed their maid was uncertain. The Count was inclined to disbelieve it. However, the fact that Shenlang had spent nearly a decade in education without even completing the primary curriculum and was thus sent home as a failure was indisputable. Such a young man was indeed deeply disappointing. Furthermore, many perceived Shenlang's willingness to marry into the Su family as mere vanity. The Count detested young people who were idle and vain. Thus his impression of Shenlang was quite unfavorable. Under normal circumstances, he would have surely admonished him. But at this moment, the significance of Shenlang's revelation overshadowed all else, as it directly pertained to the fate of the Count's estate. Instantly, he deduced that Shenlang's words were likely true. The Zhang family had recently risen to nobility, and their backing came from the Zhu family. Zhang Jin's father, Zhang Chong, had just been appointed as the governor of Nujiang County, a position secured through the recommendation of Zhu Rong, the governor of Tiannan province. Thus, it was no surprise that Zhang Jin was privy to the Zhu family's secrets. Count Xuanwu Jin Zhuo was familiar with Zhang Jin and had heard whispers among the elite of Xuanwu City regarding the Zhang family's financial struggles. It was astonishing that the son of a governor would wed the daughter of a wealthy merchant, particularly one who had previously invited a son-in-law into their family. Count Jin Zhuo could understand the Zhang family's rapid ascent and unstable foundation. To continue growing, they required substantial wealth. However, with all eyes on the Zhang family, they could not afford to be greedy, making a union with a super-rich family essential. Thus, the alliance between the Zhang and Su families epitomized the merging of power and wealth. The Count immediately ordered several teams to investigate the official roads, commanding that should they encounter any members of the Zhu family, they should report back without delay. It is imperative to ascertain the whereabouts of the Zhu family's suitors. He commanded. Yes. One of the aides rushed out, prepared to lead the investigation into the Zhu family's whereabouts. Then, the Count turned to Shenlang, saying, "Young man, my impression of you is not favorable. However, the information you have provided is of utmost importance and has earned you significant merit. Speak of your desires. As long as they do not contravene the laws of the land or moral principles, I shall grant them." Shenlang's regard for the Count soared once more. Such straightforwardness. Without verification, the Count was already offering substantial rewards. It was clear that whatever Shenlang desired, whether it be wealth or land, he need only express a number. Moreover, The Count was willing to resolve any troubles Shunlang might face, implying that the threats from the Su family, Lin family, and Tianheng could be effortlessly neutralized. A mere word from the Count would ensure these families would not dare to harm Shunlang in the slightest. Yet, Shunlang sought more than just this. Such a pivotal bargaining chip, merely to dissolve his current peril, seemed far too trivial in exchange for his aspirations. He aimed to seize this opportunity to remain within the Count's estate, seeking to draw closer to Jean Mulan, continually showcasing his presence until he could ultimately marry the goddess. Shunlang vowed that with his remarkable talent and handsome visage, he would surely leave an indelible impression on the goddess within a fortnight. I wish to remain in the Count's estate and secure a position, Shunlang humbly stated. He refrained from mentioning the threats posed by the Su family and Tianheng, as it was unnecessary. As long as he secured a position within the Count's estate, these families would naturally refrain from endangering his kin. The Count's brow furrowed upon hearing this. His previous impression of Shunlang was far from favorable. Here was a young man, idle and vain, who had not applied himself to his studies, and on top of that, had chosen to marry into the Su family, a clear display of vanity and immense filial disrespect. Furthermore, the Count suspected that Shunlang's desire to remain in the estate was underpinned by ulterior motives. Nonetheless, the Count's discernment was keen. However, having spoken, he felt compelled to honor his word. And considering Shunlang's youth, any flaws he possessed might be rectified under the stern tutelage of the Count's estate. Since you wish to secure a position within my estate, I shall grant it. Moreover, given your valuable information, I will ensure that you are not relegated to a servant's role. However, the Count's tone grew stern. You must understand that your stay here will not be a life of ease. You will not be permitted to indulge in idleness. Instead, you will face rigorous training. Can you endure such hardship? Endure hardship? Well, perhaps not, Shunlang thought. Enduring laborious toil was something he sought to avoid. Yet, for the goddess, he could manage a few days of hardship. Only a few, as anything more would be intolerable. Indeed, Shunlang agreed readily. Then, the Count stepped forward, squeezing Shunlang's shoulder, shaking his head. Your physical constitution is rather poor. At your age, martial training is unwise. You should focus on your studies. Henceforth, you shall study alongside the heir. Your parents have coddled you, but my estate will not. I shall ensure you are molded into a person of worth. Shunlang was taken aback. Was this not akin to being a refined study companion akin to those in classic tales? Very well, given your condition, rest for now. Tomorrow, you shall begin your studies with the heir. I will inform your parents and send a sum of gold to them, the Count added. Should you encounter any difficulties, I will also address them. Such grandeur from a great figure. Yes, Count, Shunlang replied. Jin Zhong, go to the estate's tailor and have Shunlang fitted for several new garments, the Count's wife instructed. Yes, my lady, the old servant replied. A wave of warmth washed over Shunlang. The Count and his wife were truly commendable individuals. Count, Countess, and Miss, I shall take my leave. Shunlang bowed and exited. However, before he could reach the doorway, a figure rushed in, one of the Count's trusted aides, who had just been about to lead a team to investigate the Zhu family's whereabouts. He returned in haste, barely a quarter of an hour later. Master, a grave situation has arisen. The trusted aide knelt and said, our scouts have just sent a carrier pigeon from Nujiang County, informing us that a prominent figure from the Zhu family arrived in Nujiang City last night, and his destination is none other than the residence of Count Xuanwu. What? The Count exclaimed in shock. What? Shunlang echoed internally, a wave of dread washing over him. This was a dire predicament. He had successfully executed the first step by remaining within the Count's estate. In the coming days, he would proceed to the second step, continually showcasing his presence and making himself known. Then would come the third step, finding a way to enter the Count's family through marriage. Indeed, it would be through marriage. For the situation was quite clear. Jean Mulan could never be married off to another. Yet, the fact that a significant figure from the Zhu family had already arrived in Nujiang City meant that he would seek Jean Mulan's hand at the Xuanwu residence this very evening. Leaving no time to waste, the notion of continually making a mark, of asserting his existence, had become utterly irrelevant. There was simply not enough time. How could it be that I was given no more than half a month, not even 3 days, not even a single day? This meant that Jean Mulan was to wed today, leaving Shunlang with at most 2 or 3 hours. Otherwise, his beloved would belong to another, and his dreams of wealth and glory would vanish. No, she is mine. Note, please support. Chapter 18. Shunlang's Proposal. Mulan's selection. Shunlang's mind raced with countless schemes. At that moment, The grand door abruptly closed, leaving him outside. This was to be expected, as the Earl was to deliberate upon secret matters, and Shenlang, being merely an outsider, could not be permitted to partake. Who has arrived from the Zhu family? The Earl inquired. The brother of Governor Zhu Rong, General Zhu Lin. A confidant replied, presenting a confidential letter dispatched from Nujiang City via carrier pigeon. The Earl read it, and his face darkened. It was indeed General Zhu Lin, a most troubling development. This indicated that the Zhu family was resolute in their intentions. Such a proposal could have been made openly, yet General Zhu hastened here in secrecy, intending to catch the Earl's household unprepared and deny the Jin family any chance of refusal. Zhu Hongshua's courtship of Jin Mulan was no ordinary union. It was a calculated move to implement new policies. The aim was to seize the fief and military power of the Xuanwu Earl's estate. Most crucially, it would leave the Earl's household bereft of a capable military leader, as the Earl's heir was a dullard incapable of safeguarding the family legacy. Should Jin Mulan wed Zhu Hongxue, it would dismantle the very pillars of the Earl's estate, indirectly usurping its military authority. My lord, Lady Earl trembled, can we refuse? The Earl shook his head. We cannot. The Zhu family is a behemoth. To openly reject them would be tantamount to declaring war. Furthermore, there may be the king's will behind this proposal. Jin Mulan declared, I shall never marry outside my family. I must remain here to assist my brother and safeguard the century-old foundation of the Jin clan. Anyone who seeks to take it from me must tread over my dead body. The Earl, gasping for breath, furrowed his brow, pacing uneasily within the chamber. Mulan, I would rather you mar your beauty, she proposed, drawing a dagger, ready to mar her exquisite visage at the Earl's command. No, the Xuanwu Earl declared emphatically. While I must protect our family's legacy, my foremost duty is to shield my daughter from harm. Even if you were to disfigure yourself, the Zhu family would still pursue you, unless I wed today, inviting a suitor into our household and formally marrying before General Zhu Lin arrives, establishing a fact that would deter him from pursuing me. Mulan asserted. Indeed, this was the sole viable option. A formal engagement was unnecessary for an incoming son-in-law. General Zhu Lin was less than 200 miles from the Xuanwu Earl's residence and would arrive by nightfall. Originally, the Earl had intended to select a suitable candidate for the son-in-law position, but now, if a marriage was to occur tonight, the invitations must be dispatched before noon, necessitating the selection of a suitor within 2 hours. Observing his beautiful and resolute daughter, the Xuanwu Earl felt a pang of tenderness. Mulan, the Zhu family is at its zenith, and Zhu Hongxue is a promising match. I cannot sacrifice your happiness for the sake of family interests. Would you reconsider? My father. Mulan replied, to contribute to the family is my greatest joy. You must understand, my brother will not be able to uphold our ancestral legacy after your passing. I will not marry. The Earl, filled with sorrow and pride, took up a brush and inscribed 5 names on a sheet of paper. These 5 were exceptional young men. The Earl's ideal candidates for son-in-law. He had been searching for a husband for Mulan for 3 years. Though broaching the subject of an incoming son-in-law was fraught with difficulty, not to mention Mulan's constant refusals. Now, with time pressing, a decision was imperative. The first name on the list was Wang Lian, an 18-year-old scholar, currently the chief clerk in Xuanwu City and a distant relative of the Earl. The second was Mo Yi, a martial genius from Xuanwu City, who had excelled in martial examinations at 16 and was diligently training for the next stage of his career. Both were young men of immense promise, while the remaining 3 were also distinguished youths cultivated within the Earl's household, possessing both literary and martial talents. Their loyalty to the Earl's family unquestionable. All 5 young men admired Jin Mulan, viewing her as the embodiment of their dreams. Jin Zhong. Dispatch someone with utmost urgency to summon these 5 individuals to the estate for Mulan to select from, the Earl commanded, handing over the list to his loyal servant. The Earl felt a deep sense of guilt toward his daughter, having limited his choices to 5, while ultimately leaving the final decision to Mulan. Yes, Jin Zhong replied, tucking the list into his garments before exiting to send forth a dozen knights in search of the candidates. Mulan, the Earl reassured, though time is short. I will ensure you find the best suitor, one who will guarantee your lifelong happiness. Choose wisely among these 5 exceptional young men. At that moment, Shenlang entered, saying, My Lord Earl, Miss Mulan, may I join the competition? I wish to marry you. This declaration left everyone present in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. The Earl, despite his composure, felt the urge to explode with indignation. Not only the Earl, but the others present regarded Shenlang with a mix of disdain and incredulity. as if he were a fool for daring to seek the hand of the Earl's daughter. Just you? They thought. You wish to marry the Earl's daughter? Your looks might suffice, but you are better suited for a different occupation than harboring such lofty aspirations. What is your lineage? A mere peasant living in a thatched cottage. Indeed, one cannot choose their origins, yet if one were truly exceptional, the Earl might consider it. However, Shen Lang had been expelled from the local academy after 10 years of study, akin to an 18-year-old who had yet to graduate elementary school on Earth. He hailed from a poor farming family, yet was utterly incapable, lazy, and a waste of potential. The entire Xuanwu city knew of Shen Lang's reputed lack of intellect. When compared to the Earl's 5 candidates, Shen Lang was utterly insignificant. While those 5 young men were either erudite or formidable in martial prowess, Shen Lang possessed none of these attributes. Most intolerable was the fact that he had forsaken his parents for wealth, only to be cast out by the Su family and subsequently abandoned by Su Qianqian. Yet he still dared to pursue the Earl's daughter? What do you take our family for? They thought. The Earl's daughter is far superior to Su Qianqian. Even as an incoming son-in-law, one must be meticulously chosen. You are but a frog dreaming of swan meat. Lady Earl stepped forward, gently soothing her husband's back. My lord, do not be angered. It is well known that Shen Lang is not of sound mind, and is but a child. Why should we lower ourselves to his level? The Xuanwu Earl took a deep breath. Indeed, this was a troubled youth, a child at that. Why should a noble earl stoop to engage with him? Take this wayward boy home, and present 10 gold coins to his parents as a gesture. Do not give him anything. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to bring him here for education and proper upbringing. Yes. 2 warriors approached, seizing Shen Lang by the arms and forcibly dragging him away. Shen Lang protested, Miss Mulan, trust me, I am far more suitable than those 5 to be your husband. Am I not even worthy to compete? Mulan gazed at Shen Lang for a considerable time before saying, I remember now. 3 years ago, during a hunting expedition, I accidentally knocked you over with my horse. You were known as the second fool. Hey, goddess, your words are rather blunt and hurtful. Indeed, within the village, no one addressed Shen Lang by his name. He was simply referred to as the second fool, as there was also a big fool, who happened to be Shen Lang's only friend at the time. After Mulan's horse inadvertently injured Shen Lang, she immediately lifted him up and inquired among the villagers about his name and home. The response was simply, that's the second fool. Hearing those words, the count could not help but flinch. Shen Lang replied, Miss Mulan, I too wish to marry you and promise not to disappoint you. Mulan's gaze toward Shen Lang was filled with softness, even a hint of tenderness. 3 years prior, upon hearing Shen Lang's story and understanding his intellectual challenges, she felt immense sympathy for him, visiting him several times and arranging for the best doctors to attend to him. In essence, Mulan regarded him as one would a child. And at that time, Shen Lang's intellectual capacity was indeed akin to that of a child, disillusioned by the deceit of the adult world. Mulan retained a kindness towards the innocence of youth. Thus, Mulan looked at Shen Lang and said, Very well, I shall add you to the list. You may compete fairly. While others discriminated against Shen Lang, she did not. The count was about to voice his objections when Mulan smiled and asked, Father, what are you worried about? The count felt a wave of self-mockery wash over him. Indeed, what was he concerned about? Mulan's compassion had merely led her to include Shen Lang as a candidate. Yet she could never truly choose him. Why should he fret and become agitated over such trivialities? Bring Shen Lang to the 6th study, the count commanded. An hour later, the other 5 young gentlemen were brought to the residence of the Duke of Xuanwu, each escorted into one of the 5 studies. While Shen Lang remained in the 6th, they did not see one another nor knew of each other's identities. Mulan herself would conduct the selection process, assessing them through a screen. Time was of the essence. The decision had to be made before noon, as the wedding was scheduled for that evening. There was at most 1 hour to select one among the 6 to become Mulan's husband. Mulan entered the study, and the formal selection of a suitor commenced. Chapter 19. Shen Lang stands out and seizes the standard among these 6 young men. Shen Lang's competitiveness could be deemed exceedingly weak, bordering on non-existent. The seed contestant, without a shadow of a doubt, was Wang Lian. This young steward, a distant relative of the Xuanwu Duke's estate, sat in his study, feeling anxious, apprehensive, yet exhilarated. He was acutely aware of the significance of this day, having awaited it for many years. Although he hailed from a different county and should have been at home diligently preparing for the imperial examination, he had chosen to come to Xuanwu City to assume the role of steward in charge of criminal justice, a position he held no fondness for. His sole purpose in doing so was to position himself advantageously for the forthcoming opportunities. He understood perfectly well that Jean Moulin would never marry outside her family, but would only take in a son-in-law. However, he was indifferent to this, as he had two elder brothers. One was a martial scholar and the other a literary scholar. He had been captivated by Moulin since childhood, and given her lineage, even as a son-in-law, he would still enjoy untold wealth and immense power. The heir of the Duke's estate was ineffectual, thus the future authority of the Xuanwu Duke's estate would undoubtedly lie in Jean Moulin's hands. Therefore, as her husband, he would unequivocally share in the highest echelons of power within the Duke's estate, which encompassed thousands of square kilometers of territory, 2,000 private soldiers, and an astronomical wealth. Hence, Wang Lian was resolute in his pursuit of the position of Jean Moulin's husband. Aside from the martial scholar Mo Yi, no one else posed a credible threat to him. Furthermore, given Jean Moulin's formidable martial prowess, what she required was a cultured husband to complement her skills. Wang Lian firmly believed that he would emerge victorious in this competition. Of course, he was not alone in this belief. Nearly everyone shared the same sentiment, especially Jin Zhong, the trusted aide of the Duke, who had personally brought Wang Lian along and had already regarded him as the future son-in-law of the Duke's estate. As Jean Moulin entered the first study, she and Wang Lian were separated by a screen. Sensing the presence of the enchanting woman, Wang Lian instinctively found his breath quickening, unable to contain his nervousness. Soon, he would become Moulin's husband, and soon, he would share the same bed with her exquisite form. After years of longing, his dreams were finally within reach. Wang Lian, what can you offer me as my husband? Jean Moulin inquired. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Lian replied, after our marriage, I will strive to pass the imperial examination. From that moment onward, you shall manage the martial affairs, while I shall oversee the civil matters. Together, we shall elevate the Xuanwu Duke's estate to unprecedented prosperity and ensure the enduring legacy of the Jean family for generations to come. Wang Lian believed this was precisely what Jean Moulin yearned for. Indeed, the prosperity of the Xuanwu Duke's estate and the preservation of our ancestral legacy are Moulin's lifelong pursuits. Thank you, cousin, Jean Moulin said, before she exited. Jean Moulin then proceeded to the second room, where the martial scholar Mo Yi awaited. Mo Yi, possessing remarkable martial skills, appeared particularly composed. When Jean Moulin entered, his breath remained steady, though his heartbeat quickened ever so slightly. His desire for Jean Moulin was no less fervent than Wang Lian's. As a martial scholar from a humble background, he had reached a plateau in his training and required substantial resources and ancient martial texts, resources that were scarce and unattainable without substantial wealth, which the Jean family possessed in abundance as a prestigious clan. Furthermore, Jean Moulin's beauty and figure were irresistible to any man. Mo Gongzi, should you marry into the Duke's estate, what can you bring me in the future? Jean Moulin posed the same question. I will strive to become a top martial scholar, leading the Duke's forces in battle, continuously establishing merit to elevate the Jean family's status and power to new heights, Mo Yi answered. Thank you, Mo Gongzi, Jean Moulin said, rising to leave. Next, Jean Moulin visited the third, fourth, and fifth studies, posing the same inquiry. What can you offer me as my husband? The responses from these three men were nearly identical. Loyalty, a willingness to serve Miss Moulin devotedly, and a readiness to face any peril in her name. Having been nurtured by the Duke's estate since childhood, this was their singular answer. Finally, Jean Moulin entered the last room. Behind a screen, Shun Lang sensed her presence, marked by an alluring and potent fragrance. He focused intently, discerning Jean Moulin's silhouette through the screen, and his gaze fell once more upon her hidden curves. 36E. Instantly, his heart raced anew. Shun Lang, should you marry into the Duke's estate, what can you bring me in the future? Jean Moulin asked. What? Shun Lang. Indeed. He was a fool, Jean Moulin mused, yet she softened her tone and asked, what is the most precious thing you can offer me? My virginity. Shun Lang instinctively thought. Naturally, such a statement could only remain unvoiced, for to utter it would surely invite dire consequences. How should he respond to such a question? Shun Lang was capable of offering many things. For instance, he could serve as an excellent gynecologist, providing relief during her painful days each month. He could share the secrets of steel smelting, enhancing the quality of the Duke's steel, thereby strengthening the armor and sharpening the weapons of the Jean family's private army. Moreover, he prided himself on his keen eyesight. Should she encounter blockages in her meridians during her training, he could assist in alleviating them. He could even anticipate how the first 5 men would respond. Wang Lian would undoubtedly mention their complementary skills, promising to govern the duke's estate with greater prosperity while ensuring the Jin family's legacy. Mo Yi would certainly speak of honing his martial skills to become formidable, leading the duke's forces to victories and further elevating the Jin family's status, perhaps even to the rank of marquis. As for the other 3, nurtured by the duke's estate, they would surely vow their loyalty. So how should Shenlang answer? What did Jean Mulan truly desire? Noticing Shenlang's momentary silence, Jean Mulan reassured him, "Take your time. Think it over. There is no rush." Her demeanor, typically frosty towards others, instinctively softened in Shenlang's presence, as if she feared intimidating him. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Shenlang arrived at an answer. "The most precious thing I can offer you is freedom, as long as you refrain from pursuing other men. You can do as you please," he declared. As the words left his lips, Jean Mulan froze, glaring at Shenlang through the screen, almost wishing to leap over and chastise him. "What do you mean by pursuing other men? Am I such a shameless woman?" Yet, she felt no deep resentment. What a fool, devoid of any subtlety. After that, Jean Mulan exited the room. Behind the screen, Shenlang wore a smug smile. If all went as anticipated, he had already secured a significant advantage. Why had Jean Mulan posed this question? She was testing these 6 men for ambition. With the duke's inept heir, it was clear that upon the passing of Duke Jinzhua, the authority of the duke's estate would fall into Jean Mulan's hands. She would undoubtedly dedicate herself to assisting her brother wholeheartedly. What was her greatest fear? That her husband might harbor ambitions and covet the power of the duke's estate, or even conspire against her brother. In that case, she would become a traitor to the Jean family. For her future husband, talent was secondary. The most crucial factor was an utter lack of ambition to avoid discord within the family. Wang Lian and Mo Yi, displaying such remarkable confidence, seemed poised to jointly govern the count's estate, leaving Jean Mulan deeply concerned within her heart. With both of you exhibiting such prowess, would it not be more fitting to relinquish the title of count to you? Thus, Shenlang's response reflected his complete lack of ambition, which was indeed the most appropriate answer, the very sentiment Jean Mulan yearned for in her heart. Jean Mulan returned to her father's hall, where the count and his wife awaited her with palpable anxiety. Upon her arrival, they exclaimed, "So soon?" Indeed, in less than a quarter of an hour, Jean Mulan had made her selections. "My daughter, have you chosen a suitable husband?" inquired the count. "If you have made your choice, I shall immediately dispatch numerous invitations and arrange for the wedding to take place this evening." "I have made my selection," Jean Mulan replied. The countess, rising with excitement, asked, "Who is it? Wang Lian or Mo Yi?" Jean Mulan declared, "The husband I have chosen is Shenlang." Chapter 20. The shock of all and the foregone conclusion. What? Upon hearing Jean Mulan's words, the count's hair nearly stood on end. The countess was convinced she had misheard, while the count's trusted aides and advisors were utterly astonished. "Mulan, have you lost your senses?" the count exclaimed. "Among such exceptional candidates, you choose Shenlang?" Everyone present gazed at Jean Mulan in disbelief. Among the 6, Shenlang was the weakest. He was not only inferior to Wang Lian and Mo Yi, but also fell short compared to the 5 outstanding talents of the count's estate. He was a dullard, having failed to graduate even from the local academy after 10 years of study. He was unable to carry burdens, lacked manual dexterity, and could not even take care of himself. "Mulan, why is this?" the count pressed. "Wang Lian and Mo Yi are so remarkable. Why did you not select one of them?" Jean Mulan replied, "Father, while those 2 are indeed outstanding, when I inquired about what they could bring to my future, one spoke of complementing my skills to govern the Count's estate, while the other boasted of his martial prowess, claiming he would lead the Count's army to glory in battle." The Count fell silent upon hearing this. Others, however, found no fault in her reasoning. It seemed quite reasonable. Jean Mulan continued, "If you were alive, there would be no problem at all. But once you are gone and my brother inherits the title, what if my husband harbors ambitions for power? What then for my brother?" At this, the Count became even more silent, and those around began to understand her perspective. It must be said that Mulan had thought this through very carefully and remained utterly loyal to her family. Shenlang's response to me was that I would have freedom. As long as I did not betray him, I could do as I pleased. That scoundrel dares to treat my daughter as he pleases? The Count thundered. "Mulan, I understand your feelings, but you need not subject yourself to such indignities. Even if you do not choose Wang Lian or Mo Yi, you could select one of the 3 young men from our estate." "No, I cannot delay their futures," Jean Mulan replied. "Moreover, They have all been my subordinates. I know them too well. The Countess interjected, but Shun Lang is utterly unworthy. Do you not know his reputation in Xuanwu City? The Count added. He was once a son-in-law of the Su family, cast out, and then sought refuge in our estate. How can our Jin family hold their heads high? This concerns your lifelong happiness. I would rather you marry a paragon like Zhu Hongxue than sacrifice your future for the family and push you into a pit of fire. Jean Mulan countered. Shun Lang's poor reputation might just serve to appease Lord Zhu. If I marry well, the Zhu family might not take it lightly. However, if I wed a man of ill repute, their resentment towards us may diminish. After all, witnessing one's enemy fall from grace is a source of joy. Her reasoning was sound. Mulan was indeed astute and well-versed in human nature. She added, I find Shun Lang quite agreeable. My only requirement for a future husband is that he must be handsome. In this regard, Shun Lang is undeniably the best. However, the Countess felt as if her heart were being slashed. Realizing that her son's lack of ambition would lead to her daughter's happiness being sacrificed by marrying such a worthless individual. What misfortune has the Xuanwu Jin family brought upon itself? The Count lamented. Mulan, would you not reconsider? No, it is settled, Jean Mulan declared. Time is of the essence. Father, please send out the wedding invitations immediately. Prepare for the ceremony and make it as grand as possible, ideally. Lord Zhu should arrive just in time for the wedding. Father, Mother, I have been busy leading troops for days. I am rather fatigued and shall take my leave to rest, she said, bowing before exiting. The Count felt a deep anguish within, unable to express it. He could not vent his frustrations on Shun Lang, so he turned to his own son instead. Where is that ungrateful child? The Count bellowed. The heir is studying. One aide replied. Studying what? After years of it. He remains a failure. Drag him out and make him kneel. The Count roared. If he had made any progress, my Mulan would not need to make such sacrifices. Yes. His trusted aide hurried away. No, I shall go myself, the Count insisted. Where's the whip? I must teach him a lesson today. Husband, the Countess interjected. Are you trying to stop me? The Count retorted. I will accompany you. The Countess replied. Meanwhile, in another study, a plump young man was deeply engrossed in his studies, feeling a swell of pride. As the heir of the Count's estate, I am working so hard. Waking up at the crack of dawn to study, my parents will surely be pleased and commend me for my diligence. At that moment, the Count and Countess burst into the room. The young man exclaimed, Father, Mother, you must be here to praise me for rising early to study. This is what a dutiful son of the Xuanwu Count's estate should do. Praise. The Count suddenly drew a whip. Moments later, the Count's estate echoed with anguished cries. Father, Mother, why are you punishing me? I have committed no wrong. I have been studying diligently since early morning. Do you need a reason to be punished? The Count shouted, continuing to strike. The Countess wielded a ruler, striking his backside and thighs, insisting, Indeed, does a worthless child like you require a reason to be punished? Ah. The Count's son cried out, Sister, save me. After learning the outcome, Shun Lang let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded, transitioning from one son-in-law to another. From this point forward, he would enjoy a life of indulgence and luxury. What could possibly be better than living off the affections of others? Nothing. He had faced an impending crisis, with the Su, Lin, and Tian families uniting to eliminate him. Now, that threat had evaporated into thin air. As a son-in-law of the Xuanwu Count's estate, neither the Su family, the Lin family, nor Tian could dare to lay a hand on him or his family. Wait for me. I, Shun Lang, will ensure you understand the meaning of retribution. Tian Lin. Su, I shall not spare any of you. Unless I see your families brought to ruin, I shall not bear the surname Shun. At that moment, the Count's trusted aide, Jin Zhong, stood before Shun Lang, his expression sour, as if owed 1,000 gold coins. Having been born into the Xuanwu Count's estate, he was not merely a servant but family, the most loyal of the Jin clan. Watching the phoenix, Jean Mulan forced to marry this worthless man, filled him with ire. Yet, as a loyal servant of a century-old noble family, despite his anger and disdain for Shun Lang, he maintained a polite demeanor. Shen Shusheng, follow me. I will show you to your guest room. As Shun Lang followed him, he marveled at the vastness of the Count's estate. This residence is truly, extraordinarily large. No matter how wealthy someone might be on modern Earth, they could not rival such opulence. By the way, please send someone to inform my parents not to worry, Shun Lang requested. A messenger has already been dispatched, Jin Zhong replied coldly. Also for tonight's wedding. Could you arrange for my parents and brother to come as well? Shun Lang asked. I will personally go fetch your family, Jin Zhong stated before turning and leaving. unwilling to even glance at Xinlang for another moment. Xinlang said, "Please hurry, as someone is plotting to harm my family." Jin Zhong's gaze turned cold. Despite Xinlang's lack of success, he was still the son-in-law of the Earl's residence. How could it be that there are individuals in Xuanwu City seeking to do harm to Xinlang's family? Truly, they must have the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. Understood, I will ensure the safety of your family. Xin Shusheng. Rest well and prepare for the wedding ceremony tonight. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the black-clad gang, Tian Heng remarked casually, "The time is nearly upon us." 13. Take your men and capture Xinlang's family. If he surrenders the formula for the die, dispose of them swiftly. If he refuses, let their demise be a painful one. "Yes," replied Tian Shursan. He then charged forth with a dozen warriors, heading towards Xinlang's residence. Note, dear leaders, I humbly seek your support in the form of recommendations to bolster my spirits. Chapter 21. The Turmoil of Xuanwu City. Tian Shursan trembles with a commanding decree from the esteemed Earl. His manner dispatched waves of individuals to widely announce the news of Jin Mulan's impending nuptials, distributing invitations to the prominent figures of Xuanwu City to attend the wedding this evening. Instantly, the entire city erupted into a frenzy, with countless young aspirants lamenting their fate. After all, she is the Earl's daughter, of noble lineage, exceptional martial prowess, and striking beauty, truly a goddess among women, perhaps the foremost beauty in all of Nuzheng Prefecture. Adored by many, Su Chanqian, hailing from a wealthy family, sought to elevate her own status as a socialite in Nuzheng, but Jin Mulan seldom made public appearances. For Su, the title of socialite was a compliment, yet for Jin, it felt like an affront. She is the scion of a century-old noble family. What need has she for such a label? Su might have numerous admirers, but Jin's allure surpassed hers, and yet no young man in Xuanwu dared to pursue her. It was a matter of self-deprecation and shame. Everyone believed that a beauty of Jin Mulan's stature should wed into a marquis's family. The men of Xuanwu could only dream of her from afar, and the news of this princess's impending marriage was indeed a grievous blow. Such a goddess is beyond our reach. She should remain unwed, preferably for life. On this day, countless young men in Xuanwu drowned their sorrows in drink, drawing swords in anger. Who dares to marry my princess? I shall slay him. O goddess, how can you do this? How can you marry? You have betrayed us. Meanwhile, those with some status and influence in Xuanwu sensed an unusual undercurrent. Who is this groom to whom the Earl's daughter, Jin Mulan, is to be wed? The invitation bore no name, and there had been no prior whispers of such a union. Even more perplexing was the hastiness of the wedding to be held that very night. It was far too abrupt. Such marriages among the century-old nobility are typically grand and intricate affairs. Initially, a prominent figure would be dispatched to propose, followed by mutual agreement leading to an engagement. Afterward, the families would exchange gifts and host several grand banquets and hunts, signaling to the noble circles the impending union. Subsequently, they would await the king's blessing, which is usually given with great enthusiasm, accompanied by gifts. After receiving the king's blessing, an auspicious date would be calculated by astrologers, culminating in a grand wedding ceremony. After such extensive preparations, a wedding would generally occur at least a year later. It is unheard of to announce a marriage and hold it on the same day. It lacks refinement. At this moment, the entire Earl's manor was bustling with preparations for the evening's wedding. An abundance of food, fruits, and fine wines adorned the estate, and all servants received bonuses and new garments. Even the horses and hunting dogs were treated to extra rations. Despite the hurried nature of the arrangements and the unconventional practice of inviting a groom into the family, the ceremony had to be grand, as it was a performance for the Zhu family to behold. Although Xinlang was the male lead in this wedding, it seemed as if everything was happening without his involvement. In his guest room, he merely indulged in eating and sleeping, since the invitation did not disclose the groom's name. The wedding bore no relevance to Tian Heng, though he was a notorious figure in the underworld. He did not possess the standing to approach the Earl's manor and had no real chance of attending the wedding. Of course, as the leader of Xuanwu's militia, he would send a congratulatory gift, but whether the Earl's manor would accept it remained uncertain. Tian Heng was indifferent to this, for his allies were not aligned with the Earl of Xuanwu. He felt a sense of gratitude toward Xinlang. Initially, the Su family was willing to offer him a mere 100 gold coins, but after Xinlang unveiled a new formula for golden dye, everything changed, and he received over 1,000 coins. Not only did the Su family pay him, but the Lin family of the Brocade Pavilion also bestowed 500 coins upon him as thanks. Their collaboration with the Su family would yield substantial benefits for Lin Moer in the upcoming martial examination and subsequent appointments. Thus, the Lin family was also grateful to Tian Hong. Shen Lang's discovery of the new golden dye formula represented immense profit, and the three factions plotted to eliminate him to reap the rewards. The ensuing dirty work would fall to Tian Hong. After dispatching Tian Shisan to annihilate Shen Lang's family, Tian Hong no longer took the matter seriously. Shen Lang was but a mere insect, unworthy of his concern. To demonstrate his resolve, Tian Shisan, a killer from the Black Robe Gang, brought over a dozen men to surround Shen Lang's dilapidated house in Maple Leaf Village. Gazing at the crumbling earthen walls, Tian Shisan sighed inwardly. Weakness is indeed a sin. He then waved his hand, declaring, by the order of the city lord, apprehend Shun Wan's family for evading taxes. Any resistance shall be met with lethal force. With Tian Shisan's command, the warriors of the Black Robe Gang, clad in militia attire, drew their blades and surged into Shen Lang's home. Although they were a criminal organization, they maintained a semblance of decorum, not storming in to slaughter indiscriminately, but rather arresting the entire family under the guise of official duty. At that point, Shen Lang would have no choice but to surrender the formula for the purple and rainbow dyes, even if he were inclined to comply. Of course, even if Shen Lang wished to hand it over, his family would still be unable to escape their fate. This underworld leader held genuine official authority. His men were recognized as members of Xuanwu's militia, and Tian Shisan possessed legitimate arrest warrants, rendering their actions lawful. Bang! Bang! The door to Shen Lang's home crumbled under the force of their entry. However, upon entering, what Tian Shisan beheld left him astonished. There was no panic, no cries of despair. Shen Lang's father lay in bed, coughing, wielding a chopping knife. His mother stood at the bedside, brandishing a kitchen knife, while his younger brother abruptly sat up, grasping a freshly crafted walking stick. None of them pleaded for mercy. They merely glared coldly at the warriors of the Black Robe Gang. With Shen Lang absent, their vulnerability was absent as well, and they appeared utterly fearless. Tian Shisan, taken aback, chuckled. Old man, what are you up to? As he spoke, he drew an iron ruler and approached Shen Lang's father, his smile remaining disarmingly congenial. Shen Lang might not be home, but Tian Shisan was unconcerned. Capturing the family would inevitably draw Shen Lang back to them. There would be no escape. Shen Lang's father replied, we are but useless people. It matters not to us. Tian Shisan retorted, so you intend to resist arrest with a blade, do you? That would be tantamount to treason. I'm afraid I must take action. With that, he casually swung his iron ruler towards Shen Lang's father's arm, a blow that would surely shatter it. Simultaneously, his warriors lunged at Shen Lang's mother and brother. Just then, Tian Shisan felt an alarming prickling at the back of his neck, prompting him to turn abruptly and discover a figure standing at the entrance of Shen Lang's home. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man, devoid of any weapon, yet the aura emanating from him sent chills down Tian Shisan's spine. By order of the city lord, apprehend those evading taxes. All bystanders must leave at once, Tian Shisan commanded. Standing outside Shen Lang's door was Jin Zhong, a servant of the Earl's manor. He had arrived earlier, but chose to wait until Tian Shisan broke in before making his presence known, demonstrating the cunning with which he conducted his affairs. Upon hearing the words of Tian Shisan, Jin Zhong replied, we should not disturb the affairs of the city lord's residence. However, my master has requested that Mr. Shun and his family be invited to the wedding. If I do not bring them back, I will not be able to report back satisfactorily to my master. Could you kindly assist in this matter? As these words fell, a sense of foreboding crept into Tian Shisan's heart. For the other party exhibited remarkable politeness and an unsettling calmness. He had encountered countless individuals and had taken many lives, deeply understanding that those of significant stature often remained composed, while those lacking connections tended to resort to bluster and threats. Tian Shisan inquired, may I ask who you are? If the individual were indeed of considerable standing, he would deliberate carefully, but if they were of little consequence, he would not hesitate to showcase his ruthless nature. For he was acting in the name of the government. Jin Zhong, the middle-aged man, replied. At this utterance, Tian Shisan's expression shifted. He recognized the name. Although Jin Zhong was not a prominent figure nor particularly influential within the Duke Xuanwu's estate, he was undeniably a character of importance in Tian Heng's lexicon. For he was a trusted servant of the Duke. What sent chills down Tian Shisan's spine was the formidable master behind him, Duke Jinzhua of Xuanwu. He felt his breath grow heavier, beads of cold sweat breaking forth on his back, and even his hair stood on end. He struggled to regain his composure and asked, "Did your master invite Xinlang's parents to the wedding?" "Indeed," Jin Zhong replied nonchalantly. At once, Tian Shursen recalled Xinlang's handsome visage, having parted ways just yesterday at dawn, only to discover that Xinlang had unexpectedly formed a connection with the duke's household. This development was indeed dire. Having spent years in the perilous fringes of life, Tian Shursan immediately sensed a looming danger. He could not ascertain the depth of Xinlang's relationship with the duke's estate, but he fervently hoped it was not too close, lest he find himself in colossal trouble. Chapter 22. Tian Hung panics. Su Qianqian heads to the wedding as it was a matter concerning a member of the earl's household. I naturally dared not obstruct it. "I shall report to the city lord immediately," Tian Shursen said. Jin Zhong maintained a stoic demeanor, yet his politeness remained intact. "Thank you for your efforts. Men, carry Lord Shun, Lady Shun, and young Master Shun onto the sedan," Jin Zhong commanded. Following his orders, a dozen warriors emerged, not wielding weapons, but rather bearing stretchers. Although the earl harbored discontent towards Xinlang, he held great respect for Xinlang's parents, as this was all his directive. The warriors from the earl's household carefully placed Xinlang's family onto the stretchers and then into the spacious sedan, which was large enough to accommodate a reclining person. 6 warriors bore the 3 sedans as if they were weightless, silently departing. "Farewell," Jin Zhong said. "Take care," Tian Shursan bowed in response. Throughout the encounter, Jin Zhong refrained from uttering any threats, for Tian Shursan's actions were entirely within legal bounds, supported by an official warrant from the city lord's office. Xinlang's father had indeed cleared uncultivated land, neglecting to pay taxes. Yet, countless farmers in Xuanwu City had done the same without facing scrutiny from the city lord's office. The adage "the officials do not pursue the common folk" held true. Moreover, Jin Zhong's sole duty was to protect Xinlang's family, with no further orders from the earl. Once Jin Zhong and the earl's warriors had departed, Tian Shursan staggered momentarily. A nearby warrior approached, asking, "Master Shursan, what troubles you? We are about to let this family go. The master will surely be furious." Tian Shursan replied, "Do you know who those people were?" The warrior in black shook his head in ignorance. "Jin Zhong from the earl's household, a trusted aide to the earl," Tian Shursan explained. Instantly, the surrounding warriors' expressions changed. "Which person from the earl's household has that pretty boy Xinlang ensnared?" one warrior inquired. Tian Shursan remarked, "Let us pray Xinlang's connections with the earl's household are not deep. It would be best if he merely entangled himself with a servant, mistaking a feather for an arrow. Otherwise what, Master Shursan?" the warrior asked uneasily. "Otherwise, we shall all return home and bid farewell to our families," Tian Shursan stated. "Will we be captured?" the warrior questioned. "Death awaits," Tian Shursan replied, his mind flooded with fleeting memories of his brief interactions with Xinlang, whose serene and smiling visage now appeared fraught with peril. "Let us return and report to our benefactor. If a catastrophe is imminent, we must prepare an escape route. We are assisting those individuals. They cannot stand by and watch us perish," Tian Shursan declared. Without further ado, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the black-clad gang. To save himself, he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, if Xinlang truly established relations with the earl's household, it would be too late once the situation escalated. He sensed a hidden cunning in Xinlang, having observed it within just a single day's acquaintance. Tian Shursan spared no effort, racing forth, and within less than an hour, he arrived at the black-clad gang's stronghold. The black-clad gang was not located within Xuanwu City, but rather a few dozen miles outside, nestled within a small fortress. This stronghold was officially designated under the banner of the Xuanwu City Militia, housing several hundred men. Due to recent political reforms, local officials desperately sought to ally with various forces to counter traditional aristocratic power, allowing gangs like Tian Heng's to brazenly operate under the local military's auspices. Tian Shursan dashed into the fortress. In ordinary circumstances, he would have exchanged pleasantries with the brothers inside. After all, as Tian Heng's adopted son, gaining prominence and power was no simple feat. One had to win over the benefactor while also garnering the loyalty of the subordinates. However, with urgency consuming him, Tian Shursan rushed straight into Tian Heng's chamber without reporting his presence. He stumbled upon his benefactor in a compromising situation with a beautiful woman who knelt beneath the table, exposing her fair legs. Instinctively, Tian Heng grasped a cup to hurl at the intruder, but halted upon recognizing his valued son. With a cold tone, he warned, "If you lack sufficient reason, I shall remove one of your eyes." Tian Shursan immediately knelt, pleading, "Forgive me, my benefactor. I have failed in my task and could not eliminate Shenlang's entire family." Tian Heng's gaze turned icy. Could his trusted son not manage such a trifling matter? He had received a hefty sum of 1,500 gold coins. Tian Shursan explained. Jin Zhong from the Earl's household arrived with a dozen warriors to escort Shenlang's parents and younger brother, claiming they were to attend the Earl's wedding, taking them away in 3 grand sedans. At once, Tian Heng sprang to his feet, his countenance shifting dramatically. The woman attending him, startled by his sudden movement, inadvertently struck her teeth together, causing her pain as he kicked her away. "Get out!" Tian Heng bellowed, and the woman scrambled away in a hurry. Men are truly fickle. During good times, they shower affection, yet in an instant, they cast aside their partners, Tian Shursan remarked. "My benefactor, whose wedding is taking place in the Earl's household. Is it a case of the heir taking a concubine? Could it be that Shenlang has managed to ingratiate himself with the heir?" Tian Heng replied. "Do you truly believe Shenlang is a fool?" After contemplating, Tian Shursan decisively shook his head. Tian Heng continued. "The wedding in the Xuanwu Earl's household is not for the heir to take a concubine, but rather to recruit a son-in-law." At this revelation, Tian Shursan's expression shifted dramatically, shaking his head in disbelief. "Impossible, it cannot be true." Tian Heng concurred. "I too find it hard to believe. But who is Shenlang? A poor, rural lad, inferior even to a wild weed. And who is Miss Jean? A paragon of martial prowess, military strategy, beauty, and grace, the daughter of a prestigious family. Even if Shenlang's ancestors accumulated virtue over 8 generations, he would not be worthy of a mere finger from Miss Jean Mulan. If the Su family, a wealthy merchant household, looks down upon Shenlang, how could he possibly be of interest to the lofty Xuanwu Earl's household?" Tian Heng nodded in agreement. Even the most fanciful mind could not associate Shenlang with Miss Jean Mulan. Their disparities were as vast as the heavens and the earth. However, Jin Zhong's involvement in escorting Shenlang's family to the wedding was indeed peculiar. Tian Heng began to pace, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. "I must venture into the city to prepare for any eventualities," he decided. After more than half an hour, the heads of the Su family, Lin family, and Tian Heng gathered in a secret chamber. Upon hearing Tian Heng's words, the 2 wealthy magnates exclaimed in unison, "Impossible, absolutely impossible," especially the Su family head, who was utterly astonished. Tian Heng elaborated. Not long after Shenlang departed from the Jinxiu Pavilion, he was injured by the Earl's cavalry and subsequently taken to the Earl's estate. Today, news of the Earl's daughter's wedding has emerged, and Jin Zhong personally went to fetch Shenlang's parents and brother to attend the ceremony. Su Guangyun interjected, "If Shenlang, the waste, had managed to curry favor with the Earl's heir, that might still be plausible, given their shared ineptitude. But how could Miss Jean, a figure of such repute, ever deign to look upon Shenlang? Moreover, I just banished Shenlang from my household. Even a widow from the countryside would hesitate to accept a discarded son-in-law, let alone the daughter of a century-old aristocracy." Lin Mo, the proprietor of the Jinxiu Pavilion, added, "Brother Su, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Shenlang may not be as inept as presumed. If he were truly a fool, he would not have conceived a new formula for gold dye." Su Guangyun remarked, "Lin, my dear brother, you seem to have gone astray in your thoughts. The emergence of this new dye formula is attributed not only to luck, but also to the kind of foolishly naive individuals who possess the creativity to invent such things." Lin Mo pondered for a moment and found truth in his words. However, during their brief conversation yesterday, Shenlang certainly did not strike him as a fool. Su Guangyun continued, "The crux of the matter is that Shenlang, that good-for-nothing, was driven away and falsely accused of theft and harassment. Would the Earl's residence not care for its reputation with such a notorious figure?" Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a sense of relief. In Xuanwu City, many might disregard their dignity, yet the Earl's residence is known for cherishing its name and face above all else. Tian Heng inquired, "Master Su, has the Earl announced the identity of the groom in the sudden distribution of wedding invitations today?" Su Guangyun shook his head, "None that I know of. But it is absolutely impossible for it to be Shenlang, not even if the sun were to rise from the west." Lin Mo suggested, "Even if it is not Shenlang, we ought to clarify this matter. What if we send someone to attend the Earl's wedding tonight?" At that moment, the 3 exchanged glances, for none among them had received an invitation from the Earl's residence. Numerous invitations had been dispatched, including to military officers, official dignitaries, accomplished scholars, and local celebrities, Yet despite their power and influence, two were merchants, and one was a leader of the underworld. Suddenly, Tian Hung declared, "I shall attend the wedding." Though lacking an invitation, attending the Earl's celebration would not lead to expulsion. The Earl would not be so cruel. Nevertheless, it required a measure of courage. Lin Mo responded, "Thank you, Leader Tian. As for the congratulatory gifts, I shall take care of them." Su Guanyin added, "The Earl of Xuanwu is, after all, the master of Xuanwu City. Even if we do not attend the wedding, we must prepare a generous gift. The Su family is not lacking in wealth." Tian Hung affirmed, "Then it is settled. You two should prepare the gifts promptly. I shall set off for the Earl's residence at once." Lin Mo from the Jingxiuguan remarked, "I shall begin my preparations now." He then entered the storeroom to select rare items, his mind racing with memories of his interactions with Shen Lang. To recall these moments sent a chill through him. Not only had he betrayed Shen Lang, but he had also uttered many callous words, such as declaring Shen Lang, a mere insect, to be devoid of self-awareness, and questioning who would perish if not him. If fate were to be unkind and allow Shen Lang to become the Earl's son-in-law, that would indeed be catastrophic. He could only pray that such a scenario would not come to pass. However, rational thought led him to conclude that such an occurrence was impossible. How could the esteemed Earl's residence ever consider a man as humble as Shen Lang as a son-in-law, especially after he had just been cast out by the Su family? A household of merchants? Surely he was only frightening himself. Nearly an hour and a half later, the three factions had assembled 3 carts laden with gifts. Tian Hung set off in one of the carts toward the Earl's residence, shamelessly attending the wedding of Jean Mulan without an invitation. Please let it not be Shen Lang. Please let it not be Shen Lang. Meanwhile, Shen Lang's ex-wife, Su Qianqian, was brazenly heading to the Earl's residence to attend the wedding, for her fiancé, Zhang Jin, was the son of the governor and also the commander of Xuanwu City, having received an invitation from the Earl's residence. Su Qianqian asked Zhang Jin, "Zhang, what do you think? The Earl's residence is being rather secretive about this. Who do you suppose the groom will be tonight? Which son of a noble or remarkable talent could possibly marry Jean Mulan?" Chapter 23. Shen Lang's wedding ceremony. Not only did others doubt it, but even Shen Lang himself profoundly questioned whether he was indeed the groom on this night of matrimony. For an entire day, apart from the delivery of meals, no one had attended to him. Even the servers exchanged not a single word with him. The Count had not summoned him, nor had the Countess. Even Miss Jean Mulan had not graced him with her presence, and not even Jean Zhong had come to see him. It felt as if he had been entirely forgotten in this guest room. Shen Lang even entertained the notion that perhaps the Countess' estate had found a more suitable candidate, for in a city as grand as Xuanwu, there were countless young men eager to brave fire and water for Jean Mulan. Finally, as evening descended, 2 maids entered the room, to be precise. 2 matronly women bearing a splendid red ceremonial robe, the groom's hat, belt, and boots. "Young Master Shun, it is time to bathe and change, for your wedding awaits." In a sense, being a son-in-law was akin to marrying a wife, necessitating the bride to visit the groom's home for the betrothal. Naturally, the ceremony would take place at the bride's residence. Most often, the bride would don a veil and be carried in a flower palanquin for a ceremonial procession before returning home. In more extreme cases, the groom himself would sit in the palanquin, veiled and transported to the bride's house for the wedding rites. Unfortunately, Xuanwu City was known for its more traditional and extreme customs, and as a son-in-law, one was expected to be carried in a palanquin, albeit without a veil, yet adorned with a mask. Even so, many viewed this as a degradation of a man's dignity. Thus, in Xuanwu, numerous men preferred to remain bachelors rather than accept the role of a son-in-law. At this moment, Shen Lang donned a red brocade robe and wore a silver mask as he sat within the palanquin, which would first transport him from the Count's estate to the temple, and then back again for the wedding ceremony. The entire Xuanwu Count's estate was festooned with lanterns, bustling with servants. Though the guest list was not extensive, it still numbered over 100. More than half were affiliated with the Count's household, while the remainder comprised distinguished figures from Xuanwu, including scholarly individuals, serving civil and military officials, and exceptional martial artists. Under normal circumstances, a wedding for the Count's daughter would attract numerous guests, not only from the Nuzhong prefecture but also from the governor's office and even representatives from the royal court. However, due to the hastiness of today's arrangements, even guests from Nuzhong could not make it. This was perhaps the most modest wedding in the history of the Count's estate. Inside the grand hall, despite the guests engaging in conversation, their thoughts were elsewhere. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Curiosity bubbled within everyone as they anticipated the identity of the groom. Jin Mulan was the princess of Xuanwu City. Who could be worthy enough to marry her? How exceptional must he be? Even as a son-in-law, one could not help but feel envious. Especially among the unmarried young men, their expressions darkened, breaths held, fixated on the doorway. Who could possibly be deserving of Miss Jin Mulan? Even without an invitation, Tian Hong, the leader of the Black Robe Gang, had the audacity to attend. His heart racing with anxiety, fearing that the groom would be Shen Lang, which would spell disaster. However, as he listened to others discuss the illustrious reputation of the Xuanwu Count's estate and the exceptional qualities of Miss Jin Mulan, he could not help but feel slightly reassured. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin also gazed towards the entrance, jealousy simmering within him for the groom of the evening. Who was Jin Mulan? She was the dream of nearly every young man within 100 miles, including Zhang Jin himself. He understood why the wedding was so hastily arranged. The Count's estate was unwilling to marry their daughter off, while the proposal party from the Zhu family was already en route. Zhang Jin, despite these circumstances, felt a flicker of relief. Glad that such a stunning beauty as Jin Mulan would not fall into the hands of the proud Zhu Hongxue. Su Qianqian, noticing her fiancé's gaze, felt an unexpected twinge of jealousy, but chose to conceal her emotions, instead smiling brightly. I am truly curious about which fortunate man will have the honor of marrying Miss Jin Mulan. At that moment, the entire venue fell into an abrupt silence. The Count and Countess had made their entrance, taking their seats at the highest position, accompanied by a rather displeased young man, the heir to the Count's estate. A collective shiver ran through the crowd as the moment to unveil the groom approached. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside. The groom had arrived. All surged forward, eager to glimpse this fortuitous individual. As the palanquin was raised to the entrance and the curtain lifted, the groom stepped forth, shrouded in a silver mask, rendering his face indistinct. Slightly built yet tall, with fair hands, he appeared to be a scholar. The crowd buzzed with speculation about which prodigious talent from the Yu Kingdom he might be. Then, the bride made her entrance. Jin Mulan appeared, and all the men gasped while the women widened their eyes, casting jealous glances. Since she was to be a son-in-law, she did not wear the traditional red dress, but instead donned a silver gown. This attire, somewhat androgynous and form-fitting, exuded a sense of vigor. It was a powerful signal to all, indicating that Jin Mulan was a warrior, destined to battle for the Xuanwu Count's estate for the rest of her life, with no one daring to strip her of her armor. In that silver gown, her enchanting figure was accentuated, with a striking bust, an alluringly slender waist, and shapely legs that left men breathless. She was stunningly beautiful, exuding an unmatched sensuality. In that instant, the envy towards the masked groom intensified among all the men present. Jin Mulan's expression was neutral, neither joyous nor sorrowful. For her family, she was willing to sacrifice her own happiness, and marrying someone as insignificant as Shen Lang seemed to align with her family's interests. However, Shen Lang was notorious for his lack of intelligence, inability to manage his own life, and having failed to graduate from the primary class after 10 years of study. Thus, even for the sake of her family, it was impossible for her not to feel a sense of sorrow in marrying such a person. The auspicious hour arrived. Everyone stood in unison. They bowed to heaven and earth. They bowed to their parents. The couple bowed to one another. The ceremony was solemn yet brief. As a son-in-law, he was to keep his mask on until they entered the bridal chamber. This was utterly exasperating. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Lu Qingyan, the lord of Xuanwu City. My lord Count, while tradition dictates that the son-in-law should unveil his face only upon entering the bridal chamber, we are all exceedingly curious about the remarkable talent deserving of Miss Mulan's hand. Might you satisfy our curiosity? Lu Qingyan voiced the thoughts of everyone present. At that moment, a burst of laughter echoed from outside, though it bore a chilling quality. Ha ha ha. I was just about to pay a visit to the esteemed Count, and little did I expect to stumble upon my dear niece's wedding. The laughter pierced the ears, nearly shattering eardrums. The newcomer possessed formidable martial prowess. Accompanied by the laughter, a tall figure slowly strode in. Count Xuanwu promptly stood to greet him, and all present bowed in deference. We pay our respects to Lord Zhu Lin. This individual was none other than Zhu Lin, the brother of Governor Zhu Rong of Tiannan, the brother of the monarch's consort, the Grand General of Pingnan of Yu Kingdom, and concurrently the deputy governor of Baiyun Province, wielding immense power and influence. He had come to represent the Zhu family in seeking a union with the Xuanwu Count's household, and despite his swift pace, Capable of traversing 200 to 300 miles a day, he had unexpectedly arrived at Jean Moulin's wedding. An announcement today, a marriage today? What could this possibly mean? It was quite evident. They were unwilling to align with the Zhu family and preferred to avoid a direct refusal, hence marrying Jean Moulin off before his arrival. To his son-in-law, Count Xuanwu displayed a lack of loyalty, failing to inform me of my niece's wedding. Had I not come to Xuanwu City on official business, I would have missed it entirely. Zhu Lin's eyes were icy as a smile graced his face. What sort of young talent is worthy of my niece Moulin? Let us unveil the mask and take a look. Indeed, let us unveil and see. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Jean Moulin cast a glance at Xun Lang and nodded. Xun Lang decisively removed the mask from his face. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Tian Heng's eyes widened in shock, his body turning cold. It truly was Xun Lang. This was a significant predicament. Yet, no one was more astonished than Su Qianqian and Zhang Jin. At this moment, Su Qianqian could no longer maintain her composure, forgetting the decorum of a refined lady, as she gazed in disbelief at Xun Lang's handsome visage, letting out a gasp. Chapter 24. Exuberantly pretending to be sophisticated at the wedding, Su Qianqian could hardly believe her eyes. Tonight's groom was none other than Xun Lang. How could this be? It was as improbable as the sun setting in the west. Jean Moulin, a paragon of grace and beauty, was to wed Xun Lang, a man she deemed a simpleton, a good-for-nothing who could scarcely dress himself. Just 2 days prior, she had expelled him from her home, accusing him of theft and inappropriate behavior towards the maidservants. How could the esteemed Xuanwu Count's household possibly choose such a wastrel as a son-in-law? No, this outcome was utterly unacceptable. Xun Lang, having been cast out from their family, ought to have been humbled to the dust, perhaps even reduced to a mere stain beneath someone's shoe. And now, he was marrying a woman more beautiful and noble than she. Was the heavens playing a cruel joke? Beside her, Zhang Jin was seething with jealousy, nearly choking on his rage. How could a goddess like Jean Moulin, a vision of exquisite beauty, deign to marry someone like Xun Lang? Suddenly, Zhang Jin erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of all present. Miss Jean Moulin, he declared, this wedding is a sham, a mere conspiracy, is it not? Jean Moulin retorted coldly. What makes you say that? Zhang Jin pointed at Xun Lang. Do you all know who this man is? His name is Xun Lang, who, after 10 years of study, could not master 1,000 characters and was expelled from the Coldwater Town Academy. He was subsequently banished from the Su family for theft and harassment. How could such a waste of space be deemed worthy by the Count's household? How could Miss Jean Moulin possibly have any regard for him? This wedding is nothing but a farce. Indeed, the surrounding young talents echoed, unable to contain their disbelief. How could Miss Jean Moulin marry such a worthless individual? Having initiated the uproar, Zhang Jin discreetly signaled to the crowd. As the son of a magistrate, it was beneath him to engage in a direct confrontation with Xun Lang. From within the throng, a scholar stepped forward, declaring, I can attest to this, for I once studied alongside him at the Coldwater Town Academy. Xun Lang is indeed a dimwit. Xun Lang recognized the speaker as Yin Xiong, a former classmate from the academy. It was always the familiar faces that came back to stab you when you least expected it. Though Yin Xiong hailed from a modest background and had not qualified to attend the wedding, he had recently passed the scholar examination and had the fortune of being guided by the retired former lord of Xuanwu City, Zhang Boyan, thus managing to associate himself with the Zhang family. In their academic days, Yin Xiong had been a top student, while Xun Lang had been the epitome of mediocrity, hardly worthy of a glance from the former. Yet now, witnessing Xun Lang's unexpected elevation to the position of son-in-law to the Xuanwu Count, marrying the fair Jean Moulin, was too much for him to bear. Thus, he abandoned all pretense of decorum, spurred on by Zhang Jin's encouragement. Xun Lang stepped forward, calmly addressing Yin Xiong. You claim I am a dimwit. Do you possess any evidence? Huh. You have studied for 10 years and still cannot recognize 1,000 characters. Is that not evidence enough? Yin Xiong replied smugly. Let's have a test. If you can identify the characters I write, I shall retract my statement. If not, you must admit you are indeed a fool. What say you? Su Qianqian attempted to intervene, but Xun Lang preempted her. Very well. Bring forth the writing materials. Yin Xiong, initially apprehensive, found solace in the crowd's support, feeling as if he were the center of attention. The Count's household was reluctant to provide the materials. However, several sets of ink and paper had already been prepared during the registration of gifts, and someone quickly retrieved them. Yin Xiong seized the brush and inscribed a few characters on a piece of bright red paper. As the crowd gathered to observe, they felt a chill run down their spines, for the characters appeared vaguely familiar, yet entirely unrecognizable. They were exceedingly obscure, to the point that even some of the educated attendees could not decipher them. Indeed, these three characters are exceptionally rare, Yin Xiong proclaimed. Should you recognize even one, you would not be a fool. Fail to recognize them, however, and you must concede to being one. Jean Moulin cast a glance at the characters and frowned. While she was well-versed in martial arts, her literary knowledge was also extensive. Yet these characters were so uncommon that she would not have recognized them had she not encountered them in a particular book. Shenlang stepped forward and examined the characters, and they were indeed challenging. Despite holding a master's degree in medicine, he recognized only the first character, while the latter two remained a mystery to him. You cannot recognize them, can you? Admit you are a fool, Yin Xiong taunted. The onlookers, many of whom had also studied for over a decade, felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing that even they struggled with these obscure characters. Although Shenlang did not know them, he possessed an extraterrestrial device, the alien notebook, filled with dictionaries. With the advanced technology now integrated into his mind, he could effortlessly retrieve the meanings with a mere glance. All eyes turned to Shenlang, anticipating his imminent humiliation. He began. The first character, pronounced, refers to a plant used in medicine, cited in the Book of Songs. The fragrant plant is, in the land of A. Yin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. This was the simplest character, yet he had expected Shenlang, the supposed fool, to be ignorant of it. However, he was confident that Shenlang would falter on the next two characters. Undeterred, Shenlang continued. The second character, pronounced D, signifies flawed jade or the royal family. Before Yin Xiong could react, Shenlang pressed on. The third character is indeed exceedingly rare and has multiple pronunciations. The first is sh, meaning vertical. The second is gn, indicating a connection from top to bottom. The third is tu, meaning to retreat. Lastly, it can be pronounced di, an ancient surname derived from the ancient Jiang clan. The history of this world had been obliterated, yet many ancient Chinese texts had been unearthed, which now served as the foundation for their civilization. Thus, numerous idioms and tales originated from these excavated texts. Though they were not part of this world's history, they had been inscribed and had become part of it. Upon concluding, Shenlang turned to Yin Xiong and asked, "Did I speak correctly?" Yin Xiong gazed at Shenlang in disbelief. He could only recall two pronunciations for the last character, sh and y. The other two were unknown to him. How could this man, once labeled a fool, now demonstrate such knowledge? Shenlang then addressed Yin Xiong's mentor, the former lord of Xuanwu City. Lord Zhang, you are erudite and accomplished in both literature and martial arts. Do you concur that I pronounced these three characters correctly? The elderly lord shot a fierce glare at his disciple, Yin Xiong, before responding with a smile. Indeed, you are correct. As these words were spoken, the crowd was left in astonishment, particularly Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian, who understood all too well the nature of Shenlang. Su Qianqian was fully aware of how obscure these three characters were, especially the last one, which she did not recognize at all. How could it be that a dim-witted fool like Shenlang, who had struggled with his studies for a decade and failed to grasp the basics, could possibly comprehend them? How could this be possible? Shenlang then continued. Yin Xiong, since we are playing with characters, how about I write a few for you to recognize? The scholar Yin Xiong scoffed. You? What characters could you possibly present that I do not know? How laughable. Shenlang picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and proceeded to inscribe numerous characters upon the surface. Upon completing his writing, Shenlang inquired, Yin Xiong, which of these characters do you recognize? If you can identify more than 4, I will concede defeat. The scholar Yin Xiong stared at the multitude of characters, his eyes nearly blurring. What on earth were these bizarre symbols? However, he could discern a few that were unmistakably familiar to him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, I am a fool. Note, wishing everyone a joyous mid-autumn festival, filled with happiness and good health. Chapter 25. The faces of the great ones unite to astonish the crowd as the name Yin Xiong was uttered. A wave of laughter erupted. Even Jean Moulin could not suppress a smile, her beauty blossoming like a garden in full bloom. However, Yin Xiong's teacher immediately wore a grim expression. Upon realizing the trick played on him, Yin Xiong felt a surge of anger, his body trembling as he pointed at Shenlang, stammering, You. Yes, you are a fool. Shenlang replied, Brother Yin, you have always been so honest since childhood. Yin Xiong, nearly exploding with rage, was determined to confront him, seeking to settle the dispute. At that moment, his teacher, the former lord of Xuanwu City, Zhang Boyan, coldly commanded, Step back. Do you not feel embarrassed enough? Fuming, Yin Xiong retreated, acutely aware of the mocking gazes directed at him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. For a scholar, reputation was of utmost importance, and the moniker fool would haunt him for life, even affecting his future examinations. In a fit of anger, Yin Xiong exclaimed, "My lord, this is your marquise. Shunlang is your son-in-law. Will you allow him to tarnish our dignity and sully the reputation of the Jin family?" The Xuanwu Marquis merely chuckled, remaining silent. It was inconceivable for him to respond to a mere scholar, if not for Yin Xiong's teacher being the former lord. Yin Xiong would not even have the privilege to enter this grand hall. Moreover, Yin Xiong, a mere scholar, openly questioning the marriage arrangements of the marquise was already a testament to the marquis's magnanimity. Xinlang interjected, "Yin Xiong, you spoke those 4 words. I have not uttered a single foul word." He continued, "As for tarnishing the reputation of the Xuanwu Jin family, you need not worry. The Jin family is robust. Such trifles cannot diminish our esteem. Our reputation lies in the hearts of the people, in the affection the Xuanwu Marquis has shown his subjects, and in the loyalty to the sovereign, not in the scornful words of shameless scholars." These words struck a chord with the Xuanwu Marquis, momentarily leaving him astonished. Previously, when Xinlang spoke of marrying Jean Mulan, he had been filled with rage. Now, he found Xinlang to be rather admirable and quite perceptive of his sentiments. The Marquis's leniency stemmed from a genuine care for the citizens of Xuanwu City, yet he was certainly not a naive individual. Every feather of his dignity was cherished. After all, what did it matter if his son-in-law spoke harshly, as long as it was done with decorum? Upon hearing Xinlang's words, Su Qianqian could not help but be astonished. Could this eloquent speaker truly be Xinlang? Just a while ago, he had been so inept as to struggle to form a complete sentence. After being expelled from the Su family, he had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Shameless, Zhang Jin muttered under his breath. "You just wed, and already you are claiming the Jin family as your own. How brazen can you be?" However, Xinlang's words had provoked a formidable figure. The former lord of Xuanwu City, Zhang Boyan, not only was Yin Xiong's teacher, but also embodied the archetype of a scholar. Initially, he dismissed Xinlang's humiliation of Yin Xiong as youthful folly. Now, however, Xinlang's repeated taunts of shameless scholars felt like a slap to his face. Zhang Boyan felt compelled to teach this young man a lesson, lest he become too arrogant after learning a few obscure characters. "Scholar Shun, it seems you are well versed in rare characters?" Zhang Boyan inquired. Xinlang replied, "I dare not claim mastery, merely a rudimentary understanding. I have a character here that my inept students cannot recognize. Would you be so kind as to enlighten them?" At this, the crowd perked up, their spirits lifted, as the teacher stepped in for his student. Who was Zhang Boyan? The renowned former lord of Xuanwu City, a connoisseur of literature and a lover of ancient artifacts. After retiring, he established a school within the city, attracting numerous scholars eager to learn from him, his knowledge profound. Why would this former lord oppose the marquise? This relates to the new governance initiated over a decade ago, when the sovereign began reclaiming lands and powers from the old noble families. The lordship of Xuanwu City had traditionally been held by someone from the marquise, typically the marquis's brother. Approximately 11 years ago, the marquise relinquished this position, and since then, every lord has been tasked with maintaining a clear boundary from the Xuanwu marquise, engaging in covert opposition. Xinlang chuckled, "Since Master Zhang wishes to challenge me, I shall oblige." Neither the Xuanwu Marquis nor Jean Mulan showed any intent to intervene. Xinlang had already regained his dignity, and even if he were to lose to Zhang Boyan, it would bear little consequence. After all, Zhang Boyan was an illustrious scholar, and for Xinlang, who had merely attended a local school for a few years, losing to him would be entirely reasonable. Seeing his mentor step forward on his behalf, Yin Xiong felt elated and hurriedly prepared ink and red paper, respectfully presenting the brush to his teacher with both hands. Zhang Boyan accepted it and inscribed a character on the paper. The crowd gathered, including Jean Mulan, who looked on with interest. What an exquisite character! It was graceful and profound, the product of decades of practice. Once completed, the crowd erupted in applause. The former lord of Xuanwu City's calligraphy was indeed impressive, exuding strength. However, the character he wrote remained unrecognized by anyone present. Master Zhang's writing is genuinely remarkable. Each stroke captivates the heart. Indeed, such skill cannot be achieved without decades of dedication. But what was this character? No one knew. As the audience shook their heads, baffled, Yin Xiong observed, "Master Zhang has a penchant for exploring ancient artifacts. This must be from an ancient inscription, exceedingly rare and not found in any text, hence no one recognizes it. Hearing the crowd's speculation, Zhang Boyan felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this character had been derived from an ancient inscription he had unearthed, and he had only discerned its meaning by contextual reference, as it was entirely absent from any written work. Thus, only those who had personally read that inscription could comprehend it. Xinlang stepped closer for a better look and discovered it was a minor seal character. The character was simple, resembling the word for sheep with 2 horizontal strokes removed, akin to the modern symbol for currency, pronounced yuan. However, in ancient times, this was not the meaning of yuan. Xinlang was uncertain of its exact interpretation or pronunciation. In the Daiyin dynasty, apart from a few individuals researching ancient artifacts, most people avoided minor seal characters, as they were not utilized in everyday writing but merely a niche interest. Thus, the complexity of this character was quite extraordinary. Without the aid of his extraterrestrial notebook computer, Xinlang would surely have faltered. However, the device had integrated with his mind, allowing him to instantly retrieve the answer from its database. The Xuanwu Marquis remarked, "Xinlang, this character is exceedingly difficult. Had you not fortuitously encountered it in an ancient inscription, it would be understandable that you did not recognize it." He then added, "Your parents are unwilling to attend the ceremony. Why not visit them with Milan?" This was a gesture to provide Xinlang with a dignified exit. Winning against someone as inconsequential as Xinlang was not of concern to Zhang Boyan. Yet a single character confounded all present, leaving the former lord of Xuanwu with an unmistakable sense of triumph, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of solitude akin to snow. Xinlang remarked, "Master Zhang, if I am not mistaken, you too are unaware of the pronunciation of this character, are you not? You must have inferred its meaning from the context of the inscription, yet its phonetics elude you." "Indeed," Zhang Boyan replied, "but understanding the meaning is far more crucial than knowing its pronunciation, is it not?" Xinlang continued, "How fortuitous. For I happen to know how this character is pronounced." "Impossible," interjected the scholar Yin Xiong. "My teacher has stated that he, too, only grasps the meaning based on the context of the inscription. Thus, no one knows how to pronounce this character." Xinlang countered, "If I can articulate its pronunciation and its meaning, how about you strike yourself across the face for your earlier reckless words, calling me foolish?" Yin Xiong retorted, "What if you are mistaken, or if you mispronounce it? Then I shall strike myself," Xinlang affirmed. "Very well, it is settled," proclaimed Yin Xiong, with all present as witnesses. Master Zhang Boyan refrained from intervening, recognizing that opposing the Earl's household was politically expedient. Xinlang's audacity this evening warranted a lesson. Xinlang declared, "This character is pronounced the same as Ren." "Haha," laughed Yin Xiong, "so you assert it is pronounced Ren? Who can verify that?" Xinlang added, "Furthermore, the meaning of this character should be linked to stab." At this statement, the countenance of the former lord of Xuanwu, Zhang Boyan, transformed instantaneously, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. "This is impossible. Am I hallucinating? How could Xinlang recognize such an obscure character, and even know its pronunciation?" Chapter 26. A Stupefying Revelation. At this moment, it is truly beyond description to convey the astonishment that enveloped Zhang Boyan's heart. Although he had never encountered Xinlang before, he had certainly heard numerous tales about him, often characterized as a dim-witted fool. The small seal script he had inscribed was completely unrecognizable to anyone present. Yet Xinlang inexplicably recognized it, not only comprehending its meaning but also its pronunciation. This was utterly astonishing. The scholar Yin Xiong, standing nearby, jested, "Master, he must be fabricating this, correct?" All eyes turned toward Zhang Boyan, who was intent on outright denying Xinlang's answer, dismissing the correct interpretation as erroneous. Such a stance would render him immune to any repercussions, leaving no one to vindicate Xinlang. However, he was not the sole individual who had unearthed this inscription. 2 other esteemed figures were present, and together they had validated the meaning of the characters through collaborative study. Thus, should he contradict Xinlang publicly today, he risked being proven wrong in the future, which could irreparably tarnish his reputation. The risk of discrediting himself for the sake of a mere Xinlang was hardly worth it. Noticing his teacher's demeanor, Yin Xiong sensed the gravity of the situation and pressed on, "Master, surely Xinlang is fabricating this? He cannot possibly grasp the meaning of these characters." The disciple's tone was laden with heavy insinuation, attempting to sway his teacher into misrepresenting the truth. Zhang Boyan shot Yin Xiong a cold glare, then responded with a smile. "Indeed, young Master Shun is remarkably well versed in the written word, even capable of recognizing such obscure seal characters and pronouncing them accurately. Truly an impressive young man. At this pronouncement, the entire assembly was left in shock. How could Shen Lang, the notorious fool of legend, possess such remarkable skills? Was he not supposed to be a person of no merit? Why, then, did he exhibit such prowess? Shen Lang turned to Yan Xiong and said, "Brother Yan, you declared before everyone that if I were to win, you would strike your own face. Surely, as a distinguished scholar, you would not go back on your word?" Once again, the crowd's gaze shifted to Yan Xiong. While they relished the prospect of Shen Lang being humiliated, witnessing Yan Xiong strike himself was equally entertaining. Who claimed that human nature is inherently good? In a private setting, Yan Xiong might have recanted, but now, with every eye upon him, especially that of the Count of Xuanwu, whose expression was a mix of mirth and coldness, he had no choice. "Shen Lang, you are quite something. I will remember this day," Yan Xiong retorted coldly, then struck his own face with considerable force. The resounding slap echoed through the air. Yan Xiong, the scholar, truly meant it, delivering the blow with such intensity that one might think he was vicariously punishing Shen Lang. Shen Lang reveled in the moment. "I take my leave." Yan Xiong, humiliated, stormed away in anger. At this juncture, the Count of Xuanwu addressed Shen Lang. "You should take Mulan to meet your parents now. Let the banquet commence." With that command, a sumptuous array of food and drink flowed forth, and the guests took their seats. Alas, one individual was conspicuously absent from this spectacle: Wang Lian, the district clerk of Xuanwu City and Shen Lang's rival. He had once been the most favored candidate for Mulan's affections, but having failed in his pursuit, he chose not to attend the wedding festivities that night. Shen Lang, accompanied by Jean Mulan, made his way to the rear courtyard to pay respects to his parents. "Hold on." Suddenly, Lord Zhu Lin called out. He was a figure of considerable stature, and should he choose to challenge Shen Lang, it would pose a significant dilemma for the Count of Xuanwu. Zhu Lin regarded Shen Lang, saying, "Young man, you possess quite the audacity. I shall remember you." This statement, though not overtly threatening, carried an ominous undertone, as being under the watchful eye of the Zhu family was hardly a comforting prospect. Feigning ignorance, Shen Lang bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your kind words." A hearty laugh erupted from Zhu Lin. "Go on, greet your parents. Do not keep the elders waiting." "Yes, my lord," Shen Lang replied. "Shameless." The chorus of youthful voices echoed in unison. "You, Shen Lang, are so eager to address him as father-in-law. How utterly disgraceful." Shen Lang's parents felt a profound sense of inadequacy, reluctant to appear in the grand hall due to their humble origins. Although the Count's household had provided them with splendid garments, they steadfastly refused to wear them, opting instead for their own attire, clothes they had acquired years ago during the new year, which they seldom wore but remained relatively new. His brother, Shen Jian, yearned to don the silk garments gifted by the Count's estate, but their father admonished him against it. The couple sat stiffly in their seats, clearly uncomfortable, longing to return to their modest home, even if it were merely a simple earthen hut. Shen Wan, Shen Lang's father, struggled with a persistent cough due to lingering lung inflammation, yet he valiantly suppressed it. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Lang bowed deeply. "Son pays his respects to his parents. I have been unfilial." His mother quickly moved to assist him, but to her astonishment, Jean Mulan also knelt, declaring, "Daughter-in-law pays her respects to her parents-in-law." In that instant, Shen Lang's family was taken aback. Jean Mulan was the princess of Xuanwu City, the daughter of a venerable noble family, yet here she was, bowing to Shen Lang's parents, who were of humble farmer stock, without a hint of reluctance. In that moment, Shen Lang's admiration for her soared. "No, please. You mustn't," Shen Lang's mother insisted, attempting to help Jean Mulan rise, but she hesitated, her hands retracting upon seeing the young woman's ethereal beauty. Years of labor had rendered her own hands rough and darkened, and she felt unworthy to touch Jean Mulan. However, Jean Mulan gently grasped Shen Lang's mother's hands, rising gracefully, and said softly, "Thank you, dear mother." In that fleeting moment, Shen Lang's parents gazed at Jean Mulan with warmth in their eyes. This was a kind-hearted girl, one who would not mistreat Shen Lang. "Now, let us raise a toast to our parents-in-law," Jean Mulan proposed. "If it pleases you, may we substitute sweet rice wine for the toast, considering my father-in-law's health?" "Yes, yes," Shen Lang's father replied eagerly. Jean Mulan filled their cups, and she and Shen Lang bowed once more, offering their toast. As the sweet rice wine touched their lips, Shen Lang's parents felt a gentle warmth wash over them. His brother, Shen Jian, eagerly downed a cup of the sweet rice wine, and, enchanted by Jean Mulan's kindness, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful." In that moment, Shenlang's father nearly struck him for such a remark. "Thank you," Jean Mulan replied warmly, then turned to Shenlang, saying, "I believe you and your parents have much to discuss. I shall step out to greet the guests." "Very well," Shenlang responded. Once Jean Mulan departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and Shenlang's parents relaxed. Despite her gentle demeanor, the daughter of a count, Shenlang's parents felt a persistent sense of inferiority in her presence. Shenlang addressed them, "Father, Mother, I apologize for disappointing you." They had always harbored hopes that Shenlang would not become a son-in-law, whether to the Su family or the Countess household. The status of a son-in-law was far too low, merely a step above that of a servant. If he failed to earn the affection of his wife's family, he might find himself in an even lower position. Moreover, his parents longed for Shenlang to continue the family lineage. Even if it meant marrying the widow Lu from the village, at least their offspring would carry the Shun name, which would be preferable to living under someone else's roof. With a heavy heart, Shun Wan lamented, "My son, there's no need to speak. You acted to save us, to protect the entire family. It is I, your father, who is to blame for being useless and burdening you." Although Shun Wan was unaware of the specifics, the arrival of Tian Shursan and his entourage to apprehend someone at his home that afternoon allowed him to surmise the underlying reasons. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his heart burdened with profound reluctance and guilt. He lamented that if it were not for his own inadequacies, his beloved Shenlang would not have had to marry into another family. Meanwhile, Shun Jian quietly remarked, "I believe it's quite favorable. My sister-in-law is genuinely kind. And most importantly, she is exceptionally beautiful. One cannot find a woman more exquisite than her within hundreds of miles. By the way, brother, may I propose a matter?" Shenlang responded, "Speak your mind." Shun Jian continued, "Since you have such a stunning wife, might it be permissible for me to pursue the widow Lu from our village?" At that moment, their mother could no longer contain her frustration and delivered a sharp slap to her younger son's head. "How dare you? What if your brother cannot remain at the count's residence and must return home? The widow Lu should be reserved for him. Besides, she has been furtively observing our eldest son for quite some time, and my son is indeed handsome. One cannot find another like him in the surrounding 10 miles. I inquired a few days ago, and I suspect the widow Lu would be amenable to the idea." Shun Jian, feeling exasperated, gazed heavenward, lamenting, "Oh, dear parents, could you possibly be any more biased? Am I truly your biological son, or merely a child you found?" After sharing a meal with his parents, their father declared, "All right, Delang, seeing you safe brings us peace. We shall take our leave now." Shenlang urged, "Mother and father, why not stay the night? The hour is quite late." Their father replied, "We are unaccustomed to this place." Subsequently, Shenlang instructed Jin Zhong to prepare 2 large carts to escort his parents home. The Count and Mulan also left their banquet to bid farewell. "Brother, you need not see us off. Go to your bridal chamber, for your wife awaits you." Shun Jin teased, "A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces." Shenlang waved his hand before making his way toward the bridal chamber. Chapter 27. The Wedding Night. Shenlang's new realm. On the night of the wedding, Shenlang found himself alone in the bridal chamber. As the hours passed, it was nearly midnight, yet Jean Mucklin had yet to enter the room. It felt like a tremendous waste to merely lie in bed and squander such a precious moment. Should he engage in some activity? Having just married, he felt an unsettling heat within him, making sleep elusive. At that moment, Jean Mucklin stepped inside. Shenlang felt an overwhelming sense of relief, fortunate that he had refrained from any actions prior. How embarrassing it would have been had she witnessed him. Seeing Shenlang rise, Jean Mucklin instructed, "Please, take a seat." He complied, and she settled across from him, her graceful figure stirring a deeper restlessness within him. "Today, I have heard many rumors about you. Some say you are vain, others claim you are unlearned, and there are those who allege you possess a feeble intellect," she remarked. "However, your performance tonight has surprised me greatly and delighted my father." "Too kind of you," Shenlang replied modestly. "Can you tell me why? When you entered the Su family, you appeared so lost. Yet tonight you have transformed so remarkably." Jean Mucklin inquired. "After a severe illness at the Su household, I felt as though I had nearly died, and it sparked a clarity in my mind that had previously eluded me," Shenlang explained. "Shenlang, there are certain matters I wish to clarify," she stated. "Please, go ahead," he encouraged. "I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime. My dedication lies solely with my family. However, due to pressure from the Zhu family, I reluctantly had to accept a husband, she confessed. Shenlang anticipated her words, but chose not to interrupt. Jean Mucklin continued, "We may appear as a married couple in name, and that shall remain unchanged. I will never marry another. However, I must apologize that I cannot fulfill the duties of a wife at this time." In other words, she would not consummate their marriage. Shenlang managed to smile, saying, "I understand. This time may very well extend for a lifetime," she added. "I still understand," he affirmed. A woman of Jean Mucklin's stature would never easily share her bed, even with a man who was her nominal husband. To win such a woman's heart was a prerequisite for any physical intimacy. In a sense, Shenlang's entry into the Countess' household was not driven by romantic desires, but rather to safeguard his family and his own peace. Thus, they owed each other nothing. Nonetheless, he felt indebted to Jean Mucklin for resolving the dire crisis facing his family by her actions. From this day forth, you may come and go freely in the Countess' residence, receiving provisions monthly. I will also ensure your parents are well cared for. And you may declare yourself my husband whenever you wish, Jean Mucklin stated. However, we may never share a bed. I will grow old in solitude. Do you agree? She asked. Shenlang nodded. I agree. Very well. From now on, we shall be considered husband and wife. You have suffered, my husband, she declared playfully. Not at all, he replied, maintaining his composure without displaying any indignation. Of course, I cannot be selfish. I can endure loneliness, but you must carry on the family line. Tonight is your wedding night. I cannot allow you to be alone. Xiaobing, come in, Jean Mucklin called. Immediately, a girl dressed in red entered. Appearing to be around 18 or 19. She was exceedingly beautiful, with a well-developed figure that suggested she was capable of bearing children. Her face, however, retained a youthful innocence, making her a delightful vision. Xiaobing has grown up alongside me, akin to a sister, and I now entrust her to you, Jean Mucklin announced. From this night onward, she will accompany you in the bridal chamber and bear your children. Shenlang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such generosity from the goddess Jean Mucklin. Xiaobing, tonight is your Lord's wedding night. You must serve him well, Jean Mucklin instructed. Yes, Xiaobing replied, her cheeks flushed. Shenlang hesitated. Is this truly appropriate? Jean Mucklin replied earnestly. I cannot be selfish. I cannot hinder your future. No, I am not feeling wronged. I am entirely willing, Shenlang reassured her. Jean Mucklin's brow furrowed slightly. Was it possible that Shenlang had developed feelings for her, hence his reluctance to engage with another woman? She did not wish for him to feel burdened by her choice. If he remained infatuated with her, it would only deepen her guilt. Shenlang, listen to me, Jean Mucklin said with sincerity. Please do not harbor any illusions about me. My lifelong ambition is to lead troops into battle, to expand our family's and our sovereign's territories. Your affection touches me deeply, but do not sacrifice your happiness for me. Tonight, you must consummate your marriage with Xiaobing. It is only fair to your parents. Shenlang gazed at Mucklin for a moment before responding. Since my dear wife is so generous, I shall not refuse. He then turned to the charming maid. Xiaobing, time is of the essence. Let us not delay. Please assist me in removing my garments. Jean Mucklin was momentarily stunned. I am indeed generous, but Shenlang, you are being rather too direct. You accept without even a semblance of hesitation? Without further ado, Jean Mucklin departed, for had she lingered, Shenlang would have surely begun to undress. Once she was gone, Shenlang's gaze fell upon Xiaobing. Unbelievable. Despite her petite frame, she possessed a generous figure. Her face was adorable, yet her curves were striking. Groom, do you truly wish for me to serve you? Xiaobing asked, trembling. Of course, he replied earnestly. Having successfully entered the Count's household, his desires had been fulfilled. Whether Jean Mucklin shared his bed or not held little significance. While he held a fondness for Jean Mucklin, particularly regarding her beauty and character, she had made her stance clear. They were to remain a facade of a couple, maintaining mutual respect. Was it reasonable for Shenlang to pursue her further, to remain chaste for her? Absolutely not. After 40 years of singlehood, he had no time to waste. Certainly, Jean Mucklin was stunning, with a physique that was hard to resist, but Xiaobing was appealing in her own right. Once the lights were dimmed, the differences would be negligible, especially with a beauty like Xiaobing. It would be a waste to squander such an opportunity. Xiaobing, the hour grows late. Let us retire, Shenlang declared, already feeling invigorated. Xiaobing glanced at him, bit her lip, and then began to unfasten her attire. Shenlang, at that moment, felt a rush of anticipation. As the maid slowly removed her garments, Shenlang squinted, aware that his long-held innocence was about to be liberated. Yet, as Xiaobing disrobed, Tears began to fall from her eyes. What was happening? Why did she appear so sorrowful? As if she were a virtuous woman stepping into a perilous situation? Did he not measure up to her standards? Xiaobing, do you not wish to? He asked gently. Xiaobing's eyes were red-rimmed, and she remained silent, her tears flowing freely. Shenlang, at a loss for words, realized that perhaps she did not find him appealing. He would not force her. He would rather wait another 10 years than compel someone against their will. Very well, then you may sleep in the next room, he suggested. In an instant, Xiaobing fled, her delicate figure disappearing from view. Cast a glance at his tent, drawing his sword, and surveying the surroundings with a sense of confusion. He inquired, Third brother, Mulan's room is also within this courtyard, not far from here. What do you suppose would happen if I dashed over and burrowed into her bed? I would meet my demise. It would be a catastrophe. The mere thought of such a scenario caused him to feel utterly deflated. He then crawled into bed and, within 10 minutes, succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, shared breakfast with Jean Mulan, with Xiaobing attending to them. Mulan remarked, Husband, today I was meant to accompany you home to pay respects to your parents. However, due to my military duties, I cannot. Please bring a few gifts back for me. Very well, replied. After a moment, Mulan continued, Husband, if you have any aspirations or goals for the future, do share them with me. I have no particular goals, stated. Mulan pressed on. How can one exist without goals? Then declared, Actually, I possess a monumental ambition. What is it? Mulan asked. Replied, to annihilate the Su family and reduce Su Qianqian to a state of pleading submission before me. Mulan gasped in astonishment. Isn't it customary for men to harbor grand ideals, regardless of their authenticity? Your blatant desire for vengeance is rather alarming, husband. Mulan added, I understand your sentiments, but this may prove to be quite challenging. Questioned, is it not possible to destroy the Su family even with the power of the Earl's residence? Mulan explained, the Su family is allied with the Zhang family. Zhang Jin's father, Zhang Chong, is the governor of Nujiang, and they are backed by the Zhu family. The strength of the Earl's residence cannot reach them. Then may I first eliminate Tian Heng? Inquired. Mulan cautioned, that may also be unfeasible. Tian Heng is a major in the militia of Xuanwu City, under its jurisdiction, and has recently allied with the Zhang family. If our Earl's residence were to act against him, it would lead to a falling out with the city lord's office and violate the new regulations, as nobles are forbidden from meddling in local governance. Expressed his frustration. Isn't the Earl's residence supposed to be formidable? Why is it that we are unable to act here or there? Mulan replied, I truly apologize for this. Then proposed, as the son-in-law of the Earl, may I not confront Tian Heng in the Black Clothes gang? Please do not tell me even this is beyond possibility. If we cannot even intimidate a gang leader, the Earl's residence might as well be deemed impotent. Mulan gazed at her husband with a troubled expression, beginning to doubt whether she had chosen the right partner. However, upon seeing his eager countenance, she inexplicably nodded. Well, that could indeed be arranged. Pushed his bowl aside and declared, I am full. Dear wife, take your time. I must take my leave now. Mulan watched in astonishment as hurriedly departed, speechless. Husband, your thirst for revenge is truly overwhelming. Can you not even wait a quarter of an hour? Note, prior to publication, updates will be made daily with 2 installments of 5 to 6,000 characters each. One at noon and another in the evening. After publication, there will be more frequent updates. Thank you for your support. Chapter 28. Vengeance upon Tian Heng. The unashamed dandy after Shenlang rushed out. Mulan gazed at his departing figure in a daze for a couple of seconds before resuming her meal. A nearby maid, Xiao Ting, remarked, Miss, the master bears a grudge, and I fear it will tarnish the reputation of our Earl's residence. She was tall and somewhat slender. Upon hearing this, Mulan paused her chopsticks and turned her gaze toward Xiao Ting. She was usually kind to her servants, so they did not fear her excessively. Moreover, Xiao Ting was quite capable, taking excellent care of Mulan's daily needs, thus earning her position as the head maid among them. The residents of the Earl's household often greeted her with affectionate titles. Seeing Mulan's gaze upon her, Xiao Ting continued, I speak the truth. Our Earl's residence is known for its benevolence towards the people, and such reckless behavior from the master could bring us trouble. Mulan's eyes turned cold as she snapped. Bring her here, and give her 10 slaps. Immediately, an old matron entered and struck Xiao Ting's face mercilessly. Slap, slap, slap. Xiao Ting was initially in disbelief. How could the miss strike her? But as the pain registered, she couldn't help but cry out. After receiving 10 resounding slaps, her once handsome face became swollen and bruised, with blood trickling from her nose. The onlookers fell silent, astonished. The miss had never acted in such a manner. Occasionally, she would allow playful banter, but this was unprecedented. Mulan declared, "Remember this. Even if the master is a son-in-law, he is your master. Should you dare to speak ill of him behind his back again, it will not be merely 10 slaps." Xiao Ting was utterly stunned. She had been so cherished by the miss. Mulan ordered, "Expel her from my courtyard and send her to the embroidery room." Panic-stricken, the slender maid knelt and pleaded, "Miss, I was wrong. I will never speak ill of the master again. Please forgive me." Receiving 10 slaps was one thing, but being sent to the embroidery room was another. In the Earl's residence, servants had a hierarchy. Being near the miss meant one was elevated, but going to the embroidery room meant a life of endless toil. Regardless of her pleas, a few matrons seized her and dragged her away. "My lord, Master Shenlang has come to offer tea," Jinzhong announced. The Earl was in good spirits. Shenlang had performed remarkably well the previous night, bringing him pride. Of course, Wang Lian and Mo Yi were still far superior to him. However, Shenlang, once rumored to be a complete failure, had shown promise, surprising everyone. Upon entering, Shenlang respectfully offered tea to his in-laws. The Earl asked, "Shenlang, do you have any plans for today?" Shenlang replied, "My parents have toiled to raise me. Today, as I have entered the Earl's residence, it would be unfilial not to visit them. I wish to return home and spend time with them." The Earl nodded. "Filial piety is paramount. You should go and bring them a couple of gifts from me." "Yes, thank you, my lord," Shenlang replied. The noble lady, elegant and gracious, said, "Mulan, as a daughter-in-law, should accompany you to visit your parents. However, she has military duties, so I apologize on her behalf." Shenlang responded, "Your words are too kind, my lady." Both parties chose to avoid discussing the events of the previous night, clearly anticipating the unspoken tension. After Shenlang took his leave, the Earl's wife commented, "I find Shenlang quite impressive. He seems rather composed." Half an hour later, Shenlang departed the Earl's residence. Initially intending to ride a horse, he opted for a carriage instead, accompanied by 2 knights from the Earl's household. This could be considered a triumphant return, akin to a modern-day luxury vehicle, complete with armed escorts. Such an entourage was akin to that of high-ranking officials. However, Shenlang did not return home. Instead, he boldly entered Tian Hong's black-clothed gang. "Halt! This is the Militia 1000 household. Who dares intrude?" The headquarters of the black-clothed gang resembled a small fortress, marked with the flag of the militia. Upon seeing Shenlang's carriage, they immediately readied their crossbows. "Charge in," Shenlang commanded. Without hesitation, the 2 armed knights sped forward on horseback. The soldiers atop the gang's walls prepared to shoot, but a nearby comrade quickly stopped them. "Are you mad? Do you wish to die? Those are the Earl's knights." Upon closer inspection, the archer recognized the Earl's banner and nearly lost his wits. They called themselves militia, but they were indeed a gang. Attacking the Earl's knights would be courting death. "Go report to the leader at once," commanded a small headman atop the wall. A gang member dashed inside to inform Tian Hong. "Haraha!" Though unseen, his voice echoed. Tian Hong opened his arms wide from a distance, cheerfully exclaiming, "May I ask which esteemed guest from the Earl's residence has graced us with their presence? I apologize for my lack of proper welcome." "Stop!" Shenlang ordered the driver to halt and stepped down from the carriage, lazily saying, "Tian gang leader, I trust you are well." Tian Hong felt a mix of resignation and surprise. It was indeed Shenlang. He had not expected him to arrive so soon after his marriage into the Earl's household. Ready to confront him. "You, Shenlang, have changed your demeanor too quickly. Just days ago, you were exceedingly respectful, trembling like a mouse before a cat. And now you act so brazenly. Your nouveau riche nature is quite unmasked." Suppressing his anger, he stepped forward with cupped hands, warmly saying, "Mr. Shen, it is a pleasure to see you. If you have matters to discuss, you could have sent a servant instead of coming personally." Shenlang was displeased. Tian Hong still referred to him informally, disregarding his status as the Earl's son-in-law. "Please, do invite me in for tea," Tian Hong offered. In the lavishly decorated parlor of Tian Hong, Shenlang leisurely sipped his tea. Tian Hong, inwardly dismissive, thought, "What does a newly affluent man like you know of appreciating tea?" Nonetheless, he did not show it outwardly. "What brings you here, Mr. Shen?" Tian Hong inquired. Shenlang replied, "I have come for the debt of 1,000 gold coins. We must honor our debts. Failing to repay is disgraceful." Tian Hong laughed heartily, producing a note from his pocket. This was the very note Shenlang had written in blood for the loan. With a swift motion, Tian Hong tore the note to shreds and let the remnants burn in the candlelight. What debt of 1,000 gold coins? I have forgotten entirely. He waved dismissively. You seem quite sensible, Tian Hong, Shenlang remarked. Yet, you owe me 1,000 gold coins. How could you forget and destroy the evidence? What if people think I am extorting you? The words left Tian Hong momentarily dumbfounded, nearly causing him to spew his tea. I have never encountered such shamelessness in all my years on the road. You, Shenlang, possess the ability to twist the truth far better than I. Tian Hong retorted. So, does this mean you have no intention of repaying? Shenlang asked lightly. I owe you nothing. Tian Hong shot back. In his heart, Tian Hong seethed with rage, wishing fervently to seize a blade and reduce Shenlang to mere pulp. Yet, he found himself unable to act upon such violent thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he donned a facade of cheerfulness and said, How could that be? While others may choose not to repay their debts to me, I must certainly honor my obligations to others. He then called out, Bring me 1,000 gold coins. Moments later, someone approached with a small chest, weighing no less than 50-odd pounds, filled to the brim with gold coins. Young Master Shun, please do count them, Tian Hong urged. And you still dare to address me without the honorific? Shenlang retorted, Oh, come now, we are all acquaintances. Let us forego the interest. Tian Hong felt as if he might explode with fury. This scoundrel was not only extorting 1,000 gold coins from him, but also daring to demand interest. Nevertheless, he quickly masked his anger with a smile and replied, A true brother must keep his accounts clear. Interest must indeed be paid. He then produced an additional 100 gold coins as interest. Does young Master Shen have any further instructions? Tian Hong inquired. Shenlang responded, Where is Tian Shi-san? Tian Hong asked, What business do you have with him? Shenlang declared, He attempted to capture my parents yesterday and openly threatened to annihilate my entire family. I intend to break his legs. At that moment, Tian Hong felt as though his eyes might burst with disbelief. The audacity of this man was simply intolerable. Note, gratitude to Bai Wei Sui Xin for the generous reward of 10,000 coins. Thank you. Chapter 29. Regret beyond redemption. Tian Hong's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms as a tumult of sorrow and indignation surged within him. Why? After decades of relentless martial training and fierce battles, he had achieved his current status. Yet, this pretty boy, who only days ago was akin to an insignificant insect beneath his heel, now brazenly dared to confront him. Was it merely because of his handsome visage? Every minute, Tian Hong was consumed by the urge to smash Shenlang's face to a pulp. But he could not act upon it. Instead, he feigned anger, exclaiming, 13 has offended young Master Shen? Such audacity. When he returns, I shall certainly break his legs. Shenlang frowned. He is not here? Indeed, fortuitously absent, Tian Hong replied with a smirk. He was dispatched to Balan City last night and will not return for a month or two. How convenient, Shenlang thought, finding it hard to believe. Yet, since Tian Hong claimed he was away, Shenlang could not search for him. When he returns, do remember to inform me, Shenlang said. Certainly, certainly. Tian Hong forced a smile. With that, Shenlang departed. The warriors of the Earl's mansion glanced at the chest of gold coins on the table, unsure whether to take them. Take the gold, Shenlang instructed. It is a debt owed to me by Tian Hong, unrelated to the Earl's estate. One of the Earl's warriors stepped forward, lifting the chest and following Shenlang out. As they reached the door, two warriors exchanged glances, sensing that perhaps the young lady had chosen the wrong son-in-law. Such shamelessness was a complete affront to the Earl's family honor. Once Shenlang had left, the leader of the black-clad gang, Tian Hong, could no longer contain himself. He violently shattered all the teacups on the table and ground the one Shenlang had used into powder beneath his foot. Bring me the chair he sat on and burn it. Instantly, two black-clad warriors entered, brandishing knives, and reduced Shenlang's chair to kindling before sending it to the kitchen to be burned. Do not be upset, father. Shenlang, this good-for-nothing, is flaunting his power. The Earl of Xuanwu cherishes his people and his reputation. He will punish this scoundrel severely. Perhaps it won't be long before we hear of Shenlang's demise at the Earl's estate, Tian Shi-san remarked as he emerged. Of course, he had not gone to Balan City. I find it unbelievable, Tian Hong said, how swiftly a worthless wretch can transform into a dandy, so naturally, so self-taught. He knew Shenlang was not truly worthless, but saying so brought him some relief. Just a foolish individual, suddenly wealthy and unable to achieve greatness. Look at his shameless demeanor. He is not destined for any significant accomplishment, Tian Shi-san scoffed. Stay away for the time being. Remain within the gang and avoid drawing attention. Tian Hong instructed. Though filled with resentment, Tian Shisan could only nod in acquiescence. However, at that moment, Shun Lang, who had already departed, suddenly rushed back. Tian Shisan was startled and quickly sought to hide. "Do not hide. I see you," Shun Lang sneered. "Tian Shisan, your speed is remarkable." Returning from Belan City in an instant, truly a feat at this moment, Tian Heng was seething with rage. "Shun Lang, you scoundrel, not only shameless but cunning as well. Having left, you dare to return with vengeance?" Shun Lang turned to Tian Shisan, saying, "You led a dozen men to my home, forcefully entering to seize my parents and brother. Had it not been for Jin Zhong's timely arrival, they would have faced unspeakable tragedy. I merely intend to break your legs. Is that too much to ask?" Tian Shisan's face contorted with fury as he glared at Shun Lang. In the face of such a vengeful adversary, pleading for mercy was futile, so he did not conceal his hatred. Shun Lang calmly stated, "You promised, Tian Heng, that upon Tian Shisan's return, you would ensure his legs were broken for my sake. Now, take action." Tian Heng closed his eyes, unwilling to concede. Moreover, after witnessing Shun Lang's entry into the Earl's estate, he felt a profound sense of urgency and sought a powerful ally, Governor Zhang Chong. He had sacrificed 35% of the profits from 5 gambling houses to secure Zhang's protection. Making this deal had caused him internal anguish, as over 60% of his revenue stemmed from the gambling houses. Yet, it provided him with leverage and the courage to confront the Earl's estate. He did not wish to sever ties with Shun Lang entirely, but this wretch was oblivious to the boundaries. Suddenly, Tian Heng's expression darkened, his gaze icy, and he slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding crash. The solid mahogany table splintered into pieces. At the same time, 2 warriors of the Earl's mansion drew their swords, positioning themselves protectively in front of Shun Lang. Regardless of their personal feelings towards this son-in-law, they would defend him with their lives if he were in danger. "Shun Lang, do not push your luck," Tian Heng bellowed. He certainly could not break Tian Shisan's legs, not out of affection for his adopted son, but due to his own pride. Tian Shisan had acted on his orders to capture Shun Lang's family. If he were to break his legs under pressure from Shun Lang, his authority would be shattered, and no one would dare serve him again. He would be ridiculed throughout Xuanwu City. "Young Master Shun, it is best to resolve enmities rather than deepen them. Let us show mercy where we can," Tian Heng implored. Shun Lang's voice turned cold. "When I was weak and you sought to kill me and my family, did you ever consider mercy?" Tian Heng locked eyes with Shun Lang, enunciating each word. "But you are not truly powerful. You are merely borrowing strength." Having reached the point of no return, Tian Heng dropped all pretense. "Indeed, you have become the Earl's son-in-law, and I dare not lay a finger on you. Yet, you are merely a consort of the Earl, with status only slightly above that of a servant. You cannot threaten me," Tian Shisan interjected. "Furthermore, the Earl cherishes his people, with your arrogance as a new son-in-law. He will not tolerate your behavior. To uphold family honor, he may even take drastic measures against you." Tian Heng continued, "The Earl is a man of principles. My influence does not extend into his territory. I am a militia leader in Xuanwu City, under the city lord's jurisdiction. As long as I do not offend the Earl, he will not act against me. My reluctance to provoke you does not imply fear." To a certain extent, Tian Heng's assertions held truth. As the state of Yu implemented new policies, the Earl of Xuanwu conducted himself with increasing restraint, avoiding interference in local military and governmental affairs, lest he invite disaster. The governor's office and the city lord's office were constantly observing, waiting for the Earl to make a misstep. "I had intended to extend you some courtesy, perhaps even to forge a friendship. However, your insatiable greed leaves me no choice but to sever our ties," Tian Heng declared. Shun Lang also wiped the smile from his face, stating coolly, "Tian Heng, I shall ask you one final time. Are you willing to break Tian Shisan's legs?" Tian Heng scoffed coldly. "If you wish to act, do so yourself, or let the warriors of the Earl's residence behind you take action." Could Shun Lang possibly take action? Absolutely not. With his meager strength, he could never hope to contend with Tian Shisan. And to suggest that the Earl's warriors act? Even more implausible. These 2 warriors would lay down their lives to safeguard Shun Lang's safety, yet they would never heed his command to strike another. Shun Lang cast a glance at the 2, merely testing the waters. The warriors of the Earl's residence averted their gaze, clearly indicating that he could not command them. Why must Shun Lang, who was initially so amiable, escalate matters to such an extent? Tian Heng remarked coldly, "A person's dignity is something they alone can tarnish." Mulan once stated that Shun Lang could strike Tian Heng's face, and the latter would not resist, even presenting his cheek willingly. However, To shatter Tian Shisan's legs would be akin to severing Tian Heng's own limbs, surpassing the limits of his endurance. Thus, Tian Heng's demeanor soured. Shenlang's face tightened, only to suddenly break into a broad grin. Tian Heng, the leader, young Master Shen, he exclaimed, though the hour grows late and I must visit my parents. I vow here and now. What vow? Tian Heng laughed. Shenlang spoke deliberately. Tomorrow, I shall compel you to break Tian Shisan's legs before my very eyes. What you have uttered today, I will make you swallow back tomorrow. Haraha. Tian Heng laughed heartily. Such grandiose words. You are merely a son-in-law of the Earl's residence. Do not indulge in such wild boasts. Do you truly believe yourself formidable enough to suppress me? You are merely dreaming. Shenlang replied. Regardless, tomorrow shall arrive swiftly, and then the truth will be revealed. Tian Heng responded. I await with bated breath. Shenlang declared, tomorrow, I shall make you comprehend what it is to suffer excruciating pain, and you will regret it to the point of bloodshed. Note: thank you to Baiwei Suixin for the generous reward, and to book friend 155-328-8853 for their generous support as well. Chapter 30. Returning home in splendor. Less than beasts after parting ways with the Black Cloak Gang in Tianheng, Shenlang hurried back to his parents' home. His family had been eagerly awaiting his return, and as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, his mother rushed to greet him. My son, how has the young lady of the Count's residence treated you? She inquired with anticipation. Shenlang replied, she has been exceedingly kind to me. His mother, relieved, responded, then I can rest easy. 2 warriors from the Count's residence began to transport numerous boxes of gifts into the house, filled with fabric, rice, meat, and a wealth of medicinal herbs. Mulan had been particularly thoughtful, knowing that Shenlang's father and younger brother had been injured, and thus prepared ample supplies for their recovery. Subsequently, Shenlang presented 300 gold coins to his father, stating, this sum is to build a new house for our family, using the finest bricks and tiles. His father's expression shifted slightly as he replied, eldest son, you are now affiliated with the Count's household. It is acceptable for us as parents to benefit from your association, but we must not take the Count's money. We cannot allow him to believe you are misusing his resources, as it would tarnish your reputation. His father's words, though gentle, reflected a concern that Shenlang might earn a reputation for ingratitude. With a smile, Shenlang reassured him, these gold coins are not from the Count. They are my own earnings. His father, curious, asked, how did you acquire such wealth? Shenlang explained, I invented a new dye formula and sold it to a prominent silk merchant in town. Now, as the son-in-law of the Count, I can use this money without hesitation. Of course, Shenlang could not disclose that the funds had been extorted from Tianheng, for that would only heighten his parents' apprehensions. Nevertheless, his father remained hesitant, having spoiled Shenlang since childhood and reluctant to accept his money. Shenlang insisted, we must build a grand house. It would be fitting for my return. If Mulan were to accompany me, she cannot possibly stay in a thatched hut, can she? This statement solidified his father's resolve to construct a new, spacious home. Although he believed it improbable that the Count's esteemed daughter would visit their humble abode, he felt it essential to provide adequate accommodation should she ever come. Preserving his son's dignity. Building a grand house requires no more than a dozen gold coins. 300 is unnecessary, his father remarked. In truth, he had never handled gold coins before, having always used copper or, at best, silver for transactions. In the countryside, even a large, well-built house with 5 or 6 rooms, constructed with the finest bricks and stones, along with a generous courtyard and walls, would not cost more than 100 gold coins. Shenlang insisted. The house must be grand, with thick walls and tall fences. Very well, his father conceded. Meanwhile, Shenlang's younger brother, Shenjian, looked on in envy. He had always been relegated to the lowest rungs of society, while now his elder brother had become the Count's son-in-law. Shenlang assured him, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, I will take you out to see the world, and I promise you a bright future. Oh, Shenjian exclaimed joyfully, once I am successful, I will marry Widow Lu. His aspirations remained as lofty as ever. Later, his mother prepared a sumptuous lunch, even though it was already afternoon. Shenlang relished the meal with his family. His mother invited the 2 warriors from the Count's residence to join them, but they declined, choosing instead to stand outside and consume their simple meal of flatbreads. This was both a mark of respect and a subtle distancing, as they preferred not to grow too close to Shenlang's family. Though willing to risk their lives to protect him, they still regarded him with disdain, making it impossible for Shenlang to command them. Of course, he harbored no intention of forcing them to dine with him. If they preferred to eat outside, so be it. Even when his mother offered to brew them tea, Xinlang suggested they simply have a bowl of plain water instead. In his heart, Xinlang resolved that he must cultivate a network of trusted allies. He required at least one or two capable individuals who would heed his commands without hesitation in critical moments. It was impractical for him to handle everything personally, as it would render him vulnerable. Quality over quantity was paramount when it came to loyalty and capability. In the following moments, Xinlang prepared medicinal concoctions for his father, applying new salves to his brother's broken bones and rebandaging the injuries with clean cloth. His parents basked in the warmth of familial love and gratitude. Their beloved eldest son had transformed into a dutiful and considerate individual. It was all too beautiful to behold. As the sun began to set, Xinlang bid farewell to his parents, preparing to return to the Countess' residence. His mother's eyes glistened with tears, yet her face was adorned with a smile as she watched him depart. Eldest son, Desha has encountered trouble. His situation is dire. Please check on him before you leave, she urged, unable to suppress her concern. Desha had been Xinlang's only friend, a protector since childhood. Xinlang made his way to Desha's home, and as he passed through Maple Leaf Village, the villagers whispered and peered from behind their doors, their gazes towards him filled with a complex mixture of emotions. They had never anticipated that Xinlang, once regarded as a worthless fool, would ascend to become the Countess' son-in-law. The once derided simpleton now stood elevated, a figure beyond their reach, inciting envy and resentment. Yet, when Xinlang turned his gaze upon them, they donned sycophantic smiles. Nonetheless, they secretly speculated that after being expelled from the Su family, he might soon find himself ousted from the Countess' residence as well, returning, dejected, to his humble thatched home on the mountain. These villagers, though simple, were also cunning. They possessed empathy, but were unwilling to see others thrive. Ideally, they preferred their circumstances to be superior to his, allowing them to offer occasional assistance and bask in the glow of their own benevolence. Xinlang strode purposefully, entirely uninterested in pausing to exchange pleasantries with the villagers. He had not become a sovereign who needed to perform like Liu Bang of the Han dynasty. As an outsider with an attractive appearance and a history of perceived inadequacy, he had previously been scorned and isolated by the villagers. Throughout his childhood, he had been bullied, with Desha standing as his steadfast protector, often shielding him from stones and, on one occasion, even excrement. Desha, much like Xinlang in his former years, was not particularly bright. He was akin to the protagonist from Forrest Gump, embodying innocence and unwavering loyalty. Born with an extraordinary physique, Desha weighed a staggering 12 pounds at birth, and his mother tragically passed during childbirth. From that moment, he grew at an alarming rate. Despite enduring daily hunger, by the age of 18, he had reached a height of over 2 meters, resembling a giant. It remained a mystery why he was so different, as both of his parents were perfectly ordinary. Desha consumed vast quantities of food, yet he worked tirelessly, equating to the labor of 3 or 4 men, possessing immense strength. In summary, he was extraordinarily gifted. Unlike any other, despite his imposing stature and unmatched strength, Desha was gentle and harmless, with a simple, kind-hearted demeanor, and he never engaged in fights. When others struck him, he would simply turn his back and allow them to hit him, never retaliating. When Xinlang was being assaulted, he shielded himself, wrapping his arms around Xinlang and turning his back to absorb the blows. Desha, unfortunately, had a tumultuous life after his mother's passing. His father remarried within 3 years, producing yet another younger brother. From that point onward, Desha felt as though he had been cast aside. Were it not for his industriousness, he might have gone without sustenance. Even with his ability to work, he scarcely had enough to eat, as his stepmother only provided him with a meager allowance of cornmeal, leaving him hungry for the majority of the time. Upon hearing that Desha was in trouble, Xinlang hurriedly made his way to Desha's residence. Upon arrival, he observed that Desha's family lived in relative comfort. His father was a renowned hunter and also served as the leader of the militia in Maple Leaf Village. Thus they resided in a spacious brick house with a courtyard. However, upon entering, Xinlang found only Desha's stepmother and younger brother. Upon seeing Xinlang, Desha's stepmother was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Shah, what brings you here?" She quickly covered her mouth, realizing Xinlang's affluent appearance, accompanied by 2 warriors. "Desha has gone to work," she stated. "Is there something you need?" Xinlang, taken aback, replied, "Isn't it said that he was in trouble? Where is he working? I must find him." He continued, "Moreover, I wish to provide your family with some funds. Ensure that he is well fed every day, understood?" He then produced a pouch containing 50 silver coins. Once Shenlang was firmly established in the Earl's residence, he intended to take both his brothers Shinjian and Desha with him. However, for now, Desha needed to remain at home for a while. Even a fraction of this money could guarantee his nourishment. Desha's stepmother's eyes lit up as she eagerly accepted the pouch, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, Shenlang, I will ensure Dezhuang eats well every day and even has meat. You are truly a person of integrity and compassion, not forgetting your friends after achieving success. Yet, Desha's half-brother, upon witnessing Shenlang's wealth, felt a surge of jealousy and coldly sneered. Desha? P.S. probably long dead, tossed into a ravine. At this, Shenlang's expression darkened, and he swiftly exited Desha's home. 15 minutes later, in a secluded ravine, Shenlang discovered the abandoned Desha. He was emaciated, mere skin and bones, barely clinging to life, his body stained with blood. The once formidable figure, towering at 2 meters, had been reduced to a mere skeleton, his chest grotesquely swollen, with visible signs of broken bones. Yet, his eyes retained their innocence. Upon seeing Shenlang, they sparkled with joy as he weakly uttered, "Heir Shah, you've come? I've missed you so much." "Yes, I have come," Shenlang replied, his eyes brimming with tears. "What happened to you? How did it come to this?" Desha explained, "My younger brother was being mischievous and provoked a giant beast on the mountain. I went to rescue him and was struck multiple times, breaking several bones and coughing up blood. Father had no money for treatment, so he left me here to die." At his words, tears streamed down Shenlang's face. "You wretched creatures. Truly, a stepmother brings forth a stepfather's cruelty." Desha's brother was no good. He tormented Desha daily and even bullied Shenlang, throwing dirt into Desha's food, urinating in his bed, stealing money and framing Desha, and spying on women bathing to implicate him. Even so, Desha continued to protect this ungrateful brother. Now, after sustaining injuries from a beast while trying to save this despicable sibling, their father had callously abandoned him to await death. Animals, I shall make you pay. Chapter 31. Fury Unleashed. The most beautiful Milan Desha's father, despite having a decent financial standing, truly could not afford to treat Desha's injuries. Perhaps it was merely a matter of reluctance to spend. "How long have you been left here?" Shenlang inquired. Desha struggled to count on his fingers, but was unable to lift his hands. How robust he had once been. "One hand is not enough," Desha murmured. This implied he had been abandoned in this ravine for over 6 days. Without food or water, he was left to bleed and suffer from broken bones, waiting for death. Shenlang had already assessed Desha's injuries: 5 broken ribs and internal damage to his liver, stomach, and lungs. The injuries were severe, yet with sufficient funds. Recovery was assured. It was his father's unwillingness to spend that led to Desha being forsaken in the ravine. Fortunately, none of the fractured ribs had pierced any organs. The reason Desha lay there, on the brink of death, was solely due to being exposed to the elements for days on end, combined with the absence of nourishment, leading to a relentless fever and extreme weakness. "Heir Shah, I am dying." Desha smiled weakly at Shenlang. "I was worried you might be bullied, but now it seems you have grown strong." He then gently closed his eyes, his breathing becoming increasingly shallow. Desha held a fondness for life. Yet he did not fear death. His heart was merely heavy with sorrow. "No, you shall not die. You must live. I will save you and take you away," Shenlang declared. He then retrieved slices of ginseng from his pocket and placed them in Desha's mouth. Desha remained in a daze, devoid of any will to survive. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. The moment he was abandoned by his father, he had lost the desire to live. Despite enduring abuse and hunger throughout his childhood, he had always believed that his father loved him, albeit inexpressively. Yet, he had truly overindulged. Even though he endured hunger daily, consuming no more than 2 bowls of corn rice per meal while toiling relentlessly, he yearned to prove his worth to his father. However, after sustaining grave injuries while saving his younger brother and being discarded by his father, he finally comprehended the truth. His father did not love him. Thus, he no longer feared death. Shenlang slapped Desha's face and exclaimed, "Desha, I have been bullied. You must help me." As if on instinct, Desha suddenly opened his eyes wide, instinctively reaching out to embrace Shenlang protectively. "Desha, you cannot die like this. You must show your father how capable you are. Make him regret his actions, yes?" Shenlang's words struck a chord within Desha. He paused for a moment before nodding vigorously. "Yes, I want to prove my worth to my father. When he grows old, I will care for him." Desha murmured to himself, "I cannot die. I must provide for my father." My younger brother is mischievous and will surely neglect him when he grows up. Even at this moment, Dasha was contemplating how to care for his father in the future, leaving Shun Lang speechless. Lift him onto the carriage, Shun Lang commanded. Two warriors from the Earl's estate were taken aback, but quickly complied. They hoisted Dasha onto the grand carriage. Shun Lang returned directly to Dasha's home. His expression icy. Dasha's stepmother chuckled awkwardly. We truly have no money to treat Dasha. We had no choice but to do this. Besides, people in the mountains are all like this. We are not the only ones. Humph. Dasha's half-brother sneered. A fool like him, dead or alive, what does it matter? You are the same. This foolish child is beyond saving. Without a word, Shun Lang stepped forward and kicked him fiercely. You shall be cursed with a barren lineage. Oh. Dasha's brother screamed in agony, writhing on the ground, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth. Dasha's stepmother shrieked, Shun Lang, what are you doing? Don't think I fear you just because you are a son-in-law of the Su family. I will report you. I will report you. She was unaware that Shun Lang had already become a son-in-law to the Earl's estate. I do not strike women, Shun Lang replied with a smile. He took a wooden basin and elegantly filled it with water. Do not fear. I said I do not strike women. Then, Shun Lang pressed Dasha's stepmother's head into the water, causing her to struggle for breath. Ugh, ugh. This wicked woman fought desperately, but could not escape. The two warriors from the Earl's estate looked on, their expressions slightly twitching, yet they remained silent. After 2 minutes, Dasha's stepmother felt she was on the brink of death, completely unable to breathe, and was so frightened that she lost control of her bodily functions. Shun Lang seized her hair, pulling her head above the water so she could breathe once more, and she gasped for air, coughing and crying out loudly. For days, Dasha had awaited death in despair, and now I shall allow you to experience a taste of that despair, Shun Lang said coolly. When your husband returns, inform him I am at the Xuanwu Earl's estate. He may come find me at any time. With that, Shun Lang departed, taking Dasha back to the Xuanwu Earl's estate. As the sun set, Shun Lang arrived back at the Earl's estate. Ordinary folk were not permitted to enter the castle atop the mountain, but as the son-in-law, Shun Lang had unfettered access. However, he was soon intercepted. A young officer, leading dozens of warriors on patrol, stopped him upon entry. Halt! Shun Lang did not recognize the man. His name was Jin Cheng, the captain of the Earl's internal guards, holding the rank of Deputy 1000 Household, and practically 100 household officer. He had previously been one of the 5 candidates for the Earl's son-in-law and had grown up within the Earl's estate, possessing remarkable martial skills. He could easily qualify for the martial examinations, yet he had vowed never to leave the Earl's residence. Jin Cheng regarded Shun Lang with a complex expression. As a young talent raised in the Earl's estate, he held Mulan in the highest esteem, deeply enamored with her essence and spirit. Thus, his gaze towards Shun Lang was filled with a chilling complexity. If he had lost to Wang Lian or Mo Yi, he would have held no grievance. Losing to Jin Shuying would have brought bittersweet feelings along with blessings, for he was his idol, his elder brother, his role model. Yet, losing to Shun Lang was intolerable. Mulan was a goddess, a mistress, and Jin Qing dared not harbor dissatisfaction. However, towards Shun Lang, he felt nothing but absolute disdain and contempt. What are you, Shun Lang? A man of no skill, lacking even the strength to crush a chicken, and a mere peasant from a fallen family. Not to mention, you are vain, and just days ago, you were expelled from the Su family for stealing money and harassing maidens. Is there a man more shameless and vain than you? Thus, even after Shun Lang became the Earl's son-in-law, Jin Cheng could not suppress his animosity and disdain. Seeing Shun Lang nonchalantly enter the Earl's estate, he stepped forward to block his way. Who are you? Why do you obstruct me? Shun Lang asked. Seeing Shun Lang with such an air of superiority only fueled Jin Cheng's anger. You may enter, but what is in your carriage? I must inspect it. Dasha was too heavy. Jin Cheng immediately discerned that the carriage held something substantial. He approached and lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing a bloodied and barely conscious figure within. Shun Lang, you are quite bold, Jin Cheng said coldly. While it is true you are now a son-in-law of the Earl's estate, what authority do you have to bring anyone into this estate as if it were your own backyard? In a sense, Jin Cheng was not entirely incorrect. The status of a son-in-law was only slightly above that of a servant, at best half a master. Therefore, Shun Lang had no right to bring outsiders into the Earl's estate at will. Guards, throw this unidentified person out. Do not allow him to enter. Jin Cheng commanded directly. Suddenly, 2 of his warriors stepped forward, intending to cast the barely conscious Dasha out into the cold. Dasha lay there, on the brink of death. his breath faint and fleeting. Immediate medical attention was imperative. Yet, he could not be jostled, for his life hung by a fragile thread. Who would dare? Xin Lang remarked calmly, then commanded the two warriors behind him, carry this wounded man inside. The two warriors from the Count's estate exchanged glances, rooted to the spot, uncertain whose orders to heed, as Jin Sheng was their superior. Jin Sheng coldly interjected, Xin Lang, you are not yet the master of the Count's estate. You do not have the authority to issue commands. The patrol of the Count's estate is at my discretion. What are you waiting for? Throw this unknown outsider out. Xin Lang gazed at Jin Sheng for a considerable moment before nodding. Very well, I shall take my brother to Xuanwu City for treatment. He then seated himself in the driver's position, turning the carriage around to head toward Xuanwu City. At that moment, the Count and Jin Mulan hurriedly approached. Jin Sheng stepped forward, saying, My lord, my lady, the son-in-law wishes to bring an outsider into the Count's estate, and I have halted him. This is against the rules. The Count furrowed his brow and inquired, Xin Lang, what is the matter? Xin Lang refrained from lodging a complaint, for such an act would be beneath him. Instead, he stated directly, the one lying in the carriage is my sole friend, and his life is in grave danger. If he cannot enter the Count's estate for healing, I shall take him into the city for treatment. To heal the Shah would require a wealth of medicinal herbs, of which the Count's estate possessed the most comprehensive supply. Upon hearing Xin Lang's words, the Count immediately commanded, quickly summon a physician. Saving a life is of utmost importance. I will. Mulan stepped forward, personally lifting the Shah's body and making her way into the estate. At that moment, Xin Lang felt a profound sense of gratitude. Mulan appeared strikingly beautiful. In her actions, Mulan was apologizing to Xin Lang, and he could discern the sentiment in her eyes. Forgive me, dear husband, for the distress I have caused you. At this juncture, Jin Sheng remarked, Miss, this is against the rules. Outsiders cannot enter our Count's estate at will. Upon hearing his words, Mulan gently set the Shah down, then, without a word, approached Jin Sheng and swiftly drew her whip, striking down with force. In that instant, Mulan was even more breathtaking. Chapter 32. Yet another opportunity to show off with a crack. The whip struck Jin Sheng, tearing his leather armor and leaving a bloody mark on his body. Jin Sheng's expression changed abruptly, disbelief overtaking him. Miss Mulan had always been a compassionate leader, cherishing her soldiers, and he never expected her to resort to such punishment for the sake of a mere Xin Lang. To Jin Sheng, Xin Lang was merely a temporary figurehead who could not possibly compare to him, a young prodigy raised in the Count's estate. Mulan coldly stated, I strike you for two reasons. First, because you stood idly by while someone was in peril, violating the principles of the Xuanwu Count's estate. Second, Xin Lang is my husband, thus your master, and your attitude lacks the requisite respect. You must correct your demeanor moving forward. Jin Sheng's face quivered slightly as he bowed his head, acknowledging, I understand. My humble self will heed your words. Following this, Mulan continued to assist Xin Lang in carrying the unconscious Dasha into the estate's infirmary. At that moment, Dr. Anzaishi of the estate emerged to greet them. He promptly examined Dasha's condition and reported, the most critical issues are fractured ribs, internal injuries to the organs, and bleeding in the lungs and stomach, with minor hemorrhaging in the liver as well. Xin Lang marveled at Dr. An's skill. Without the aid of X-ray vision, he was able to ascertain such details through sheer experience and observation. As a practitioner of medicine himself, Xin Lang was eager to collaborate with Dr. An in treating Dasha. His primary concern was that Dr. An might not pinpoint the exact sources of internal bleeding and bruising, at which point he could step in to provide precise guidance. Dr. An meticulously assessed the external wounds and marked Dasha's body with a brush. The injuries were inflicted by a tiger, not a martial arts master. Thus the external and internal injuries aligned. Dr. An stated, our first step is to drain the blood, followed by treating the fractured ribs. Xin Lang noticed that Dr. An had correctly identified the bleeding and bruising points within Dasha's body. Truly a master. Of course, Xin Lang's medical expertise surpassed his, particularly regarding more complex ailments. With his X-ray vision, it was nearly impossible for anyone in this world to rival Xin Lang's medical prowess. However, in the context of treating Dasha, Dr. An was exceptionally professional. Even under the current circumstances, Xin Lang found it difficult to surpass his capabilities. Mulan inquired, Dr. An, will he recover? Dr. An replied, there's no problem. He will recover. It will just take time and require a significant amount of precious medicinal herbs. This big fellow has remarkable physical resilience. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. He then began to diligently treat the Shah, while his assistant carefully fed him nourishing ginseng soup. The Shah's physique was indeed impressive. After consuming a bit of the soup, his complexion regained some color, and his breathing gradually strengthened. Dr. N was astonished by this young man's extraordinary constitution, a rare find indeed. He expertly drained the accumulated blood from the Shah's body, and the latter's vital signs stabilized, his breathing becoming more even. "My husband, your elder brother is no longer in danger," Milan remarked. Shenlang corrected her. "He is the Shah. I am not my elder brother." At that moment, the Count entered the room and said, "Shenlang, come with me to the study." Shenlang cast a reluctant glance at the Shah. Milan reassured him, "Do not worry, my husband. Everything will be fine. Father wishes to discuss something important with you." In the study, the Count's expression was as cold as ice. "Shenlang, do you recognize your mistake?" Shenlang shook his head, replying, "My esteemed father-in-law, I am unaware of any wrongdoing." The Count's face registered surprise, momentarily stunned. Typically, when he adopted a stern demeanor, everyone in the estate was rendered speechless. When he asked if one recognized their mistake, it was expected that the respondent would kneel immediately. Yet here stood Shenlang, boldly asserting his ignorance of any fault. The Count's voice was firm. "Then I would like to hear your explanation." Shenlang responded, "The Shah is my only friend. He has protected me throughout our lives. Upon witnessing his injury and near death, how could I stand idly by? Bringing him into the estate may not align with the rules, but the doctors here are skilled, and the availability of herbs increases the likelihood of his recovery. I apologize for breaching the Count's regulations." "No, you acted correctly," the Count stated. "Now, have you committed any other foolish acts today?" "What about the matters concerning the Blackclad gang?" Shenlang replied, "You are aware of that?" The Count continued, "You had only just departed the Blackclad gang when they came to lodge a complaint against you, claiming that you had abused your status to extort 1,000 gold coins from Tianheng and threatened to break the legs of his adopted son. Quite the display of power, I must say. Do you realize that Tian 13 is an officer in the city lord's militia? Tianheng has come to complain." The Count elaborated, "It was none other than City Lord Lu Wuyan himself who came, requesting that I rein in your reckless behavior." Shenlang was taken aback. If the city lord had personally intervened, it indicated the severity of the conflict. "Esteemed father-in-law," Shenlang explained, "when the Su family expelled me from their home, they offered 100 gold coins to Tianheng to have me killed. To save my life, I wrote a promissory note, owing him 1,000 gold coins. If I did not pay him within 3 days, he threatened to kill my entire family." The Count's gaze narrowed as he urged, "Continue." Shenlang recounted, "I devised a new formula for a golden dye, intending to sell it to Lin Mo of the Brocade Pavilion for 2,000 gold coins. Just as the deal was about to close, the Su family accused me of stealing the formula from them." Shenlang detailed the entire ordeal to the Count. The Su family, Tianheng, and the Lin family were all conspiring against him, especially Tianheng, Shenlang stated. To force me to surrender the formulas for the purple and rainbow dyes, he dispatched his adopted son Tian 13 to capture my family. Given such circumstances, is it wrong for me to retaliate against Tianheng? The Count pondered for a moment before declaring, "You are not in the wrong." The Count further explained, "Tianheng's actions to detain your parents were procedurally legal. Your parents had indeed encroached upon the land without paying their taxes, and the arrest warrant was issued by the city lord's office, with no flaws in its execution." Shenlang was well aware of this. The Count continued, "Shenlang, I must confess that I do not hold you in high regard. However, since Mulan has chosen you, you are now my son-in-law, a part of my family. I shall seek justice for the grievances you have endured. No one shall bully my son-in-law and go unpunished." Upon hearing this, Shenlang trembled, deeply moved once more. However, the Count cautioned, "We must adhere to the rules. The new policies are in full swing, and Tianheng is affiliated with the city lord's office. As an established noble, the king most despises interference in local governance." The Count continued, "Countless eyes are upon us. The governor of the Angry River Prefecture, Zhang Chong, and even the high-ranking official Zhu Rong are waiting for us to falter. The moment we make a mistake, they will seize upon it." This was no exaggeration. The situation was even more dire than it appeared. "Shenlang," the Count stated solemnly, "I assure you that I will seek justice for you. However, we must wait for the right opportunity, ensuring we do not violate any laws or leave them with any incriminating evidence. Do you understand? Your humble son-in-law comprehends." Shenlang affirmed. The Count continued, "Do you know who came to lodge a complaint today?" Shenlang replied, "I do not." The Count revealed, the city lord himself came, along with Zhang Jin, the commander of the Xuanwu City Guard. For such a trivial matter, these two prominent figures personally came to my estate to complain, ostensibly against you. But in reality, it serves to embarrass me. The political dynamics in Xuanwu City were far more intricate than Shun Lang had anticipated. The Earl spoke, before everyone. You declared your intent to have Tian Heng personally break Tian Shisan's legs tomorrow, did you not? Indeed, replied Shun Lang. You are childish, I do not blame you. The Earl continued. However, forget this matter. You should refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Shun Lang countered, a word once spoken is like water poured out. If I fail to act on my promise tomorrow and hide within the Earl's residence, would I not lose all dignity? Every young person has uttered rash words at some point. Reneging on a promise is not disgraceful. As your father-in-law, I vow to seek justice for you, and I shall fulfill that promise. Do you not trust me? I do, Shun Lang replied, bowing respectfully. Father-in-law, I must go tomorrow. I must honor my words. If I say that Tian Heng shall break his adopted son's legs, I must see it through. This is my personal vendetta, and I can only seek retribution myself. Nonsense. The Earl was genuinely angered. Shun Lang spoke earnestly. Father-in-law, please trust that I will accomplish this within the bounds of the law, without leaving any trace of wrongdoing. Should I fail to go tomorrow, it would not only be my shame, but also that of the entire Earl's household. His voice grew more sincere as he continued. Father, they may bully me, but striking the Earl's name, striking your name, is intolerable. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that Tian Heng breaks Tian Shisan's legs before my eyes. Upon hearing this, the Earl felt a warmth in his heart. He recognized that although Shun Lang was being reckless, there was a certain endearing quality to his resolve. Nonetheless, he maintained a serious demeanor, stating, no means no. From this moment, you are confined to the Earl's residence. You shall not leave. The young often lack understanding, and as an elder, he must discipline them appropriately. Shun Lang's parents entrusted their child to him, and he bore the responsibility to guide him well. Jin Zhong, take 4 men to guard the door. The son-in-law shall remain in the study. He is not to go anywhere, the Earl commanded. How could this be? A word once spoken is like water poured out. Shun Lang had promised to have Tian Heng break Tian Shisan's legs. If he failed, staying within the Earl's residence would only make him a laughingstock, a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Would that not embolden Tian Heng further? Yet, Shun Lang understood that his father-in-law acted for his own good. He could not be ungrateful. Moreover, when dealing with an elder as traditional and stubborn as the Earl, one must employ gentle persuasion rather than forceful confrontation. Instantly, Shun Lang replied respectfully, yes, father-in-law. Your words shall be heeded. Ah, a teachable child, the Earl remarked with a nod of satisfaction. Shun Lang then asked, pray tell, father-in-law, how long shall my confinement last? When may I freely come and go? After a moment's contemplation, the Earl realized he could not unjustly confine Shun Lang to the study indefinitely. That would render him a tyrant. Soon, a plan formed in his mind. He retrieved a book from the shelf and said, this is the Jin family precepts, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. The longevity of our Jin family over the centuries is largely due to this text. You may regain your freedom once you have memorized it. I should inform you that it took me an entire month to memorize. Chapter 33. The endless joy of contesting with the father-in-law. The noble Earl opened the family instruction book, his gaze filled with emotion. Although I know this book by heart, I often revisit its pages to avoid forgetting its teachings and thereby losing my way. Shun Lang, you are my son-in-law, and now a member of the Jin family. You have both the right and the duty to study this family instruction. Yes, Shun Lang respectfully accepted the book. The Earl continued. Every member of the Jin family must master this book. Once you have memorized it, the house arrest will be lifted, and you may go wherever you wish. Oh. Shun Lang was taken aback. How many words does this family instruction contain? Not many, only 50,000 words. I took a month to memorize it, but Milan, being exceptionally bright, completed it in merely 23 days. The Earl declared, you must recite it word for word before you can leave this study. Do you understand? My heavens, 50,000 words, and I must not miss a single one. Shun Lang thought of the scholars from the 985 and 211 universities. How long would it take them to memorize such a volume? Even with his remarkable memory, he recalled needing at least half a day to memorize an essay of over 1,000 words during high school. The greater the word count, the more difficult it became. The challenge escalated exponentially. For the Jin family, memorizing the family instruction was a painful rite of passage for every generation. Seeing Shun Lang's distressed expression, the Earl felt a sense of satisfaction. The young must be tamed. Shun Lang would be no exception. Father-in-law, Do you truly mean it? After I memorize this Gene family instruction, will I be free? Of course, the Earl affirmed. Study diligently. You are not to leave until you have completed it. I will ensure you receive meals and fresh clothes daily. The Earl thought to himself, by the time you finish, it will be at least a month later. You shall not venture out and cause trouble tomorrow. Jin Zhong, did you hear? He is not to leave the study until he has finished memorizing. The Earl issued his command once more. Yes, Jin Zhong replied loudly. The Earl then departed, leaving Shun Lang to hurriedly flip through the 50,000-word Gene family instruction. Moments later, Mulan entered with a meal, setting it down. As the daughter of the Earl, she treated Shun Lang with utmost respect, never once looking down on him despite his status as a son-in-law. Apart from their separate rooms, she dutifully fulfilled her responsibilities as a wife. Husband, your elder brother is out of danger. Doctor says he will awaken in 2 or 3 days, Mulan informed him. Shun Lang responded, my dear, let me clarify. He is the big fool, not my elder brother. He's a big fool. You're the second fool. Does that not make you brothers? Mulan teased. Shun Lang was left speechless. You are beautiful, with a 30-60 figure. Whatever you say is right. As Shun Lang ate, Mulan inquired, husband, how did the big fool get injured, and why has he not been treated until now? Doctor said that if it were delayed by another hour or 2, he might not survive. Shun Lang recounted the circumstances surrounding the big fool's plight. How outrageous. Such a father is worse than a beast. Mulan exclaimed in anger. Rest assured, husband, we will do everything in our power to treat the big fool. Afterward, he shall follow you and never go hungry again. Shun Lang paused, gazing at her tenderly. Thank you, my dear. Mulan felt a bit flustered under his gaze and asked, husband, what were you doing just now? Shun Lang replied, I have been placed under house arrest by my father-in-law. I must memorize the Gene family instruction to regain my freedom. Memorizing this book is a nightmare for every Gene family member. I took a full 23 days to complete it, Mulan stated with a hint of pride, which is quite the achievement for the Gene family over the decades. Then, with a serious tone, she asked, are you eager to get out? Shun Lang was indeed anxious. If he could not have Tian Hung break Tian Shisan's legs by tomorrow, he would lose face. I will seek my father's intercession to lift your house arrest, Mulan offered. Shun Lang smiled and shook his head. No need. That would undermine my father-in-law's authority. He is a good man, and I must consider his feelings. Mulan gazed at Shun Lang for a moment. Then, husband, focus on your studies in the study. I will bring you meals and fresh clothes daily. As for Tian Hung, do not worry. Once an opportunity arises, I will ensure you regain your honor. Thank you, my dear. However, Shun Lang knew that the grievances with the Su family, Lin family, and Tian Hung must be avenged by his own hand. He was already content to leverage the Earl's influence. Relying on the Earl for revenge would be a sign of weakness. After Mulan left, Shun Lang began the arduous task of memorization. Oh wait, to be precise. He was flipping through the book, spending no more than half a minute on each page. It appeared less like memorization and more akin to photography. Indeed, Shun Lang was effectively capturing images. His alien laptop had transformed into a cognitive brain, and his eyes functioned like cameras, enabling him to thoroughly absorb information and store it in his mind. The Gene family instruction consisted of around 50,000 words and about 200 pages. Remarkably, Shun Lang completed the entire memorization in just over an hour. To be precise, he had fully recorded it, down to the last word. Had there been punctuation, he would have missed not a single mark. The Earl had taken 33 days, while Mulan had completed it in 23. The Earl's son, to this day, had not finished. He would forget 300 words for every 1,000 memorized, likely never completing it in his lifetime. Shun Lang's record was truly unparalleled. The study contained a bed, and Shun Lang comfortably reclined upon it. He hesitated, contemplating whether to confront his father-in-law and show off now or wait until the morning. Ultimately, he decided on the latter. One must be considerate. His father-in-law was a decent man, and it would be inconsiderate to boast too soon. The joy of contesting with the father-in-law was indeed delightful. Alas, once again, he found himself sleepless, pondering when he would lose his virginity and embrace a beautiful, fragrant woman in slumber. Sleeplessness, sleeplessness. How could he find rest? 5 minutes later, Shun Lang was fast asleep. Hearing his snores from outside, Jin Zhong felt a wave of disdain. What time was it? It was merely the hour of the pig, around 9 o'clock, and this son-in-law had already retired to bed without diligently studying. Even the noble heir knew to read late into the night. At this rate, it would take an eternity to memorize the Gene family instruction. He might as well prepare for a year or more of house arrest. Such a lack of ambition. In the Earl's chamber, the Earl's wife remarked, I believe Shenlang is a fine lad. He is not as unlearned as the rumors suggest. He may appear to be a troublemaker, but he is, in fact, a good person. My judgment of character is seldom wrong. His temperament is decent, though somewhat impetuous. He requires proper guidance. The Earl responded, I have placed him under house arrest to prevent him from causing mischief. House arrest? The Earl's wife asked softly. He has just joined our household, and you punish him? Will this not breed resentment? Not at all, the Earl replied. I have him memorizing the Jean family instruction. He will regain his freedom once he completes it. Only family members are entitled to recite this instruction, which demonstrates that I do not consider him an outsider. Husband, you are quite cunning, the Earl's wife remarked. The young must be tamed. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue this rascal, the Earl declared. The Earl chuckled, just wait. He won't be able to memorize these 50,000 characters in less than 50 days, nor will he emerge from the study. The Countess replied, not necessarily. Everyone says he is uneducated, yet after our wedding ceremony, he outperformed even Zhang Boyan in literacy. Perhaps he will finish in under a month, surpassing you. Impossible. The Earl retorted. I took 33 days. At the very least, Shenlang will require a month and a half. Even if he is not as foolish as rumored, can he be more astute than I? Not so, the Countess replied with a glimmer of mischief in her beautiful eyes. I find him quite clever. He may indeed best you. I have a keen eye for character. With a playful gleam, the Countess suggested, shall we make a wager? Approaching the age of 40 yet still radiantly beautiful, her eyes sparkled with youthful cunning, captivating the Earl's heart. My dear, if Shenlang wins, you shall serve beneath me in our future endeavors. The audacity of her words left the Earl blushing, nearly covering his wife's mouth in shock. How could the esteemed Countess utter such impertinent remarks? What a disgrace to propriety! He exclaimed. A lady of noble birth should not speak thus. Such indignity, the Earl protested. This is an affront to decorum. The Countess retorted, what is there to conceal between husband and wife? You are merely being archaic. Will you accept or not? The Earl, flustered, stammered, is this not a reversal of roles? This is nonsense. The Countess declared, let us set a month as the deadline. If Shenlang memorizes the Jinshe family precepts within that time, we shall consider it a draw. If he accomplishes it in one day, I shall have my way with you. Preposterous. Absolutely absurd. The Earl protested, yet the Countess was resolute. It is settled then. If I cannot manage this simple matter, what is the purpose of my position as a Countess? My lady, the roles of husband and wife do not imply such a meaning, the Earl insisted. Are you trying to flaunt your education, husband? She teased. I am not, he replied. The Countess rose from the bed and dressed, leaving the room. The Earl, feeling the emptiness of the bed without his wife, called out, where are you going? He cherished the warmth and happiness her presence brought. I shall prepare a bowl of walnut and lotus seed soup for Shenlang, to nourish his mind while he studies late into the night, she responded. An hour later, having completed the soup, the Countess packed it into a food container and set off to deliver it to Shenlang. For the sake of future happiness, she was determined to support him. Upon arriving at the study, she noticed the lights still aglow. Indeed, he is a good son-in-law. Persevering in his studies even at this late hour, she mused. The rumors of Shenlang being uneducated and idle were unfounded. Greetings, my lady, Jinzhong said, startled upon seeing the Countess. The lights are still on. He must be studying diligently, she remarked. I have brought him a bowl of walnut and lotus seed soup to ease his fatigue. What a considerate mother-in-law, Jinzhong replied awkwardly. Has he retired? The Countess inquired. Not until just before the midnight hour, Jinzhong answered. This is even lazier than my son. My plump child studies until the late hours. She exclaimed, her irritation mounting. How ungrateful. The rumors are indeed true. He is lazy and unlearned. Fuming, the Countess thought to herself as she departed, fearing that she might lose the wager with her husband terribly. Chapter 34. A dazzling performance that shocked the in-laws upon entering the room. The Count lifted the covers to welcome his wife, exclaiming, is Shenlang still studying? He should retire early. I fear for his eyesight. The Countess, visibly irritated, replied. He goes to bed before the hour of the boar. Sleeping before 9 o'clock is rather excessive. The Count, incensed, retorted, an unlearned, indolent wastrel. If he cannot memorize it in 2 months, I shall discipline him tomorrow. Yet, the Count mused inwardly. Dear wife, you are destined to lose this argument. The male heir cannot be trifled with. As dawn broke, Shenlang awoke to find the Count standing before him, his expression as cold as frost. Shenlang, do you harbor discontent towards me? The Count inquired. Shenlang rose, meticulously bowing to the Count. Not at all, esteemed father-in-law. My admiration for you flows as boundless as the rivers. The Count continued, I entrusted you with the Jean family instructions out of familial regard. Yet you not only refuse to recite it, but also retreat to your slumber early. Is this not a clear sign of dissatisfaction? Shenlang replied, Father-in-law, you misunderstand. I have already memorized it. At that moment, the Count was so enraged that he trembled. Nonsense. You must be delusional. It took me an entire month to memorize it. And Mulan, with her exceptional intellect, required 23 days. How long have you spent? Merely a single night. To claim you have finished is sheer folly. Do you take me for a child of 3? Shenlang insisted, Father-in-law, I assure you I have memorized it. If you doubt me, please test me. The Count took the tome of 5,000 words, casting a glance at his whip. As Shenlang was his son-in-law, the Count hesitated to strike him. However, if Shenlang truly lacked understanding and spoke foolishly in his presence, he could not be held accountable for using the whip as a form of discipline. It was not a grave matter if Shenlang failed to memorize it or even slacked off in his studies. After all, a son-in-law bore little responsibility. However, deceit was a serious issue. Shenlang, you have entered my family. You are as a son to me, just as I would discipline my own flesh and blood. I shall do the same for you. I will randomly check a few chapters, and should you fail to recite them, do not blame me for applying family discipline. At that moment, the Countess hurried in, saying, Dearest, if he cannot recite it, let it be. Do not resort to punishment. Shenlang is delicate. Unlike our son who has endured beatings since childhood. If you truly hurt him, how would you explain it to his parents? It is acceptable if he cannot recite. But speaking nonsense before his elders deserves reprimand. The Count replied, Both our families are reasonable people. I trust they will understand. He removed the whip from his waist, ready to employ it should Shenlang fail to recite. The Countess urged, Shenlang, promptly apologize to your father-in-law. Shenlang assured her, Do not worry, esteemed mother-in-law. I shall not let you down. You see, he is still speaking nonsense, the Count said, casually opening a page. What is the content of Chapter 5 of the Jean family instructions? Recite it to me. If you cannot, you shall suffer today. The whip in the Count's hand quivered with anticipation. Just then, Mulan burst in, exclaiming, Father, please do not be angry. Shenlang is my husband. If he has erred, I shall apologize on his behalf. Shenlang began, word for word, to recite. Chapter 5 of the Jean family instructions, regarding moral conduct states, when one sees a sight that stirs the heart, or hears a name that evokes emotion, one must not shy away from expressing feelings. Even in ordinary settings, note, this excerpt is adapted from the Yinsher family instructions, borrowing segments that do not contravene historical accuracy. Shenlang recited the entirety of the chapter, over 2,000 words, without a single error, articulating each word with clarity and rhythm. The Count, the Countess, and Mulan were left utterly astonished, scarcely believing their ears. How is this possible? The Count, skeptical, thought perhaps it was sheer luck that Shenlang recited from a section he had previously memorized. He flipped to another page, demanding, Chapter 16 of the family instructions, recited in full. Without hesitation, Shenlang recited, The teachings of the inner and outer realms are fundamentally one, gradually diverging into differences. With varying depths in merely 3 minutes, Shenlang completed it flawlessly, again without missing a word. The Count, refusing to concede, continued to select additional chapters, and once more. Shenlang's recitation flowed effortlessly. Eventually, the Count decided to read a segment and asked Shenlang to continue. This tactic had previously worked against the Count's father and grandfather, who had often used it to great effect. However, Shenlang did not falter. Almost instinctively, he continued seamlessly, as if he were the author of the entire tome. Upon finishing, he elaborated on the meanings and shared his reflections, without a single misstep or hesitation. The 3 heads of the Count's household were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide open in disbelief. This was unfathomable, yet it defied all logic. When the Count was a youth, despite his daily training and studies, it had taken him 2 to 3 hours to memorize the family instructions, requiring just over a month to complete. Mulan, with her remarkable intelligence, had taken 23 days. Shenlang had accomplished it all in a single night. This revelation was utterly astounding. Mulan stared intently at Shenlang, scrutinizing his face. Could this truly be my husband? The fabled dimwit? The Countess, being a woman, quickly recovered. Realizing this was monumental news. Shenlang is truly impressive. He has performed splendidly and has not brought shame upon me. Her gaze towards Shenlang was filled with affection. Then she turned to the Count, a serious expression on her face. My dear, I have won 29 times. What do you mean by 29 times? Xunlang and Mulan exchanged puzzled glances. Could there be some undisclosed arrangement between the in-laws? The Count's face flushed slightly as he waved his hand. Enough, my dear. Take Mulan outside. I have matters to discuss with Xunlang. The Countess, both pleased and slightly vexed, strode toward the exit. Where are you going? The Count asked. To discipline our son, who is as foolish as a pig, she replied. A certain plump individual felt his ears heat up, instinctively shrinking back. I have committed no errors today. I hope not to suffer unjustly. The Count had once pondered whether Xunlang had previously memorized the Jin family instructions. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. This family instruction was exclusive to the family's descendants and had never circulated outside. Moreover, it was not a martial arts manual. Aside from the Jin family, outsiders would not regard it as valuable. Xunlang, how have you managed this? The Count inquired. On a day towards the end of summer this year, when the heat had not yet completely dissipated, the locust beans had been harvested, and the seedlings of the second season had just been planted in the fields. The nobleman remarked, Speak plainly. Xunlang replied, For days ago, I was gravely ill at the Su family residence, on the brink of death. Perhaps I had already crossed over, but upon returning to consciousness, I found my mind remarkably clear, with an exceptional memory that allowed me to remember everything at a glance. To be reborn after facing death? The nobleman inquired. Xunlang affirmed. One could say so. The nobleman pondered for a moment and stated, This is what is known as enlightenment. Though exceedingly rare, it is not unheard of. One of my ancestors from the Jin family, 180 years ago, experienced a similar revival at the verge of death, transforming from a worthless individual into a martial arts prodigy, achieving immense feats for our family. The monarch sought to bestow upon him titles and ranks, yet he declined, instead requesting new lands. It was under his stewardship that the Jin family's territories reached their zenith, encompassing a vast 5,000 square kilometers, whereas now scarcely a third remains. The nobleman then spoke with gravity. This is your fortune, but you must cultivate a deeper sense of reverence. Do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. Do you understand? Yes, Xunlang replied. The nobleman continued. You spent 10 years in study without even graduating from the town's academy, revealing a rather lamentable intellect. Now that your mind has sharpened, you must not squander this opportunity for learning. You must resume your studies. Yes, Xunlang acquiesced. Study? In his past life, Xunlang had endured over a decade of it and had grown thoroughly weary. Yet, he would comply with whatever his father-in-law requested. At long last, the nobleman concluded his admonition. Xunlang remarked, Father-in-law, you previously promised that as long as I recited the Jin family precepts, my house arrest would be lifted, granting me my freedom. What do you say? Ah, so you were waiting for this? The nobleman took a deep breath. It was becoming evident that this son-in-law was quite the handful. He seemed agreeable on the surface, but once turned away, he promptly forgot all promises. Undoubtedly obstinate. He truly wished to refuse, yet a promise made must be honored. Since he had pledged to lift Xunlang's house arrest, he could not go back on his word. Very well, your house arrest is hereby lifted, the nobleman declared, his heart heavy with reluctance. This was the briefest house arrest he had ever imposed, lasting merely a single night, after which Xunlang had taken a brief respite in the study. The nobleman queried, Do you still intend to confront Tianheng? Indeed. The son-in-law replied with a nod. As I mentioned yesterday, I must ensure that Tianheng publicly breaks Tian Shisan's legs, thereby diminishing his authority. When a promise is made, it must be fulfilled, otherwise, what credibility would remain? Thereafter, one would never be able to hold their head high again. Chapter 35. Entering the city to confront Tianheng, the gaze of the esteemed Earl softened, and he spoke with deep sincerity. Langer, you must understand that what you seek is unattainable. The times have changed. Under the new regime, we, the old aristocracy, find ourselves in precarious positions, constantly fearful of making mistakes that could be used against us. In the past 3 years alone, 3 noble families have lost their lands and titles, and one even lost his life. At this point, the Earl's expression turned somber. His only desire was to preserve the legacy of his ancestors. What wrong had he committed in that pursuit? He continued, in the past, dealing with someone like Tianheng would have been effortless. But now, it is not just you who finds it challenging. Even I struggle to remove him swiftly. He holds an official position bestowed by the court, and nobles are forbidden from interfering in local governance. Any breach of this principle could lead to dire consequences. At this moment, Xunlang felt the Earl's deep sense of helplessness. Whether the new policies were beneficial or detrimental to the Yu kingdom was debatable. But one thing was certain. They were now in conflict with Shunlang's interests, making them unfavorable. The Earl spoke earnestly. Lang'er, I promise you, within 6 months, I will bring down Tianheng and restore your honor. With the Earl's resources, eliminating Tianheng was certainly feasible. The true challenge lay in adhering to the laws of the land and avoiding any incriminating evidence, a task fraught with difficulty. Yet the Earl still made a pledge to Shunlang. Shunlang's demeanor was serious as he earnestly replied, Father-in-law, Tianheng, the Su family, the Lin family, all have grievances against me. I must avenge myself personally, otherwise I shall never hold my head high again. My marriage into the Earl's household has already afforded me great advantages, as these families would not dare to harm me. After a brief pause, he continued, I have not rendered any service to the Earl's estate, and thus have no right to squander its resources, especially political capital. If I rely on you to avenge my grievances, I would be unworthy to be Mulan's husband and should return home to my parents. Hearing this, the Earl felt a sense of relief. He believed this was the first time Shunlang had truly opened his heart to him. I admire your determination, the Earl remarked. However, you must realize that you are no match for them. Child, the city of Xuanwu is no longer our domain. It belongs to the court, to Lu Wuyin and Zhang Jin, both of whom are Tianheng's backers. You cannot contend with him. Shunlang countered. But do they dare to kill me? Do they dare to strike me? Who would dare? The Earl replied coldly. We must avoid stirring up trouble, but our family still possesses 2,000 to 3,000 troops. Anyone who dares to harm a member of the Earl's household should be prepared to face our army's wrath. Shunlang bowed respectfully and declared, Father-in-law, I assure you, I will find a lawful way to render Tianheng powerless, stripping him of his arrogance, without leaving any incriminating evidence. Please believe in me. The Earl inquired, What is your plan? I cannot say. It is unwise to disclose, Shunlang replied. Some matters must be acted upon rather than spoken of. In truth, Shunlang hesitated to reveal his plan, fearing a reprimand from his father-in-law. The Earl asked, Do you understand the consequences if you fail? Shunlang responded, I would be disgraced, and stepping into Xuanwu City thereafter would subject me to ridicule. After much contemplation, the Earl finally gritted his teeth. You are a thoughtful young man. If you insist on pursuing this, I cannot stop you. Shunlang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father-in-law. The Earl cautioned, You must remember, never violate the law, and do not leave any evidence. Winning or losing is inconsequential at your young age. A single defeat is not catastrophic. A tarnished reputation is bearable. Shunlang bowed once more. I will heed your advice, and I am determined to win. Even if Tianheng has the support of the city lord and the governor, I shall ensure he faces utter defeat this time. As he departed, Shunlang set out in a luxurious carriage at dawn, heading towards Xuanwu City. What approach should one take against a man like Tianheng? What strategies could be employed? Frankly, it is quite challenging. The Earl himself stated that defeating Tianheng while adhering to the law and avoiding incrimination is a formidable task. Indeed, Tianheng is guilty of numerous crimes, with countless lives lost at his hands, enough to warrant a death sentence. However, the Earl's estate cannot interfere in local governance. Arresting and judging Tianheng falls under the authority of the city lord of Xuanwu. Unless Tianheng commits a crime within the Earl's territory, capturing him would be straightforward. Yet, he is not foolish enough to allow that. Thus, the Earl's assertion that Shunlang cannot prevail against Tianheng rings true. As the latter is backed by the city lord and Zhang Jin, Shunlang contemplated various strategies, convoluted and intricate, some appearing as grand as Zhuge Liang's schemes in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, bordering on the supernatural in their ingenuity. Yet, all were futile. The more complex the strategy, the higher the likelihood of failure. What approach is most effective? The simplest and most direct. Shunlang's plan to confront Tianheng is refreshingly straightforward, even audacious. Tianheng operates numerous businesses, gambling houses, brothels, and lending services. Which is the most lucrative? Undoubtedly, gambling houses, raking in daily profits that account for over 60% of his income. His lavish lifestyle and the hundreds of underlings at his command are, to a large extent, funded by the revenue from these establishments. In Xuanwu City, Tianheng monopolizes 5 gambling houses. Anyone daring to open a competing venue would find themselves swiftly shut down by the city lord's enforcers before Tianheng's men could even arrive. The rich and noble court is the name of Tianheng's gambling house, extravagantly adorned over 3 stories, offering food, drink, and entertainment in abundance. Even pawnshops and brothels are situated within the gambling house's walls. Thus, Shunlang's approach to dismantling Tianheng is straightforward. He will enter his gambling house, win, and win again. He will win far beyond Tianheng's threshold, surpassing the tolerance of his powerful patrons. For someone like Tianheng, what is paramount? Loyalty? Nonsense. Money is what truly matters. Only money can secure the city lord's favor and the allegiance of the guards. With wealth comes power. Without it, one stands alone. Shunlang is confident that both the city lord and the governor of Nujiang are financially entangled with Tianheng. If the amount lost exceeds the psychological thresholds of these influential figures, then Tianheng will find himself in dire straits. In the past, even winning 100 gold coins would have resulted in Shunlang being beaten and tossed into the river to drown. However, now, as the son-in-law of the Earl, he faces no such threats. The only concern is whether his father-in-law may chastise him. Of course, Shunlang's objective extends beyond merely winning. The spectacle that follows the victory is equally vital, ensuring all are ensnared in the performance. The Earl dispatched 4 warriors to protect Shunlang. Clad in resplendent garments and adorned with a jade crown, he became a focal point upon entering the city. Countless onlookers pointed and whispered. In Xuanwu City, Shunlang had become a legendary figure, albeit one with a notorious reputation. A talentless scion, first the son-in-law of the wealthy Su family, then, after being cast aside, within 3 days, he ascended to become the son-in-law of the Earl's household. Impressive indeed. A meteoric rise. Witnessing the opulent Shunlang, many felt a pang of jealousy, turning away with disdain. This wasteful fellow is truly arrogant, flaunting his status as the Earl's son-in-law, they muttered. Look at his attire. It could feed my family for 3 years. Utterly shameless, utterly disgraceful. Instead of studying or farming, he simply seeks to live off others. The Earl truly has lost his sight, choosing such a worthless individual as his son-in-law. Just wait. Within a fortnight, he shall be expelled from the Earl's residence. His arrogance will be his downfall. Listening to these remarks, Shunlang remained utterly unmoved, even shifting into a more comfortable position within the carriage. Upon arriving at the entrance of the opulent gambling den, Shunlang disembarked and stepped inside. The expressions of the 4 knights from the Earl's household shifted dramatically. The young master intends to gamble? What absurdity is this? The Earl's family has stringent traditions. Even the most wayward scions dare not set foot in a casino, lest they face the dire consequences of having their legs broken by the Earl himself. Who, in their right mind, would enter such a den of vice? A prodigal fool. Shunlang is merely the Earl's son-in-law, and he ought to conduct himself with utmost caution and decorum. Yet here he is, parading in splendid attire and brazenly entering a gambling establishment. However, the 4 knights possess the authority only to protect Shunlang, not to reprimand him. Moreover, they have no desire to dissuade him. How could someone as worthless as Shunlang ever be worthy of Miss Milan? If he wishes to court disaster, let him do so. It would be best for him to lose utterly, thereby incurring the Earl's wrath and being cast out. In their minds, only Lord Jean Shurying is deemed a suitable match for Miss Milan, for he is their idol and the Earl's adopted son. At this moment, overseeing the gaming house was Tian Shurgio, one of Tianheng's adopted sons. Upon seeing Shunlang enter, Tian Shurgio was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation. What is a gambling den but a den of iniquity? Shunlang has voluntarily stepped into the lair of the Black Cloak gang. Is he seeking his own demise? Oh, is this not the esteemed son-in-law of the Earl? Welcome, welcome, exclaimed Tian Shurgio. Bring forth tea, the finest tea. Soon, a servant presented a pot of the best tea. Shunlang settled himself and savored the brew. Dear son-in-law, are you here for a mere visit, or do you wish to indulge in a few games? Inquired Tian Shurgio. Shunlang replied, Since I am here, I shall, of course, partake in a few games. Welcome, welcome, Tian Shurgio declared with unbridled excitement. His foster father, Tianheng, had already become embroiled in a feud with Shunlang and had been pondering how to eliminate him. After all, he is the son-in-law of the Earl. Who would dare to act against him? Little did he expect Shunlang to deliver himself to his doom. Let him lose tens of thousands of gold coins, and then present the IOUs to the Earl's residence, and Shunlang would be utterly finished, at best, expelled from the Earl's household, at worst, his legs broken and cast out. As for Shunlang possibly winning, that notion never even crossed Tian Shurgio's mind. This is his gambling house, his territory. Even the mightiest of beings would ultimately succumb to defeat. Chapter 36. Shunlang's Rampage. Soul shattered Tianjio with a mere glance. signaled the casino manager to dash out and share this momentous news with Tianheng. At that moment, Tianheng was within the confines of Xuanwu City, engaged in discussions with the head of the Su family. "May I borrow some money for a few rounds?" Shenlang inquired. Of course, of course." Tianjiu replied, his excitement palpable. "I was worried you wouldn't borrow. Ideally, borrow 10,000 gold coins and lose it all. Then Tianheng can go to the count's residence to collect debts, and Shenlang would surely meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the count." "I'll borrow 1,000 gold coins for now," Shenlang said. "What is the interest?" "As the most distinguished guest, the annual interest is merely 10%, without compounding," Tianjiu stated. Such a low interest was almost a gift. Tianjiu would gladly lend even without interest, as the aim was to ensnare Shenlang. After all, the money would remain within the casino's grasp, spoiling like meat in a pot. "All right, draft the IOU clearly, including the interest," Shenlang instructed. "Everything shall be as you wish," Tianjiu agreed. Once the IOU was prepared, the 1,000 gold coins lay before Shenlang, who immediately exchanged them for chips without hesitation. "What game would you like to play, Sir Shen?" Tianjiu inquired, his tone obsequious. "What is the simplest game?" Shenlang queried. "Betting on high or low is the easiest," Tianjiu responded. "Then let us wager on high," Shenlang declared. Tianjiu promptly escorted Shenlang to the betting table for high or low. At this moment, Shenlang basked in the limelight, with many gamblers abandoning their games to witness the spectacle. Is this Shenlang? First a son-in-law of the Su family, now a son-in-law of the count's residence. He indeed possesses striking looks. "I'm handsome too. Why can't I become a son-in-law of the count? Having known you for so long. How did I not realize your dishonesty? Did the toilet not tell you the truth when you relieved yourself?" Shenlang dares to gamble in a casino. Is he seeking death? Regardless of winning or losing, the count will surely break his legs. Disregarding their remarks, Shenlang addressed the dealer at the betting table. "Let us begin." Tianjiu nodded. Faced with such a worthless opponent, even cheating seemed beneath him. The dealer began shaking the dice, and after half a minute, slammed them onto the table. High or low? The 3 dice. Below 9 is low, above 9 is high. With his X-ray vision, Shenlang effortlessly discerned the numbers within. 13. Bet high. Shenlang pushed all his chips, worth 1,000 gold coins, onto the table. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Incredible. He wagering so boldly on his first game. Every onlooker held their breath, captivated by the thrilling spectacle. "Bet locked," the dealer announced. "Open, open, open." The dealer dramatically lifted the cover. 13. Shenlang wins. The crowd erupted. Shenlang had indeed triumphed, winning 1,000 gold coins on his first attempt. The spectators were ecstatic, while Tianjiu's expression remained unchanged, a smile plastered on his face. This victory was purely luck-based and meant little in the grand scheme. In truth, Tianjiu had feared Shenlang might lose the first round, which could deter him from continuing. It was only through a few wins that the allure of gambling would draw him deeper into loss. Winning the first round marked the beginning of a gambler's tragic saga. As the second round commenced, the game remained high or low. The dealer, now serious, shook the dice for a full minute before slamming them onto the table. This was merely a ritual to heighten the pressure on the gamblers. Yet for Shenlang, regardless of whether the dice were shaken for 100 minutes, the outcome would remain unchanged. Once more, he employed his X-ray vision and confirmed it was high, 15 points. Bet high. Shenlang wagered 2,000 gold coins. The atmosphere was electric. Had this son-in-law of the count gone mad, wagering such a sum? Tianjiu's demeanor shifted slightly. If Shenlang won again, it would amount to 4,000 gold coins, a significant sum even for Tianheng. This opulent casino, despite its grandeur, hardly netted over 2,000 gold coins in a month. 4,000 gold coins equated to more than 10 million yuan in modern Earth terms. The dealer's hands trembled slightly. Open, open, open. The dealer lifted the cover once more. 15. High. Shenlang won again. 4,000 gold coins in hand. The onlookers erupted with exhilaration. 4,000 gold coins, a staggering figure. Enough to sustain them for lifetimes without food or drink. Tianjiu's expression darkened. Shenlang was indeed reckless, wagering everything regardless of his winnings. This was the most significant loss the casino had faced in years. Ordinary gamblers rarely lost 400 or 500 gold coins, and only affluent visitors made such extravagant bets. Shenlang could not be allowed to win again. Tianjiu knew he must step in. With a smile, Tianjiu said, Come, Sir Shen. Allow me to roll the dice for you." A master of the dice game, he could manipulate the outcome at will. Not only that, but after rolling, he could alter the results. This skill was unique to Tianjiu in the entire affluent district, which was why he had become Tianheng's adoptive son and the casino's manager. In Xuanwu City, Tianjiu was unrivaled in gambling skills. Especially in Pai Gao, a game with a degree of skill, he could easily ensure Xunlang's defeat. Tianjiu was confident. He could recognize the values on the cards from their backs, as each card bore subtle markings. Xunlang's decision to play Pai Gao was tantamount to courting disaster. He was determined that Xunlang must lose everything and then borrow money, racking up debts of 10 or 20,000 gold coins. In this way, the Count's residents would have no choice but to disown Xunlang to avoid repaying the debt, sealing his fate. The rules of Pai Gao were straightforward, far simpler than on Earth. 32 cards are placed face down on the table. Each player draws 2 cards, and the winner is determined based on the values. No dice are rolled. Players simply draw their cards and compare values. The highest hand, known as Supreme Treasure, beats all, while other combinations hold varying values. Next, the highest combination consists of 2 heavenly cards, followed by 2 earthly cards. The rules need not be elaborated upon, as they hold little significance. Just as the game was about to commence, Xunlang suddenly declared, "I do not trust your cards. Send someone to procure a new deck. I shall only continue to gamble once I have inspected it." Upon hearing this, Tianjiu's brow furrowed slightly. Each card in play bore subtle markings that he could discern from the back. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Please exchange my 4,000 gold coins," Xunlang stated as he began to rise. "No, no, no." Tianjiu interjected, buy a new deck." He could not bear the thought of Xunlang departing. His own fate would be sealed should Xunlang choose to leave. Subsequently, Tianjiu instructed an attendant, "Go purchase 10 new Pai Gao decks, and remember, do not buy from my establishment." Without a moment's hesitation, the attendant dashed out to procure the decks. Upon their return, Xunlang utilized his X-ray vision to examine the cards, discovering that 6 of the new decks bore no markings. He selected the most ordinary deck, devoid of any signs, with internal textures and densities remarkably uniform, rendering any possibility of cheating impossible. "This deck shall suffice," Xunlang said nonchalantly. "Very well," Tianjiu replied indifferently. For he was the foremost gambling master of Xuanwu City, unmatched in skill, certain of victory even without deceit. Thus, the game commenced in earnest. "Shall you draw first?" Xunlang suggested. Tianjiu nodded and drew 2 cards from the 32 in play. With ease, Xunlang discerned Tianjiu's hand through his X-ray vision. Tianjiu was fortunate, having drawn 2 clubs, the 6th highest combination. 100 gold coins, Tianjiu declared as he pushed his chips forward. Since Tianjiu possessed the 6th highest combination, Xunlang drew the 5th highest, double pairs, and placed his bet upon the table without even glancing at his cards. 1,000 gold coins, Xunlang announced as he pushed forward his chips. Truly, he exuded the aura of a gambling deity. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed Xunlang's audacity. He did not even bother to check his cards before placing a bet of 1,000 gold coins, a spectacle they had never before encountered. After a moment's hesitation, Tianjiu, confident in his formidable hand, declared, "I will match 1,000 gold coins. Let us reveal our hands." The two unveiled their cards, and Xunlang emerged victorious. Cold sweat dripped from Tianjiu's brow. However, this was merely the beginning of his nightmare, a nightmare unprecedented in its intensity. For in each round, Xunlang refrained from inspecting his cards and simply wagered 1,000 gold coins. And then, he continued to win. Victory after victory left Tianjiu trembling, chilled to the bone, dizzy and questioning his very existence. Heavens, this is surely a manifestation of the supernatural. Chapter 37. Xunlang's bloodbath at the casino, Tianheng's shock. Tianjiu was certain that this Pai Gao set bore no marks, making cheating impossible. Yet, Xunlang won every single time. What kind of luck was this? He had just been married into the Earl's household, and yet his momentum was soaring. The crux of the matter was that this dandy never even glanced at his cards, simply wagering 1,000 gold coins each time, and on occasion, indulging himself by betting 2,000. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? Who granted him such courage? This was clearly my Tianjiu's casino. Why did he act as if he were at home, carelessly collecting money with his eyes closed? Of course, Xunlang would win, for he perceived each card with clarity. Victories came effortlessly. Meanwhile, the nearby gamblers were utterly mesmerized. Incredible. They had never witnessed such an exhilarating spectacle. Certainly, they had seen streaks of wins before, even one that lasted over 10 rounds. Anything could happen in a casino. However, never had they observed someone like Xin Lang, who nonchalantly clinched 8 consecutive victories, amassing over 10,000 gold coins, an unprecedented sight. Finally, when Xin Lang won for the 9th time, Tian Shurjio was on the verge of collapse, drenched in cold sweat. His hands completely stiff. How could this be? I am clearly the foremost gambling deity of Xuanwu City. How could I possibly lose? I am doomed, utterly doomed. He muttered incessantly, for Xin Lang had already won 13,000 gold coins, and after deducting the 1,000 he borrowed, his total winnings soared to 16,000. You, Xin Lang, are being excessively oppressive. Not a single copper coin in hand, yet you walk away with my 16,000. Such a staggering sum. My adoptive father will surely flay me alive. I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. I must take my leave. Tian Shurjio stammered. He could not afford to lose any further. Initially, he should not have lost so much, but his unwillingness to accept defeat led him to gamble again, hoping to reclaim his losses and ruin Xin Lang. Unbeknownst to him, he lost a total of 16,000 gold coins, nearly equivalent to the annual net profit of this casino. If he continued to lose, it would be catastrophic. As Tian Shurjio rose, he staggered, nearly fainting. He then left the gambling table and rushed towards the Su family. He had to report to his adoptive father immediately. The situation was spiraling out of control. Disaster was imminent. However, just after Tian Shurjio departed, the calamity for the casino began. Thereafter, Xin Lang swept across every gambling table, leaving every staff member, manager, and master of the fortune pavilion pale and trembling. The gamblers were on the brink of madness. They had never seen such a grand spectacle. It was utterly exhilarating. Xin Lang looked at them and exclaimed, "Why are you all standing there in a daze? Come and wager with me." Hundreds of gamblers first stood in shock, then completely lost their minds. Hundreds of gamblers followed Xin Lang's lead, placing their bets alongside him. Whatever Xin Lang wagered, they mirrored. The end of the fortune pavilion was nigh. Initially, it was Xin Lang winning alone. Now, it was the entire casino's patrons winning together. The only loser was Tian Heng's fortune pavilion. Another dealer, unable to withstand the pressure, clutched his heart and fainted, frothing at the mouth, convulsing. Gambling god, gambling god, gambling god. Long live Master Xin. The entire casino erupted in fervor, with Xin Lang becoming the hero of hundreds of gamblers. Under normal circumstances, either Tian Shurjio or the casino manager could have halted all games or even temporarily closed the casino. However, Tian Shurjio was so frightened that he fled to inform Tian Heng, leaving no time to shut down the casino. Thus, Xin Lang, accompanied by hundreds of gamblers, unleashed a bloodbath upon the entire fortune pavilion. Within the Su family estate, Tian Heng roared with laughter. "Haraha! Do you know? Yesterday, Xin Lang boldly declared before me that he would have me sever my own limbs and break Tian Shursan's legs, even swearing an oath. Do you find this amusing?" The Su family head replied, "Just him? Ever since he became a son-in-law of the Earl's household, he seems to have lost all sense of reality." Tian Heng said, "Indeed. I dare not act against him now that he has joined the Earl's household. Even if he came to extort me, I would have to concede. But to think he could make me sever my own limbs, that's pure fantasy. The current situation is quite clear. The king seeks to usurp the power of the old noble families, and the Earl of Xuanwu cannot meddle in local governance. As long as I refrain from causing trouble on the Earl's territory, what can he do to me?" His words carried an air of arrogance. Were it not for the support of the city lord's office and the governor's office, he would have rushed to apologize to Xin Lang long ago. On the very night Xin Lang became a son-in-law of the Earl's household, Tian Heng had relinquished substantial benefits to Zhang Jin, thereby securing protection from the Zhang family and growing increasingly bold. Initially, after Xin Lang married into the Earl's household, we would not have dared to harm him. Not even a hair on his head, Tian Heng added. Yet, unexpectedly, this waste has come to deliver himself to death, showing up at my casino. The Su family head remarked. Overconfidence reveals the true nature of a petty person. Tian Heng continued. What is my casino? A den of demons. Even if Xin Lang were a master, he would lose utterly. I will not let him escape without losing at least 10 to 20,000 gold coins. The Su family head noted. Once he loses over 10,000 gold coins, without us lifting a finger, the Earl of Xuanwu will expel him from the household and sever all ties. Tian Heng declared. Or perhaps he may be beaten to death. Regardless, this time, Xin Lang is doomed. He has truly sought his own demise, effortlessly. The Su family head concluded, a waste is a waste. It will never rise to prominence. Let us await the Earl's grand act of severing familial ties, to see this wretched creature beaten to death. At that moment, Tian Shurjo rushed in, pale as a ghost. Devoid of color, he suddenly knelt before Tian Hong, trembling and gasping. Adoptive father, something terrible has happened. However, he found himself unable to speak, as if his throat were completely blocked. Tian Hong had never particularly favored Tian Shurjo, as his martial skills were lacking and his methods were weak, far inferior to Tian Shursan, who was his most cherished son. Yet, Tian Shurjo was adept at gambling, proving valuable in guarding the casino, which was why he had been regarded as Tian Heng's adopted son. Seeing Tian Shurjo's breathless state, Tian Heng's anger flared, and he scolded, "What a mess! What kind of demeanor is this? All you do is squander your days with women. How far gone are you? You ran a few miles and are now panting like this, unable to articulate a word. How disgraceful." Upon hearing this, Tian Shurjo prostrated himself before Tian Hong. The Su family head chuckled, "Tian Hong, your adopted son is truly filial." Tian Hong retorted, "Who are you performing for? Where is that wretched Shen Lang? Has he been dealt with? How much has he lost? If it's less than 10,000 gold coins, I swear I'll flay you alive." Tian Hong had calculated that 10,000 gold coins was roughly the Earl's threshold. After all, it was a century-old prestigious family with profound foundations. However, the Earl's household also required funds, as their territory had diminished by over 80% from its peak. Now, the Earl of Xuanwu needed to allocate 20% of their lands to support an army of nearly 3,000 men, which was an immense burden. Moreover, the Earl valued his subjects, imposing almost no exploitation upon his territory. While the economic situation of the Earl's household was a closely guarded secret, both the Su family head and Tian Hong estimated that the Earl's household was currently operating at a deficit and living off its past wealth. 10,000 gold coins was a substantial amount even for the Earl's household. Should Shen Lang lose this sum, he would either be expelled from the Earl's household or face a brutal death. Listening to his adoptive father's triumphant words, Tian Shurjo was now completely engulfed in fear, rendering him utterly speechless. Once it was declared that Shen Lang had won 16,000 gold coins, his adoptive father feared he might be kicked to death. Master Su remarked, "Brother Tian, what if the Earl's mansion refuses to acknowledge it?" Tian Hong scoffed, "Shen Lang borrowed gold coins from my family to gamble, and the promissory note is clearly documented. Moreover, it was Shen Lang who voluntarily came to my casino to wager. I neither coerced him nor lured him in. Many can attest to this. Even if this lawsuit reaches the governor's office, I will have my say." Master Su continued, "In that case, you have thoroughly offended the Earl's mansion." Tian Hong sighed inwardly. He did not desire such a predicament. After all, he was merely a gang leader. And despite holding the title of 1,000 household officer in Xuanwu City, he was still a criminal with countless blemishes on his reputation. It was only due to the recent political upheaval, with the venerable Earl of Xuanwu undergoing strategic retreat, that he dared to confront the Earl's authority. In the past, Tian Hong would never have dared to provoke the Earl's mansion. Even now, he had no intention of inciting the ire of the Earl of Xuanwu. Yet, he found himself cornered. Shen Lang, that scoundrel, had become increasingly audacious and relentless, forcing him into a desperate situation. He could not truly break the legs of his adopted son, Tian Shursan. How could he face the people of Xuanwu City after that? Such thoughts would never escape his lips. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Currently, I have the support of the city lord's mansion, the governor's office, and even the provincial governor. The entire nation is implementing new policies, suppressing the Earl's mansion as part of this trend. What does it matter if I offend the Earl? Once the noble loses their fief and military power, even a century-old aristocrat will fall from grace." His words were delivered with righteous fervor, portraying Tian Hong as a patriotic figure even while operating in the shadows. Master Su chuckled, "Why has our new policy in Xuanwu City been so difficult to implement? Is it not due to the Earl's mansion acting as an obstacle? We can use Shen Lang, this nefarious creature, as a breakthrough. Marrying him into the family will surely bring misfortune to the Earl's mansion." Tian Hong smiled in response, yet only he understood the extent of his pain. Having severed ties with the Earl's mansion, Tian Hong had to rely on Governor Zhang Chong for support, which cost him a 5-figure sum in gold coins annually, a significant portion of his income. The 5 gambling houses he owned yielded a 35% net profit, all of which was paid to Governor Zhang Chong. The intermediary for this transaction was none other than Su Guanyun, who assured him, "Brother Tian, rest assured, Governor Zhang Chong will certainly stand by your side in this matter. You may confidently present Shunlang's promissory note to the Earl's mansion and demand your payment. Tian Heng was well aware that he had become a pawn in the struggle between the governor's office and the Earl's mansion, but he had no alternative. Excellent. Tian Heng laughed heartily. I may lack skills in other areas, but I possess courage. This afternoon, I shall take Shunlang's promissory note to the Earl's mansion and witness the Earl's reaction and how tragically Shunlang will meet his end. Haraha. Master Su laughed heartily. A mere clown, not worth our concern. Tian Heng turned to Tian Shurjiu. 19. Have you caught your breath? Speak. How much did Shunlang lose? How much does he owe? After a few minutes, Tian Shurjiu finally managed to speak, directly answering Tian Heng's question, 16,000 gold coins. Haraha. Tian Heng laughed heartily. Well done, well done. Master Su was equally delighted. 16,000 gold coins. Having lost so much, Shunlang is doomed. The Earl truly lacks discernment in choosing such a spendthrift as a son-in-law. He deserves this fate. Tian Heng stood. Let us go at once to demand payment from the Earl's mansion. Master Su reassured him, do not worry. The City Lord's mansion will surely send 3 officials to accompany you. If the Earl's mansion kills Shunlang, so be it. If not, we will increase our demands. Having Governor Zhang Chang's people intervene, it is only right that debts are repaid. Tian Heng then asked, 19, where is Shunlang's promissory note? Tian Shurjiu felt a wave of panic. At this moment, whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, he faced danger. He suddenly slammed his forehead against the ground, drawing blood. Adoptive father, it is not Shunlang who lost 16,000 gold coins. It is us who lost 16,000 gold coins. After speaking, Tian Shurjiu nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Tian Heng's laughter faded. His gaze became vacant, and he appeared utterly petrified. Chapter 38. Shunlang's stunning victory. Tian hung on the brink of madness. It was utterly unexpected. Had he misheard? Was his hearing playing tricks on him? Tian Heng turned to gaze at the head of the Su family, who wore an equally astonished expression. What did you say? Tian Heng inquired. Did Shunlang win or lose? Tian Jiu replied. Shunlang won, winning 16,000 gold coins. At that moment, it was as if Tian Heng had been struck by lightning, leaving him utterly unresponsive. 16,000 gold coins? An astronomical sum. His gambling house, the Rich Fortune Pavilion, earned no more than that in an entire year. Moreover, the combined earnings of the other 4 gambling houses barely equaled that of Rich Fortune Pavilion. Now, all of it had been lost to Shunlang. Not only could he not eliminate Shunlang, but he would also be stripped of his wealth. But how could this be? Tian Jiu's gambling skills were remarkable, unrivaled in the entire Xianyuan city. And this was the Rich Fortune Pavilion, Tian Jiu's home turf, where victory was assured, even with eyes closed. Even if a gambling deity were to descend, the outcome would only be the loss of his trousers. No matter how imaginative Tian Heng might be, he could not fathom that Shunlang possessed the ability to see through all cards as if with X-ray vision. How could he lose to a mere wastrel? In a fit of rage, Tian Heng seized Tian Jiu by the neck and shouted, lifting him off the ground. Tian Jiu struggled for breath, tears streaming down his face. I don't know. It's as if I've seen a ghost. Shunlang won every single round. Did he cheat? Did he rig the game? Tian Heng demanded. No, that's just it. It feels otherworldly. Tian Jiu cried out. Tian Heng turned to the head of the Su family, trembling as he asked, Su brother, didn't you say Shunlang was a worthless wastrel? How can he recognize obscure characters and now excel at gambling? Tian Heng's face twitched in disbelief. This scoundrel, why doesn't he just perish? The head of the Su family screamed. At that moment, Su Qianqian stepped forward, saying, Father, Tian gang leader, there is no use in your fury here. It would be better to go and see what has transpired on site. We must adapt to the situation. Indeed, that makes sense. Tian Heng rose immediately and headed for his Rich Fortune Pavilion, not wanting to waste a single moment. What had Shunlang done to his establishment? Behind him, Su Qianqian's voice echoed, Tian gang leader, do not forget that the City Lord's mansion and the Governor's mansion are your strongholds. Upon hearing this, Tian Heng felt slightly reassured. Yes, with these 2 backing him, there was still room to maneuver. He mounted his steed and galloped toward the Rich Fortune Pavilion. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he arrived at the grand entrance of the opulent Rich Fortune Pavilion. The gambling house was already teeming with people. Upon seeing Tian Heng's arrival, countless gamblers and onlookers surged forward, clamoring, the East Master has arrived. The one who can take charge has come. Pay up, pay up. The exceptionally handsome Shunlang emerged, smiling at Tian Heng. Tian gang leader, I trust you are well. Just in time. I have won 19,000 gold coins from your establishment. Let us settle it now. Oh, and these few hundred people followed me in betting and won 7,000 gold coins, so please settle that for them as well. What? Wasn't it 16,000 gold coins? Now it has become 19,000? The sheer magnitude of the sum overwhelmed Tian Hong. Furthermore, these hundreds of gamblers had also won 7,000 gold coins. In total, that amounted to 26,000 gold coins. Hearing this dreadful news, Tian Hong felt darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. 26,000 gold coins. To be frank, that represented a significant portion of Tian Hong's wealth. Yes, he earned a fortune daily, but that wealth was not solely his. It had to be shared with many others. Additionally, he had to support hundreds of people, incurring substantial expenses. Losing this amount would not merely hurt, it would nearly lead to bankruptcy. Yet, if he did not pay, his gambling house's reputation would be tarnished, and who would gamble there in the future? After a prolonged moment, Tian Hong slowly regained his composure, scrutinizing Shen Lang's exquisitely handsome face. You scoundrel, how cruel you are. Yesterday, Shen Lang had threatened him, and Tian Hong had thought little of it. Wondering what tricks Shen Lang might employ against him, he had imagined many elaborate schemes, but he never anticipated that Shen Lang's approach would be so shameless and direct. Accusing him of cheating? Turning the tables? Had this been before, Shen Lang would have been thrown out with broken legs for winning even 100 gold coins. But now, he was the son-in-law of the Earl's residence, and who in Xianyuan City would dare lay a finger on him? Not only were the 4 warriors of the Earl's residence watching over Shen Lang, but also hundreds of gamblers rallied behind him. The despicable Shen Lang. Not only had he won for himself, but he also dragged hundreds of gamblers to victory alongside him. Shen Lang had now become their hero, and those hundreds of gamblers, driven by self-interest, were bound to stand with him. Pay up, Shen Lang stated. Tian Hong, as a figure of your stature, I trust you do not intend to default on your debts? Tian Hong's face twitched. He truly wished to strike Shen Lang and beat the arrogance out of him. But he dared not, nor could he. Then, as if undergoing a transformation, Tian Hong flashed a warm smile. Young Master Shen, shall we discuss this further? Shen Lang contemplated for a moment before nodding. Very well. Thus, Tian Hong and Shen Lang entered the rich fortune pavilion together. The hundreds of gamblers grew restless. What if Shen Lang and Tian Hong conspired in secret, selling them out? We cannot leave. We must settle our chips and collect our winnings first. Countless gamblers shouted in unison. Under normal circumstances, they would scurry away at the sight of Tian Hong, like mice fleeing from a cat. Yet now, their numbers emboldened them, especially with Shen Lang, the Earl's son-in-law, as their backbone. Furthermore, gamblers would risk everything for money. In their pursuit of winnings, they had long forgotten the meaning of fear. Rest assured, everyone, Shen Lang assured them. I will not betray your interests. I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Indeed, we trust young Master Shen. He is the Earl's son-in-law. How could he deceive us? Young Master Shen, I adore you. Suddenly, an unexpected figure emerged among them. And so, Shen Lang and Tian Hong entered the rich fortune pavilion. The 4 warriors of the Earl's residence followed closely behind, and the grand doors of the pavilion closed tightly. Upon entering the rich fortune pavilion, Tian Hong's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a frigid glare. Young Master Shen, your methods are truly ruthless, he sneered. To force me to sever ties with my own, you willingly descended into gambling? Do you care nothing for the Earl's residence's reputation? Of course, the reputation of the Earl's residence is paramount, Shen Lang replied earnestly. But my own reputation, Shen Lang, is something I can forego. What does reputation mean to someone like me? It is merely a burden. If I had a good reputation, a single misdeed could ruin me. Yet, if I have a bad reputation, even a good deed could earn me praise. It would be said that Shen Lang has turned over a new leaf. These words left Tian Hong momentarily speechless. How utterly shameless you are. Is your aim to compel me to break Tian Shisan's legs? Shen Lang nodded. Precisely. You would use this 19,000 gold coins as leverage to force me to harm my own. Tian Hong retorted incredulously. How absurd. Do you take me for such a short-sighted fool? If I were to break Shisan's legs, the loss would not merely be 2 legs, but also my dignity. Tian Hong had roamed the rivers and lakes of Xuanwu City for many years. He was certainly no fool and understood the dangers inherent in his situation. The moment I act, everyone will know that Tian Hong has been bested by a mere son-in-law, and my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Tian Hong remarked coldly. For someone like me, once my fierce reputation is lost, who would ever fear me again? Money can be regained, but a lost reputation is irretrievable. At that moment, Tian Hung had calmed himself entirely. He lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, saying, "So, Shen Lang, you wish to exchange 19,000 gold coins for my promise to break Tian Shisan's legs? You are sorely mistaken. I am not so foolish. Nor should you indulge in such daydreams." Seeing that Tian Hang's cup was empty, Shen Lang immediately refilled it, his expression earnest and his voice warm. "Leader Tian, you have wronged me deeply. I have no such intentions, truly." Tian Hung let out a cold laugh, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful glare. He was eager to see what tricks Shen Lang had up his sleeve, as if he could see through Shen Lang's intentions. This wretched creature, having forgotten loyalty in the face of profit, was now solely focused on claiming his winnings, having cast aside the notion of breaking Tian Shisan's legs. Tian Hung resolved that it was impossible for Shen Lang to take away the 19,000 gold coins. 1,900 was more plausible. Furthermore, Shen Lang would have to plead earnestly before he would even consider parting with that sum. "I never intended to exchange 19,000 gold coins for Tian Shisan's legs," Shen Lang exclaimed. "What I mean is this. Leader Tian, you not only need to return the 19,000 gold coins I won, but you must also break Tian Shisan's legs. I swear, I will destroy you, you pretty boy." Chapter 39. A desperate situation. Tian Hung almost leaped from his seat. The four knights from the Earl's mansion, feigning indifference, were nonetheless taken aback by his words. "Shen Lang, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting?" Tian Hung bellowed. He was not alone in his disbelief. The knights also felt that Shen Lang was indulging in fanciful delusions, bringing disgrace upon himself. There was no way Tian Hung would ever cripple Tian Shisan's legs, and it was clear that he had no intention of paying the demanded 19,000 gold coins. To even agree to one of those conditions would be remarkable, yet Shen Lang dared to seek both? Was this not sheer insanity? "Ha! Tian Hung, infuriated, laughed mockingly. "So I am dealing with a madman?" Shen Lang swayed gently in his seat and crossed his legs. "I clearly told you," Tian Hung continued, "that Tian Shisan intends to annihilate your entire family, and while I sent him, I would never harm a hair on his head, let alone break his legs and diminish my own standing. Dream on. Furthermore, not a single gold coin of your winnings will I part with." With the rift now wide open, Tian Hung pressed on. "If you have the guts, let your master come and demand it from me. Let us see if he dares to break your legs. Others may lack shame, but the Earl certainly values his reputation." Would he really plead for a gambling debt of 19,000 gold coins? Absolutely not. Breaking your legs would be more plausible. For centuries, the Earl's household had maintained strict rules, and no heir dared to set foot in a casino. If the Earl were to seek gambling debts for Shen Lang, rumors would quickly spread, claiming the Xuanwu Earl's estate was on the brink of collapse, resorting to son-in-law's gambling to survive. Hence, Tian Hung planned to play dirty. "You wish to incite a riot with the hundreds of gamblers outside." Tian Hung laughed heartily. "Dream on. They won 9,000 gold coins, and I will repay them every single coin. However, your winnings? Not a single copper will I give you. What can you do about it?" With that, Tian Hung threw open the window and called out to the hundreds of gamblers below, "Since I, Tian Hung, can run a casino, I can afford to lose money. All your winnings will be compensated. Bring forth chips for all guests." Upon hearing this, the gamblers erupted in ecstatic frenzy. Soon, dozens of staff members began exchanging chips for the hundreds of gamblers. Within half an hour, the 9,000 gold coins they had won were fully redeemed. "Long live Boss Tian, a hero among men. Boss Tian, I adore you." Listening to these cheers, Tian Hang sneered. "Shen Lang, do you see how sycophantic these people are? I have compensated them. Do you truly believe they will stand by your side to incite trouble? Of course not. With their newfound gold." Some gamblers returned home, while others continued to gamble, scattering like birds and beasts, indifferent to Shen Lang's plight. The money in the gamblers' hands was not truly theirs. "It merely lay in my custody," Tian Hung declared. "Do you believe me? In less than half a month, those 9,000 gold coins will be back in my possession. Perhaps even more." Shen Lang believed him, even confident that it would take no more than 7 or 8 days. The money of gamblers was perpetually fleeting. Washing clean their debts was an eternal fate for gamblers. Finding solid ground was impossible. Winning was merely a phase. Losing was the inevitable conclusion. The only distinction among gamblers was the quantity of their losses. They will not join you in causing a ruckus. And the Earl will certainly not come to me to claim your gambling debt, Tian Hung scoffed. What use is your victory of 19,000 gold coins? I shall not part with a single coin, and you wish for me to break Tian Shisan's legs? Dream on. Clap, clap, clap. Shen Lang applauded vigorously. Boss Tian, you are impressive. Your shamelessness bears a resemblance to my own. However, he sipped his tea. It's futile. You think your deceit will allow you to evade the consequences? Boss Tian, no amount of struggling will help you. I possess skills that guarantee victory. And I have the art of dragon slaying at the casino. Do you truly believe I care for 19,000 gold coins? Haraha. Shen Lang cackled like a villain. Just lend me your assistance. As long as your casino remains open, your money is mine, and I shall win as much as I desire. Not only will I win for myself, but I will lead all the gamblers to victory. Unless you close your casino, I shall ensure your bankruptcy. And I won't take a single copper for myself. Just let countless gamblers strip you of your fortune. Do you dare to prevent my entry into the casino? Do you dare to send someone to block me? Dare you harm a hair on my head? Shen Lang then turned to the multitude of gamblers below. Everyone, do not leave. I will lead you to continue gambling and winning. Let us bankrupt Boss Tian. Without further ado, Shen Lang turned and departed. He returned to the casino below, continuing his rampage. Like a swarm of locusts, he led the hundreds of gamblers to sweep through the casino once more. It became evident that Shen Lang was not lying. He truly possessed the art of dragon slaying at the casino, achieving victory time and again. Consequently, the staff and managers of the casino once again turned pale, losing faith in life itself. They were utterly powerless to resist. The hundreds of gamblers had gone completely wild. This was easier than picking up money. As long as they followed Shen Lang, victory was assured. Eventually, all the staff of the Fortune Pavilion, along with the dealers and managers, could no longer bear the immense pressure and collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The manager rushed upstairs to report to Tian Hong. Master, we have lost 3,000 gold coins. Master, we have lost 5,000. Master, we have lost 7,000. Each time, Shen Lang won only a single gold coin, while the rest were won by those reckless gamblers. Tian Hong's complexion turned pale, then green, and his entire body began to tremble. His adopted son, Tian Shirsi, rushed over, shouting, Father, I shall expel Shen Lang this instant. With that, Tian Shirsi charged downstairs with his men, ready to forcibly remove Shen Lang. Shen Lang immediately held his forehead and exclaimed, What are you doing? You intend to strike me? My health is rather poor. If you touch me, I shall collapse. Who would dare to strike the Earl's son-in-law? My wife would annihilate his entire family. Tian Heng, listening from above, could hardly fathom how Shen Lang could utter such shameless words. What brazen audacity! In a fit of rage, Tian Shirsi pointed at Shen Lang, shouting, What if I do? Bring forth the men and expel Shen Lang. But in the next moment, 4 knights from the Earl's mansion swiftly surrounded Shen Lang, drawing their swords. Humph! Do you black-clad ruffians dare to confront the knights of the Earl's mansion? Do you wish to harm the Earl's son-in-law? Indeed, during these turbulent times, the Earl's mansion could not interfere in local affairs nor apprehend your black-clad gang. However, should you dare to provoke us, then killing you would be a trivial matter. Within a minute, these 4 knights would unleash a massacre. Even if your black-clad warriors swarmed in numbers, should they defeat the 4 knights, a greater calamity would ensue. Soon after, the Earl's cavalry would descend like a tide, sweeping through the entire Fortune Pavilion. The Xuanwu Earl's estate does not seek trouble, but it is certainly not afraid of it. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall level your entire family. This was Shen Lang's talisman. Not only did the knights of the Earl's mansion come forth, but countless gamblers also surged in, surrounding and protecting Shen Lang. What are you doing? Is it that those who run casinos cannot afford to lose? To harm my Lord Shen, one would have to tread over my heart. Cough, cough. What a sycophantic bunch they are. Just moments ago, when Tian Hong fulfilled their expectations, they hailed him as the leader. Now, as Shen Lang leads them to victory, they chant his name. What now? Shall we expel all the gamblers? Tian Hong remained seated, motionless, consumed by a hatred he has never felt before, wishing to see Shen Lang torn to shreds. Regret is futile. Regret is futile. If only time could be rewound. He swears he would eliminate Shen Lang at the first opportunity, reducing him to pieces to feed the dogs, absolutely refusing to heed a single word from him. To release the tiger back into the mountains is to invite disaster. Alas, this world offers no remedy for regret. What to do about the current situation? With his eyes closed, Tian Hong declared, Let us temporarily close the Fortune Pavilion. Yes, Tian Shi and the manager responded, though it pained them to do so. Soon, the manager's voice echoed, announcing that the Fortune Pavilion would cease operations for the day, urging everyone to return tomorrow to redeem their winnings. Immediately, Shen Lang interjected, Tian Gang Master has 4 more gambling houses in Xuanwu City. Shall we visit them one by one to win? shall we? Yes. Hundreds of gamblers eagerly responded. Shen Lang then led them, a swarm like locusts, towards Tian Heng's next gambling house. Tian Heng, in anguish, closed his eyes. After a long moment, he rasped, "Shut down all the gambling houses." Yes. Tian Shi gritted his teeth in response. Little did they know the torment Tian Heng felt upon making this decision. These 5 gambling houses accounted for over 60% of his daily income, a genuine treasure trove. Closing them all would result in incalculable losses. Only heaven knows. Yet, he would sooner bear such immense losses than concede to Shen Lang. Should he openly break Tian Shi's legs, his reputation would be ruined, and the morale of the Black Cloak Gang would plummet. Who would fear him then? Shen Lang, if you expect me to sever my own limbs, you must be dreaming. However, Tian Heng's troubles were merely beginning. These gambling houses were not solely his. Many others were reaping profits within them. Merely half an hour later, someone approached him. "Lord Zhongjin requests your presence. He has matters for you." Tian Heng's vision darkened. His greatest fears had materialized. Indeed, the deadliest of blows often comes from one's own ranks. Chapter 40. A public humiliation of broken limbs and lifelong shame. Tian Heng was once again invited to Su Guangyun's residence. Instead of Zhongjin, he encountered the head of the Su family. "Tian Bangzhu, I have heard that you have closed several gambling houses?" The head of the Su family inquired. "Yes," Tian Heng replied. "Just now you addressed me as Tian Xiong, and now you refer to me as Tian Bangzhu. Such is the reality," he remarked. Of course, the head of the Su family did not ask this out of personal interest. He lacked the means to profit from the gambling houses and was inquiring on behalf of Zhongjin. After offending the Earl's residence, Tian Heng immediately pledged 35% of the gambling house profits to Zhongjin, aligning himself with the governor's office, thus acquiring the courage to protect himself in front of the Earl. Yet, before the gambling houses had even begun to yield profits, they were abruptly shut down. "Now my Zhang family cannot benefit from that money, can we? Your closure suggests you harbor grievances against me, Zhongjin, or perhaps the governor." Zhongjin could not intervene directly, for the money was to be laundered through the head of the Su family and presented to the Zhang family as a dowry. Why shut down a perfectly good gambling house? The head of the Su family pressed. "If I do not close it, I will lose everything," Tian Heng responded. The head of the Su family's expression darkened. "Is Shen Lang's gambling skill truly that formidable?" "Yes, extraordinarily so, though I cannot fathom why," Tian Heng admitted. The head of the Su family fell into silence. Shen Lang, being a favored member of the Earl's residence, could not be eliminated, otherwise they would have dispatched someone to do the deed long ago. "This is all your own doing," the head of the Su family remarked. It was indeed Tian Heng who had allowed Shen Lang to escape. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive long ago. With a chilling gaze, Tian Heng stated, "Otherwise, I would have dealt with him in secret. Is it worth it? Do you dare?" The head of the Su family asked coolly. "Indeed. Is it worth it?" Around Shen Lang stood guards from the Earl's residence at all times, necessitating the deployment of elite fighters to eliminate him. Should Shen Lang be killed, the wrath of the Earl would be immediate and severe. Regardless of how Shen Lang met his demise or who was responsible, the Earl would unleash his fury upon Tian Heng and the Su family. A son-in-law assassinated without cause would warrant the Earl's ire, leading to a bloody purge. "What does Shen Lang desire?" Su Guangyun inquired. Tian Heng replied, "He demands that I publicly break Tian Shi's legs." The head of the Su family's face trembled slightly as he rasped, then agreed to it. "Break them? You have plenty of adopted sons." Even as he uttered these words, the head of the Su family could scarcely believe them. Tian Heng cried out, 13 is one of my most outstanding sons. Breaking his legs will dishearten my followers and tarnish my reputation." Tian Heng was a man of principle. He preferred to suffer financial losses than to sacrifice his honor, for that was the cornerstone of his standing. However, a voice from the next room interjected, "Agree to him." It was Zhongjin speaking. Representing the governor's office and the Zhang family, Tian Heng's most dependable ally. "Do not delay," Zhongjin insisted. "Every day of procrastination costs us money. It is better to agree sooner than later." Tian Heng trembled. His teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his gums. Zhongjin continued, "I promise you, one day I will ensure Shen Lang's demise, and at that time, you shall have your chance to strike." Tian Heng remained silent. Zhongjin asserted, "Shen Lang is a trifling character. Our true target is the Earl's residence. Once we dismantle the Earl's power and reclaim the territory and military authority, you will have rendered a great service, and the position of Deputy City Lord will be yours." Tian Heng rose and declared, "Very well, I shall comply. Tian Heng once again stood before Xinlang. I agree to your demand to publicly break Tian Shisan's legs. You may disperse now. Cease your disturbances. Tian Heng stated blandly. Xinlang shook his head. No, the terms have changed. Your other adopted son, Tian Shirsi, dared to shout at me earlier and threaten me. Most egregiously, he pointed a finger at my head. Therefore, I demand that both his arms and legs be broken. Xinlang, I curse you. Why don't you just die? After hearing Xinlang's words, Tian Heng felt a surge of heated blood rush to his head. I will kill you. I will kill you, he repeated in his mind. But it remained merely a thought. Do you refuse? Xinlang sneered. Then my terms will escalate. You must not only break Tian Shisan's legs, but also Tian Shirsi's arms and legs. Furthermore, every member of your black-clad gang you dispatch to my home must also have their legs broken. Tian Heng shut his eyes, his sight clouded with blood, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He truly wished to shred Xinlang into pieces. But doing so would mean the end of everything he had built over decades. He was determined not to compromise, especially not with someone as vile as Xinlang. However, he had no choice. If he did not yield, Xinlang would bring hundreds of gamblers daily to win money. Unless he kept his gambling houses closed indefinitely. And even then, the governor's office would not spare him. Xinlang, just you wait. Tian Heng swore silently to himself. Opening his eyes once more, he stated word by word, very well, I will publicly break Shirsan's legs and Shirsi's arms and legs. Xinlang added, moreover, they must be completely expelled from the black-clad gang. No visits, no medical treatment, no financial assistance. Let them fend for themselves. If I find their suffering insufficient, I shall return to your gambling house to wreak havoc. I agree. At the entrance of the Fortune and Wealth Pavilion, Tian Shirsan and Tian Shirsi knelt on the ground, their faces filled with indignation. Surrounding them was a crowd that had grown to over 1,000. And it continued to swell. A calamity is upon us. Tian Shirsan and Tian Shirsi were Tian Heng's most distinguished sons, and they were also captains of the militia in Xuanwu City, known for their arrogance and fearlessness. Now, these two were kneeling here, having incurred the wrath of whom? Gazing at the throngs of people, Tian Heng wished he could disappear into the ground. But he could not. He had to maintain the faade, or else that scoundrel Xinlang would not let him off the hook. Tian Shirsan, Tian Shirsi, you are my adopted sons, and I hold you in high regard. Tian Heng declared sternly. Yet, due to your personal vendetta against young Master Xinlang, you acted behind my back to seek revenge, nearly causing a catastrophe. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's gaze towards Tian Heng grew increasingly peculiar. Is it really because of Xinlang? Tian Heng felt as though a layer of skin had been stripped from his face. Yet he had to continue. In the game of power, there was little room for reason. Master Xinlang is not only the son-in-law of the Xuanwu Earl's residence, but also a close friend of mine. How dare you two ungrateful sons offend him? Tian Heng bellowed. If I do not punish you severely, how can I uphold my family's rules? Come, bring me the stick. Instantly, another adopted son handed him a thick, sturdy stick. Tian Heng took a deep breath and approached Tian Shirsan. 13. Do not blame your father. He whispered. Tian Shirsan did not respond, his expression flat. This infuriated Tian Heng. Was he attempting to sever ties with him? Raising the stick, he struck down upon Tian Shirsan's legs. Crack! Tian Shirsan's legs were broken. A low grunt escaped his lips, but he did not utter a single cry of anguish. Like a wounded beast, he only let out a soft growl, refusing to scream. Tian Shirsi, however, was not so stoic. He began to tremble uncontrollably. He would not accept this. He clearly offended Xinlang for the sake of his adoptive father's reputation and the interests of the Black Cloak Gang. Now, his adoptive father actually intends to break his hands and legs? Is there no longer any sense of justice in this world? It was the adoptive father who offended Xinlang. It was he who lost to Xinlang. Why must he and brother 13 be sacrificed? Adoptive father, is this how you cherish your adopted son? What happened to your professed loyalty? In that moment, Tian Shirsi shouted vehemently, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Tian Heng was instantly enraged. Tian Shirsi's cries pierced through his mask of shame. He swiftly grabbed a stick and struck fiercely at Tian Shirsi's legs. A piercing scream echoed as Tian Shirsi's legs were shattered. Following this, Tian Heng brought the stick down again with brutal force, shattering the arms of his adopted son, Tian Shirsi, in a devastating display of violence. Chapter 41. Tian Heng spits blood, a new height of pretense awe. Tian Shirsi emitted a chilling and mournful scream that sent shivers down one's spine. Then, he fainted on the spot. Instantly, the faces of those surrounding him contorted in agony, as if their own limbs had been shattered. Particularly, the warriors of the Black Cloak Gang and Tian Heng's other adopted sons felt a bone-chilling dread. The sorrow of a fallen rabbit resonates with the fox. Their hearts were heavy. How devoted were Shursan and Shursi to their adoptive father. Yet, when calamity struck, they were the first to be sacrificed to bear the blame. It was unexpected that the leader, who usually displayed a facade of righteousness, could be so callous. Today he unhesitatingly sacrificed Shursan and Shursi. Who would be next? Surely, it would be them. Shursan and Shursi were already the most favored sons of the leader, and in comparison, they felt as light as a feather. When the time came, the leader would not hesitate to sacrifice anyone. Tian Heng's status in the eyes of his adopted sons plummeted sharply. If these men had any admiration left, it was now dissipating rapidly. With this singular act, Tian Heng lost the hearts of the Black Cloak Gang. In a word, when the people's hearts are scattered, the troop becomes difficult to lead. Moreover, there were countless onlookers surrounding them. Previously, Tian Heng was regarded with awe and authority. Who could have imagined that he would be compelled by a mere Xin Lang to break the legs of his own sons? His reputation was utterly tarnished. Furthermore, this incident would swiftly spread throughout Xuanwu City, leading to a significant reduction in the fear that many held towards Tian Heng, drastically diminishing his standing in the martial world. This day would become a catastrophe, a lifelong disgrace for Tian Heng. With gritted teeth, Tian Heng seethed. Xin Lang, are you satisfied now? Xin Lang replied, almost, Leader Tian. You must remember the words you spoke to me yesterday. I am a man of my word. Indeed, how could he forget? It was etched deeply into his bones and soul. What price would he have to pay in the future to mend the losses of today? He never anticipated that in his illustrious life, he would stumble so grievously at the hands of a young dandy like Xin Lang. Who could have foreseen that Xin Lang could achieve such a feat? However, Tian Heng still had a chance. As long as he clung tightly to the thigh of the governor's mansion, should he assist the governor in obliterating the Earl of Xuanwu's estate, he would become the deputy city lord, and it would all be worth it. Once he held power, what need was there for the code of chivalry? Yet, the humiliation of today would have to be swallowed whole. Patience, he thought, patience for the future. Xin Lang remarked, Leader Tian, the hour is late, and we are almost at the end of our business. Tian Heng's expression shifted dramatically. What? It is not over yet. I have publicly broken the legs of 2 of my adopted sons, and it is still not over? Xin Lang, do not push me. Tian Heng roared. Xin Lang replied, Leader Tian, I am not pressing. However, at this moment, Tian Heng could not discern Xin Lang's innuendo. Did I not win 19,000 gold coins in your gambling house? Xin Lang continued, surely, that cannot be disregarded. Hand over the money. My wife will soon call me home for dinner. In an instant, Tian Heng's eyes filled with bloodlust, ready to explode. It was impossible for him to part with such a sum, for he could not afford it. His gambling house had already lost over 10,000 gold coins today, and the treasury of the rich and noble pawnshop was nearly exhausted. Where could he possibly find such a fortune? Giving the money was absolutely out of the question unless the Earl himself came to collect. Xin Lang added, Of course, I am still a man of principle. If you cannot produce that much money, what should we do? I cannot force you to sell your wife, can I? How about you return 2,000 gold coins now and write a promissory note for the remaining 17,000? Xin Lang calculated that this was the maximum amount the rich and noble pawnshop could provide at this time. Tian Heng was astounded by how shamelessly avaricious a person could be. Oh heavens, why has such a despicable individual not been struck down by lightning? Xin Lang said, Leader Tian, if you give me 2,000 gold coins and write a promissory note, we can consider today's affair concluded. Otherwise, I fear that one day I might lose control of my own hands and feet and unwittingly walk back into your gambling house, making our future encounters quite awkward. Xin Lang glanced at the sky and remarked, It is indeed getting late. My wife is truly anxious and the food will turn cold. Even 2,000 gold coins was a burden Tian Heng was unwilling to bear, as it was the last straw. He would rather confront him publicly than relent. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Give him. It was Zhang Jin's voice, coming from the second floor of the rich and noble pawnshop. He had been watching the scene unfold with cold indifference from above. Zhang Jin stated, The Earl of Xuanwu's family has strict morals, and the Earl's traditions are antiquated. Money won from gambling is the most despicable and filthy. Xin Lang bringing it back to the Earl's estate will only lead to the Earl's immense disappointment, perhaps even a severe beating. What Zhang Jin said was indeed correct. If Xin Lang were to lose money in the gambling house, it would be a significant blow to the Earl's reputation. But if he won and brought it home, it would be an even greater affront. How could a century-old noble resort to such sordid means to amass wealth? Tian Heng realized immediately that Zhang Jin's words held considerable truth, and thus he coldly declared, "Very well, I shall give it. Someone, bring 2,000 gold coins from the treasury for young Master Shun, who has won at our gambling house." Moments later, his two adopted sons approached, carrying a chest brimming with 2,000 gold coins. "And the promissory note?" Shen Lang inquired. "I shall write it," Tian Heng replied. However, everyone knew that this promissory note would never be repaid. After writing the note, Tian Heng handed it to Shen Lang and said, "Young Master Shun, are you satisfied now?" Shen Lang accepted the note and scrutinized it thoroughly. Then, he opened the chest and grasped a handful of gold coins, reveling in their delightful weight. The golden gleam nearly blinded all those around him. Tian Heng chuckled coldly within. Take it, take it. I await the Earl of Xuanwu to break your legs." With this money, the more Shen Lang reveled in his triumph, the more miserable he would be upon returning to the Earl's estate. The damage to the Earl's reputation would be irreversible. Tian Heng could vividly imagine the Earl's fury and heartbreak upon seeing this gold. Yet, Shen Lang smiled charmingly, and then his expression turned righteous. He proclaimed passionately, "A mere 2,000 gold coins. How could I possibly regard it highly? Tian Heng, how many have lost everything in your gambling house over the years, resulting in fractured families? How can you bear such a burden on your conscience? I, Shen Lang, hold wealth in disdain. I did not come to your gambling house to win money, but to teach you a lesson in your heartless greed, to seek justice for countless families, and to fulfill the true path of chivalry. My father-in-law has always told me to love the people as my own children. My lesson to the rich and noble pawnshop today is not for myself, but for the countless citizens of Xuanwu City. I shall not take a single gold coin. All that I have taken from the people shall be returned to them." With a swift motion, Shen Lang scattered the gold coins towards the throngs of onlookers. "Dear elders and townsfolk, this money belongs to you." Shen Lang fervently flung the coins. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. 2,000 gold coins, a staggering sum. Shen Lang gave it all away to the citizens of Xuanwu City. The several hundred people present were utterly enraptured. 10 minutes later, the 2,000 gold coins were completely squandered by Shen Lang. Is this what one calls spending money like dirt? It is truly exhilarating. Long live Shen Lang. Long live the Duke's mansion. The crowd of onlookers united in a chorus of cheers. Meanwhile, Tian Heng, witnessing this spectacle, found himself utterly powerless to intervene. He felt as though he might explode. "Not only have you forced me to break the legs of my two adopted sons, but you are also using my money to win over the people's hearts? You not only insult my character, but also my intelligence?" Tian Heng, already simmering with pent-up frustration, could no longer bear it. An intense wave of anguish surged through his chest and abdomen. A sudden cramp seized him. He could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Shen Lang, I, Tian Heng, will never coexist with you. Never coexist." With that, Tian Heng staggered, nearly toppling over. Observing this scene, Zhang Jin and City Lord Lu Wuyan from the Fortune Square were left utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, can it really escalate to this extent? So treacherous. Chapter 42. The Lord of the City joins the fray. Victorious return home, Zhang Jin and City Lord Lu Wuyan exchanged glances, both aware of the magnitude of the situation. Naturally, the City Lord had to make an appearance, for he too had a vested interest in the gambling house. However, given his esteemed position, it would be utterly inappropriate for him to show himself publicly. Zhang Jin recalled the striking visage of Shen Lang, his mind drifting back to the moment he had driven Shen away. It seemed like an eternity ago, despite it being only a few days past. At that time, Shen Lang had appeared a fool, yet now he had transformed into a cunning figure, sharp as a fox. City Lord, given the present chaos, do you not think Shen Lang might find himself in a precarious situation? Zhang Jin ventured. Lu Wuyan nodded in agreement. Indeed. He is a natural adversary of the Earl's household, which makes him our enemy as well. Zhang Jin continued, with thousands gathered around Shen Lang collecting money. Any incident that leads to a stampede should have no bearing on us. Lu Wuyan concurred, of course not. Zhang Jin added, should Shen Lang inadvertently suffer harm, it would be entirely within the realm of possibility. Lu Wuyan replied, indeed. In this tumultuous scene, if a stampede were to injure Shen Lang, it would solely be his fault for being so ostentatious. The Earl cannot hold the thousands of attendees accountable, can he? After all, does he not profess to love the people as his own? Lu Wuyan continued, and one cannot blame Tian Heng. He has already been reduced to a pitiful state, bloodied and unconscious. Suddenly, Lu Wuyan remarked, If a stampede occurs, it is likely that many lives will be lost, dozens, perhaps even hundreds. At that point, both Shenlang and the Earl's household will find it difficult to absolve themselves of responsibility. Zhang Jin gazed at Lu Wuyan, astonished. While he sought to ensnare Shenlang alone, the city lord appeared to plot a far more sinister outcome, aiming to implicate the Earl's household in a tragedy that could cost numerous lives. Truly, the cunning of a scholar surpasses that of a soldier. The two prominent figures nodded in unison, resolved to seize this rare opportunity to orchestrate a grand incident that would drag the Earl's household into disrepute. The trampling of Shenlang was merely a secondary consideration. Outside, the exuberant crowd of thousands continued to cheer. A dozen warriors, disguised as common folk, infiltrated the throng from all directions. They began to push towards Shenlang, creating a ruckus under the pretense of contesting for gold coins. In the ensuing chaos, they aimed to knock down Shenlang and deal him a fatal blow. The plan was insidiously clever. However, Shenlang sensed danger approaching. In such a chaotic crowd, the risk of a stampede was ever present. Moreover, he recognized several faces among the approaching warriors. These were not Tianheng's men. They sought to incite further turmoil and calamity. Silence. Everyone, do not move. Shenlang called out, his voice resonating with authority. At that moment, having distributed all the gold coins, his influence was at its peak. The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to him, making the disguised warriors stand out conspicuously as they continued to push forward. Do you intend to stop me now, Shenlang? Tianheng is already incapacitated, leaving only you standing here. Should a stampede occur, the blame for the ensuing tragedy will rest solely upon your shoulders, as well as those of the Earl's household. Shenlang brandished Tianheng's IOU, which amounted to a staggering 17,000 gold coins. Though he would never reclaim this debt, the sheer magnitude of the sum was nonetheless astounding. This is the 17,000 gold coins owed to me by Tianheng, Shenlang declared. I shall not claim a single coin for myself. The source of Tianheng's wealth is the people's labor, their blood and sweat. Thus, these coins belong to all of you. He raised the IOU high, proclaiming, this debt is not just Tianheng's, but owed to the citizens of Xuanwu City. I will deliver this document to the city lord's office, entrusting him with the responsibility to reclaim this debt for the sake of the impoverished families of Xuanwu City. Rest assured, City Lord Lu Wuyan will act on behalf of the people. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuyan's expression soured. What audacity! This fire has indeed reached my doorstep. The disguised warriors persisted in their charade, pressing closer to Shenlang, intent on toppling him and inciting a stampede. Yet, Shenlang suddenly dashed forward with astonishing speed, bursting through the doors of the luxurious establishment. Lu Wuyan, taken aback, immediately sought to retreat through the back door. City Lord, you truly are here, Shenlang exclaimed loudly, seizing Lu Wuyan's sleeve. Fellow citizens, the City Lord is indeed present, he called, drawing the attention of the crowd, who surged forward to witness Lu Wuyan. The City Lord stood there, utterly astonished and embarrassed, as Shenlang presented the IOU to him with utmost respect. City Lord, this document represents the hopes of countless impoverished souls. Your love for the people is well known, and I entrust this weighty task to you. The multitude of onlookers turned their gazes upon Lu Wuyan. This sum of 19,000 gold coins, drawn from the lifeblood of Xuanwu City, was tied to the hopes of innumerable struggling families. Shenlang continued, I am but a humble individual, and I do not expect to reclaim this money. However, as the City Lord, your intervention on behalf of the destitute will compel Tianheng to return what he owes. At this proclamation, Tianheng, who had only just regained consciousness, felt faint once more. The IOU for 17,000 gold coins had initially been a mere token of gratitude. The prospect of repayment was utterly impossible unless the Earl himself decided to pursue the debt, which was an unlikely scenario. Thus, the IOU had become a mere scrap of paper. Yet now, it appeared that repayment might indeed be demanded. Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan, too, were struck with trepidation. This gambling house, ostensibly owned by Tianheng, had, in truth, filled their own coffers. The losses would be theirs to bear. The lord of the city felt a twitch in his eyes, then revealed a smile, assuring, rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. I will donate this sum of 17,000 gold coins to the impoverished populace of Xuanwu City, and I hereby officially entrust this matter to you. Shenlang inquired, are you certain you will reclaim this debt for the countless destitute? What could the lord do? Should he disregard this matter? It was under the scrutiny of many. Shen Lang had elevated this issue to a matter of life and death for the numerous impoverished citizens of Xuanwu City. If the Lord refused to accept this, rumors would surely spread by tomorrow, branding him as a co-conspirator with Tian Heng, the underworld's protector of the gambling den. Otherwise, why would the Lord be hiding in the wealthy district? At that point, the disgrace would not fall solely upon Tian Heng. The Lord wore a smile. Yet his heart felt as though 1,000 alpacas had trampled upon it. A snake bite penetrates to the bone. Shen Lang, you are indeed a venomous serpent. But with countless eyes upon him, the Lord could neither lash out nor forsake his amiable facade. Of course, rest easy, young Master Shen. Lord Lu Wuyan replied with a hearty smile. Thank you, my lord. Shen Lang bowed deeply, saying, It's getting late. I shall take my leave. Farewell, my lord. Amidst the adoring gazes of many and the seething glares of dozens, Shen Lang ascended into a splendid carriage and departed with a flourish. This battle was indeed a resounding victory. From this day forth, tales of his exploits would echo throughout Xuanwu City. Within the Earl's residence, the Earl paced nervously in the hall, frequently glancing outside. Jin Zhong, has Shen Lang not returned yet? Jin Zhong replied, Not yet, my lord. The Earl inquired again, Have those sent to gather intelligence returned? Jin Zhong answered, They have not, my lord. The Earl continued, Are there sufficient personnel dispatched to secretly protect Shen Lang from any potential crises? Jin Zhong assured, We have sent more than a dozen individuals. It should suffice. The Earl raised his gaze to the sun in the sky, his anxiety intensifying. He regretted his decision internally, though he did not voice it. He should never have allowed Shen Lang to venture out. That young man was blissfully unaware of the dangers, recklessly confronting Tian Heng alone. Losing was one thing. He feared he might truly suffer grave consequences. After all, Tian Heng had the backing of Zhang Jin and Lord Lu Wuyan. Shen Lang might not only face utter defeat, but could potentially incite a catastrophe. The fact that he had yet to return at such a late hour only heightened the Earl's fears that the situation was far more dire than mere defeat. Chapter 43. Outstanding son-in-law. The Count found himself engulfed in a tinge of regret. He was overly concerned with his own dignity, unwilling to retract his words, which ultimately led to Shen Lang's release. However, who would have anticipated that Shen Lang could master the entire family precept overnight? He could only contend with the constraints placed upon Shen Lang. The Countess, offering solace, remarked, My dear, it is not uncommon for the youth to face hardships. Regardless, Tian Heng would not dare to harm Langer. He surely wouldn't lay a hand on him. The Count replied, Tian Heng is backed by Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin, one a cunning old fox, the other a ruthless figure. Shen Lang is merely a fledgling, blissfully unaware of the world's perils. He thinks he is merely confronting a gang leader. My concern is not for his potential losses, but for the traps laid by others that may lead to dire consequences. Of course, the Count harbored an unspoken fear. Should Shen Lang fall into the snares of Tian Heng and his ilk, the Count's estate would be dragged down with him. Yet, he would never voice such thoughts. Shen Lang was but a child, too young to bear such grave accusations. The Countess expressed, The youth must venture forth to grasp the world's treachery. It will make governing him easier in the future. Langer is a thoughtful lad. He must come to his own conclusions rather than be coerced. The Count scoffed, Let him suffer a significant setback this time. Perhaps he will learn some wisdom. The Countess added, He is still young. I hope Tian Heng possesses some sense and refrains from excessive provocation, believing that connections with the governor's office grant him free reign over us. In the Count's view, Shen Lang stood no chance against Tian Heng in Xuanwu City. He was up against not only Tian Heng, but also Zhang Jin, the Su family, and even Lu Wuyan. The only suspense lay in the extent of Shen Lang's misfortune. Lu Wuyan, being astute, would likely know where to draw the line and would not truly provoke the Count's estate to a breaking point. Upon Shen Lang's return home after his defeat, the Count saw an opportunity to educate him, preventing the youth from remaining oblivious to the dangers of the world and recklessly charging forth. At that moment, a figure rushed in, kneeling on one knee and exclaiming, Greetings, my lord, my lady. It was Jin Hui, a skilled protector sent by the Count to discreetly safeguard Shen Lang, leading a group of over 10 individuals. The Count inquired, What has transpired? To what extent has Shen Lang suffered? Did Tian Heng dare to harm him? Jin Hui's expression was peculiar as he replied, My lord, my lady, the son-in-law, achieved a resounding victory. He nearly drove Tian Heng to bankruptcy, compelling him to publicly break Tian Shursan's legs and shatter Tian Shursi's limbs, all while causing Tian Heng to vomit blood in front of everyone. The words struck the room into silence. The Count and Countess exchanged incredulous glances before the Count finally uttered this. How is this possible? Indeed, how could it be? Shunlang, a solitary figure, faced off against the formidable Tian Heng and the powerful factions behind him. Was it possible that Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan had not intervened on Tian Heng's behalf? Jin Hui explained. Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyan harbored malicious intent, seeking to exploit the chaos to harm the son-in-law and orchestrate a catastrophic event, casting blame for numerous innocent lives lost upon him and our Count's estate. At this revelation, the Count and Countess sprang to their feet, incredulous. Were these two truly so deranged? The Countess' estate had maintained a prudent distance from local politics. What was the outcome? The Count asked coldly, unable to fathom how Shunlang, merely a son-in-law, could navigate such treacherous waters. We were prepared to intervene to rescue the son-in-law, Jin Hui continued. But we did not anticipate that he would turn the tide effortlessly, not only diffusing the crisis, but also outsmarting the city lord, forcing him to feign a smile while swallowing his indignation. The Count, now even more incredulous, demanded, what transpired? Please elaborate. Thus, Jin Hui recounted the tale of Shunlang's remarkable exploits at the gambling den. What? The Count's fury flared. He dared to enter a gambling den? And he won a fortune? Did he retrieve the money? If he did, the reputation of our Count's estate, built over centuries, would be shattered in an instant. If Shunlang returned with the winnings, rumors would soon spread throughout the entire country, painting the Count's estate as desperate, resorting to having a son-in-law win at gambling. The damage to their reputation would be catastrophic. Jin Hui shook his head. No, the son-in-law did not keep a single coin. He distributed all the winnings among the citizens of Xuanwu City. He declared that his actions were not motivated by greed, but rather to seek justice for the countless victims of Tian Heng's gambling establishment. He stated that you, my lord, love your people as your own children, and inspired by your benevolence, he could not bear to witness the suffering of the citizens at Tian Heng's hands. Thus, he chose to intervene out of a sense of chivalry. Countless citizens hailed the Count as a hero, praising Shunlang for his noble deeds. The Count was rendered speechless. This audacious young man had seized the opportunity to enhance the reputation of the Count's estate. Meanwhile, the Countess's eyes sparkled with admiration. She could easily envision Shunlang's charismatic demeanor at that moment. What an admirable son-in-law. What a remarkable child. Jin Hui then detailed how Shunlang had averted an even greater crisis and outmaneuvered Lu Wuyan, compelling Tian Heng to write a promissory note for a staggering 17,000 gold coins. He then rushed to the governor's office, presenting the note and requesting that the funds be used to support the impoverished families of Xuanwu City. In doing so, he not only thwarted Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin's plans to incite chaos, but also placed the burden squarely on the governor's shoulders. Tian Heng had, at that moment, bled from his mouth. The Count and Countess could only imagine the fury boiling within Lu Wuyan, who was left utterly helpless. After a long silence, the Count remarked, "This wretched boy is exceedingly cunning." The Countess added, "It is said that evil men must be countered by evil men. I believe Langmuir possesses a good nature, as evidenced by his devotion to his parents. I never imagined he would boldly confront Tian Heng in Xuanwu City, emerging not only unscathed but victorious." Tian Heng, a local tyrant, was utterly discredited, forced to bleed before the crowd, while Lu Wuyan found himself outsmarted and powerless. The Count felt a blend of pride, relief, and anger. Although the boy had triumphed today, it had been perilously close. The Count harbored lingering fears. This reckless young man would likely grow even bolder in the future. No, I must take this opportunity to temper his audacity. My lady, you must cooperate with me. Do not falter, or else this young man may ascend to the heavens, the Count declared. The Countess smiled. Rest assured, my lord, I will certainly aid you in teaching this boy a lesson. As dusk approached, Shunlang returned, cautiously slipping through the gates of the Count's estate and hastening towards his quarters. He was determined to avoid an encounter with his father-in-law. While he had won today, he had nonetheless ventured into the gambling den, an act of audacity, given the gravity of the situation and his daring maneuvers. He knew his conservative father-in-law would likely punish him, seizing this opportunity to exert his authority. Shunlang absolutely must avoid this misfortune, so he quietly returned to his small courtyard and feigned illness for 2 or 3 days to evade the storm. However, as soon as Shunlang pushed open the door, he was met with the stern yet handsome visage of his father-in-law looming behind it. Shunlang was at a loss for words. My lord, as a distinguished count, how could you hide behind the door to catch me? This is beneath your dignity. Oh, the gambling god has returned? The Count remarked coldly, his expression impassive. Father-in-law, when did you, such an upright man, learn to speak in such a sarcastic manner? Shenlang silently chided, though he maintained a facade of obedience. Without further ado, he stood at attention. Father-in-law, I was wrong. The Count thundered. Shenlang, how audacious you are. You claim to have a way to defeat Tianhong. I thought you possessed some brilliant strategy. But it turns out you merely gambled away your fortune. My Count's household has a history of several centuries, and never has a descendant stooped to such. Before he could finish, Shenlang bowed and interjected, Father-in-law, I shall never dare again. Do you understand what you have done today? The Count trembled as he pointed at Shenlang. The latter leaned forward, allowing the Count's finger to rest upon his forehead. Father-in-law, I promise never to enter a casino again, Shenlang earnestly declared. All the blame lies with me. Please do not let your health suffer from anger. You. The Count was shaking with fury. You scoundrel, if you know your faults, why do you persist in interrupting my admonishments? Your words are sweet, but your heart is filled with malice. You are absolutely right, father-in-law. Your teachings are indeed wise, and I shall adhere to your guidance moving forward. Shenlang replied. At that moment, his mother-in-law approached, soothing the Count as she gently patted his chest. All right, why get so worked up? Langer is still young. Can't you speak with him properly? His intentions were good, albeit his methods were misguided. Please do not scold him any further. The Count was speechless, realizing that he had not even begun his reprimand before it was thwarted by his wife. What did you just say? You were supposed to assist me in correcting this wayward boy, lest he grows too arrogant. Recalling her earlier promise, his mother-in-law feigned seriousness as she addressed Shenlang. Langer, you must not enter such places as casinos again. If you do, I shall have to punish you. Do you understand? Yes, mother-in-law, Shenlang replied, his voice sweetened. Now, you must be hungry. Let us eat, she said. The Count remained at a loss for words. Is this how it ends? Originally, the Count intended to thoroughly chastise Shenlang for his audacity, yet all his efforts had been thwarted by his wife. He pondered, is a mother's love for her child truly so overwhelming? However, he often displayed a harsher demeanor towards his own son, quick to mete out punishment. Why then, did he lose his resolve in front of his son-in-law? Was it merely because of Shenlang's handsome appearance or his sweet tongue? Seeing Shenlang's obedient gaze towards his mother-in-law, the Count felt a surge of frustration. This mischievous boy, do I truly have no leverage over you? The Count declared. Shenlang, from this day forth, you are once again under house arrest. What? Shenlang was taken aback. Had he not just completed his previous confinement? You may move about the estate, but you are forbidden from stepping outside the Count's residence. Do you hear me? Shenlang timidly asked, Father-in-law. How long will this punishment last? Until I deem it safe to release you, the Count replied. That condition was exceedingly vague. Shenlang suggested. Perhaps you could specify a condition, and once I fulfill it, the confinement could be lifted. For instance, not reciting any texts, nor needing to recognize any characters, or any condition whatsoever. The Count immediately interrupted, raising his voice to cut off Shenlang's thoughts. Upon hearing the word condition, the Count was reminded of some unpleasant memories. He continued, no matter what you think, starting today, you shall remain within the estate to cultivate your character. You will be released only when I feel you are no longer a threat to venture out. Shenlang was speechless. His father-in-law had grown cunning. How could the Count forget his prior lesson? Just yesterday, he had ordered Shenlang to memorize the Jinshi family precepts, believing it would keep him grounded for a month or two. Yet, to his astonishment, Shenlang had completed it overnight, and the Count was forced to restore his freedom, unable to go back on his word. Little did he expect that Shenlang would cause such a ruckus upon stepping outside today. Though he had emerged victorious and had performed admirably, it was still fraught with danger. The Count had always been conservative, detesting bold gambits. Moreover, he genuinely worried that Tianhong might retaliate against Shenlang. Yet such concern was one he would never voice. If Shenlang were to discover that he cared, it would surely inflate the boy's ego. Listen up, everyone. From today on, my son-in-law is forbidden from leaving the Count's estate. Anyone who sees him attempting to go out must stop him. Do you understand? The Count bellowed. This will remain in effect until I formally lift his house arrest. Yes. The assembled servants responded in unison, casting peculiar glances at Shenlang, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the young Lord Jin Muzong was engrossed in military texts. Earlier that morning, he had been chastised by his mother, and he suspected it was due to his reading of the Book of Songs, which contained many romantic verses. Thus, he resolved to study military strategy instead, reasoning that surely this would please his parents, who wished for him to uphold the family legacy. Before long, his parents entered the room. Father and mother. I am studying military strategy, he declared, determined to honor his ancestors' wishes. Moments later, the chubby young lord found himself expertly pinned down on a large chair by a man and a woman, one wielding a whip and the other a ruler. The sound of their blows echoed resoundingly. Why? Is studying military texts also a mistake? Must I be punished for this as well? He cried out in despair. He truly believed he had done nothing wrong, having diligently engaged with the military texts, even though he had absorbed little of their content. Why had he been punished in the morning and again in the evening? Ah, father and mother, why are you punishing me again? The count and his wife remained silent, finishing their reprimand before leaving the young lord in a state of bewildered sorrow. In truth, the count and his wife had come to discipline their son purely on impulse, sharing an unspoken understanding. Shenlang's remarkable performance only highlighted their son's shortcomings. The count had planned to deliver a thorough reprimand to Shenlang, but before he could begin, his wife's interference had thwarted him, leaving him unable to express his frustration. Thus, his own son bore the brunt of his ire. Upon returning to his courtyard, Shenlang found Mulan clad in armor, standing inside. "You're back, husband. Let us eat," she said. Shenlang was taken aback. "Mulan, why are you still wearing your armor at home? In case you encounter trouble in the city, I would lead the troops to rescue you," Mulan replied. Shenlang was momentarily stunned, his heart warmed. Despite her calm tone, he felt deeply touched. "Come, allow me to assist you in removing your armor so we can dine," Shenlang said softly. Mulan blinked in surprise, but then opened her arms, permitting him to help her out of her armor. As he removed the armor, Shenlang found himself breathing heavily. Mulan wore a snug outfit made of snake skin beneath it, accentuating her stunning form. Her slender waist exuded both strength and beauty. The smooth curves of her waist and the alluring shape surpassed even the most captivating samba dancers, evoking an overwhelming sense of admiration. Her powerful, elongated legs seemed capable of vanquishing half of one's life with a mere squeeze. "Thank you, my dear wife, for waiting at home and worrying about my safety," Shenlang expressed. Mulan replied, "It is only right. My husband has achieved a resounding victory today, which comes as a delightful surprise to me. However, I urge you to exercise caution in your endeavors, keeping in mind the concerns of your father, mother, and myself." "I understand," Shenlang said, feeling a surge of gratitude as he gently wrapped his arms around Mulan's waist. For a moment, Mulan was taken aback, her devilish figure stiffening slightly. Yet she did not resist, as Shenlang's affectionate gesture radiated warmth and familial love. However, mere seconds later, his hand slipped to an inappropriate place. "My husband, where do you think your hands are?" Mulan questioned. Shenlang quickly returned his hands to their rightful position, his expression serious. "My dear wife, you cannot hold me accountable. It is your skin that is so smooth, causing my hands to inadvertently fall. I assure you, it was unintentional." "Very well, let this be the last time," Mulan stated. Shenlang solemnly vowed, "I swear, if there is a next time, my dear wife, you may chop off these hands." 3 seconds later, Mulan seized Shenlang's hands, which had strayed once more, and said earnestly, "Husband, a man must keep his word. These hands need to be dealt with." "My dear wife, I merely spoke in jest." Shenlang replied, "How can you take a man's word seriously? One might as well believe an old man's infidelity than to trust the words of a man." Mulan, gazing at her husband's remarkably handsome visage, found it hard to believe such a stunning face could harbor such audacity. "Dinner awaits," she declared, freeing herself from Shenlang's grasp and heading to the table. She thought to herself that had it not been for Shenlang's extraordinary looks, she would have already taken action against him. After dinner, Mulan quickly refreshed herself, ensuring her pearly teeth were immaculate, before taking a sip of rosewater to rinse her mouth. Instantly, the fragrance enveloped her. She then donned her armor. "My dear wife, where are you off to at this late hour?" Shenlang inquired. "I shall lead the cavalry for the night patrol along the coastline," Mulan replied, a hint of concern evident in Shenlang's demeanor. "Stay at home, my husband, and do not cause trouble." In the heir's chamber, he was engaged in remedial lessons, specifically in arithmetic. Although this subject was one of the 6 arts valued by gentlemen, it was neglected by most scholars preparing for the imperial examinations, while noble families, particularly those with fiefdoms, placed great importance upon it for its practicality and capacity to enhance intellect. Heir Jin Muzong sighed. "Master Su, why is life so difficult for me? In the past, my parents had reasons to discipline me. Now they don't even bother to find one." The master he referred to, Su Wenjiao, was renowned as the premier arithmetic master in Xuanwu City. He held significant weight in the count's estate, not only serving as the arithmetic instructor for Jean Moulin and Jean Mouzon, but also overseeing the estate's financial and trade dealings. Master Su, the heir asked, "Do you think I might not be my parents' biological child?" Su Wenjiao smiled gracefully, continuing his meticulous work. His role was vital. All financial transactions concerning the estate's production and external dealings needed his oversight, granting him considerable authority within the count's household. Pausing his writing, Su Wenjiao's thoughts drifted to Shun Lang, and a shadow of concern clouded his expression. "Anyone who obstructs my path is my enemy." After a brief contemplation, he said, "Heir, your father struck you because of Shun Lang." The heir exclaimed in shock. "Why?" Su Wenjiao explained. "Shun Lang has a notorious reputation. He pilfered from the Su family and was expelled for his improprieties with their maid, only to then marry into the count's family. As Miss Milan chose him, the count found it difficult to refuse. He lamented your lack of ambition, which led to Miss Moulin's union with such a disreputable man, prompting him to strike you a few days ago." Jean Mouzon sat upright, realization dawning upon him. "So that's how it is." Su Wenjiao continued. "Your father struck you again today due to Shun Lang's disgraceful behavior at the gambling den, which tarnished the count's reputation. However, having won against Tian Hong, and being the son-in-law, your father could not confront him directly. Thus he vented his frustrations upon you." Furious, the heir sprang to his feet, declaring, "I have found the true culprit behind my misfortunes. It is that scoundrel." Just then, Su Wenjiao's attendant interjected, "By the way, heir, I noticed Binger weeping secretly today. But when I inquired, she refused to explain." The heir's anger intensified. It must be because of Shun Lang. He previously harassed the Su family maid, and now he dares to trouble my household's maid? This wretched country bumpkin has the audacity to bully me. I shall not let him escape unscathed. With that, the heir dashed out, fervently vowing, "Shun Lang, I shall ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions." Then he queried, "What of Shun Lang's martial prowess?" Su Wenjiao replied, "He possesses no martial skills. He is utterly defenseless and gasps for breath after a short walk." Emboldened by this information, the heir roared, "Bring forth my men. We shall deal with him." With indignation fueling his actions, Jean Mouzon stormed towards Shun Lang's courtyard, accompanied by a dozen furious followers. Chapter 45. The Tragedy of Humanity. As Moulin departed, Shun Lang found himself lost in thought within the confines of his study. Being confined was intolerable. He needed to devise a strategy to regain his freedom from his father-in-law. After all, a significant matter awaited him in a few days. However, when confronting his father-in-law, a direct approach would be ill-advised. A more subtle tactic was necessary. At that moment, Xiao Bing rushed in, breathless and alarmed. "Son-in-law, trouble is brewing. You must hide quickly. The young master is coming to confront you." Shun Lang was taken aback. "Jean Mouzon, that portly fellow? He is coming to attack me?" Xiao Bing urged him. "You must hide. I will inform the madam at once." "No, do not tell my mother-in-law," Shun Lang replied. "But, son-in-law, the young master is reckless and impulsive. If he strikes you, it will not end well, even if the earl punishes him later." "Enough, I know what to do. You may leave now. Please don't be foolish." Xiao Bing stamped her foot in frustration. Her petite form accentuated the gesture, causing quite a stir. Upon meeting Shun Lang's gaze, she instinctively covered her chest, suppressing the urge to stamp her foot again. "Humph, ungrateful." She shot him a glare before darting out to inform the madam, concerned for Shun Lang's safety. Once Xiao Bing departed, Shun Lang allowed himself a small smile. If he could not handle a mere portly man, what right did he have to remain in the earl's estate? His understanding of Jean Mouzon, though limited, was sufficient. He was physically inept, intellectually simplistic, and prone to bluster. Such a foe could be easily managed. Shun Lang picked up a brush and began inscribing names upon the blank wall. Each name was rendered with flourish, imbued with an air of menace. Moments later, a ruckus erupted outside. "Shun Lang, come out. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I shall not bear the surname Shun." Jean Mouzon's furious voice echoed, his rage directed squarely at Shun Lang. "You, a mere son-in-law, have the audacity to bully our earl's maid, whom I regard as a sister. You seek death." The young master stormed in, brandishing an iron rod, flanked by a dozen subordinates stationed at the exits. Though they dared not strike Shun Lang themselves, they were prepared to assist Jean Mouzon in guarding the perimeter. Upon entering, Jean Mouzon found Shun Lang perched upon a stool, scribbling names on the wall. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Shun Lang remained on the stool, unwilling to descend and risk a blow from the young master. "I'm writing names," he replied nonchalantly. The wall bore numerous names, Tian Shisan, Tian Shirsi, Tian Hung, Lin Mo, Su Qianqian, Zhang Jin, Su Guanyin. Jin Mu Tsong, piqued by curiosity, inquired, "What are these names for?" "These are my enemies," Xinlang stated. "I fear forgetting them, so I inscribed their names to remind myself of the need for vengeance." He then dipped his brush in red ink, marking a bold X over the names of Tian Shisan and Tian Shirsi, as if drawing blood. "And what does marking them signify?" Jin Mu Tsong asked. "It signifies that I have exacted my revenge upon them," Xinlang replied, his voice steady. Jin Mu Tsong's brow furrowed, pondering the depth of animosity that could drive someone to such lengths. "What grievance do you hold against Tian Shisan?" "His threats against me compelled me to have Tian Heng break his legs," Xinlang coldly recounted, and they were shattered into pieces. Jin Mu Tsong recoiled in shock. "And Tian Shirsi? He is even more despicable. He not only threatened me, but dared to point at my head. I abhor being pointed at, and thus, his legs were broken as well." Jin Mu Tsong, awestruck, lowered his iron rod. "Is this truly the extent of your grievances? You inscribe names upon a wall and recite them daily? You must be a vengeful spirit. Life is long. Who can predict the emergence of new foes?" Xinlang replied with a chilling smile. "I leave space for their names." Jin Mu Tsong's scalp prickled in fear. If mere threats warranted such retribution, what might await him if he dared to strike Xinlang? "Do you require something from me, young master?" Xinlang inquired. "And no, nothing at all," Jin Mu Tsong stammered, hastily discarding his iron rod. "I merely strolled here after a hearty meal." "You just shouted about wanting to strike me," Xinlang pressed. "Who would dare to strike the Earl's son-in-law?" Jin Mu Tsong retorted, his bravado faltering. I shall take my leave." With that, he scurried away, his movements surprisingly nimble for his size. Xinlang chuckled softly, finding amusement in the young master's cowardice. However, as Jin Mu Tsong fled, he collided with the one person he dreaded most, his mother, the Countess. "How dare you, you wretched child? You truly intended to assault Xinlang?" she fumed, grasping his ear and dragging him away. "Unless I end your life today, you shall not be my son." "Mother, I did not strike him," Jin Mu Tsong protested, pain evident in his voice. "Ah, so you had the thought then?" the Countess retorted. "It seems I have not yet made my point clear. Your brother-in-law has just defended our honor, and you dare to retaliate? I shall not claim you as my son." "Mother, how did you arrive so swiftly?" "How did you know?" he whimpered. "Xiao Bing informed me," she replied. "I could scarcely believe it. You have become exceedingly audacious." Jin Mu Tsong's eyes brimmed with tears. "Xiao Bing, I sought to defend your honor, and you betrayed me. I regarded you as my younger sister, yet you perceive me as an adversary." The young lord, Jin Mu Tsong, was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. "Oh heavens, what transgressions did I commit in my past life to deserve such punishment?" He understood that he would undoubtedly find himself bedridden for half a month as a consequence. A mother knows her child best. His mother was undeniably beautiful, elegant, noble, and gentle, yet only Jin Mu Tsong was aware that within her heart resided a fierce tigress, and she was no novice in martial prowess. When she declared she would beat him half to death, she would certainly fulfill that promise. At that moment, Xinlang stepped forward. "Esteemed mother-in-law," he addressed her. The Countess's demeanor shifted dramatically. She had been frigid as winter towards the young lord, yet radiated warmth akin to spring when addressing Xinlang. "Do not worry, my dear. I shall ensure you regain your dignity." Xinlang interjected. "The young lord merely sought a conversation with me. There was no quarrel, let alone a fight. Please, spare him this time." "Truly?" the Countess inquired softly. "Indeed," Xinlang affirmed. With a sudden motion, the Countess delivered a sharp slap to Jin Mu Tsong's nape, nearly rendering him unconscious. Xinlang began to doubt. Perhaps this ill-fated child had been struck senseless by his mother-in-law since childhood. "Look at how well your brother-in-law treats you. Even pleading on your behalf, you scoundrel," the Countess chastised. "However, my dear Shun, there is no need to plead for this fool. Today, he shall receive a thorough lesson, so he may learn to respect you henceforth." With that, the Countess commenced her assault. Each strike of her palm, though aimed at the more fleshy parts, resonated with force. Jin Mu Tsong trembled, nearly flattened by the blows. Xinlang felt a pang of sympathy watching the scene unfold. "Mother, I beseech you, spare me. Please," he cried, rushing forward to intervene. "Esteemed mother-in-law, please cease at once. Do not jeopardize your health. The young lord is simple and straightforward. Allow me to have a word with him." The Countess's gaze softened towards Xinlang, her expression transforming into one of tenderness. "Ah, my dear Shun, you are so understanding, dutiful, and magnanimous." She then instructed him. "As his brother-in-law, It is your responsibility to discipline him. Should he prove disobedient, do not hesitate to act. I am off to rest now." With that, the countess departed. Jean Mutsung let out a long sigh of relief. Surviving this ordeal was indeed a challenge. However, fate had other plans. The countess suddenly turned back, twisting Jean Mutsung's ear and demanding, "Dare you sigh? What does that imply? Are you dissatisfied? Do you harbor resentment towards me?" At that moment, Shen Lang felt tears welling in his eyes. It was truly remarkable that this young brother-in-law had made it through the day unscathed. Chapter 46. Projecting an air of sophistication. The son-in-law is truly astute. Mother-in-law released Jean Mutsung and said, "For the sake of Lang, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to show any disrespect towards your brother-in-law, I will have your skin peeled off." As she departed, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, wishing her son possessed even half of Shen Lang's cleverness. "Brother-in-law, I am eternally grateful for your mercy today. I will remember your kindness," Jean Mutsung proclaimed, thumping his rotund chest. "If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am a man of loyalty." Shen Lang inquired, "Then tell me, who incited you to attack me?" Jean Mutsung recoiled and shook his head. "No way. I will not betray my principles. I would rather die than reveal it. Loyalty is paramount." Shen Lang gazed at this unfortunate lad, finally understanding why his in-laws felt compelled to chastise their own son. If he were to father such a foolish child, he too would feel the urge to vent his frustrations daily. Nevertheless, Shen Lang refrained from further questioning. Although the heir's loyalty was rather foolish, it was still a commendable virtue. If he could remain steadfast to others, he would likely extend that loyalty to Shen Lang in due time. When the need arose, he could conveniently shoulder any blame. Thus, Shen Lang raised his thumb and exclaimed, "Indeed, you are a man of remarkable integrity. My admiration for you grows." Jean Mutsung patted his ample chest proudly. "Those who have interacted with me know that I am a true friend." After lingering in Shen Lang's study for a while, the corpulent lad soon yawned profusely and retreated to his slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Lang secured all the doors and retrieved a bag of rye, some of which had begun to mold. He meticulously scraped off the ergot fungus, which would surely send a shiver down the spine of anyone knowledgeable about its potential. Shen Lang was preparing for a rainy day, knowing that this could turn the tide in a critical moment. The following morning, Shen Lang rose to find that Mulan had yet to return. His wife's military duties were exceedingly demanding. Little Bing continued to assist Shen Lang with his morning routine. "Bing Bing, may I pose a question?" Shen Lang asked. "Please, go ahead, my lord," Little Bing replied. "Do you know why the white tiger is so rare and precious?" Little Bing widened her eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. "Because most tigers are yellow?" "No," Shen Lang corrected. "It is because time is invaluable. A moment lost is beyond measure." Little Bing's beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What does time have to do with the white tiger? She thought to herself that her lord was merely babbling. Noticing her lack of understanding and the absence of any teasing effect from his jest, Shen Lang felt a profound loneliness. Alas, the ignorance of young girls is indeed alarming, as they remain oblivious even when ridiculed. "I will ask Miss tonight what it means," Little Bing remarked. Shen Lang felt a chill run down his spine, yet Mulan was so innocent that she probably wouldn't comprehend it either. Thus, he hoped to escape unscathed. He recalled an incident from the previous day when Jean Mutsung had come to confront him, claiming Shen Lang had bullied Little Bing, which was why he intended to retaliate. Feigning nonchalance, Shen Lang casually inquired, "Little Bing, did you cry yesterday?" Little Bing looked startled. "No, why would I cry?" After breakfast, the Earl's trusted aide, Jin Zhong, appeared before Shen Lang. This man seemed perpetually devoid of a smile, yet his gaze towards Shen Lang had softened considerably. No longer resembling someone who believed Shen Lang owed him 1,000 gold coins. "The master has ordered that you accompany the young master in his studies, so as not to neglect your education," Jin Zhong stated before taking his leave. "Study? Could someone lend me a hand? I, Shen Lang, am already well versed. Do I truly need to continue my studies? However, given that my father-in-law was in a foul mood, it would be best not to provoke him, so a brief charade of attendance for a few days would suffice. Additionally, it would provide an opportunity to discern the true nature of Jean Mutsung's adversary, who was so filled with hostility as to incite the heir against him. The Earl's residence boasted a dedicated academy, with over 100 students enrolled. The class accompanying Jean Mutsung consisted of a dozen or so pupils, the youngest being 15 and the oldest 20, all of whom were contemporaries of Shen Lang and Jean Mutsung. Upon Shen Lang's entrance, the classroom erupted into a lively commotion. Numerous pairs of eyes fixated on him. openly revealing their hostility and jealousy. The reason was simple. Shenlang had captured the heart of Jean Mulan, the dream girl of every boy from ages 8 to 28. After exchanging glances, the group of young men resolved to approach him. Their youthful mentality dictated a straightforward approach. Beat him up. What are you doing? Jean Mutsong interjected, draping an arm around Shenlang's shoulder. This is my brother-in-law. Show him some respect, or I shall retaliate. He brandished his hefty fist, demonstrating that he held a measure of authority within the academy as the Earl's heir. The group of youths begrudgingly withdrew, yet their gazes towards Shenlang remained laden with provocation. This was akin to a modern-day version of "Don't leave after school." Shenlang, I am a man of loyalty, Jean Mutsong proclaimed, patting his ample chest again. Sit beside me, and I guarantee no one will dare to touch you. Moments later, the teacher arrived, a frail old man with graying hair, weighing no more than 80 pounds. The students called him Master Lin. Not only was he the heir's tutor, but he was also a trusted advisor to the Earl, possessing profound knowledge. Today's lesson centered on the I Ching, one of ancient China's great philosophical texts encompassing all aspects of heaven, earth, and humanity. The more one delved into the I Ching, the more one realized their own superficial understanding. Hence, Shenlang listened intently, while the others had already drifted into a daydream. After more than half an hour of lecturing, Master Lin suddenly noted, "We have a new student today." Shenlang remained speechless, surprised that it took so long for the old man to notice. Such a fine-looking young man. What a pity he is not a woman, Master Lin remarked. Shenlang felt even more speechless. How could an elder of his age be so unseemly? You are the one who spent 10 years studying at the academy in Hanshui town, only to be sent home without completing your education? Master Lin continued. We teachers have privately remarked that you are likely the disgrace of scholars from Xuanwu City. Shenlang narrowed his eyes, sensing a challenge in the old man's words. Have you studied the I Ching before? Master Lin inquired. To a degree, Shenlang replied. Master Lin scrutinized him, asking, the movement of heaven is vigorous. The gentleman should continually strive for self-improvement. What does it mean? Shenlang responded. The way of heaven operates in cycles, ceaseless and unstoppable. No one can impede it. Thus, a gentleman should emulate the way of heaven, striving for self-reliance and relentless effort. Master Lin posed another question. The soaring dragon regrets. Abundance cannot last. What does it mean? Shenlang replied. A dragon that soars too high will inevitably regret it. For extremes lead to reversals. One should not pursue perfection excessively, but rather leave room for a hint of regret. His interpretations were entirely accurate, without a single flaw. Master Lin appeared somewhat astonished. Was this truly the so-called dimwit? Such rumors were utterly absurd. Yet simply interpreting the text was insufficient. One must comprehend it and apply it to reality. That is the essence of true wisdom. Rote memorization is of little value. Let me present a challenging question to thoroughly test this handsome young man, Master Lin declared. As the new policies unfold rapidly and the power dynamics shift, many old aristocrats are losing their fiefs and military authority. If you were to select a phrase from the I Ching to elucidate the essence of this significant matter and offer counsel to the esteemed Count, which one would you choose? This query is both challenging and not so challenging. The I Ching is indeed a remarkable text, capable of providing insights applicable to any contemporary situation, whether from 2 millennia ago or 2 millennia hence. However, to pinpoint a phrase that precisely encapsulates the essence of this new policy proves to be rather difficult. The commonly cited phrase is the dragon soars high and then regrets. Abundance cannot endure. This is often employed by Master Lin to describe the new policy. Yet, this phrase has already been mentioned. After a moment of contemplation, Shenlang quickly recalled a saying. Only this particular philosophical phrase could most accurately depict the current state of the new policy in the state of you. Peeling back the layers to reveal the truth and essence. The master remarked, if one cannot conceive, it is no matter. This set of questions is indeed quite profound. Shenlang then stated, all paths lead back. It is the realm between heaven and earth. The master was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed, suddenly striking the table with fervor. He appeared particularly animated as he approached Shenlang and said, such rumors are utterly absurd. Are they the musings of the dim-witted? It is merely those mediocre individuals envious of the gifted. How astute and wise you are, young Master Shen. Your words penetrate deeply, rendering it hard to believe such wisdom comes from the lips of youth. Indeed, I could not have conceived of a phrase more suitable to describe the current situation of the Count's residence and the new policy in the state of you. Excellent, excellent. The master clapped his hands, exclaiming, such a brilliant child should not be present in this classroom. The praise from the master lasted several minutes, leaving the other 10 or so students in utter bewilderment, whispering amongst themselves, what are they saying? I cannot comprehend a single word. What does Shunlang's statement mean? Which statement did he make? The master had never before lauded anyone in such a manner. Surely he must be mad. Indeed, he seemed to have lost his senses, perhaps even favoring the foppish. Yet, the master was not exaggerating. Shunlang's phrase from the I Ching precisely struck at the essence of the new policy in the state of you. All paths lead back. It is the realm between heaven and earth. What does this phrase signify? In the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, every departure necessitates a return. Humans experience both expansion and contraction, and matters often transform in opposing directions. Merely from the interpretation, Shunlang's utterance may not seem remarkable. However, this phrase does not address the count, but rather the sovereign of the state. Your Majesty, as you fervently implement this new policy, continually stripping the ancient nobility of their lands and military power, consolidating all authority unto yourself, remember that every situation has its dual aspects. Do not forget, though the state of you is indeed powerful, it remains but a vassal of the great Yin dynasty. Today, as you diminish the territories and powers of the old nobility, who can say that tomorrow the emperor of great Yin will not strip you, the sovereigns, of your power? The hunter today may very well become the prey tomorrow. Is your course of action not akin to weaving a web that ensnares yourself? Thus, Majesty, do not take matters to the extreme. Therefore, Shunlang's words truly pierced the heart of the new policy, a remarkable insight indeed. It is no wonder the master expressed such profound admiration. Chapter 47. Genius is ever so striking and audacious. Talent. Unequivocally remarkable talent. The venerable Confucian was one of the trusted advisors of the esteemed Count, who believed that merely passing the imperial examinations did not signify true greatness. A touch of intelligence, a dash of diligence, and a sprinkle of fortune could allow one to succeed. True talent, however, requires profound wisdom, enabling one to discern the essence amidst chaos, much like Master Shun. Only with such insight can one avoid missteps and prevent a family from descending into ruin. It was unexpected that heaven would bless him with both a strikingly handsome visage and a remarkably astute mind. The venerable Confucian resolved to convey this matter to the Count, for it was imperative that Master Shun not be overshadowed. As the class concluded, the venerable Confucian felt a pang of reluctance. In the past, he had eagerly awaited the end of class, as teaching a cadre of dullards felt like a squandered endeavor. Yet, with the heir present, he could not simply appoint anyone as an instructor. Unfortunately, the air was particularly dense, and imparting such profound wisdom to him was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Only a gem like Shunlang could allow any educator to relish the joys of teaching. After class, the heir, Jin Mutsong, cast a jealous glance at Shunlang and inquired, Shunlang, do you have friends? None, Shunlang replied. Why do you think you lack friends? Jin Mutsong pressed. It is because of my striking appearance and exceptional capabilities that I render others dim in comparison. They are invariably envious of me. How could I possibly have friends? Jin Mutsong clenched his fists, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike someone. However, recalling the names of Shunlang's adversaries inscribed on the wall the previous day, he quickly retreated and sulked. I no longer wish to sit with you. He moved to a seat at the back, leaving Shunlang isolated at the front. A group of youths nearby began to whisper and point, scoffing. What is he showing off for? If he were truly so remarkable, why doesn't he take the imperial examinations himself? It's only those without ability who become son-in-laws, living off others. Shunlang listened, feeling a sense of helplessness. It seemed his reputation for magnanimity had yet to reach them, leaving these nameless sycophants unafraid. Next came arithmetic class, a subject often neglected in many academies, as it was not part of the imperial examination syllabus. However, the noble academies tended to be more pragmatic, nurturing specialized talents across generations. Thus, arithmetic was not only taught at the Earl Xuanwu's academy, but was also deemed very significant. Su Wenzhao, one of the Count's advisors, managed the Earl's finances and resources, wielding considerable power. Having held his position for many years, he had developed an air of arrogance and disdain for others. Those proficient in arithmetic often displayed peculiar personalities, and Su Wenzhao was no exception. Being the most distinguished arithmetic scholar in Xuanwu City, he naturally became the arithmetic teacher at the Earl's Academy. Upon entering the classroom, Su Wenzhao's gaze fell upon Shunlang. There was no escaping the reality of Shun Lang's striking appearance, which set him apart. However, Su Wenjiao's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. Keenly perceptive, Shun Lang immediately sensed the animosity directed at him, deep-seated and palpable. Why? Jealousy? No. Su Wenjiao was in his 50s and could hardly harbor any delusions regarding Jin Mutsong. At his age, the very notion of romantic pursuits was dubious. Moreover, Shun Lang had never crossed paths with him, nor did they share any direct conflicts of interest. Shun Lang resolved to observe further. Upon entering, Su Wenjiao merely cast a fleeting glance of veiled hostility at Shun Lang before commencing his lecture. Shun Lang found the material exceedingly rudimentary, akin to fifth-grade arithmetic, primarily concerning multiplication and division. Consequently, his mind began to drift. Shun Lang, stand up. Su Wenjiao suddenly bellowed, his voice piercing and abrupt. The unexpectedness of the command startled Shun Lang, while the other drowsy students jolted awake, some even tumbling to the ground. Rising from his seat, Shun Lang observed Su Wenjiao approach, ruler in hand, coldly instructing, extend your hand. You shall receive 10 strikes. Shun Lang discerned that Su Wenjiao's intentions were not maliciously aimed at him, but stemmed from his own pent-up resentment and hostility. Having long held power within the Earl's household, Su Wenjiao had grown increasingly arrogant, addressing matters directly, devoid of subtlety. Perhaps he believed Shun Lang had obstructed his path? Shun Lang continued to analyze swiftly. Was it possible that Su Wenjiao was a relative of Wang Lian, Mo Yi, or Jin Shuying? Shun Lang had outshone them to become the Earl's son-in-law, thus thwarting Su Wenjiao's ambitions, making him a thorn in his side? The previous day's instigation of Jin Mutsong to confront Shun Lang could very well have been orchestrated by this man. If so, his methods of retaliation were rather crude. In truth, Su Wenjiao was indeed that narrow-minded. He was nurtured by the previous Earl and had considerable seniority. Additionally, his exceptional talent in arithmetic had enabled him to maintain meticulous records of the Earl's finances for over 2 decades. As the Earl and his lady were inept in financial matters, they increasingly relied on Su Wenjiao, tolerating his eccentricities, which only served to inflate his pride further. Not only Shun Lang, but even Jin Mutsong had been at his mercy on numerous occasions. The Earl, upon hearing of this, would merely endorse the punishment, saying, "Well done. Continue." The reverence for teachers was not merely lip service. Yet now, Shun Lang, a mere son-in-law, dared to retort? You dare to speak back? Su Wenjiao's face contorted with rage as he coldly declared, "This shall not be merely 10 strikes, but 30, and you shall kneel before Confucius for 3 hours. I cannot comply." Shun Lang responded defiantly. Instantly, he felt the weight of numerous admiring and complex gazes upon him. Su Wenjiao was known as the most severe teacher, and to everyone's astonishment, Shun Lang had the audacity to retort. Su Wenjiao, seething with fury, scoffed, "Indeed, a stubborn and unlearned wretch, so brazen and reckless. I shall see how the Earl punishes you. Await your fate." Su Wenjiao's ruler struck the table with a resounding crack, shattering into 2 halves. After which he stormed out of the classroom to lodge a complaint with the Earl. The heir, Jin Mutsong, appeared somewhat pallid and approached, saying, "Shun Lang, you are in serious trouble. Your backside is destined to be dealt a thrashing of at least 30 lashes. Shun Lang inquired, "Is this Su Wenjiao always such a person?" Jin Mutsong nodded helplessly, admitting that he himself had endured Su Wenjiao's wrath on 7 or 8 occasions. He is the living account book of our Earl's household, with numerous financial matters lodged in his mind, and my father places great trust in him, Jin Mutsong explained. His temper is exceedingly irritable, and many within the estate fear him. This is hardly surprising. Individuals proficient in mathematics often possess low emotional intelligence. Shun Lang queried, "Was it he who incited you to strike me yesterday?" Jin Mutsong quickly shook his head, stating, "I cannot divulge that. To do so would betray our camaraderie." "No need to say more," Shun Lang replied. He then asked, "What is his connection to Wang Lian, Mo Yi, and Jin Shuying?" Jin Mutsong elucidated, "He is the uncle of Wang Lian's cousin, and thus a distant relative of my mother. Wang Lian, that young scholar, serves as the chief clerk for criminal affairs in Xuanwu City." The truth became clear. Indeed, Shun Lang had obstructed Su Wenjiao's path. Originally, Wang Lian was to become the son-in-law of the Earl's household, but Shun Lang had usurped that opportunity, explaining Su Wenjiao's animosity towards him. Shun Lang remarked, "This individual is remarkably narrow-minded, harboring a desire for vengeance over trifles." At that moment, the portly Jin Mutsong cast a sidelong glance at Shun Lang. "Do you consider yourself entitled to make such a statement?" Are you not aware of who possesses the more constricted heart? Nonetheless, this rotund companion was still loyal and quickly offered advice to Xinlang. You must urgently plead with my mother. My father is exceedingly pedantic and cannot abide those who do not respect their teachers. If Mr. Su reports you, he will undoubtedly administer your punishment. Otherwise, you could hide for a while in my sister's military camp. Jin Mutsong expressed concern. 30 lashes could keep you bedridden for half a month. He jested. Such trivial matters hardly warrant appealing to your mother-in-law. It would only diminish her regard for you. However, being looked down upon by a mother-in-law is trivial. The real concern lies in being scorned by a wife. If a woman holds you in contempt, even if you manage to share her bed, she will merely feign indifference. If I, Xinlang, cannot navigate even the whims of a flawed accountant, then I have no place in the Earl's household. Chapter 48. Step aside. The handsome man is set to strike. Moreover, Xinlang had painstakingly crafted an image in his mother-in-law's mind as a free-spirited rogue deserving of forgiveness. Now, merely due to a certain Su Wenjiao, he was to plead on his behalf, which would utterly tarnish Xinlang's persona. This Su Wenjiao was a distant relative of his mother-in-law, and if Xinlang were to seek her favor, it would undoubtedly put him in a precarious position. How could he place his superiors in such an uncomfortable situation? Did he wish to jeopardize his own standing? Thus, Xinlang remained composed in his seat, waiting patiently for Su Wenjiao to arrive with his father-in-law. Aren't you going to flee? Jin Mutsong remarked. If you don't, no one will come to your rescue when the blow falls. Indeed, mere moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. My lord, I can no longer teach this class. I have never encountered such an uncouth individual. Su Wenjiao's voice rang out, reaching the ears of all present. The assembled students, neatly arranged, sat with bated breath, excitement dancing in their eyes. They were eager for the spectacle to unfold. In our glorious Yin dynasty, the utmost importance is placed on the reverence for heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teachers. Yet Xinlang behaves brazenly, disregarding his superiors, Su Wenjiao asserted with a sharp tone. His actions, trivial as they may seem, lead to the corruption of his peers and, at worst, tarnish the noble reputation of the Earl's household. Such offenses are unforgivable. I implore you, my lord, to administer punishment. Otherwise, we risk setting a precedent that could ruin the integrity of our esteemed academy. Xinlang found himself at a loss for words. Did Su Wenjiao truly harbor such animosity towards him that he would not bide his time and instead seize the opportunity to ensnare him in a grand misstep, leading to his expulsion from the Earl's residence? Even should the Earl choose to lash him 30 times today, it would only serve to satisfy Su Wenjiao's vendetta, accomplishing nothing of substance. The Earl approached Xinlang, his demeanor icy. What is the meaning of this? You may act recklessly outside, but why do so in your own home? With that, he tightened his grip on the whip in his hand. The Earl was a man of conservative principles. When conflict arose between student and teacher, the student was invariably at fault, often receiving punishment without question. Previously, Jin Mutsong had faced countless beatings. Whenever a teacher lodged a complaint, he would inevitably suffer the consequences. Thus, this pudgy heir was exceedingly docile in the presence of his instructors. My lord, if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame me for being merciless, the Earl declared. It appeared that escape from the impending 30 lashes was unlikely. Dear father-in-law, I have done nothing wrong, Xinlang protested. My lord, look at him. He remains unrepentant, Su Wenjiao sneered. May I inquire, Mr. Su? Did I whisper in your class? Xinlang pressed. Humph, Su Wenjiao retorted. Did I read unrelated texts or doze off at my desk? Xinlang continued. Humph, Su Wenjiao repeated. Since I have committed none of these offenses, how can one accuse me of disrespecting my teachers? Xinlang argued. Su Wenjiao replied, while I lecture. Your mind wanders. This is, indeed, a form of disrespect. The educators invest their hearts and minds into imparting knowledge, only to have you drift away. Does this not tarnish the academic spirit? Why, in our Earl's Academy, do we prioritize arithmetic when it is not part of the imperial examinations? Xinlang countered. The 6 arts of a gentleman include rites, music, archery, charioteering, writing, and mathematics. Mastery of arithmetic enhances our understanding of the economy and the ever-changing world around us. Our emphasis on arithmetic reflects the Earl's foresight and sagacity. This eloquent discourse visibly softened the Earl's expression. Though my son-in-law may be mischievous, he possesses a keen understanding of my intentions. Mr. Su, I hold you in high esteem for imparting the principles of arithmetic. I harbor no thoughts of disrespect. Xinlang affirmed. How can you claim to respect me when you are distracted during my lessons? It is preposterous, Su Wenjiao shot back. Mr. Su, your teachings are so straightforward that I have mastered them all. If I feigned attention, it would only squander time, which would be the greatest disrespect to you. Thus, I have engaged my mind in extending the concepts you have taught, delving deeper into the realm of arithmetic. This, indeed, is the essence of learning and true respect for my teachers. The surrounding students were momentarily taken aback. Shenlang certainly had a knack for persuasion, and despite knowing he was speaking nonsense, they found his arguments oddly compelling. Laughter erupted from Su Wenjiao. You claim my arithmetic is simple? Indeed, it is exceedingly simple. Shenlang responded earnestly. You have mastered everything I have taught? Su Wenjiao challenged. Not only have I mastered it, but I wield it with ease and precision. Shenlang replied, sincerity oozing from his words. Su Wenjiao laughed heartily again. You, a mere child who has studied for 10 years in the Coldwater Town Academy, without even completing the great learning, have never encountered arithmetic. Yet you assert that you have mastered it. What absurdity! On this point, Su Wenjiao was entirely justified. Though arithmetic was considered one of the 6 arts of a gentleman, it was seldom examined in the imperial civil service, resulting in few scholars. The academy where Shenlang studied lacked even instructors in arithmetic. In the entire Xuanwu city, those proficient in arithmetic could be counted on 2 hands, with Su Wenjiao being the most outstanding among them, while other subjects could be self-taught. Arithmetic required a teacher's guidance to even begin. Thus, Shenlang's boast of mastery was indeed foolish. Su Wenjiao then declared, since you claim mastery, I shall pose 10 questions. Should you answer 3 correctly, I shall concede that you have indeed learned from me and will not impose punishment. However, if you answer fewer than 3, you shall receive 30 lashes. Should you fail to answer even 1 correctly, it would suggest your utter ignorance of arithmetic, and you shall receive 100 lashes. How say you? Upon hearing this, the Earl frowned. He felt that Su Wenjiao had gone too far and remarked, Shenlang, apologize to Mr. Su, and let this matter rest. Do not let your mind wander in class again. So, my father-in-law is indeed fond of me. Meanwhile, Jin Mutsong, astonished, thought to himself, Father, you are not usually this lenient. You are ruthless towards me. A mere complaint from a teacher sends me to punishment. Why does Shenlang need only to apologize? The Earl, while conservative and rigid, was not blind. He understood why Su Wenjiao was so persistent in his pursuit of Shenlang. It was because his nephew, Wang Lian, had not been chosen as the Earl's son-in-law. However, Su Wenjiao had been a loyal servant of the Earl's household for over 20 years, managing the accounts diligently, thus earning the Earl's trust and respect. Therefore, the Earl felt compelled to show him due consideration. Su Wenjiao, realizing that mere apologies would not suffice, grew anxious. He was determined to administer a proper punishment to Shenlang, to relieve the pent-up frustration he had experienced after being reproached by his wife and sister the previous day for allowing Wang Lian to be bested by a fool. Dear Earl, Su Wenjiao exclaimed, if mere apologies suffice, every student will follow suit, and the integrity of our academy will be utterly destroyed. Suddenly, Shenlang interjected. If I answer 3 questions correctly, I shall be free of punishment. Is that correct? Indeed, Su Wenjiao affirmed. Should you answer 3 correctly, it will prove that you have indeed absorbed my teachings. And if I manage to answer all 10 correctly? Shenlang inquired. Impossible. Do not indulge in fantasies, young man. Su Wenjiao retorted. Arithmetic is profound. As a mere child, you will find it nearly impossible to grasp its essence. Not only will you fail to answer all 10 correctly, but should you answer 5, I shall publicly apologize to you. It is a promise. Shenlang bowed deeply and proclaimed, let my esteemed father-in-law bear witness. Let the venerable sage bear witness, and let all present scholars bear witness. Just as the Earl was about to reprimand Shenlang for his audacity, the elderly sage teaching the Book of Changes, with a gentle smile, interjected, very well, I shall be the witness. This sage, aged over 70, was not only the mentor of Jin Mutsong, but also of the Earl himself. With his endorsement, the Earl found himself unable to refuse. Humph. The Earl glared at Shenlang and warned, such blatant disregard for authority will result in a punishment you shall not soon forget. Do not weep and wail when it comes. Su Wenjiao, asserting his role as a teacher, declared, since I am the instructor, I shall personally administer the punishment. He was concerned that the Earl might be too lenient, thus preferring to exact the discipline himself, aiming to leave Shenlang in a severely weakened state. The Earl opened his mouth to protest, yet Shenlang interjected, Mr. Su, please present the challenge. The Earl felt a surge of displeasure. You, Shenlang, are courting disaster with your recklessness. While I recognize your prodigious memory, true mastery of arithmetic cannot be achieved without years of diligent study. Su Wenzhao, confident in his profound understanding of mathematics, was aware that competing against him would be akin to confronting a mountain with mere eggs. With a sense of triumph swelling within him, Su Wenzhao returned to his desk, deeply contemplating the most challenging questions to pose. He was determined to craft problems so difficult that Shen Lang would be utterly unable to solve them, allowing him to administer 100 lashes, rendering Shen Lang nearly lifeless. Su Wenzhao was acutely aware that the Earl harbored a bias in favor of Shen Lang, and should he lash out 100 times, the Earl would likely disapprove. Nevertheless, he felt no compulsion to restrain himself. After all, his own prospects had reached an impasse, and there was no need for him to endure humiliation. Moreover, he held the Earl's accounts firmly in his grasp, making it clear that it was the Earl who depended on him, not the other way around. Thus, he felt emboldened. For a full half-hour, Su Wenzhao racked his brain, drawing upon all his knowledge, and finally devised 10 exceedingly difficult problems, each more challenging than the last. He was confident that none of the students present could solve even the first question. Indeed, within the entire Xuanwu city, few could answer the initial query, which was merely the simplest among them. The subsequent problems were so complex that they could provoke despair. A few were derived from ancient mathematical texts, incomprehensible to the average person. For someone as uninformed as Shen Lang, to answer even one correctly would be an unprecedented feat. Su Wenzhao could vividly envision the scene when he would punish Shen Lang. He placed the 10 problems before Shen Lang and declared, "Remember this. If you answer 3 questions correctly, I shall not pursue further punishment. Otherwise, you will receive 30 lashes. Should you fail to answer even one correctly, it will be 100 lashes. Today, you shall learn the meaning of respecting your teacher and the essence of arithmetic." Su Wenzhao silently scoffed, "Young man, do not think that mere good looks grant you the license to act as you please. You are still too inexperienced to compete with me. Soon, I shall bring you to the brink of despair." Chapter 49. The Genius Crushes You to Dust. Su Wenzhao was momentarily taken aback. Of course, he had not finished his statement. Should Shen Lang answer more than 5 questions correctly, it would serve as undeniable proof that Su Wenzhao had stirred up trouble and would be compelled to publicly apologize to Shen Lang. But was that even a possibility? It was as improbable as the sun setting in the west, thus there was no need to dwell on it. Remember, the answers must be submitted within half an hour. There will be no extensions. Then, Su Wenzhao personally lit a stick of incense. The incense would burn for precisely 1 hour. Upon witnessing this scene, the Count could only shake his head helplessly. Shen Lang was surely in for a trial. Su Wenzhao had always been this way in his youth, intolerant and fiercely competitive. However, as a successful leader, the essence of management lies in utilizing talent effectively, placing the right individuals in pivotal roles. It is vital to harness people's abilities to their fullest potential. Previously, the Count had succeeded in this regard, but now, faced with this predicament, he felt utterly powerless. To his left sat his son-in-law, who, despite his mischievous nature and generational gap, was someone the Count secretly admired and cherished. To his right was his trusted confidant, who had managed the Count's household finances for over 2 decades, a person of immense reliance. Thus, even a master sometimes finds it challenging to act according to his will. For the dozen or so youths present, this was an exhilarating spectacle. They could hardly contain their excitement at the thought of Shen Lang confronting the notoriously harsh Su Wenzhao, a rare occurrence in a decade. The anticipation was palpable. While they harbored a slight inclination to support Shen Lang, they were even more eager to witness him endure 100 lashes. After all, he had married their goddess. How could he escape unscathed? As Shen Lang perused the 10 questions, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what difficulty could I possibly expect from Su Wenzhao, who had spent over an hour devising these questions? It turned out to be so simple. For a person of my caliber, solving these arithmetic problems is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Take the first question, for instance. The first person holds 1 grain of rice. The second holds 2, the third 3, and so on, for a total of 100 individuals. The question asks how many grains of rice they collectively possess. Is this a problem meant for 4th or 5th graders? As Shen Lang wrote down the answer, he felt like a fool for even engaging with such a trivial question. Of course, while this question was laughably easy for him, it was sufficiently challenging for the inhabitants of this world. In fact, among the students present, it was nearly impossible for anyone to solve it correctly in a short time. This question had appeared in a certain city's 4th grade mathematics Olympiad in 1993, and someone had failed to solve it, Don't ask how I know. Next, Xinlang moved on to the second question. Oh, this one is intriguing. Though still simple for him, it posed considerable difficulty for others in this realm. Given a certain number of items, when counted in threes, 2 remain. In fives, 3 remain. In sevens, 2 remain, with the total not exceeding 100. What is the quantity of items? Quite clever. It even employs the concept of equations. In less than 3 seconds, Xinlang deduced the answer to be 23, without needing extraterrestrial assistance. The third question was even more captivating. 3 individuals walk together 7 sparse. 5 trees bear 21 branches. 7 children reunite at the full moon. Divide 105 to ascertain. Did you think composing it in verse could disguise its true nature as a simple math problem? Xinlang effortlessly arrived at the answer. The 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the 9th questions posed no challenge whatsoever. Not a single one required him to spend more than 2 minutes. Thus, he placed all his hopes on the final climactic question. This last problem spanned an entire page. And upon glancing at it, Xinlang's eyes widened in surprise. This question held some intrigue, some difficulty. Indeed, it was exceedingly challenging. With a total of 20 trees, if 4 are planted in each row, what is the maximum number of rows possible? Illustrate the planting method. Should it be fewer than 14 rows? The answer will be deemed incorrect. At first glance, this problem appears straightforward. However, it is a millennia-old mathematical conundrum. The average person would think that with 20 trees and 4 per row, one could only have 5 rows. But such reasoning is flawed, as trees can be arranged in irregular formations, far exceeding the 5 rows. In the 16th century, the Romans achieved a configuration of 16 rows. By the 18th century, the esteemed mathematician Gauss completed an arrangement of 18 rows. It wasn't until the late 20th century that 2 computer experts utilized technology to accomplish 20 rows, a record-breaking feat yet. In the 21st century, a new benchmark emerged, with 23 rows achieved. This particular problem was Su Wenjiao's pride and joy, unearthed from an ancient mathematical treatise. He had tirelessly devoted over a decade to finally mastering the 14-row arrangement. He relished the opportunity to challenge others with it, including his colleagues at the Count's residence. The Count himself, and those freshly minted scholars. None could match his mathematical prowess. When he unveiled his 14-row arrangement, he reveled in the astonished expressions of onlookers. Now, he presented this problem to Xinlang as the ultimate challenge. Naturally, he never anticipated Xinlang would solve it. It was merely a means to showcase his own brilliance. For Su Wenjiao, being able to arrive at a 14-row arrangement was indeed impressive. However, for Xinlang, it paled in comparison to the 16th century achievements. He effortlessly devised a 23-row arrangement, a feat that surpassed Su Wenjiao's solution by over a millennium. 20 trees, 4 per row, culminating in 23 rows, an extraordinary triumph that completely obliterated Su Wenjiao's 14 rows. This was bound to leave Su Wenjiao utterly stunned. Xinlang completed the first 9 questions in under 10 minutes. The final question, however, consumed over half an hour, while the answer crystallized rapidly in his mind. Representing a record-breaking solution, transcribing it onto paper required precision and time. It was a meticulous geometric pattern, and even the slightest error would be unacceptable. Thus, he devoted more than half an hour to this task. Throughout his answering process, to alleviate any pressure, the Count and the old scholar refrained from observing closely. Su Wenjiao, seated above, watched Xinlang with growing satisfaction. He noted that Xinlang had spent minimal time on the first 9 questions, while most of his effort was concentrated on the final question. This behavior was entirely expected. In Su Wenjiao's eyes, the initial 9 questions were rigid. One either knew the answers or did not. He believed Xinlang would be utterly at a loss, and after hastily skimming through the questions, would scribble down a random answer. Conversely, while the final question was undoubtedly the most challenging, it was also more flexible in nature. 20 trees, 4 per row. How many rows could one possibly achieve? Anyone encountering this question would harbor hope and immerse themselves in various trials. Yet, even after months of effort, they would find it impossible to arrive at a solution. Su Wenjiao dedicated over a decade to the arrangement of these 14 lines. Thus, it is evident that Xinlang would be unable to solve even a single question. The decision to administer 100 lashes has become a foregone conclusion. What fuels Su Wenjiao's certainty? It is because Xinlang has exhibited no calculation process for the previous 9 questions, nor has he employed any counting tools. Even the most adept mathematicians require considerable time to perform their computations. In this day and age, who can calculate without tools? The absence of such indicates but one truth. He possesses no knowledge, merely scribbles aimlessly. This sentiment is not exclusive to Su Wenzhao. The Count shares the same belief. Shenlang has not utilized a single counting tool, and it seems he is indeed incapable of answering a single question. This presents a dilemma. Should they truly stand by and witness him receive 100 lashes? This young man, delicate and tender-skinned, combined with Su Wenzhao's evident lack of restraint, poses a risk of serious harm. Hence, the Count swiftly cast a glance. Immediately, a servant outside dashed away to inform the Countess. As Su Wenzhao prepared to strike Shenlang, the Count felt it inappropriate to intervene, yet the Countess, being a woman, could indeed intercede. After answering 10 questions, Shenlang could have submitted his paper, yet he deliberately refrained, instead staring blankly at the problems. Su Wenzhao relished this moment, thinking, this young dandy, even if he gazes at my questions for a decade, will come up empty. How audacious to provoke me, to obstruct my path, to usurp my nephew's fortune. I shall strike you down. With the wind at play, the incense burned out in less than an hour. Su Wenzhao declared coldly, time's up, submit your papers. He then descended and snatched the examination paper from Shenlang's desk. An unlearned fool, neglecting his studies, dares to boast of his knowledge? The ignorant are fearless. Su Wenzhao remarked disdainfully. He then glanced at Shenlang's answers. The first question elicited a dismissive glance, and he prepared to mark it incorrect, instinctively moving to the second question. However, after a brief pause, his gaze returned to the first question. Astonishingly, it was correct. How could this be? Although the first question was the simplest, it surpassed the material he was currently teaching. A person unversed in advanced arithmetic could only add 1, 2, 3, and 4 continuously. By the time they reached 100, the incense would have long been extinguished. Yet, Shenlang provided the most precise solution and answer. Upon examining the second question, he found it correct as well. The third question yielded the same result. Su Wenzhao sensed something amiss, and his expression shifted dramatically. The fourth and fifth questions, too, were correct, indeed, so accurate that Shenlang's method surpassed even his own precision. Su Wenzhao felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He had proclaimed that should Shenlang answer 5 questions correctly, he would publicly apologize. Now that Shenlang had indeed answered all 5 correctly, what was to be done? Next, Su Wenzhao turned his attention to the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th questions. He was no longer merely sweating cold. He was utterly astonished. This was beyond belief. It was truly extraordinary. Chapter 50. The Brutal Slap in the Face. A humiliation of epic proportions, Su Wenzhao was acutely aware of the absurdity of the situation. In mere moments, Shenlang had solved the first 9 questions without any visible calculation, seemingly glancing at them and producing the correct answers. Su had initially assumed Shen was merely scribbling nonsense. Yet to his astonishment, every answer was correct. It was utterly ludicrous. These questions were advanced arithmetic problems, with scarcely anyone in the entire Xuanwu city capable of solving them. Even Su Wenzhao himself would require considerable time and extensive calculations to arrive at the answers. How had Shenlang accomplished this in such a short time? The most perplexing aspect was that he hadn't even used counting rods. How had he managed the computations? Shenlang had seemingly never engaged with arithmetic before. Could he be a natural prodigy? Such a notion was terrifying. Su Wenzhao closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions before tackling the 10th question. Given that Shenlang had already answered the previous 9 correctly, Su was destined to lose face. The 10th question represented a contest of mathematical honor, a true test of arithmetic wisdom. With 20 trees, if 4 are planted in each row, how many rows are there in total? He had encountered this question in an ancient arithmetic text and had spent over a decade deducing the answer of 14 rows. Su was convinced that Shenlang would not be able to solve it, for it demanded genuine mathematical insight. Yet, after merely a glance, Su felt his scalp prickle and a chill run down his spine. My goodness, Shenlang, have you lost your mind? No, has the heavens gone mad? It was an obvious geometric pattern. In an instant, Su realized that Shenlang's solution vastly exceeded 13 rows. He began to count. 15, 16, 17, 18, 23. A staggering 23 rows. It was enough to make one question their very existence. How was this possible? With 20 trees, planting 4 per row, how could one yield 23 rows? What sorcery was at play? Su Wenzhao had toiled for over a decade to achieve 14 rows, and Shenlang had accomplished this in less than half an hour. For a fleeting moment, Su genuinely doubted his own intelligence, feeling utterly despondent. He had a profound love for arithmetic and prided himself on his high level of expertise. Although he had not achieved success in the imperial examinations, he believed himself unmatched in arithmetic. This confidence had led him to manage all the accounts of the entire Earl's estate, where he played an indispensable role. His pride had been utterly crushed, reduced to mere dust. How could he not be devastated? Meanwhile, the lady of the house was engrossed in painting. She possessed formidable martial skills but practiced them reluctantly. Her true passion lay in art, though her talent was questionable. Regardless, no one within the Earl's estate dared to criticize her work. At that moment, a servant hastened to inform her, "Madam, the elder requests that you urgently visit the academy." The lady replied nonchalantly, "What is it? Is Jean Mutsung going to be punished? Let the teacher discipline him then." The servant clarified, "It is not the young master being punished." But before he could finish, the lady interjected, "It is only natural for a teacher to discipline their students. The same applies to others." The servant continued, "It is Shun Lang. Su Wenjiao intends to whip Shun Lang 100 times." With a swift motion, the brush glided across the rice paper, ruining her painting. What madness has Su Wenjiao succumbed to? Has he lost his senses? The lady seethed. How could he strike such a clever and obedient child? With that, she flung her brush aside and hastily made her way to the academy, leaving the servant trailing behind. Unable to keep up, his heart heavy for the young master, Su Wenjiao trembled as he clutched Shun Lang's answer sheet, his face pale. What should he do next? Would he truly concede defeat and apologize to Shun Lang in front of everyone? How could he retain any dignity? In this world, one's face was of utmost importance. No, absolutely not. Resolutely, Su tore Shun Lang's answer sheet to shreds, exclaiming, "What nonsense have you written? Not a single question is correct." With the evidence destroyed, there would be no proof left. Witnessing this, Shun Lang was momentarily taken aback. Su Wenjiao's actions were no mere display of pettiness. They revealed a fundamental flaw in his character. Were all mathematicians so emotionally stunted? How had the Earl tolerated this behavior for so long? The Earl furrowed his brow. Even if Shun Lang had gotten every question wrong, why must he tear up the answers entirely? After Su had completely shredded Shun Lang's work, he coldly declared, "All incorrect. Utter nonsense. What do you propose we do now?" Yet, Shun Lang remained unfazed, ever prepared for the worst. Earlier, he had taken the opportunity to write 2 sets of answers. He handed one to the venerable teacher of the I Ching, stating, "You are well versed in arithmetic. Please ascertain how many I answered correctly." This declaration left Su Wenjiao dumbfounded. "How shameless can you be, Shun Lang?" His body swayed unsteadily, nearly fainting. The old teacher accepted Shun Lang's answer sheet, stating, "Those who study the I Ching often have a fondness for arithmetic. While my skills may not match Su's, I can discern right from wrong." As the teacher reviewed the answers, his astonishment grew. He had been confident that Shun Lang could solve 3 or 4 questions. Yet to his shock, every single one was correct. Some of these problems were exceptionally tricky. The most astonishing was the final question. He himself had worked on the arrangement of 14 rows and had managed 15, though he had never revealed this. To discover that Shun Lang had achieved 23 rows was nothing short of miraculous. This was the mark of an arithmetic genius. The Earl inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is your assessment?" The esteemed teacher Lin bowed to the Earl, proclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord, for acquiring an arithmetic prodigy. Such talent is unprecedented." The Earl asked, "How many questions did he answer correctly?" Lin replied, "All were correct, and Shun Lang's arithmetic prowess far surpasses the limits of these 10 problems. I find myself humbled." The Earl was taken aback, overwhelmed by a surge of disbelief and joy. His son-in-law had previously astonished him on several occasions, particularly with his remarkable memory. Yet, arithmetic was a discipline that required guidance from a teacher. Could someone truly be born with such talent? "Langer, how did you achieve this?" The Earl could not help but ask. Shun Lang responded, "Father-in-law, I am self-taught. But without a teacher, how could you have learned to this degree?" The Earl pressed. Shun Lang answered, "Sometimes, genius is simply extraordinary, leaving others in despair. Mathematics relies on 99% talent and 1% effort." At this point, not only Jean Mutsung, but even the Earl found himself at a loss for words. It was no wonder Shun Lang had no friends. The Earl contemplated directly questioning Su Wenjiao about why he had torn up Shun Lang's answer sheet, but with a multitude of students present, he chose silence. He could not publicly humiliate Su. However, this situation delighted Shun Lang. "Mr. Su, why did you tear up my answer sheet? Did you wish to eliminate all evidence?" Shun Lang inquired. Instantly, Su Wenjiao's face turned green with rage, his teeth trembling in fury. Shenlang remarked. Mr. Su, you previously stated that an apology would be due if I answered 5 questions correctly. Now that I have answered 10, what shall be done? Of course, I would not dare to demand an apology from you, esteemed teacher, as I hold great respect for my mentors. However, Mr. Su, as a role model for your students, I trust that you will uphold your word. The moment these words left his lips, excitement rippled through the gathering of students. Such a rare spectacle. The notoriously harsh and domineering Su Wenjiao was about to be publicly humiliated. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Wenjiao. He felt a rush of heat, a sensation of unprecedented embarrassment. He wished for the ground to open up and swallow him whole. Was he truly expected to apologize to this young, inexperienced lad? What dignity would remain for him? How absurd, how utterly inappropriate. Thus, Su Wenjiao attempted to withdraw. He had resolved that if it came to that, he would abandon teaching altogether and instead manage the accounts of the Count's estate, avoiding these students entirely. At that moment, however, the Count spoke up. Mr. Su, as an educator, it is paramount to lead by example and to embody the principles you teach. The gravity of this statement was unmistakable. Su Wenjiao contemplated leaving in defiance. Yet he hesitated. After all, this was his lord. Shortly thereafter, the Countess gracefully entered the room, her voice gentle yet resolute. When one errs, one must take responsibility. Words spoken must be honored. As a distant relative of the Countess, Su Wenjiao relied on her support. With both his superiors weighing in, he could no longer afford to be insolent. Gritting his teeth, he approached Shenlang, bowed deeply, and declared, I apologize, Shenlang. I acted rashly and wrongfully accused you. What a humiliation, an unparalleled disgrace. Oh, Earth, if only you would open a crevice for me to hide within. Chapter 51. No one excels me. You are doomed. Su Wenjiao felt an invisible barrage of slaps striking his face, each one echoing with the mockery of those around him. His cheeks burned crimson, and it felt as though the very hairs on his body were igniting. His scalp tingled, and his heart raced with a tumult of emotions. Unable to endure any longer, he turned on his heel and stormed away. Shenlang, you will pay for this. From this moment forth, we are sworn enemies. The gaze of the dozen or so students present was filled with admiration for Shenlang. Astonishingly, he had compelled the notorious Su Wenjiao to issue an apology. At that moment, the Count suddenly commanded, Shenlang, extend your hand. Shenlang hesitated. Father-in-law, why? Just do it, the Count insisted. Shenlang complied, and the Count struck his palm with a ruler. Even in victory, one must be humble, he admonished. Avoid arrogance, lest you become too complacent. Such an antiquated notion. You old curmudgeon, Shenlang thought inwardly, though he replied obediently, yes, father-in-law. His exterior was one of compliance, while internally he felt a surge of frustration. He understood that the Count's intentions were well-meaning, aimed at preventing jealousy among the students. Yet, the Count could not help but feel the need to temper Shenlang's pride, a dynamic that echoed the age-old rivalry between father-in-law and son-in-law. Su Wenjiao, unable to bear the shame any longer, returned home to drown his sorrows in alcohol. However, news of his humiliation at the hands of Shenlang quickly spread throughout the Count's residence and soon permeated the entirety of Xuanwu City. It was not Su Wenjiao's notoriety that fueled the gossip, but rather Shenlang's rising fame. Having established himself in the Count's household and triumphed at Tianheng's gambling den, it was impossible for Shenlang to remain inconspicuous. Determined to avoid the Count's estate for the next few days, at least until the scandal had subsided, Su Wenjiao was suddenly visited by an unexpected guest. Tianheng, isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? Tianheng mused as he sat before Su Wenjiao. You have merely lost some face, but I have suffered serious injuries. My vendetta lies with Shenlang. Su Wenjiao felt a flicker of relief. When misfortune befalls you, nothing cheers you up quite like encountering someone even more unfortunate. Do you wish to eliminate this scoundrel Shenlang? Tianheng inquired. Eliminate? Su Wenjiao echoed in disbelief. What do you mean by eliminate? To dispose of him, of course, Tianheng replied. Su Wenjiao shook his head. That is impossible. The Count favors him too much. Who in Xuanwu City could possibly touch Shenlang? You've hit the nail on the head, Tianheng remarked. With the Count's protection, no one can harm Shenlang. Unless the Count himself is willing to abandon him. Su Wenjiao exclaimed. How could that be? Shenlang is not the useless fool the rumors suggest. The Count is more likely to cherish him than to forsake him. How can it be impossible? Tianheng countered. It is precisely because Shenlang is so extraordinary that the Count may eventually choose to abandon him. Su Wenjiao was taken aback. What is the Count's greatest concern? His son's incompetence, Tianheng replied. Indeed, the heir is inept, and the new policies are gaining momentum. Once the count passes, how can the heir maintain control over someone as capable as Shenlang? The future may very well bring discord within the count's household, with the name Shen eclipsing Jin. Su Wenjiao took a sip of his drink. That makes sense. Tian Heng continued. When 5 suitors vied for the count's daughter, the others were all remarkable. Why did only Shenlang prevail? Because he lacked ambition, presenting himself as utterly incompetent, his reputation tarnished, Su Wenjiao responded. Exactly, Tian Heng said. But does he truly appear incompetent now? His performance far surpasses that of the heir. Yet Shenlang shows no ambition. His actions, extorting you, winning at your gambling den, forcing me to apologize, display a vindictive and shameless demeanor, evident to all. Tian Heng countered. He may lack ambition now, but we can cultivate a perception of ambition around him. I will spread rumors about Shenlang's exceptional capabilities and the heir's foolishness, suggesting that one day Shenlang will usurp him. Meanwhile, you must whisper slander to the count and countess. If 10 repetitions do not suffice, then 100, or even 1,000. Will that really work? Su Wenjiao inquired. Indeed. Tian Heng affirmed. A lie repeated 1,000 times becomes accepted as truth. Su Wenjiao replied. Even so, the count may only grow wary without truly harming Shenlang. Precisely. We want the count to be cautious, hesitant to protect Shenlang at a critical moment. The rumors and your slander are merely the opening salvos. We have a true weapon against Shenlang. What weapon? Su Wenjiao pressed. I cannot disclose that, Tian Heng answered. But if the rumors are fierce enough and your slander venomous enough, the fire will ignite, and our true strike will eliminate Shenlang. Can it truly be done? Su Wenjiao asked. Absolutely. Thus, I urge you to return to the count's estate and assist us in fanning the flames. Su Wenjiao was reluctant to return at such a time, but the prospect of eliminating Shenlang made the potential ridicule bearable. Rest assured, I shall return to the count's estate tomorrow and stoke the flames to ensure Shenlang's demise. We will begin by igniting suspicion in the count's mind. Then in the countess's. Tian Heng extended his hand. Let us join forces to execute this plan and eradicate Shenlang once and for all. In that moment, their palms met in agreement. As night fell, Su Wenjiao disguised himself in a black cloak, clutching a box as he slipped out of his house through the back door. Shortly after, 2 warriors began to trail him. Moments later, he entered a secret courtyard, known only to a select few as the Su family's hidden estate. A warrior led Su Wenjiao inside, where he could only discern a shadowy figure. My lord, this is my tribute for the past 6 months. Su Wenjiao placed a larger box on the table, revealing it to be filled with gleaming gold coins, at least 1,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? A voice remarked from within. Not at all, not in the slightest, Su Wenjiao insisted, producing a smaller box. As the wedding approaches, I cannot attend. So this is a gift for your lady wife, all heirlooms from the count's estate. The small box opened to reveal a dazzling array of jewelry. And what else do you have? The voice inquired. You know what we desire most. Su Wenjiao retrieved a booklet. This contains some confidential intelligence I gathered from the count's estate this month. A warrior entered and took the booklet. After perusing it, the voice said, Why is it still filled with trivial matters? We need to know the true financial status of the count's estate, how many coins are in reserve, and how long they can sustain the current expenditures. This is key to defeating the count. The most critical information is the location of the count's secret treasury. Su Wenjiao remarked, My lord. The coarse secrets of the Earl's manor, although I wield considerable power, are known solely to the Earl himself. However, rest assured, I have gathered some clues. I sense that we are not far from the Earl's central treasury. Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance, far surpassing the gold coins you honor me with. You must invest more effort. Zhang Jin replied. Do not worry. We shall never overlook those who have rendered great service. Su Wenjiao then inquired. What of my son's martial examination? Most likely. Zhang Jin answered succinctly. Su Wenjiao was immediately elated, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. He could not help but voice. How long can that beast, Shenlang, continue to stir up trouble? I cannot endure another day. Zhang Jin frowned. He is but a trivial insect. Defeating the Earl's manor is the priority. Yet, Su Wenjiao was consumed with the desire to eliminate Shenlang to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Zhang Jin suggested, Isn't Tian Heng planning to deal with Shenlang? You should collaborate with him within the Earl's manor. Indeed, I shall infiltrate the Earl's manor tomorrow, sowing discord at every opportunity. I can hardly wait to crush this vile creature. Later that evening, Shenlang returned to his courtyard. He had achieved a resounding victory. decisively quelling the arrogance of the villainous Su Wenjiao. Yet, he felt no sense of triumph. He had gathered much information and conducted numerous investigations, leading to a firm resolution. Shen Lang possessed many life maxims, ever-changing, yet a few remained constant. For instance, there will always be treacherous individuals seeking to harm me. Another was, one must always assume the worst intentions of others. From Su Wenjiao's perspective, how would a narrow-minded person, humiliated as he had been, react? Undoubtedly, he would seek retribution, relentlessly plotting from dawn till dusk. He might even ally with enemies, such as Tian Heng, to exact vengeance. As for how Su Wenjiao would retaliate against me, Shen Lang, that was of no consequence, for I shall not allow him the opportunity to strike back. When faced with someone brimming with hostility and intent on causing you harm, what should one do? Wait for them to make a move before countering? That would be foolish and lead to one's downfall. The only viable approach is to take the initiative, extinguishing the enemy while they are still in their infancy. I fear you may bring me harm. Thus I must act first. Of course, there are exceptions where one must wait for the enemy to strike first to trigger a counterattack, like in the case of Tian Heng, who has been biding his time for several days. In summary, all my thoughts can be distilled into one sentence. Su Wenjiao, I will end you. Tomorrow, I shall take action. No, time is of the essence. I shall act tonight, this very moment. I shall strive to eliminate you by tomorrow. Alas, with my striking looks, sharp intellect, and ruthless nature, how could this be allowed to persist? Chapter 52 Come. Experienced the genius magic kill. Shen Lang arrived outside the Earl's residence. The Earl and his lady had already retired for the night. Mother-in-law, father-in-law. Shen Lang called out with a melodious voice. Humph. That S from the father-in-law, came a gruff reply. What is wrong, Lango? The mother-in-law's gentle voice followed. See. This is the consequence of placing the mother-in-law before the father-in-law, Shen Lang remarked. Mr. Su has stormed off in anger and likely won't return for several days. However, the Earl's accounts must continue as usual. There has been a significant influx and outflow of gold and silver in the estate these days. If the accounts are delayed for a few days, it may become difficult to reconcile the finances later. As I have some proficiency in arithmetic, might I take over the accounts for the next few days until Mr. Su returns? The Earl responded, Is there nothing that can wait until tomorrow? Come on. You're a dignified Earl, and you're still sulking? It's barely 9 in the evening. Why are you turning in so early? The lady interjected. Langer means well. Can't you speak kindly? Then, the lady's voice called from within, Langer, come in. Shen Lang paused outside for a moment before entering. Mindful of avoiding any inappropriate sights, the Earl wore a displeased expression, while the lady looked at Shen Lang with a smile. Honestly, what are your ulterior motives? The Earl queried. What is most essential with family? Trust. Be clever, but do not treat others as fools. Shen Lang replied, I suspect Mr. Su Wenjiao of embezzling funds from the Earl's estate. Hence, I wish to inspect his accounts. Nonsense. The Earl slammed the table. His disdain for Shen Lang's vengeful nature was palpable. Though Mr. Su may have sought trouble with you today, he has already been rebuffed, losing considerable face. Are you really going to pursue him again so soon? Yet the mother-in-law appreciated Shen Lang's straightforwardness. She felt her husband was too lenient. Shen Lang's virtue lay in his honesty and lack of pretense. Shen Lang continued, Father-in-law, Mr. Su Wenjiao earns a mere 200 gold coins annually. Yet his sons are adorned in gold and silver, draped in fine silks. They not only take wives, but also keep several concubines. In Xuanwu City and even in the Nujiang County, he possesses numerous properties, with land exceeding 1,000 acres, far surpassing his official salary. The Earl furrowed his brow, stating deliberately, Langer, the water that is too clear has no fish. This indicated that the Earl was indeed wise, often choosing to turn a blind eye. Shen Lang countered, Father-in-law, your kindness leads you to think too highly of people. Perhaps Mr. Su Wenjiao's embezzlement exceeds your imagination and tolerance? The Earl's wife gently asked, Langer, tell me, why are you so focused on targeting Mr. Su Wenjiao? Shen Lang explained, Mother-in-law, while Mr. Su is undoubtedly narrow-minded, why does he seem so intent on retaliating against me? Is it solely because of his close bond with his nephew Wang Lian, or is there another reason? Am I perhaps obstructing their ambitions? His words struck a chord. Before the whispers of Mr. Su could take hold, Shen Lang's assertions had already made an impact. The Earl and his lady fell into contemplative silence. Shen Lang then produced 2 account books, stating, These are Mr. Su Wenjiao's records, though they seem insignificant, detailing the purchases of wine for the Earl's banquets. I have uncovered serious corruption. Is that so? The lady inquired. The Earl asked, Where did you acquire these account books? Ah, that detail is not important, Shenlang replied. I had the young master retrieve them from the accounting office. Retrieve? More like steal. The Earl's face twitched. His foolish son. Shenlang continued. Old Master Lin is quite adept with numbers as well, and he holds an upright disposition, viewing wealth with disdain. I wish to invite him to assist in examining the Earl's accounts. Shenlang made it clear that he sought no favoritism, proposing that the Honorable Old Master Lin supervise. The Earl's wife took the 2 account books from Shenlang, trusting her son-in-law's words despite her lack of understanding. If he claims the issue is severe, then it likely is, she said. Husband, it's prudent to investigate. However, the Earl hesitated. After all, Mr. Su was a distant relative of his wife, and this connection had previously led to leniency. The Earl's lady asserted, once I married into the Jin family in Xuanwu City, I became one of them and must prioritize family interests. If it turns out Mr. Su has not embezzled, it would be well. Even if he has only embezzled a small amount, we shall simply overlook it. But if the embezzlement is substantial, we cannot afford to be lenient. The Earl pondered for a long while, reluctant to be the villain. Despite Mr. Su's narrow-mindedness and pride, he had been with the Earl for decades, earning his keep through toil if not merit. Shenlang stated, Father-in-law, I will solely oversee the accounts. Once I have verified everything, I will present all findings to you without offering any opinions. The Earl frowned, then conceded, very well. He then added sternly, but I must warn you, Shenlang, Mr. Su is a long-serving member of the Earl's household, and we must preserve his dignity. Your investigation must remain confidential, and once he returns, regardless of your findings, you must cease immediately and not tarnish his reputation. Shenlang was at a loss for words. His father-in-law's heart was overly soft, and his disposition too forgiving. Understood, Shenlang bowed. Given Mr. Su's considerable loss of face, he would likely not return for at least 4 or 5 days, allowing Shenlang ample time. Yet, one could never be too certain. It was possible he might return by morning. Shenlang resolved to make the most of every moment. Yes, father-in-law, Shenlang declared, I shall go at once. After Shenlang departed, the Earl gestured towards his vanishing figure, saying, Look at that rascal. He is so vengeful. I truly do not understand where he derives such a fierce desire for retribution. The lady replied, I actually find it rather delightful. He is genuine and candid with us. He treats everyone with sincerity. That foolish boy from his village is merely a playmate, yet he shows him such kindness. I feel reassured that Mulan has married such a man. The Earl, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, It's good that Mulan married Shenlang. But does that mean it was not good that you married me? The lady chuckled. Well, dear husband, you are good too, just a bit too old-fashioned. The Earl said, I can't stand how he lacks generosity. The lady responded, As long as one of us is magnanimous, it suffices. Mulan is already quite generous. And if Langer were even more so, our family would suffer. In the accounting office, Shenlang was taken aback. What on earth, so many? The entire room was piled high with thousands of account books. Old Master Lin remarked, These records span over 20 years. How could there not be many? It would take months to review them all, and to conduct a thorough investigation would require dozens of people and at least a month. With so many books, it would be impossible to clarify everything within a month. And how much time did Shenlang have? Uncertain, but at most 4 or 5 days. Or at the very least, just one night. Young master, you have only one night, Old Master Lin warned. The lad who just opened the door for us is Mr. Su's trusted disciple. He will inform Mr. Su by dawn that you are examining the accounts, and he will return early. Once Mr. Su is back, he will reclaim control of the accounting office. The Earl is soft-hearted and accommodating. He will not refuse him. Thus, Shenlang's investigation will come to naught, and he will never have another opportunity. By that time, Shenlang had merely played the role of a petty individual, achieving nothing and losing face. Once the bookkeeper who opened the door stepped outside, his expression immediately darkened. He hastened to inform the manager of the accounts about the situation. This young dandy dares to audit our accounts? We must notify Lord Su Wenjiao at once. Once the gates of the Earl's residence are closed, no one can leave until dawn. Should we set fire to the accounts room? Burn that young dandy alive inside, the assistant suggested coldly. The middle-aged manager shot him a glance. I didn't realize you were so bold at such a young age. Are you mad? That would lead to everyone's demise. The manager continued, We will inform Lord Su Wenjiao before dawn. What can be uncovered in a single night? An assistant sneered, Thousands of account books? Even a month would not suffice to review them all. It's absurd for that fool to think he can audit everything in one night. He is delusional. Let him wait for tomorrow when Lord Su will confront him. However, this young dandy's persistent desire to scrutinize our accounts cannot be overlooked. We must discuss with Lord Su tomorrow about how to deal with him. Such is the ruthless nature of interest groups. In the accounts room, Master Lin remarked, "Young master, had you informed me of your intentions earlier, I could have devised a plan to send Su Wenjiao away for a few days." Shenlang replied, "Master Lin, do you suspect Su Wenjiao?" "Not suspect, but I am certain," Master Lin asserted. "The Earl is far too lenient and underestimates human malice. I have long wished to clarify the accounts and discover just how much Su Wenjiao has embezzled. I even sent a student undercover into his accounts room." Upon hearing this, Shenlang was astonished. He had not anticipated such a tale. Master Lin continued, "That child spent 3 years undercover, gaining a modicum of Su Wenjiao's trust, and was on the verge of uncovering crucial data when he suddenly fell ill and died. It is feared he was poisoned." Shenlang interjected, "I fear you are correct." Master Lin agreed. Thus, I requested Dr. N to examine the body, and he concluded it was due to a severe case of intestinal colic, the most virulent kind. I have witnessed Dr. N's remarkable medical skills. Master Lin lamented, "Since then, I have had no opportunity to clarify Su Wenjiao's accounts. Yet, I firmly believe he has embezzled a considerable sum, perhaps an exaggerated figure. He runs the accounts room with such meticulousness that every individual here is his disciple. And his mathematical prowess is indeed exceptional. All the account books are flawlessly crafted. There are no truly flawless accounts, only those that appear flawless on the surface. Alas, young master, you are too eager." Master Lin sighed deeply. "The accounts room has been under Su Wenjiao's management for decades. We cannot find a single ally. Just the two of us would require at least a month to clarify these accounts. And tomorrow morning, he will return. In just one night. We would not have enough time to even peruse all the account books. We would only alert the snake by stirring the grass. Is one night insufficient?" Shenlang mused. Indeed, relying solely on the two of them might not suffice. Not even a month would be enough. However, it is unnecessary to examine every ledger. We need only scrutinize the core ledgers for each year. Naturally, even that would involve a substantial number of hefty volumes, taking at least 10 days to half a month. Yet, Shenlang possessed a highly evolved intelligent brain. It was time to demonstrate the might of genius. "We are different," Shenlang declared. "Master Lin, although one night seems brief, it may still suffice if we seize every moment. You possess a degree of understanding regarding these accounts. Please select the key ledgers for me, and I shall calculate them at the utmost speed." With thousands of account books present, it was impossible for Shenlang to inspect each one. He needed to identify the crucial ledgers for verification. Even the key ledgers numbered in the dozens. Master Lin replied, "Even if you peruse them all, it will take days and nights. There are less than 5 hours until dawn." Implicitly, he suggested that even 5 hours would be insufficient for dozens of account books. Even a divine being could not decipher them all. Shenlang smiled. "How can we know without trying? Let us begin." Master Lin said, "I truly cannot believe you can accomplish this, but I am willing to accompany you in this madness. If you can indeed expose this great parasite, it would not merely be a blow to our adversaries, but would also earn immense merit for our Earl's residence, salvaging a significant loss for the Jin family." Following this, Master Lin diligently selected the key ledgers from the mountain of books, those that detailed the financial inflows and outflows over an entire year or quarter. After decades in the Earl's residence, he could discern which ledgers were vital with a mere glance. Eventually, he even ceased flipping pages, identifying essential ledgers based solely on their titles, indices, and even the differences in thickness and paper quality. While working, Master Lin sighed. For the servants, the Earl is the best of masters, yet he is not a formidable lord, too forgiving and kind-hearted, especially with the new policies in full swing. The Earl believes that maintaining unity and stability among the populace is paramount, thus turning a blind eye to the misconduct of some. This approach is correct. Yet it has granted certain individuals the opportunity to enrich themselves. There is a limit to everything, and Su Wenjiao has exceeded that limit. Having grown up in the Earl's residence as the adopted son of the late Earl, this estate is my home. I shall not permit any parasite to hollow out the Jin family's century-old foundation. Master Lin's statement was utterly sincere. Su Wenjiao had amassed considerable wealth and land, while Master Lin possessed not a single tile to his name, living entirely within the Earl's residence. As he spoke, Master Lin continued his task. Before long, he had selected one crucial ledger after another, placing them on the table before Shenlang. Shenlang opened the ledgers, flipping through them with remarkable speed. He was no longer merely reading. He was photographing and scanning, automatically extracting the data from the ledgers and compiling it into spreadsheets. Previously, while memorizing the gene family instructions, Shenlang had not mastered the use of his intelligent brain, taking half a minute to process a page. Now, he could turn a page in a mere 10 seconds. Master Lin, witnessing Shenlang's astonishing speed, was utterly astounded. Such rapidity surely meant he could not comprehend even a few words, let alone memorize and analyze related data. Thus, he had little hope for the audit that night. Alas, I should not have harbored any expectations, Master Lin thought to himself. Nevertheless, he remained diligent, carefully selecting one crucial ledger after another from the pile and placing them before Shenlang. Whether Shenlang could accomplish his task was beyond Master Lin's control. Yet he must perform his own duties well. However, his heart held no hope. After more than 5 hours, Master Lin placed 35 key ledgers before Shenlang. Young master, I have completed the task you assigned. While there may be some omissions, the majority of the key ledgers are here. Thank you, Master Lin, Shenlang replied. It is late. You are of advanced age, so please rest now. Master Lin inquired. Is there anything else I can assist you with, son-in-law? No, you may rest, replied Shenlang. Observing Shenlang swiftly perusing the account books, Master Lin contemplated voicing his thoughts, but ultimately refrained. One can only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. However, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction for not being able to unearth the corrupt figure of Su Wenjiao. The Earl had shown too much mercy and leniency. Master Lin had previously raised concerns, but they were dismissed by the Earl. In these extraordinary times, unity of the people outweighed all else. Despite Su Wenjiao's numerous flaws, he believed him to be loyal to the Earl's household. These were the Earl's own words, leaving Master Lin with little to say, for without tangible evidence, any further remarks would only appear as jealousy and a disruption of harmony. Master Lin resolved that upon his passing, he would leave behind a blood-written letter for the Earl, a message heavy enough to awaken the Earl's awareness. I shall take my leave now, Master Lin stated, feeling utterly hopeless regarding Shenlang's actions that night. Take care, Shenlang replied. He continued to peruse the account books with increasing speed, having grown adept at utilizing the intelligent brain. More than an hour passed, and Shenlang finally completed his review of the crucial ledgers, extracting all data into the intelligent brain, organized into detailed tables. Next, he would employ the intelligent brain's rapid computations to identify discrepancies within these account books and determine how many gold coins Su Wenjiao had embezzled from the Earl's estate over the past 2 decades. Even the most skilled modern accountants could not fabricate flawless ledgers, let alone Su Wenjiao, an amateur accountant. Normally, even with an abacus, such calculations would take at least a month or 2. Yet for the intelligent brain, complex calculations could be executed in an instant. As Shenlang swiftly calculated in his mind, he meticulously created tables on paper, clearly outlining the computed data for even the Earl, an outsider, to comprehend the financial discrepancies. Thus, table after table emerged under Shenlang's pen, revealing Su Wenjiao's fraudulent accounts. However, as the figures came to life on paper, Shenlang was taken aback. He had anticipated Su Wenjiao's corruption, yet the extent was staggering. As dawn broke, the gates of the Earl's residence swung open, and dozens of individuals, some on horseback and others in carriages, exited the estate. Among them, one person hurriedly made his way to Su Wenjiao's home. Master Su, trouble is brewing. Shenlang and Master Lin unexpectedly entered the accounting room last night. Master Lin likely left around the early hours, and Shenlang has yet to emerge. They are likely investigating the accounts and seeking retribution against you, the breathless assistant reported. Su Wenjiao was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ignorance breeds fear. What is there to be afraid of? Investigating my accounts? My ledgers are flawless. There have been no issues for over 20 years. How much time can Shenlang possibly have to investigate? Even if he were given 10 days or half a month, he would uncover nothing. With thousands of account books, it would take him a month just to look through them. To expect him to find any discrepancies overnight is sheer folly." Su Wenjiao felt triumphant, adding, "Moreover, he has no time left. His demise is imminent. He knows Tianheng well and would not make baseless threats. If he claims to possess a lethal strike against Shenlang, he surely does. Shenlang, I intended to eliminate you, yet you have come to me instead? How fortuitous. This gives me the perfect opportunity to weave my schemes." He understood the Earl's character all too well, compassionate and magnanimous, always considering the feelings of the elderly. Should Su Wenjiao appear in the Earl's residence and within the accounting room, the Earl would undoubtedly instruct Shenlang to cease his investigation and depart. At this critical juncture, the Earl valued unity and public sentiment above all else. Hence, Shenlang would not only fail to uncover anything, but would also be left humiliated. If Su Wenjiao stirred up more trouble, the Earl might even reprimand Shenlang to appease public sentiment. Let us return to the Earl's residence, Su Wenjiao declared, intending to stoke the flames of conflict while coordinating with Tian Heng to completely undermine Shenlang. How dare this inexperienced youth provoke me? He seeks death. Upon entering the Earl's residence, Su Wenjiao knelt before the Earl, his eyes red with emotion. My lord, do you not trust me? He implored tearfully. The Earl, maintaining his composure, replied, that is not the case. Su Wenjiao continued, yet when I passed by the accounting room earlier, I saw Shenlang inside. Do you doubt me and intend to investigate my accounts? Thereafter, Su Wenjiao spoke incessantly. I may have my flaws, but my loyalty to you, my lord, and to the Jin family, is unwavering. For over 2 decades, I have poured my heart and soul into this service. I am but in my 50s, yet my hair has turned white from exhaustion. Now, you choose to distrust me, a faithful servant of over 20 years, based solely on the words of a mere boy. What purpose is there for my continued existence? With that, Su Wenjiao made a sudden move to strike his head against the wall. Do not do this, the Earl exclaimed, rushing forward to stop him. Even knowing Su Wenjiao was performing, he had to intervene to avoid appearing cold-hearted. Su Wenjiao seized the opportunity to cling to the Earl's legs, passionately proclaiming, my lord, I entered your service as a mere youth, having grown up before the previous master. No one in the Earl's residence is as loyal as I am. My lord, if you wish, I could even lay open my chest for you to see whether my heart is red or white. As he spoke, he pounded his chest in despair, making it abundantly clear that he, Su Wenjiao, was being treated unjustly for his steadfast loyalty. Rise, rise, the Earl gently urged. Wenjiao, I certainly believe in your loyalty to the Earl of Xuanwu. Su Wenjiao remained on the ground, wailing inconsolably, showing no intention of standing. The Earl understood his desires well. Bring Shenlang out of the accounting room. Do not prolong this, the Earl instructed. Su Wenjiao continued to kneel, clinging to the Earl's legs, loudly asserting, my lord, if you suspect any disloyalty on my part, or if you believe I have committed any wrong against the Earl's household, then send someone to seize my home. That would clarify everything. The Earl frowned, realizing that even speaking of seizing his home would chill the hearts of everyone in the Earl's residence. He reluctantly commanded, immediately send for Shenlang to come to me. Yes. The second wave of individuals rushed to the accounting room. Only then did Su Wenjiao feel satisfied enough to rise from the ground. Though the Earl felt displeased, he could only offer words of comfort. Su Wenjiao's face was awash with gratitude, yet his heart brimmed with triumph. You, Shenlang, overestimate your abilities and dare to challenge me? Regarding the temperament of the Earl, Su Wenjiao understood him all too well. Intelligent yet soft-hearted, he approached every matter with a methodical grace, embodying the elegance and composure of nobility. Always mindful of the dignity of his subordinates, he could never openly turn against someone. Suddenly, the door to the accounting room was flung open with a crash. A middle-aged steward, accompanied by 4 servants, stormed in, casting a fleeting glance of hostility and triumph toward Shenlang. Humph, despite being the son-in-law of the Earl, you are merely a temporary guest. How can you possibly compare to the weight of our Su family? The steward scoffed inwardly. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of respect, bowing slightly as he addressed Shenlang. Young master, the Earl has commanded you to cease all activities and leave the accounting room. Shenlang opened his eyes and glanced outside. Daylight had arrived. Time had passed swiftly, and he had not even noticed the sun rising. The middle-aged steward, witnessing this, felt even more disdain. This young master was utterly deluded. It was unlikely he could even finish reviewing a single ledger in one night. Yet he wished to conduct an audit. How foolish. Conducting an audit would require dozens of professionals and at least a month's time. Soon after, another group burst in, declaring loudly, Young master, the Earl commands you to immediately go to the hall and apologize to Mr. Su Wenjiao. Upon hearing this, the others present felt an even greater sense of superiority. These individuals were all stewards and clerks from the accounting room, sharing a mutual fate with Su Wenjiao. Shenlang nodded, saying, Understood, I shall go at once. He tucked a thick stack of blank papers into his coat and proceeded toward the hall. The middle-aged steward was tempted to snatch the papers from Shenlang to ascertain their contents, yet he merely entertained the thought. He lacked the courage to act. After all, in just one night, What could Xinlang possibly uncover? There was nothing to fear. In the hall, the Earl sat at the head of the table, while Su Wenjiao occupied the lower left corner. He pondered the rumors he had heard in Xuanwu City about Xinlang feigning incompetence while secretly possessing great intelligence, fearing that he harbored treacherous intentions. Although Su Wenjiao intended to wait until Xinlang apologized before sowing discord, he could hardly contain himself. "My lord, I am uncertain if I should speak of a matter." Su Wenjiao hesitated. The Earl urged him to continue. "I have heard whispers suggesting that Xinlang is merely pretending to be foolish, and that he may indeed harbor dangerous ambitions." Upon hearing this, the Earl's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. Despite his occasional stern reprimands, he held a fondness for Xinlang, appreciating his charm and cleverness. Although the Earl was traditionally conservative, he secretly admired Xinlang's free-spirited nature. Seeing the Earl's frown, Su Wenjiao felt emboldened and continued. "Miss Mulan chose Xinlang because he appeared the most inept and least ambitious. Yet now, it seems he is quite the opposite." The Earl was increasingly displeased. "What? You claim Xinlang is ambitious? Though I may be kind-hearted and lenient, I am not blind. That little rascal's greatest ambition is likely to seek revenge on Tian Heng and Su Qianqian. If he had any real ambition, I, the Xuanwu Earl, would be foolishly dreaming of the throne. While you are present, all is well, but after your passing, how could your heir possibly control Xinlang?" Su Wenjiao argued. "Of course, there is Miss Mulan, but she is merely a woman. A husband is a person's closest ally, and considering Xinlang's charm and talent for sweet talk, it is likely that discord will arise within the Xuanwu Earl's household." At this point, Su Wenjiao spoke earnestly. "My lord, whenever I contemplate this, I find myself restless and sleepless. It is for this reason I have been so critical of Xinlang. These words come from the depths of my heart." Su Wenjiao was a man of urgency, eager to ignite a great fire, yet he forgot that such matters cannot be resolved instantaneously. Just then, Xinlang entered the hall. "Greetings, father-in-law." Typically, Xinlang exuded a lazy demeanor, his handsome face bearing a roguish charm. However, at this moment, he appeared surprisingly serious. The Earl, disliking Su Wenjiao's gossip, wished to conclude the matter swiftly and gradually reclaim his power. Thus, he stated, "Xinlang, apologize to Mr. Su Wenjiao for your attitude yesterday. After all, you are his student." The Earl's stance was clear. He expected Xinlang to apologize for his behavior, not for the audit. This indicated that he discerned right from wrong, believing Xinlang's audit was justified. However, Su Wenjiao, emboldened by his own triumph, pointed an accusatory finger at Xinlang, lamenting, "Young Master Xin, how have I offended you? Your narrow-mindedness in wanting to audit my accounts suggests you believe I have embezzled funds. I, Su Wenjiao, am known for my integrity, with heaven as my witness." Xinlang remained silent, observing Su Wenjiao's theatrics. Su Wenjiao's voice grew louder. "You are so narrow-minded, so eager to cast me out. Do you harbor some ulterior motive?" He then turned to the Earl, declaring, "My lord, with the new policies taking hold, the old aristocracy is anxious, and the Xuanwu Earl's residence is a thorn in the side of the governor. Xinlang stirs trouble at this time, sowing discord and inciting unrest. This cannot be overlooked. It demands punishment. Have you finished your performance? Now it is my turn." Xinlang glanced at him, calmly stating, "Su Wenjiao, I suspected you would embezzle, but I never imagined you would steal so much. As the head of the accounting room in the Earl's residence, you have embezzled nearly 30,000 gold coins over the past 20 years. Truly shocking and utterly depraved." Xinlang's voice rose sharply as he yelled, "Su Wenjiao, where has your conscience gone? Has it been devoured by dogs? 30,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this figure, Su Wenjiao nearly leaped up in disbelief. "Langer, is what you say true?" The Earl stood abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. He knew Su Wenjiao had been somewhat unscrupulous, but he assumed the total would not exceed 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. He never expected Xinlang to assert a sum tenfold greater. Most astonishing of all was Su Wenjiao himself, for he knew precisely how much he had embezzled over the years. The amount Xinlang cited was alarmingly accurate, causing his heart to nearly stop. His legs trembled, and a ringing filled his ears. Yet, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Xinlang must be guessing blindly. How could he uncover anything substantial in just one night? It was impossible to conduct a thorough audit without a significant team over an extended period. "Xinlang, you are truly shameless and ridiculous," Su Wenjiao retorted sharply. "You claim I have embezzled 30,000 gold coins. Where is your evidence? Where is your proof?" He then suddenly knelt before the Earl, exclaiming, "My lord, I, Su Wenjiao, have served the Earl's residence loyally for 20 years. And while I may not have achieved great deeds, I have certainly endured hardships. Now, Shunlang dares to slander me with accusations of embezzlement. This is an attempt to drive me to ruin. He is merely a minor son-in-law, yet he exhibits such arrogance. After the esteemed count departs, will he not seize the opportunity to usurp the rightful place? The century-old legacy of the Jin family in Xuanwu City stands to be obliterated by his hands. Shunlang chuckled lightly, saying, Su Wenjiao, I once believed your fraudulent accounts would be flawlessly executed, yet I find them riddled with glaring inconsistencies. Do not jump to conclusions. Your demise is imminent. Subsequently, he laid out the meticulously compiled results of his audit, presenting each sheet upon the table for the count to scrutinize with clarity. Chapter 55. A Talent of Extraordinary Genius. Despair. Su Wenjiao, you have adorned these accounts with an extravagant display, meticulously compiling thousands of volumes encompassing various expenditures and revenues, with hundreds of entries each day. Shunlang stated, your ambition to conceal the truth within this intricate web of accounts is sheer folly. No matter how you embellish the records, I shall focus solely on the core data, the annual income and expenses of the Xuanwu Marquisate. The Marquisite's revenue primarily derives from 4 sources: grain from the fief, silk, iron from Wangyao Island, and salt. The expenditures are mainly categorized into 6 areas: salaries for personnel, tribute to the feudal lord, military expenses for approximately 700 troops, various festive celebrations and hospitality for esteemed guests, procurement of daily necessities, and construction projects within the fief. Your embezzlement primarily targets the repetitive salary expenditures, fief construction, and daily necessities procurement. This was merely your initial method of corruption. As your ambitions grew, you audaciously extended your grasp into the Marquisite's military and the industries of salt and iron. Shunlang's voice sharpened. With a military of around 700, the composition of infantry and cavalry has not varied significantly. Yet, when factoring in fluctuations in prices and soldier salaries, why do the military expenses escalate annually? And at an alarming rate? Su Wenjiao's complexion turned pale, and he exclaimed, My lord, even if I were utterly deranged, I lack the authority to meddle with the Marquisite's private army. To accuse me of embezzling military funds is utterly ludicrous. Indeed, you possess no authority to embezzle military funds. Su Wenjiao retorted with a sneer. However, each year the army's horses, armor, and weapons suffer attrition and require replacement. What then becomes of these discarded weapons and armor? Su Wenjiao asserted, Naturally, they are reforged. Shunlang laughed heartily. Then why have we not observed an increase in the iron production from the smelting workshops? In fact, the annual production increment appears to be diminishing. Furthermore, one of the Marquisite's primary sources of income, salt and iron, has notably decreased in output each year. Su Wenjiao responded, How should I know? Shunlang continued, The reason lies in the fact that you have personally overseen every transaction of salt and iron. Through various means, you have siphoned off these resources, claiming them as your own for illicit trade. Ha! Su Wenjiao laughed. You possess no evidence. This is mere conjecture. Evidence? Shunlang scoffed. Your greed has blinded you. The salt and iron you have absconded with require bags for transport, as well as baskets and carts. If the production of salt and iron has declined, then the procurement of bags and baskets should also have diminished. Yet, it has increased, and therein lies the evidence, revealing your flaws. Subsequently, Shunlang meticulously pointed out the data on the report to the Marquis. My lord, the figures herein are unequivocal. Shunlang remarked, A mere glance suffices for clarity. When the Marquis received Shunlang's report, his hands trembled slightly. Though of a gentle disposition, he was astute in discerning character. He immediately recognized Shunlang's confidence contrasted with Su Wenjiao's bluster. Thus, even before examining the report, he had formed a judgment. Yet, upon actually seeing the report, the Marquis was astonished. Shunlang had managed to present the financial data so clearly, delineating various revenues and expenditures with utmost clarity. Even he, a layman, could grasp the intricacies at a glance. Such proficiency was indeed remarkable. What was even more astute was Shunlang's disregard for Su Wenjiao's fabricated accounts, eschewing entanglement in minutiae, and instead focusing directly on the fundamental data of revenue and expenditures of the Marquis, rendering Su Wenjiao's elaborate obfuscations futile. Nevertheless, the myriad discrepancies in Su Wenjiao's accounts were meticulously uncovered by Shunlang, each substantiated by irrefutable evidence. For instance, During the previous year's Spring Festival celebration, the Marquis procured an additional 1,000 bottles of wine compared to previous years, yet a significant portion remained unopened, resulting in a return of only 70% of the cost, leading to a loss of several dozen gold coins for the Marquis. Su Wenjiao's methods of financial malfeasance were astoundingly diverse, leaving the Marquis in a state of enlightenment. The Marquis, trembling, perused Xunlang's reports, his heart a tumult of anger, astonishment, and elation. His anger was directed at Su Wenjiao, while his astonishment and joy were entirely attributed to Xunlang. He had not anticipated that this son-in-law could be so intelligent and discerning, unraveling the accounts with such clarity overnight. How could this be achieved? The Marquis, lacking proficiency in arithmetic, found it beyond comprehension. Yet, it was evident that the Marquis himself was a remarkable individual. At that moment, he should have been engulfed in rage due to his betrayal and the substantial losses incurred by the Marquis. However, he found himself equally delighted by his son-in-law's exceptional abilities. Summon Mr. Lin, the Marquis commanded. Moments later, old Master Lin arrived. Behold, this is the account that Xunlang prepared last night, the Marquis informed. After receiving the documents, old Master Lin meticulously examined them, only to be utterly astonished. He raised his gaze to Xunlang, then returned to scrutinize the reports. How is this possible? In just one night, Xunlang had truly clarified all the accounts. How could this be accomplished? It was utterly unfathomable. A layperson may not find it particularly impressive, but for old Master Lin, an insider, words could scarcely convey his astonishment. How so? The Marquis inquired. A genius, a talent of extraordinary caliber, old Master Lin bowed, saying, "Congratulations, my lord, for having such a remarkable talent in the Xuanwu Marquis. This level of mathematical aptitude and accounting method is unprecedented in my experience." The Marquis smiled slightly and turned to Xunlang. "Do not become complacent. Do you understand?" "Yes," Xunlang replied. The Marquis then directed his gaze towards Su Wenjiao, his voice chilling. "For over 20 years, how much trust have I placed in you? I have known your hands to be unclean, yet I chose to overlook it, believing that in a world so clear, no fish could survive. I never expected you to be so utterly depraved." The Marquis was rarely enraged, but at this moment, he was truly furious. Su Wenjiao's face turned pale, his legs trembled. He felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Cold sweat poured down his back, and he felt devoid of warmth. The Marquis spoke sternly. At this juncture, Su Wenjiao, "Do you have any words to say?" Su Wenjiao gasped for air, knowing that he must not confess at this moment. Acknowledgement would mean his doom. He must resist to the end, awaiting the intervention of those powerful figures behind him. The hidden gold coins he had stashed away were his lifeline. Gritting his teeth, Su Wenjiao declared, "My lord, is it not easy to fabricate accusations? The Marquis's financial deficit seeks to pin the blame on us. Simply arrest me if you must. Why tarnish my reputation?" The Marquis trembled with rage, brandishing the dozens of pages in his hand. "Are these not evidence?" Su Wenjiao exclaimed. "To catch a thief, you must catch them red-handed. You accuse me of embezzling 30,000 gold coins? Where are those coins? Where is the evidence? Produce it. To catch a thief, you must catch them red-handed. You claim I embezzled. Where are those coins? Where are they?" Xunlang, lacking knowledge and integrity, seeks to condemn me with his chaotic scribbles? I shall never concede. My Lord Earl, I am merely in your employ. I am not a servant of the Earl's residence. They possess no authority to unilaterally dictate my fate. For I bear the esteemed accolades of the great Yu Kingdom. What does it mean to struggle like a cornered beast? What does it signify when one desires to annihilate another, first driving them to madness? This is precisely the scenario. Su Wenjiao has laid bare this entire grotesque tableau with vivid clarity. The Earl trembled in rage, never anticipating the sheer ugliness that emerges once a mask is torn away. How could one sink to such depths of shame? Had his habitual leniency rendered the rogue devoid of fear? Su Wenjiao bellowed, "Come forth, everyone. Lord Shun intends to eliminate dissent. Someone seeks to harm us, the elders of the Earl's residence." Yet, the whereabouts of the gold coins Su Wenjiao embezzled are of utmost importance. The Earl tightened his grip on his cup, took a sip of tea, and suppressed his fury. Responding calmly, Su Wenjiao relinquished the gold coins. "Considering our 2 decades of camaraderie, I may spare your life." The Earl was acutely aware of the financial crisis besieging his estate. Recovering this sum would significantly alleviate their plight. Su Wenjiao felt increasingly assured. Those coins were his talisman of survival. His life held little value. But the coins were crucial to the Earl's residence and possessed immense allure for the influential figures behind him. Su Wenjiao declared loudly, "I have not embezzled. How could I possibly produce the coins? All of this is a fabrication by Shenlang. I implore you, my Lord Earl, to see the truth, lest the hearts of the Earl's elders grow cold." Su Wenjiao desperately sought to escalate the matter, sowing seeds of panic among the people. The Earl's residence required stability and unity above all. He aimed to instill a sense of dread in everyone, knowing well that he was not the sole beneficiary of the ill-gotten gains. Shenlang stepped forward, speaking calmly. "Su Wenjiao, you have just severed your last thread of hope." Su Wenjiao replied with a derisive laugh, "I have not embezzled. Where is your evidence? Produce the coins you claim I stole. A man devoid of shame becomes invincible. I shall ensure your demise is both swift and agonizing." Shenlang crouched down and said, "Strangely enough, I do know the location of your secret treasury. In your dreams." Su Wenjiao scoffed. Only he and his eldest son were privy to the secret of his hidden wealth. Not even his wife was aware, and it was inconceivable that Shenlang could uncover this location. "Attempt to extort me? Does he think I am but a child of 3? Shenlang retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket and presented it to the Earl. "Esteemed father-in-law, let us visit this place and uncover Mr. Su Wenjiao's secret treasury." The Earl took the note and, upon reading it, exclaimed with delight, "Langer, can we truly recover this sum? If so, it would be a monumental achievement, significantly alleviating the financial crisis of the Earl's residence." Shenlang replied, 99% certainty." The Earl, raising his voice, commanded, "Jin Zhong, Jin Hui, you are to lead 100 cavalry to escort Su Wenjiao to excavate his secret treasury. Follow the instructions of my esteemed son-in-law." Chapter 56, Shenlang's Act of Murder. The son-in-law is the benefactor of the Earl's mansion. Half an hour later, Shenlang, Jin Hui, and Jin Zhong, leading 100 cavalrymen from the Earl's mansion, sped away, escorting Su Wenjiao towards an undisclosed location. Su Wenjiao's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his body trembling uncontrollably. Eventually, the cavalry halted in a secluded valley, barren but for a dilapidated stone outpost. "Step down, Mr. Su," Shenlang remarked coolly. At this point, Su Wenjiao could barely move, his legs as limp as overcooked noodles. The scene felt vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the drama In the Name of the People. 2 warriors from the Earl's mansion hoisted him down. "You should be quite familiar with this place. It may seem insignificant to others, but for you, it holds paramount importance," Shenlang asserted. "Am I mistaken, Mr. Su?" Gasping for breath, Su Wenjiao stubbornly retorted, I don't understand what you are saying." Defiance in the face of death. The 100 cavalrymen swiftly encircled the area as Jin Zhong and Jin Hui, along with several warriors, entered the crumbling outpost. With a forceful kick, the door flew open, and a shadow darted out, attempting to flee. Jin Hui, a skilled fighter, effortlessly seized the figure by the throat and lifted him high. Suddenly, a poisoned arrow shot forth from the figure's sleeve. Jin Hui deftly deflected it with his arm, utilizing a small shield to send the projectile flying. In a flash, he disabled the figure, breaking all limbs with ease. Crack! Crack! The figure let out a harrowing scream. "No!" Su Wenjiao echoed a wretched cry. Jin Hui advanced and tore off the figure's mask, revealing a face twisted in fear and hatred, none other than Su Wenjiao's son, Su Tian. "What are you doing in this forsaken outpost?" Jin Zhong inquired. "What business is it of yours?" Su Tian coldly replied, "I am here for leisure. Is that a problem?" "Enough of this banter," Shenlang commanded. "There is a secret door beneath. Excavate it." Several warriors began to dig, oblivious to the location of the hidden door or its mechanisms. They dug relentlessly, and after some time, they unearthed a trapdoor, secured with a massive iron lock. Jin Hui stepped forward and brought down his blade with force. The lock remained unscathed, while the blade shattered. "This lock is forged from tungsten. A mere blade cannot sever it," Shenlang said. "It must be opened with a key. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Su surely carries it with him." In an instant, Su Wenjiao began to struggle fiercely. Jin Zhong searched him thoroughly, but found no key. However, he extracted Su Wenjiao's hairpin, discovering it unusually heavy. With a swift tug, the outer casing fell away, revealing the shape of a key. Su Wenjiao had cleverly disguised the treasury key as a hairpin. Holding the key, Jin Zhong easily unlocked the formidable black lock, pushing open an exceptionally heavy door. To their surprise, the door was also ironclad. Clearly, Su Wenjiao had invested heavily in this secret. Beyond the door lay a staircase descending into the shadows. Indeed, a hidden chamber awaited. Jin Zhong and Jin Hui led Su Wenjiao down the steps into the subterranean vault. The darkness enveloped them until Jin Zhong ignited a torch, illuminating the space. What they beheld left them astounded. Glimmering gold coins filled every shelf, various boxes overflowing with riches. Moreover, an array of jewels, antiques, and artworks adorned the chamber. It was an undeniable treasure trove. Who would have thought that Su Wenjiao, a mere steward of the Earl's mansion, had embezzled such wealth over the span of 20 years? Jin Zhong and Jin Hui's ire boiled over. Su Wenjiao, had it not been for the old Earl taking you in due to your connection to the lady, you would have remained a destitute scholar. Without the Earl's support, how could you have excelled in your studies? Every aspect of your life, your food, shelter, family, was provided by the Earl's mansion. And this is how you repay the Earl of Xuanwu? You are heartless, worse than a beast. Shen Lang discovered a ledger on one of the shelves. A meticulous record of Su Wenjiao's corruption, detailing every instance of embezzlement with precision. Mr. Su, the evidence is irrefutable, is it not? Shen Lang chuckled. Su Wenjiao gasped for breath. Utterly speechless, collapsing to the ground. Yet, a flicker of defiance remained. The location of this secret vault was confidential, known only to him, and not even to his wife. How could Shen Lang possibly know? Su Wenjiao hissed. Shen Lang, I never disclosed the location of this vault. How did you learn of it? Not only Su Wenjiao, but also Jin Zhong and Jin Hui were perplexed. The location of this treasure was a closely guarded secret. How could Shen Lang be aware? Shen Lang smirked. Your greed has blinded you. You even made the Earl's mansion fund the construction of this vault. In your ledger from 9 years ago, you recorded the disappearance of 20,000 pounds of iron and the purchase of 25 pounds of tungsten. During those years, this outpost was the only one left abandoned, and over 130 laborers were employed to dismantle it. Do you think everyone is a fool? You, my dear, have unwittingly revealed the vault's secret location in your own ledger. With these words, Jin Zhong and Jin Hui looked at Shen Lang with newfound admiration. He had discerned the location of Su Wenjiao's secret vault from mere hints. Truly astute. Su Wenjiao, now nearly deranged, pointed at Shen Lang, screeching, Are you human or ghost? Are you human or ghost? Load all the gold and treasures onto the carriage and bring this scoundrel Su Wenjiao back to the Earl's mansion, Shen Lang ordered. Yes. Jin Zhong complied, dragging Su Wenjiao back. Su Tian, his limbs shattered, lay helpless on the ground, casting a venomous glare at Shen Lang. This man must die. Sever his head, Shen Lang declared. Su Tian gasped, You dare? Under the new policy of the state of Yu, local nobles have no authority to punish their subordinates, let alone execute them. Shen Lang scoffed. Fool, who will know if I kill you here? Burn the body to ashes and scatter them in the sea. You will vanish without a trace. Jin Hui approached, ready to execute the order. Suddenly, Shen Lang interjected, Shall I give it a try? Jin Hui was taken aback, then handed the knife to Shen Lang. Jin Hui, a master, firmly held Su Tian down to prevent any resistance. Shen Lang, wielding the sharp blade, lightly pressed it against Su Tian's neck, then made a delicate incision. Jin Hui's eyes widened. This son-in-law's technique seems even more practiced than mine. The entire caravan returned, laden with riches. Upon seeing the gold coins, jewels, and antiques, the Earl was filled with a mixture of astonishment and profound sorrow. Doubts crept into his mind. Had he truly erred? Was his kindness misplaced, nurturing such a treacherous ingrate? Was he merely a blind ruler? Had it not been for the son-in-law, Shen Lang, Su Wenjiao, this insidious parasite would have continued to evade justice for an indeterminate time, siphoning off the wealth of the people. What a commendable son-in-law. It is thanks to Shen Lang that the Earl's estate has been spared from such significant losses. Thanks to Shen Lang, the current financial crisis of the Earl's household can find some respite. The Earl gazed at Shen Lang, a multitude of unspoken words lingering in the air. Being family, expressing gratitude felt somewhat superfluous. Then, the Earl's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention towards Su Wenjiao, articulating each word with chilling clarity. Su Wenjiao, do you have anything to say now? Su Wenjiao trembled, then suddenly fell to his knees, crawling forward to clutch the Earl's legs, pleading, My lord, it is all my fault for being blinded by greed. Every mistake is mine. I implore you, do not let your health suffer because of me. The Earl forcefully kicked him away, sternly declaring, Do not feign innocence any longer. I have been blind to trust and favor you, never realizing how treacherous the human heart can be. Su Wenjiao crawled back, kneeling before the Earl, weeping profusely, My lord, spare my life. For the sake of the old master, for the sake of the lady, For my unwavering loyalty over these 20 years, please, grant me mercy." The Earl kicked him away once more, his heart thoroughly shattered. Su Wenjiao then crawled to Shenlang, desperately knocking his head to the ground, weeping and pleading, "Son-in-law, it is my blindness that has offended you. I am foolish and ungrateful. I beg you, for the sake of my old age, spare my wretched life. I beseech you, I beseech you. If you spare me, I shall be your humble servant, toiling as a beast of burden for you from this day forth." Chapter 57. The Tragic Demise of Su Wenjiao. Issues of conduct between men and women. Meanwhile, Shenlang quietly remarked, "Father-in-law, Su Wenjiao must be executed." The moment those words were uttered, the attendees were taken aback. Su Wenjiao, who was clinging to Shenlang's leg, stiffened in shock. The Earl seldom resorted to murder, especially against an elder like Su Wenjiao, despite his embezzlement of a considerable sum of gold coins. The most he would face would be confiscation of his property and a forced retirement to the countryside. Yet, Shenlang had audaciously called for his death. Old Lin, the scholar, interjected, "Son-in-law, Su Wenjiao is not a servant of the Earl's household, but merely an employee. We have no authority to execute him. At most, we could hand him over to the city lord's office. This is part of the new policies in our nation. No noble has the right to interfere in civil matters, except in cases involving indentured servants, and we are certainly not entitled to judge or execute our officials." Shenlang countered. Su Wenjiao not only embezzled a vast fortune, but also colluded with external foes. If we turn him over to the city lord's office, he will likely be free within days, escaping to a place beyond the reach of the Earl's authority. Upon hearing this, Su Wenjiao's heart quaked. "How dare you? You vile scoundrel! I plead like a dog, and yet you still refuse to let me go," he shouted. "Shenlang, do not slander me without evidence." Shenlang replied, "You have embezzled nearly 30,000 gold coins, yet your hidden treasury contains only 11,000. You have purchased extensive lands and luxurious estates, while your family's lifestyle is excessively lavish, which might amount to 5,000 gold coins at best, including the bribes you paid to your subordinates. It barely adds up to 2,000. So, where has the remaining fortune vanished?" At this, the Earl's gaze sharpened. Shenlang continued, "If I am not mistaken, you have funneled those gold coins to the city lord's office and the governor's office, haven't you? Where has your second son disappeared to if not to the capital? If my intuition is correct, he will be among the next candidates for the martial examinations. Su Wenjiao, you have not only embezzled from the Earl's household, but also betrayed us, conspiring with the enemy to undermine the Xianzhou Earl's estate." Shenlang stated coldly, "Thus, you are not merely guilty of embezzlement, but outright treachery." Su Wenjiao retorted fiercely, "You have no proof. Do not attempt to frame me." In response, Shenlang forcefully threw the secret ledger of the hidden treasury at Su Wenjiao's face, exclaiming, "Open your eyes and see. You have meticulously recorded every gold coin you bribed with, clear as day." The Earl took the ledger, and, indeed, every entry of bribery was documented in detail, albeit using codes such as number 1, number 2, and number 3 as substitutes for the actual names. However, it was evident to anyone where those numbers pointed. The Earl closed his eyes, striving for calmness, and slowly inquired, "Su Wenjiao, why? Have I wronged you in any way over these years?" Faced with overwhelming evidence, Su Wenjiao realized he had no room left for deceit. Instead, he found a renewed sense of defiance, straightening his posture and coldly replying, "Earl, your memory seems quite selective. 3 years ago, I sought to recommend my second son for a position in your private army, and you flatly refused. Have you forgotten? Was it truly for this reason that you would betray me?" The Earl defended, "I offered him an opportunity, but he failed both the martial and literary examinations. How could I appoint him as a 100-man commander? The Earl's private army is the foundation of my family's legacy. I cannot forsake fairness and justice. Even my own nephew was denied entry into the private army." Su Wenjiao scoffed, "I have been loyal to you for over 20 years, yet you would not even secure my son's future. Is that not the epitome of ingratitude? Moreover, with the new policies in full swing, the Xianzhou Earl's estate is akin to a ship on the verge of sinking. Why should I go down with it? Should I not seek an alternative path?" The Earl replied, "Your alternative path is to betray the Jin family? To achieve greatness, one must not be constrained by trivialities," Su Wenjiao declared. "I will kill you." The Earl suddenly drew his great sword. "Earl, you cannot kill me." Su Wenjiao laughed. "The gold coins I have given were not solely for my son's future, but also for this very day. I am merely your employee, not a slave of the Jin family. Regardless of my crimes, you have no authority to punish me, let alone kill me. To do so would be to meddle in civil matters, contravening the law of the land, and I still have my status in this country. Old Lin quickly interjected, clutching the Earl. My lord, you cannot kill him. If you do, it would leave you vulnerable to severe repercussions. Do not forget how the Earl of Donghai met his demise at the hands of Zhang Chong. Xinlang added, Father-in-law, this rogue cannot be executed at this moment. He personally killed Su Tian, and no one noticed. The body was incinerated and scattered into the sea. Now that Su Wenjiao is present in the Earl's estate, with countless eyes watching, if you were to kill him, it would violate the new policies, and I fear that the king's decree will arrive within days. Witnessing this, Su Wenjiao suddenly regained confidence, stating, Earl, you are a man of principles. The only course left for you is to transfer me to the city lord's office or the governor's office, handing over the evidence of my corruption for them to judge me. Once I am in their hands, the outcome will be obvious. They will find a lookalike criminal to execute, allowing me to remain at large. Su Wenjiao proclaimed loudly, within the Xianzhou Earl's estate, no one can kill me, as that would violate the law. Xinlang wore a mysterious smile, asserting, no, we can indeed kill you, and it would not breach the law. Dream on. Su Wenjiao laughed heartily. The governor's office is currently fixated on you, eagerly awaiting your mistakes. If I were to die within the Earl's estate, the governor's office would send investigators within 2 days. Xinlang countered, Su Wenjiao, how can you be so naive? I assure you, we truly can kill you. Keep dreaming, Su Wenjiao sneered. Xinlang declared, Old Patriarch, it is time for you to cleanse the house. Then, several figures entered the room. Su Wenjiao, upon seeing them, immediately drained of color, nearly losing control of his bladder. For it was none other than the patriarch of the Su family, accompanied by 3 clan elders and several robust family members. Xinlang knelt and said, Su Wenjiao, the Earl's estate cannot execute you. However, the rules of the Su family can indeed lead to your demise. The patriarch of the Su family bowed deeply to the Earl, saying, Our family has relied on the Earl's household for many years, yet we have produced such a treacherous, disloyal wretch. It is our failure in discipline, and we offer our sincerest apologies to you, my lord. Having said this, the patriarch directly knelt down. Please, do not. The Earl hastily assisted the patriarch to his feet. The patriarch coldly commanded, Bring Su Wenjiao back to the ancestral hall and execute him. Su Wenjiao struggled desperately, shouting, On what grounds? Even if I embezzled within the Earl's estate, I have not violated the family rules, and the ancestral hall has no authority to kill me. Xinlang approached and declared, Su Wenjiao, the charge against you is not embezzlement, but rather seducing your aunt-in-law, an act of adultery. At this revelation, Su Wenjiao was left utterly dumbfounded. This matter had been kept so secret. How could Xinlang possibly know? Though this woman was his aunt-in-law, she was merely in her 30s, still possessing considerable allure. Su Wenjiao, not only do you have issues with your finances, but your personal conduct is equally reprehensible. You have truly betrayed the family's and the people's expectations of you. Xinlang remarked, I must admit, I underestimated you. Those engaged in mathematics at your age often find themselves lacking in vitality, yet here you are, managing to attract young and beautiful women. What is there that cannot be attained? Wealth can move mountains. It can cause a woman to yield and engage in intimate acts. Money can certainly open doors, leading her to betray even someone like Su Wenjiao. The crux lies in who is willing to pay the most. Of course, this does not apply to all women. Some remain pure and noble, like my dear wife, Milan. Su Wenjiao, in deep anguish, exclaimed, That wretched woman dares to betray me. Does she not fear public humiliation or even death? Xinlang replied, With a sum of money, she could easily sever ties with her worthless husband and flee. It is only natural for her to comply. Remove this wretch, commanded the elder of the Su clan. Su Wenjiao cried out desperately, My lord, have mercy. I am willing to confess. I have bribed the city lord, I have bribed the governor, and I have even bribed those close to the governor. The countess' expression shifted slightly. Xinlang shook his head. It is futile. The city lord would not personally accept such bribes. Zhang Jin would have the Su family collect the coins, cleanse them, and then present them to the Zhang family as part of a dowry. Furthermore, if we present Su Wenjiao as confession, to whom shall we report? The governor? The city lord? At that moment, the scene would unfold as follows. Who dares to accuse this official? Presenting this confession to the sovereign would only lead him to ponder. What is the intention of Duke Xuanwu? Is he so eager to undermine the authority of his officials? Is this a sign of discontent towards me? In the current climate, economic issues cannot bring down a governor or even a city lord. The very manager of the Su family's estate, despite being guilty of embezzlement, would find himself condemned for moral indiscretions. What a profound irony. With a sigh, the Count relinquished this plan. Su Wenzhao was dragged away, his body almost giving way to excrement. My lord, I possess a monumental secret to share. Shenlang, I have wealth, I have money. Someone seeks to harm you. Tianheng wants to harm you. Hours later, in the ancestral hall of the Su family, Su Wenzhao stood stripped bare, his gaunt form swaying in the wind. Then, before the eyes of hundreds, he was brutally slain. Note: thank you to the reader tongue for the generous contribution. Chapter 58. Magnolia's heart stirred. Alas, Su Wenzhao perished, his demise far from peaceful. Rumor has it that even his bowels were emptied in the throes of death. Langer, you have rendered a signal service this time, the Earl declared. His countenance grave, yet his demeanor toward Shenlang remarkably affable. Not only have you recovered over 10,000 gold coins for the family, but you have also unearthed Su Wenzhao, that egregious parasite. What recompense do you desire? I yearn to consummate my marriage, Shenlang mused inwardly. If only my esteemed father-in-law would issue a decree commanding Magnolia to await me in bed, divested of her raiment. Or perhaps dispatch a cadre of female experts to strip her bare and bind her to the bed, thus facilitating my endeavors. Of course, such thoughts remained confined to the recesses of his mind. To utter them aloud would be a death warrant. This is merely my filial duty. I dare not presume to seek any reward, Shenlang demurred. I shall entrust the entire treasury to your care, the Earl proposed. Henceforth, you shall oversee the accounts of our earldom. What say you? Nay, Shenlang hastily declined. I have come to the earldom to partake in the life of ease, to luxuriate in opulence and splendor. The management of accounts is a laborious task best left to others. Moreover, those who engage in such arithmetic endeavors often toil late into the night, accelerating the aging process and leading to premature enfeeblement in certain areas. As a paragon of masculine pulchritude, I cannot possibly engage in such strenuous and mentally taxing work. I believe Master Lin is loyal, upright, and well-versed in arithmetic. Entrusting the treasury to him would be most fitting, Shenlang suggested. I can impart the novel accounting methods to the treasury clerks, ensuring that all accounts are clear and transparent, doubling efficiency and preventing embezzlement to a great extent. The Earl was rendered speechless. Su Wenzhao had portrayed Shenlang as ambitious, yet his demeanor belied any semblance of drive. His roguish ways were infuriating. The Earl, for reasons unknown, held a deep affection for his son-in-law, yet was constantly impelled to reprimand him. Of course, his feelings toward his son, Jin Muzong, were a mixture of dislike and a desire to scold, a distinction of substance. Merit cannot go unrewarded. Tell me, what is it that you desire? The Earl inquired. Shenlang pondered for a moment, unable to conjure up anything he truly yearned for. He simply desired to consummate his marriage. However, that was beyond his father-in-law's purview, contingent upon his own prowess in courtship. Of course, if consummation with his wife remained elusive, he could always settle for Xiaobing. Shenlang resolved to prioritize the grand endeavor of shedding his virginity once this episode concluded. However, it soon dawned on Shenlang what he truly desired. My esteemed father-in-law, if you truly wish to reward me, then lift my confinement, Shenlang implored. The Earl immediately adopted a guarded stance. What mischief are you planning now? I am planning nothing, Shenlang protested. I merely wish to visit my parents. I have dreamt of them these past nights. I wonder if my father's cough has improved, if my younger brother's leg has healed, if my mother is still toiling late into the night, sewing garments. The mere thought rends my heart. Hearing Shenlang's impassioned words, the Earl was deeply moved. However, he soon interjected, Shenlang, you returned home a mere 4 days ago. Shenlang was momentarily taken aback. Ah, is that so? I had nearly forgotten. So much has transpired these past few days, it feels like an eternity. Do you find your days in my earldom so tedious? The Earl inquired. Nay, Shenlang hastened to correct himself. My esteemed father-in-law is magnanimous, my esteemed mother-in-law is compassionate, and the heir apparent is in short. I feel as though I am immersed in honey, supremely happy. If you are so content, then remain here and refrain from causing trouble, the Earl decreed. Ah, had his flattery been excessive? Su Wenzhao's son, Tianheng, and even the city lord harbor a deep-seated animosity toward you. It is perilous for you to leave the earldom. I cannot allow you to act rashly, the Earl declared. But, my esteemed father-in-law promised to reward me, Shenlang protested. You have rendered a great service. I shall reward your father with 300 acres of fertile land. That is my final decision. As for lifting your confinement, let us not speak of it again. With that, the Earl strode away, leaving Shenlang to mutter to himself. I do not desire 300 acres of land. I simply desire freedom. Jean Magnolia had returned. She had spent 2 days and nights scouring the territory, leading the cavalry, and expelling dozens of trespassers. While she bathed, Xiao Bing eagerly recounted the events of the past day and night. The young master is truly remarkable. He brought down Su Wenjiao, such a formidable figure, in a single night. The servants are now terrified of the young master. Su Wenjiao merely reprimanded him a few times in class, and the young master had him killed. Moreover, the young master has rendered a great service to the earldom, recovering over 10,000 gold coins. Magnolia's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes gleaming. She had resigned herself to marrying a simpleton for the sake of her family. However, no woman desires a foolish husband. To her surprise, her husband was not only not a simpleton, but also remarkably intelligent and capable. Most importantly, he was amusing. And, most importantly of all, he was handsome. Increasingly so, with each passing day, a subtle ripple stirred within Magnolia's heart, a tingling sensation coursing through her body. The servants in the manor are speculating about how the master will reward the young master for his great service, Xiao Bing continued. Hearing this, Magnolia frowned. Xiao Bing, henceforth, you must not allow anyone in the manor to speak of the young master killing Su Wenjiao, nor of his great service. Xiao Bing was taken aback. Why not? Su Wenjiao died because he deserved to die, not because the young master killed him. Such talk would make the young master appear petty and vindictive, causing the people in the manor to fear him rather than respect him, Magnolia explained. Oh, Xiao Bing replied. Then why is it forbidden to speak of the young master's merits? The young master and I are family. The earldom is his home. Only subjects render meritorious service. A master does not render service to himself, Magnolia elucidated. To constantly speak of the young master's great service would create a sense of distance, and he himself would not be pleased. Ah, Xiao Bing exclaimed. You think so deeply, my lady. But it makes sense. Then, Xiao Bing recalled something and exclaimed excitedly, oh, right. The young master posed a question to me yesterday. What question? Magnolia inquired. He asked why the white tiger is the most precious, Xiao Bing replied. Magnolia was taken aback. How did you answer? I said it was because tigers are usually yellow, and white ones are rare, Xiao Bing replied. That is correct, Magnolia affirmed. The young master said that the white tiger is precious because an inch of time is worth an inch of gold. But an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. He was talking nonsense. What do white tigers have to do with time? Xiao Bing protested. Suddenly, Xiao Bing ceased speaking, her gaze fixed on Jean Magnolia in the water, her cheeks flushed crimson. She finally understood the connection between white tigers and time. Magnolia's face was even more flushed, her entire body suffused with a rosy hue, instinctively covering her lower abdomen with her hands. At that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, stunningly gorgeous. That scoundrel, how dare he tease me? And how did he know that secret? Did he spy on me while I bathed? Impossible. Of course, her husband was capable of anything, devoid of all moral restraint. The crux of the matter lies in my formidable martial prowess. Should he dare to spy on me, he would undoubtedly be discovered. Perhaps it is this wretched scoundrel prying into my private affairs. Where is the young master? Mulan inquired. The master is seeking him for a matter of importance. He should be returning soon, Xiao Bing replied. Mulan rose abruptly, her striking figure rendering one incapable of averting their gaze. Even Xiao Bing felt her heart race at the sight of such alluring curves. Bring me my garments, Mulan commanded. Xiao Bing timidly responded, Miss, what do you intend to do? To punish the wicked and uphold virtue, Mulan declared with righteous fervor. Xiao Bing, remember this. A man must be kept in check. If neglected for 3 days, he may do as he pleases. Are you going to confront the young master? Xiao Bing asked. Humph, women of the Jin family never strike their husbands. Upon realizing that his wife had returned, Shenlang hastily made his way back to the courtyard. One day apart felt like 3 autumns. Though they had merely exchanged vows and had yet to share a bed, Shenlang had already etched her deeply into his heart. Night after night, she haunted his dreams, and her alluring form often invaded his thoughts. Just the other night, he had awoken to change his undergarments. Naturally, to eradicate any evidence, he had burned those very garments. However, as Shenlang stepped into the courtyard, his instincts compelled him to halt. Something was amiss. There was an aura of danger. Suddenly, Mulan's breathtaking visage appeared before him. You have returned, my lord. I happen to have a matter to discuss with you. Her voice, unexpectedly sweet and delicate, was utterly astonishing. This was indeed unusual. Surely, there was a hidden scheme afoot. Ah, a conspiracy. Note. Thank you for the generous reward mentioned for future contributions. Chapter 59. The Charming Assassin, Shenlang. With a gentle kiss, My dear, you have returned? Shenlang expressed his heartfelt concern. You must have endured great hardships in your travels these past few days. I truly feel for you. With sincerity etched on his face, he clasped his hands and continued, Please, my love, rest well. I still have a few books left to read. I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly made his way toward the study. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him. Mulan, with her alluring figure, elegantly appeared before him. The sheer elasticity of her movements sent a shiver of concern through Shenlang about his ability to withstand such enchantment in the future. Glancing at Mulan's exceptionally long legs, he couldn't help but think that a mere squeeze could leave him utterly breathless. Is it too late for me to start exercising? He pondered. Mulan's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Husband, please wait. There is still some time before dinner, and I have a game I wish to challenge you to. A game? Shenlang's mind raced with vivid images, including ropes, candles, and even whips. Observing Mulan in her snug snakeskin attire only heightened his curiosity. What sort of game, my dear? Mulan replied. It resembles the primal instincts of animals, involving vigorous physical interactions. Shenlang's heart raced, and his breath quickened. Yet, an overwhelming instinct for self-preservation urged him to flee. My dear, perhaps we should refrain. Dinner is imminent, and such vigorous activity may not be suitable, he said, lowering his gaze to make his exit. But the next moment, he found himself rooted to the spot, nearly overwhelmed. Mulan executed a backbend, showcasing her devilish figure clad in tight attire. For any ordinary man, the sight would be enough to ignite an inner turmoil. At that moment, Shenlang thought, I must leave quickly, lest I find myself in a predicament I cannot escape. Yet, he uttered, since you are so graciously inviting me, I shall not refuse. 3 minutes later, oh my dear, be gentle, be gentle. This is my first time. I might break. In that instant, Shenlang truly understood the meaning of agony. Having never attempted the splits, his legs were forced to an excruciating 180 degrees, with him nearly touching the ground. The pain surpassed anything he had ever experienced. He had never engaged in any physical activity, yet here he was, contorted in ways he never thought possible, desperately trying to escape, but a pair of beautiful, fragrant hands held him firmly in place. Regret washed over him. Oh, how I regret this. Had I not entered the Earl's household, I would not suffer such torment today. Had I not traversed through time, I would not have entered the Earl's domain. Had I not gone to Africa, I would not have been caught in an explosion. Had I not visited the laboratory that fateful night, I would not have been disfigured by acid, nor would I have gone to Africa. If that plump roommate hadn't borrowed my newly purchased item, I would not have gone to the lab. Curse that fat fool. This is all your fault for borrowing my belongings. Dear, you mentioned we were to engage in a primal animal collision game, did you not? Shenlang trembled. Indeed, Mulan replied. This game is called Six Birds Play, mimicking primal animals. My husband, you are rather frail. You must exercise more. Luckily, I have the time to assist you in your training. Thank you, my dear, Shenlang stammered, drenched in sweat. We are one, my husband. There is no need for such formality. Let us repeat this 10 times 10 times. Shenlang internally lamented. My dear, are you truly so ruthless? Can you bear to witness such suffering inflicted upon a handsome man like myself? My dear, I was wrong. I truly was wrong, Mulan replied earnestly. What was your error? You have committed no wrongdoing. I am merely helping you strengthen your body, regardless of the circumstances. I take full responsibility for all mistakes. My dear, you are forever right, just, and magnificent. If there is any ambiguity, please refer to the previous statement. Mulan asked, Do you truly acknowledge your mistakes? I do, entirely, he confessed. Although he did not genuinely comprehend his error, that was of no consequence. Merely admitting fault sufficed. Mulan's cheeks flushed as she asked, Then tell me, how did you come to know this secret? What secret? Shenlang replied, his mind racing. In a fleeting moment, he deduced the source of his wife's ire. It stemmed from a teasing remark he had made about ice. Yet, she had already betrothed Ice to him. So why such a reaction? Something felt amiss. A hidden truth lay beneath it all. Why did his wife react so vehemently? Suddenly, realization struck him. Could it be? Was fate so kind to him? Did his wife possess an extraordinary secret? His gaze unintentionally drifted toward Mulan, and though he saw nothing, his imagination ran wild, causing him to feel a rush of blood. Seeing the expression on her face, Mulan longed to vanish into the ground. Realizing that her husband was blissfully unaware of the deeply private secret she harbored, revealed inadvertently through her own reaction. With tenderness yet seriousness, Shenlang assured her, Rest assured. My dear, I would never judge you for this. Instantly regretting his words, he covered his mouth, realizing he had let his emotions run wild. The consequences were swift. Mulan calmly declared, "Husband, let us repeat this 20 more times." In an instant, the courtyard echoed with Shun Lang's cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, causing his rotund friend, Jean Mutsong, to retreat in fear from 200 meters away. Half an hour later, it finally came to an end. Shun Lang felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. His limbs threatened to detach from his core. The pain rendered him too weak to cry out. "My dear, I am hungry. Shall we dine?" During the meal, Shun Lang trembled, his limbs shaking uncontrollably. "My husband, you cannot hold this against me, can you?" Mulan asked. "How could I? I could never blame you, my dear. No matter the circumstances, I must seek the fault within myself. You are like the sun in the sky, forever radiant, just, and magnificent." Mulan affectionately served him food, her voice softening. "My husband, you appear rather weak. You must replenish your strength." For reasons unknown. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion. Shun Lang fancied he saw a pair of devilish horns sprouting from Mulan's head. After the meal, Mulan prepared a bucket of medicinal soup for Shun Lang. He stripped and immersed himself in the soothing concoction, overwhelmed by a sensation of exquisite relief that nearly escaped his lips. After soaking, Shun Lang felt remarkably rejuvenated, his body invigorated, and the tremors in his hands and legs ceased. What is the most dreadful punishment in the world? I punish you for your own good. In the present moment, Shun Lang finds himself in a predicament, having been thoroughly dealt with by the enchanting Mulan, leaving him unable to even harbor resentment within. That night, as Shun Lang lay in bed, instinctively curling his body into a protective ball, he was reminded of the habit formed in his previous life, where only in this fetal position did he find a semblance of security. Mulan glided into the room, and upon observing Shun Lang curled up on the bed, her exquisite visage bore no trace of the playful mischief from earlier in the day. It was neither loneliness nor sorrow that flickered within her heart, but a slight pang of pain. She gently leaned down, bestowing a soft kiss upon his hair, so delicate that it went unnoticed. Then, she floated away. Shun Lang unfurled, a radiant smile gracing his handsome features. When it comes to charming the ladies or delving into the depths of a woman's heart, who could surpass Shun Lang? As midnight approached, Mulan and Xiao Bing had succumbed to slumber, a certainty that Shun Lang was aware of, though the details of how he knew remained unspoken. At that moment, he donned gloves and a mask, as if preparing for a formidable challenge. After several nights spent and hundreds of pounds of moldy rye, he had finally distilled a minuscule amount of potion. Despite the crude conditions of this world, lacking any suitable ethanol or ammonia, Shun Lang successfully extracted a derivative of ergot alkaloids from the fungus, specifically ergotamine dimethylamide. This substance is renowned as one of the most potent hallucinogens, its effects far surpassing those of ether, delivering a near-instantaneous impact on the central nervous system, distorting perceptions of time and space, and leading to profound self-alteration and fragmentation. Although its purity was less than ideal and riddled with impurities, it was more than sufficient for his needs. This constituted Shun Lang's trump card for the next phase of his plan. With Su Wenjiao deceased, it was only natural that Tian Heng and the city lord Lu Wuyuan would be eager to take action against him. Armed with a lethal strategy, they undoubtedly sought to eliminate Shun Lang with a single decisive blow. However, he was more than prepared, awaiting their approach. Even before coercing Tian Heng to sever his own arm, Shun Lang had begun plotting and executing his plans. Carefully sealing the concoction, he removed his gloves, a wicked smile creeping across his handsome face. "Tian Heng, did you truly believe that after striking you, I would allow you to bide your time to exact revenge? Do not be absurd. It is utterly inconceivable. Once an enemy is made, our entanglement shall persist until death do us part. Consider this, adversary. You may meet your demise." In a secret chamber within Xuanwu City, the news of Su Wenjiao's death reached Tian Heng, who remarked that it was at the hands of that pretty boy. His confidant acknowledged this. Tian Heng asserted that their plan must be set in motion immediately, for delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Shun Lang was too cunning and malicious. The confidant responded that the flames had yet to ignite, and the timing was not yet ripe. Whether the fire had started was inconsequential. They were assured of a lethal strike. Tian Heng insisted that the longer Shun Lang lingered, the more complex their situation would become, and that the sooner he perished, the sooner they could find peace. The confidant informed him that the governor's envoy was en route and would arrive in Xuanwu City by the next day, allowing for action to be taken that very night. Indeed, Tian Heng affirmed. Chapter 60. Shame opens the door to a new world. First-class tactics the following day. Mulan rose early to practice martial arts. After half an hour of training, she took a bath and changed her clothes. Xiaobing, do you happen to see a blue fabric dress I own? Mulan inquired. Mulan did not exclusively wear silks and satins. She occasionally donned a fabric dress as the eldest daughter of the Count's household, participating symbolically in the spring plowing and autumn harvest each year, which was a fitting occasion for such attire. No, I haven't seen it, Xiaobing replied. I put it away after washing it a few days ago. Is it missing? Indeed, Mulan said. It's quite strange that it seems to have vanished from the wardrobe. Suddenly, Mulan's exquisite face flushed with embarrassment, and she muttered under her breath. Miss, shall I inquire around the courtyard or search for it? Xiaobing offered. There's no need, Mulan quickly replied. It might just be that I left it at the military camp. After finishing breakfast, Shenlang approached Mulan, speaking gently and sincerely. My dear, you must be utterly exhausted after 2 days and nights of relentless travel. Yes, Mulan acknowledged, hesitating momentarily, contemplating whether to voice certain concerns. For instance, she wanted to ask her husband not to soil her skirts and undergarments, and if he did, to ensure they were washed and returned, as she still intended to wear them. She also wished to remind him that his well-being was paramount. However, she found herself unable to articulate any of these sentiments, realizing that not everyone possessed the same fortitude as her husband. Thus, she chose to continue reading. Of course, she yearned for Shenlang to understand that when he took her dress, it was not for any indecorous purpose, but rather for some even more clandestine reasons. My dear, does your waist ache? Is your neck sore? I truly feel for you. How about I give you a massage to relieve your tension? Shenlang suggested. Can you really do that? Mulan asked. Of course, I have many skills, Shenlang replied confidently. Then I shall be in your care, Mulan said, straightening her posture, her neck resembling that of a graceful swan, and her curves echoing the artistry of a master sculptor, seductive and enchanting. Such a figure could easily captivate anyone's attention. However, Shenlang's breath faltered only for a brief moment. Focus on the task at hand, he reminded himself. Once his composure was regained, he placed his right hand gently on Mulan's neck, applying just the right amount of pressure. Mulan emitted a sound of profound comfort. This feels wonderful. In that instant, her body quivered with delight. Shenlang's technique was undeniably professional. While he may not have been as skilled as the neighboring physician, the precision of his touch was remarkable. Every acupoint he targeted was perfectly chosen, and the pressure he applied was impeccable. Consequently, Mulan felt an exquisite sensation, as if her muscles were being delicately released from tension. It was an unparalleled indulgence. My dear, you feel quite taut, Shenlang remarked. Mulan, with her eyes closed, responded. Husband, though I may not comprehend your words, I can sense your mischievous intent. No, I merely meant your skin feels tight, Shenlang clarified. Mulan instinctively tightened her legs. His explanation only confirmed her suspicions. If you continue with your jesting, I shall have to insist on further physical training, she playfully warned. Shenlang promptly fell silent, dedicating himself to his task, lest he tempt fate with levity. Under his attentive ministrations, Mulan felt waves of relaxation wash over her, each moment more blissful than the last, to the point where she could easily drift into slumber, though she resisted the urge. My dear, you must cease such strenuous activities, Shenlang implored, his tone filled with earnest concern. While he spoke, he continued to massage with unwavering focus. Mulan felt touched by his sincerity, but soon realized, Husband, you must have some request of me. Certainly not. Am I not the kind of person who serves and cares for my beloved without ulterior motives? Shenlang countered. Is there truly nothing you desire? Mulan pressed. Well, there is one small matter, just a trivial request. What is it, husband? I shall do as you ask, or if I cannot, then I cannot. Perhaps, if you wish for me to seek your father's permission to lift my house arrest. I fear that may be beyond my reach. Just yesterday, upon my return, he warned me against allowing you outside due to potential dangers. Shenlang's hands paused. My dear, please focus on your reading. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he abruptly departed mid-massage. Mulan was left speechless. Her husband was unreasonably pragmatic. The moment he realized she could not assist him, his demeanor shifted. How vexing it was to be left hanging. Shenlang soon found himself behind his mother-in-law, his massage technique even more refined. She relished every moment, her discomfort melting away, and a homemade facial mask adorned her face. Madam, this mask must be applied daily, but not for more than 15 minutes each time. Hydration and sun protection are essential for a woman's skin. Though you already appear quite youthful, it is my duty to ensure that you look just as radiant in 10 or 20 years, he explained, having crafted 10 masks, 6 of which he had given her. Then the remaining 4 are for Mulan? She inquired. No, they are reserved for my own use, Shunlang replied. At this moment, even the astute mother-in-law found herself at a loss for words. As he diligently massaged, he sincerely complimented her beauty and youth. You resemble Mulan's sister at this moment. In 10 years, who knows? Will I age more rapidly? She pondered. Not at all. Perhaps you'll look like her younger sibling, Shunlang reassured her, mentioning a concept of reverse aging, a miraculous occurrence, albeit not entirely impossible. After a full quarter of an hour, Shunlang concluded the massage. Madam, how do you feel? Utterly delightful. Every muscle feels rejuvenated. Among my children, you are the most considerate, she replied. Mulan is fine, but I find Wudong quite bothersome. When I first met you, I felt an extraordinary connection, as if I were encountering my own mother, Shunlang expressed. Now that you are married to Mulan, am I not your mother? She retorted. Mother, Shunlang exclaimed. Such a good child, she responded. Langer, you must have something you wish to discuss with me. Your insight is remarkable, Shunlang acknowledged. Speak, she urged. I wish to request your husband's permission to lift my house arrest, as I have urgent matters to attend to. Her expression grew serious. Langer, do you truly need to go? Your father-in-law imposed this restriction for your safety. Yes, I absolutely must, Shunlang affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Very well. I shall speak to your father about this. A quarter of an hour later, Shunlang's house arrest was lifted. Thus, it became clear that in this world, nothing was insurmountable. It merely depended on whether one sought the right person for assistance. The dynamics within the Count's household had become increasingly familiar. Shunlang listened to Mulan. Mulan listened to the Count listened to his wife, and the wife listened to Shunlang. What a perfectly harmonious cycle it was. You inquired about Jean Mutsung's whereabouts? Alas, within such an advanced ecological chain, how could there possibly exist a position for a mere sluggard? There exists a time-honored adage that goes, eat, sleep, and play games. That indeed encapsulates the position of a sluggard like Jean Mutsung. Within the Lord's manor of Xuanwu, Liu Wu Yan's trusted confidant swiftly burst into the study. Master, the envoy of the governor has departed from the city of Nujiang and will arrive at the Earl of Xuanwu's estate this evening, accompanied personally by the prefect. The Lord of Liu Wu Yan was immediately filled with delight. All preparations are in place. We only await the favorable wind. Now, that wind has arrived. Inform Tian Heng to commence preparations immediately. We shall act tonight. Yes. The confidant dashed out. Liu Wu Yan remarked coolly, Shunlang, I have never targeted you. My aim lies with the Earl of Xuanwu. However, your advance has been too rash, and thus you shall inevitably become cannon fodder. Earl of Xuanwu, I am eager to witness how you will navigate this ordeal. Before departing from the Earl's estate, Shunlang sought out Jin Hui and posed several inquiries. Subsequently, he discreetly left. Yet, upon exiting the Earl's estate, Shunlang did not return home. Instead, he ventured into a dense thicket. Oh, what is the most vital aspect of existence? Overcoming one's sense of shame, indeed. To triumph over Tian Heng and Lord Liu Wu Yan, one must be willing to make sacrifices of integrity. Shunlang repeatedly reassured himself, Isn't it merely women's attire? If Sima can wear it, why can't I, Shunlang? To eliminate Tian Heng, such a trivial price must be paid. Certain taboos are destined to be broken. Certain doors to new worlds must be cracked open just a tad. Shunlang donned Mulan's blue cloth dress, transforming into a graceful and enchanting cross-dresser. He then set forth towards a particular destination. Note, thank you, DKR, for the generous reward of 10,000 coins. Chapter 61. Relentless Pursuit to the Extremes. Terrifyingly scared Song Yi, the father of the fool, is not an ordinary man. He is a renowned hunter and the leader of the militia in Maple Leaf Village, commanding dozens of brothers. At least in Maple Leaf Village, he is a formidable figure. Upon returning home and discovering that his son had been grievously harmed by Shunlang, he was consumed by rage. His immediate impulse was to seek vengeance by attacking Shunlang. But such thoughts were futile as Shunlang resided within the walls of the Earl's estate, making any direct confrontation tantamount to courting death. His second thought veered towards revenge against Shunlang's family. Yet, before this notion could fully form, it was promptly dismissed by the village chief. After all, Shunlang was the son-in-law of the Earl, and his parents were the Earl's kin. Any actions against them would surely lead to his own demise. In that moment, Song Yi felt utterly forsaken, lamenting the injustice of the world. Furthermore, regarding his decision to abandon the fool, he felt no remorse. It was a common practice among the rural folk. When faced with severe illness and lacking funds for treatment, they would abandon the afflicted to perish in the wilderness. Moreover, this eldest son was dim-witted and lacked promise. However, his younger son was different, astute, and ruthless from a young age. He could inherit Song Yi's legacy and was deemed his lifeline. Now, that lifeline had been shattered by Shun Lang's actions. Shun Lang, even as a mere son-in-law of the Earl's estate, would pay for this injury. Without delay, Song Yi took his son to Xuanwu City for treatment. Regardless of the costs involved, determined to preserve his son's vitality. However, the physician at the clinic made it abundantly clear that his son's condition was dire. Immediate surgical intervention was necessary to prevent further peril. The fool, blissfully unaware of the gravity of his situation, upon learning of the impending procedure, expressed a fervent desire to enter the palace and become a eunuch, intending to exact revenge on Shun Lang. With tears in his eyes, Song Yi consented. This, too, was a potential path forward. He sought out Tian Heng, the militia chief of Xuanwu City, who happened to be Song Yi's superior. United by their common adversary, Shun Lang, they quickly aligned their plans. Tian Heng inquired, "Did your wife witness Shun Lang kicking your son, Song Chong?" "Indeed," Song Yi affirmed. "Are you certain there were villagers who saw Shun Lang storm into your home, followed by sounds of chaos and anger?" "Yes, they can testify. But Shun Lang is a son-in-law of the Earl's estate. I fear no one will dare to confront him." Tian Heng scoffed. "Confront him? Under ordinary circumstances, perhaps. However, two significant figures will visit the Earl's estate tonight. At that point, it will not merely be about confronting Shun Lang. The entire Earl's estate may face ruin. Those who commit murder pay the price. Even princes are not above the law, let alone a mere count's son-in-law. Gather your witnesses, and there will be those who will advocate for you. If the Earl dares to shield Shun Lang, it may incite a rebellion." Song Yi was taken aback. Shun Lang hadn't killed anyone. He had merely harmed his son, rendering him incapable of fathering heirs. Tian Heng merely smiled. Merely harmed? Such a charge pales in comparison. A life must be taken to achieve true justice. Only with blood can Shun Lang pay the ultimate price. Meanwhile, Song Yi's wife, having spent the night caring for their son at the clinic, was mysteriously sent back home. It seemed someone had deliberately sought to remove her from the scene. Now, lying in bed, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. If her son were to lose his manhood, their family line would be severed. Yet, life must go on. Perhaps her son, once a eunuch, could rise to greatness and bestow upon her a life of luxury. As for continuing the family line, she was still young and could always bear another child with her husband. Having reconciled her thoughts, she took a sip of honey water from her bedside. Strangely, it tasted peculiar, yet she consumed it all in one go. Suddenly, a new world unfolded before her. An overwhelming sense of emptiness, loneliness, and excitement enveloped her, her mind feeling as though it had split in two. She became acutely aware of her surroundings. The sound of ants scuttling and dragonflies buzzing resonated with startling clarity. The entire world morphed into a tapestry of light and shadow, as if she had transcended into a realm of immortals. Indeed, the effects of the world's most potent hallucinogen were overwhelming. Thankfully, Shun Lang had only added a small quantity to her honey water. Otherwise, her very life might have been in jeopardy. As she felt herself drifting away, she lost consciousness, for Shun Lang had infused her honey water with other substances. Time passed, and upon awakening, she found herself still enveloped in that surreal sensation. However, the familiar surroundings had transformed into a nightmarish landscape, with ghostly flames flickering eerily. The chilling sound of malevolent spirits echoed around her, sending shivers down her spine. In the next moment, a beautiful ghost appeared, clad in a flowing blue dress. Song Yi's hair stood on end. It was truly a ghost, for it glided towards her without taking a step. "Who are you?" Song Yi stammered, only to realize she could utter no sound. This was the very definition of terror. She was utterly voiceless. The ghost spoke. "Wicked woman, you have harmed my fool. You shall perish." Song Yi recognized the specter. It was the mother of the fool, a woman who had been dead for 20 years. She had urged her husband to abandon the fool to die, never anticipating that the fool's mother would return from the depths of hell for vengeance. Shun Lang, in a moment of sympathy, felt a pang of sorrow, not only for having to disguise himself as a woman, but also as a vengeful spirit. "Begone!" the ghost cried, conjuring a flame that surged towards Song Yi. The inferno seared her tender flesh, inflicting excruciating pain, yet she could not scream. Desperately, she splashed water from a bowl onto her burning skin, but the flames only intensified, refusing to be extinguished. Truly terrifying. This is indeed ghostly fire. It cannot be quenched even by water. Please, sister, do not kill me. I beg you. She wept, her voice hoarse and inaudible. It was Song-yi who abandoned your son, not I? She hastily betrayed her husband. The ghost approached, its icy hand brushing against the flame. Instantly, the fire was snuffed out. Then, with elongated, pale fingers, it touched Song-yi's chest. In that moment, she found herself paralyzed, able to see, hear, and feel everything, yet unable to move, as if her body were no longer hers. This sensation was all too familiar. She was experiencing the phenomenon of sleep paralysis. Oh, heaven, have mercy. My son lives. He has been saved. The ghost replied, but your son, Song-chong, is dead. Song-yi gasped, shaking her head vigorously. My son is not dead. He is merely about to be castrated. I returned home to gather some things. I will soon return to care for him. No, he has perished at this very moment. And in a most tragic manner. Who could have done such a thing? In an instant, the ghost's voice shifted from that of a woman to that of a youthful boy. Mother, I died a most tragic death. I truly suffered greatly. The voice did not quite resemble that of her son, Song-chong, yet Song's instincts had already taken over, convincing her that this was indeed her child's voice. No, no. My son is not dead, she desperately insisted, though her voice faltered into silence. The female ghost replied, you will soon learn the truth about your son's fate. Song-yi will return and reveal it to you. He will say that he was brutally beaten by Shun Lang and that the injuries inflicted upon him led to his demise. The authorities will take you to the Earl's residence to identify Shun Lang as the murderer, but the true culprits behind your son's death are Tian-hung and your husband. No, no. Song wept. My son is alive, and I would rather see Shun Lang perish. I will certainly identify him. How audacious. The female ghost admonished sharply, do you wish to die? With that, her elongated nails scraped fiercely against the wall, unleashing a spectral flame that erupted from her fingertips, dancing ominously near Song's eyes. Do you wish to die? The ghost demanded again. Shun Lang is a celestial benefactor, a guardian to my son. How dare you conspire against him? You are courting your own demise. With a terrifying shriek, the ghost conjured a formidable blaze from behind her, which vanished just as swiftly. Paralyzed with fear, Song lost control, shaking her head vigorously. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Please spare me. Though words failed her, her frantic gestures conveyed her plea. The ghost continued, my son lives by his protection. To harm Shun Lang is to endanger my son. Should you proceed in this manner, I shall drag you down to the depths of hell, tearing you apart and frying you alive. Having just soiled herself, Song felt the urge again. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. The ghost stated, tonight, Tian-hung will escort you to the Earl of Xuanwu's residence. In the presence of several high-ranking officials, he will compel you to identify Shun Lang as your son's killer. Do you understand what you must say? Song nodded fervently, then shook her head in confusion, as she was uncertain of how to align her words with the ghost's desires. The ghost explained, initially, you must agree to whatever Tian-hung says. But once at the Earl's residence, in front of all the dignitaries, you will immediately retract your statement, claiming your son was injured by your husband, Song-yi, for spying on you while you bathed. Ah! Song gasped in disbelief. The ghost continued, then, before everyone, you will accuse Tian-hung, asserting that she coerced you into falsely accusing Shun Lang of murdering your son, demanding justice from the highest-ranking official present. Fear gripped Song, for Tian-hung was a formidable figure. To accuse her would invite certain death. The ghost reassured her, do not worry, after you identify Tian-hung, the Earl's residence will protect you. Once she is dead, you may return home, and I shall reward you with 300 gold coins. You could remarry and live a life of unparalleled luxury. Really? Song exclaimed, astonished. The ghost suddenly summoned a golden flame in her hand and tossed it beneath Song's bed, declaring, I have buried 30 gold coins beneath your bed. After you accuse Tian-hung, you will unearth 300 more. Will you choose life or death? Will you pursue wealth and glory, or descend into the abyss of hell? The choice is yours. And then, a cloud of smoke enveloped the space, and the ghost's voice vanished without a trace. Chapter 62. Terrifying indeed. Truly tragic. Uncertain how much time had passed, Song opened her eyes and awoke to a piercing headache. However, she found that her body had regained the ability to move. Was everything that had transpired merely a dream? Indeed, it must have been a dream. Yet, upon touching her groin, she felt a dampness. A glance at her chest revealed a burned scar, a mark left by the ghostly fire, which she recalled vividly. That ghostly flame could not be extinguished by water. Furthermore, she remembered how the female specter had summoned the fire with a mere scratch of her nails. There truly are ghosts. This was no dream. As she recalled the events, each scene played out with astonishing clarity. Now, in her home, sunlight streamed in, and everything appeared normal, unlike moments ago when her surroundings were shrouded in a chilling darkness, illuminated only by the greenish hue of ghostly flames. The female ghost had cast a golden light from her palm beneath the bed, offering her 30 gold coins. With remarkable agility, Song sprang to her feet, seized a small shovel, and began to excavate beneath the bed. To her astonishment, she uncovered an abundance of gold coins, dozens of them. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was that these coins were encased in ice, locked within a frosty box. The icy container bore an inscription: "Do you wish to die or to live?" Truly, there are spirits at play. Otherwise, how could there be an ice box in the sweltering heat of summer? Only in the depths of hell could one find such chill. And these gold coins must surely be a gift from the ghostly figure. Song bowed fervently before the icy box. "Sister Ghost, I wish to live, I wish to live. Rest assured, I know what to do. When the authorities summon me to identify Shen Lang, I shall immediately turn the blame upon my husband, Song Yi, claiming he injured our son. I will insist that Tian Heng compelled me to falsely accuse Shen Lang." As she continued to bow, the icy box began to melt gradually, revealing the shimmering gold coins within. "Thank you, sister," she exclaimed, convinced that this was the ghost's response. Naturally, with such heat, the thin ice box would melt swiftly once unearthed. Song eagerly grasped the coins, counting them repeatedly. Exactly 30, and there were still 300 more to come. In a secluded ravine on the back mountain of Maple Leaf Village, Shen Lang reluctantly removed the blue dress, changing into men's clothing. Wearing women's attire was indeed a peculiar experience, especially when he found himself more beautiful than any woman. "If I were to go to Thailand, there would be no need for those ladyboys," he mused, quickly dismissing such absurd thoughts. Subsequently, he reluctantly burned the blue dress and the other items. The earlier performance had been flawless, whether it was the white phosphorus that created ghostly flames, the nitrate that fashioned the icy box, or the silver needle that pierced Song's chest. Despite some flaws, the effects of the hallucinogen had made everything feel entirely real to her. After obliterating all evidence, Shen Lang hurried back to the Count's estate. As he walked, a troubling thought struck him. Would his wife notice the missing dress? Surely not. She had so many garments. Yet, what if she did? What would happen if she suspected him of theft? He could never admit to having borrowed her dress for some unspeakable endeavor. Nor could he confess to ruining it before burning it to erase the evidence. Such admissions would ruin his reputation. Within Xuanwu City, the half-brother of the foolish young man, Song Chong, had perished. His aspirations of becoming a high-ranking official in the palace were abruptly dashed, and he had not even had the chance to undergo castration. Song Yi, the father of the foolish young man, trembled as he gazed upon his son's lifeless body, crying out, "Why? Why?" Tian Heng replied with a calm demeanor. "Do you believe that injuring an innocent youth is a graver crime than taking a life?" Song Yi understood well. He had thought that sending his son to the palace as a eunuch could be a viable path. The charge of injuring an innocent youth could certainly imprison Shen Lang. However, he had not anticipated Tian Heng's ruthless actions, which had resulted in his son's death. Yet, did he truly not foresee this? It was a devilish question, one best left unexamined. Tian Heng stated, "A life must be repaid with a life. A prince is subject to the same laws as a commoner." His latter statement was mere rhetoric, but at the moment of utterance, it held a semblance of truth. Tian Heng inquired, "Has the envoy from the governor arrived?" "He will arrive shortly," replied Tian Qi. "The heir of the Xuanwu Count and Jean Mulan are personally leading the cavalry to welcome him, a distance of 20 li. Tian Heng further asked, "Is the prefect accompanying him?" "Yes," Tian Qi confirmed. Tian Heng sighed. "All preparations are in place. The wind is at our back. Shen Lang is doomed." Tian Qi remarked, "He is nothing more than a dog. Even if he has climbed to the Count's estate, he will remain a dog. Indeed, crushing this wild dog is merely incidental. The primary goal is to topple the Count's estate." Tian Heng declared, "Once Shen Lang is imprisoned, we shall immediately shackle his family, pierce their peepa bones, and send them to the mines for forced labor until death." "Understood," Tian Qi replied. Then, Tian Heng instructed, "Song Yi, go fetch your wife. Have her don mourning clothes, appearing as miserable as possible, and bring her to the Count's estate to identify the murderer Xin Lang. She is the sole eyewitness. Other witnesses must also be prepared. Song Yi, tears welling in his eyes, responded, yes. Tian Heng continued, it is but one son, more can be born. Once Xin Lang is dealt with, you can take the position of the town head in Hanshui town. Song Yi's body trembled violently as he lamented, yes. Thank you for your support, my lord. Riding at full speed, Song Yi returned home, only to find his wife in a peculiar state. Appearing disheveled and emitting a foul odor, her eyes reddened as if she were on the brink of madness. Yet, he harbored no doubts, merely believing her to be overwhelmed with grief. Dear wife, Cheng has succumbed to his injuries. He is gone. Song's body trembled violently as she raised her gaze to her husband. Though she had braced herself for the news, tears streamed down her face upon hearing the dreadful tidings. Greedy and selfish as she was, that was still her own flesh and blood. Had he been castrated and sent to the palace, there would have been hope. Now, with him gone, her heart ached with unbearable sorrow. Sister Ghost, you did not deceive me. You did not deceive me. Tian Heng, you are truly cruel for killing my son. Song Yi, you are a beast beneath contempt. Song's visage contorted into a mask of rage, her eyes ablaze with vengeance. That beast Xin Lang has slain our son. We must seek revenge. Song Yi urged, wife, you must gather your strength. Only by killing Xin Lang in vengeance for our son can he rest in peace. Song's heart twisted with cold derision, were it not for the sister ghost. She too would have been ensnared by this beastly man. Song Yi reassured her, fear not, the city lord's estate, the prefect's estate, and even the governor's envoy will support us. You are the sole eyewitness. You must testify that Xin Lang killed our son, demanding retribution. Do you understand? With bloodshot eyes, Song fixed her gaze on her husband, her voice hoarse, I understand. I certainly know what must be done. Song Yi declared, let us set forth, bearing the lifeless body of Cheng Er to the earl's estate to seek justice. We must ensure that Xin Lang pays with his life. Then, recalling Tian Heng's words, he felt it necessary for his wife to appear particularly sorrowful, having just endured the agony of losing a child. However, he soon realized that no pretense was required, for his wife's visage already bore the marks of deep despair. To enhance the authenticity of their plight and evoke greater sympathy, he had not permitted her to change her soiled garments, leaving her in her state of distress. Thus, Tian Heng, accompanied by Song Yi's wife, drove the carriage towards Xuanwu City. Upon their arrival before Tian Heng, he scrutinized the Song family for a considerable time, then pinched his nose in response to the overwhelming scene. Song Yi's approach was ruthless and convincingly tragic. His wife's hair was disheveled, her eyes sunken and bloodshot, her gaze vacant and her expression grim. Additionally, she bore signs of burns and wounds, and had even soiled herself in her grief. Such a man who could inflict such torment upon his own wife was undoubtedly one to be cultivated carefully. Tian Heng expressed, I share in your sorrow over your son's demise, and I urge Madame Song to find solace. Rest assured, as your husband's superior, I shall pursue this matter to its conclusion and seek justice for you both. With a sudden flourish, he unsheathed his sword, cleaving a table in two. For murder, a life must be forfeited, and even if Xin Lang is the earl's son-in-law, he shall not escape retribution. Come, let us proceed to the earl's estate and reclaim justice. Then, turning to Song Yi's wife, he inquired, Sister-in-law, you understand what must be done, do you not? She lifted her gaze, her eyes burning with a fierce, vengeful glare that caused Tian Heng to shudder. I am well aware of what must be done. The murderer must pay with his life, she articulated, each word steeped in profound hatred. Tian Heng rejoiced at her response. Yes, this is precisely the fervor we require, this boundless wrath. With a commanding voice, he declared, let us march to the earl's estate and ensure Xin Lang pays for his crimes. At his command, several warriors clad in black lifted the ghastly corpse of Song Chong, leading Song Yi and his wife onward toward the earl's estate with an air of vengeance. Behind them trailed a throng of hundreds, all ruffians and ne'er-do-wells from Xuanwu City, students of Tian Heng. Along the way, numerous spectators and ignorant townsfolk joined the swelling ranks. What began as a few hundred soon burgeoned into a crowd of 1,000 to 2,000. Tian Heng felt a swell of pride within him. Earl, are you not known for your benevolence towards the people? Now, I bring thousands to your doorstep to demand justice. Let us see if you will surrender Xin Lang. I shall watch as your fate unfolds. As they advanced, the black-clad followers shouted in unison, for murder, a life must be forfeited. Deliver Xin Lang. For murder, a life must be forfeited. Hand over the killer. Chapter 63. Absolutely remarkable. The spectacle approaches. In ancient China, following the Sui dynasty's abolishment of prefectures in favor of states, the position of taisho ceased to exist. The role of governor emerged only during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Prior to this, similar high-ranking officials were known as xuanfushi, jidushi, and zhumu. In this realm, however, the positions of city lord, county taisho, and provincial governor coexist, marking a significant departure from the traditional Chinese bureaucratic system. This reflects the unique national circumstances of the Great Yin dynasty. Nonetheless, Xunlang could surmise the reasons behind this deviation. Firstly, the martial prowess in this world far surpasses that of ancient China, resulting in a plethora of exceptional talents who are equally adept in both civil and military affairs. Consequently, the division between civil and military positions remains tenuous. Secondly, the presence of numerous feudal nobility necessitates that local governors possess military authority to suppress these entrenched aristocrats, rendering a complete separation of military and civil powers impractical. As dusk descended, the residents of Count Xuanwu welcomed two significant figures, the envoy from the southern province, Lord Zhu Rong, accompanied by his aide Yan Wuji, and the taisho of Nujiang County, Zhang Chong. They were joined by the city lord of Xuanwu, Lu Wuyan, former city lord Zhang Boyan, and the commander of the Xuanwu garrison, Zhang Jin. To express their warm welcome, the heir, Jin Muzong, and the count's daughter, Jin Mulan, personally led 200 cavalrymen to greet them from 20 miles away. Subsequently, the count, along with his wife, Xunlang, and others, awaited their arrival at the entrance of the count's residence. This marked Xunlang's inaugural appearance at such a significant event as the son-in-law of the count. Prior to this gathering, Xunlang had conducted extensive research on both Yan Wuji and Zhang Chong. Yan Wuji, a 53-year-old man, held the esteemed distinction of being the top candidate in the imperial examinations of the Kingdom of Yu. How impressive is that? The Kingdom of Yu boasts a population nearing 20 million, and he ranked third nationwide. One might wonder why such an extraordinary individual serves as an aide to Governor Zhu Rong instead of holding a prominent position himself. The answer lies in his family's misfortune. Yan Wuji was embroiled in a scandal, forcing him to withdraw from public office. He subsequently established an academy and taught for a decade, gaining renown throughout Yu. Eventually, he caught the attention of Lord Zhu Rong, who visited him thrice before securing his position as an aide. Yan Wuji enjoys the governor's utmost trust, and his every word and action can be seen as a reflection of Lord Zhu Rong's will. Many assert that it is better to offend the governor's son than to cross Yan Wuji. As for taisho Zhang Chong, he is undoubtedly a remarkable figure, a superlative talent. His father was a military official, and he himself is well-versed in both civil and military affairs, capable of leading troops in battle and governing the populace effectively. Over the past 2 decades, he has served as city lord in 5 different locations, achieving notable accomplishments in each role, yet his official career has been somewhat stagnant. There is a saying that without support, even a widow struggles to sleep. However, a decisive battle 3 years ago catapulted him to fame throughout the Kingdom of Yu, earning him the favor of the monarch and the Zhu family. At that time, he was the city lord of Wanya in Dongjiang County. For the past century, no one could name the taisho of Dongjiang County, yet the Dongjiang Count's residence was infamous, inducing fear and respect among all. Most believed that the Dongjiang Count's estate had reigned over Dongjiang County for centuries. In comparison to Count Xuanwu, the Dongjiang Count was far more domineering, employing extreme measures that left the county's taisho gasping for breath. Wanya, the city where the Dongjiang Count's estate is located, has been dubbed the graveyard of political careers. The new policies of the Kingdom of Yu found it nearly impossible to take root in Dongjiang County. Zhang Chong, within 5 years, cornered the Dongjiang Count's estate, leading to an assault on the city lord's residence by the arrogant Dongjiang Count. Zhang Chong, outnumbered, led his troops to victory, decisively defeating the enemy. As a result, the Dongjiang Count's estate lost all military power and territory, leading to the Count's suicide. Ultimately, the monarch showed mercy, sparing the Haisher family's titles. But the Dongjiang Count's estate was rendered a hollow shell. After Zhang Chong's rise to prominence, he was summoned back to the capital, where he remained low profile for 3 years. Last year, he was appointed taisho of Nujiang County to implement administration. The local tyrant of Nujiang County is none other than the Xuanwu Count's estate. Thus, Zhang Chong's intentions are unmistakably clear. Even as a mere city lord, he had vanquished the Dongjiang Count. Now, as taisho with military and administrative authority, It is no wonder that the Xuanwu Count feels like a thorn in his side, perpetually cautious. However, upon his arrival, Zhang Chong did not ignite the anticipated flames of conflict nor engage in open confrontation with the Xuanwu Count's estate. Instead, he adopted a notably low-key demeanor. Upon meeting these two eminent individuals, their appearances aligned closely with Xun Lang's expectations. Yin Wuji presented himself as a handsome middle-aged man, seemingly affable, yet harboring an air of aloofness and arrogance. His attire exuded a fragrant aroma, and he had even adorned his eyebrows slightly, a detail not lost on Xun Lang. Indeed, rumors are not without foundation, despite the absence of a physical flaw. Zhang Chong, on the other hand, possessed a darker complexion, his countenance handsome yet excessively gaunt, giving him a rather somber appearance. He was notably taciturn, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a hawk's, while Yin Wuji donned flowing, elegant garments. Zhang Chong wore a simple robe devoid of any ostentatious embellishments. At first glance, one would scarcely believe that this Taisho hailed from a scholarly background. After exchanging pleasantries with Count Xuanwu, Yin Wuji engaged the Countess in conversation about their family's long-standing friendship. Indeed, Yin Wuji himself belonged to the nobility, albeit of the landless variety. Conversely, Zhang Chong acknowledged the Count with a simple, "Chong, greetings to Count Xuanwu," and thereafter stood quietly to the side, refraining from further speech. "Langer, come forth to greet Mr. Yin and Taisho Zhang," the Count beckoned. Xun Lang stepped forward, offering a slight bow. As these two figures were adversaries of his class, the Count required a diplomatic approach, while Xun Lang remained a mere footnote in the grand scheme of things. Thus, his demeanor held little significance, and a perfunctory acknowledgment sufficed. Would their regard for him improve due to his courteousness? Unlikely. As a son-in-law, Xun Lang did not expect either dignitary to extend any special greetings toward him. Yin Wuji offered a reserved smile, and Zhang Chong nodded, promptly disregarding Xun Lang. Such was the expected demeanor. Following this, Count Xuanwu invited the distinguished guests into his estate, where a lavish banquet was laid out. In the meantime, Xun Lang busied himself with the food, occasionally sipping on sweet rice wine, while his gaze wandered to Mulan's enchanting figure. Unconsciously, he found himself indulging more than intended. Mulan, unable to contend with her lewd husband, chose to act as though nothing were amiss. What? Xun Lang composing poetry and putting on airs? Such notions were entirely unfounded. Two eminent figures, one a top scholar and the other a first-class genius, would not travel to assess the knowledge of a mere son-in-law. That was a far-fetched idea. Count Xuanwu. 20 years have passed once more, Yin Wuji stated. With these words, all present set down their chopsticks, for the moment of truth had arrived. Yin Wuji continued. The governor dispatched me to inquire about your intentions regarding the dispute over Jinshan Island. Is there a possibility for the governor's office to mediate peacefully? This inquiry encapsulated the true purpose of their visit. The territorial conflict over Jinshan Island harkens back to a conspiracy of a bygone monarch. The historical intricacies need not be elaborated. Suffice it to say, the Count of Jinhai to the north claims ownership of Jinshan Island, while the Xuanwu Count's estate asserts it rightfully belongs to the Jin family. The two factions have nearly exhausted themselves in a century-long contention, with no clear resolution in sight. Both families can enumerate 100 pieces of evidence asserting their inviolable claim to Jinshan Island. Ultimately, the decree of the previous monarch mandated that every 20 years, both parties engage in martial and literary contests, with the victor claiming the dominion over the territory for the ensuing 2 decades. If this were merely an ordinary island, it might be inconsequential. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Jinshan Island harbors exceptionally high-quality iron, ore, and other mineral resources. Whoever secures the rights to exploit this island stands to elevate their annual economic income by at least 30%. 2 decades ago, the Earl of Xuanwu suffered a significant loss when he lost this vital source of wealth, an injury that struck at the very marrow of his estate. Presently, the financial crisis plaguing the Earl's household can be attributed not only to the presence of a voracious parasite like Su Wenjiao, but also, more directly, to the forfeiture of Jinshan Island. It can be said that the loss of Jinshan Island has effectively severed the backbone of the Xuanwu Earl's estate. The Earl of Xuanwu inquired, "What is the governor's intention?" Yin Wuji responded, "The governor has expressed that harmony is of utmost importance, proposing to divide Jinshan Island in half, with the northern section belonging to the Earl of Jinhai and the southern section to the Earl of Xuanwu." Upon hearing this, the Earl of Xuanwu was immediately incensed. Did they take him for a fool? It is common knowledge that the island's primary mineral resources lie in the northern half, while the southern half consists merely of vast expanses of saline alkali land, sandy beaches, and extensive woodlands. However, despite his simmering anger, the Earl would not openly refuse. Instead, he raised his glass and declared, "Let us drink, let us drink." Yin Wuji, fully aware of the outcome, refrained from further comment. He had merely come to convey the governor's stance, indicating that he had attempted mediation. The remaining matter was left to the Xuanwu and Jinhai earldoms to resolve as they saw fit, with no objections from him, and the more fiercely they contested, the better. Thus, the banquet drifted into a period of tedium, with the attendees being largely unfamiliar with one another and standing as class adversaries. There was no need for forced conversation. The Earl of Xuanwu was not one to be particularly charming or diplomatic. Although the Countess was intelligent, she harbored a strong aversion to malevolence and preferred transparency. As for the heir, Jin Muzong, my apologies, I did not notice your presence. Although Shen Lang held the status of a son-in-law and was of lowly rank, he was undeniably handsome, prompting others to steal glances, savoring the sight and mentally ranking him among the most attractive, debating whether he was first or second. Truly, beauty knows no hierarchy. As for Jin Muzong, the portly youth was merely a backdrop to the gathering. Silence enveloped the banquet, rendering the atmosphere particularly tense. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside, where countless voices could be heard chanting, "Hand over Shen Lang, and let him pay for his crimes." Shen Lang couldn't help but exhale deeply, feeling a surge of energy within him. The performance is finally about to commence. I was on the verge of dozing off. Chapter 64. Terrifying. An astonishing turnaround. Truly, he is a person of great stature. Yin Wuji and Zhang Chong, though they distinctly heard the clamor from outside, feigned ignorance. The Count's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the noise, instinctively preparing to rise. However, his wife swiftly tugged at his sleeve. "Are you foolish? It is plainly an enemy's scheme. Do you really intend to approach them?" The saying that a beautiful woman's eyes can convey meaning is certainly not unfounded. Without uttering a word, a mere glance from his wife was sufficient for the Count to grasp her intentions. Thus, the Count pretended to be oblivious to the uproar outside, secretly drinking, while internally he was in a state of profound anxiety. Someone must take the lead. Shen Lang was becoming impatient. If this continued, he would take the initiative himself. "Shen Lang, it seems someone is calling for you outside." Fatty Jin Muzong finally spoke, only to be met with 3 murderous glares from his father, mother, and sister. He instinctively shrank his neck, wishing he could hide his large head within his trousers. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in his mind. "Tonight, I am doomed. I will surely be beaten to death." Witnessing the Count's pretense of ignorance, Lord Lu Wuyin had no choice but to interject. "What is causing such a commotion outside? Go and inquire." He was instructing the warriors of the Lord's mansion. Though somewhat audacious, it was not entirely inappropriate. Moments later, 2 officers hastily entered the hall, one from the Lord's mansion and the other, Jin Cheng, a 100 household officer from the Count's estate. "My lord, there are thousands of people besieging the Count's residence," Jin Cheng reported anxiously. The Count and his wife's expressions turned grave. Thousands besieging? This was undoubtedly a grand conspiracy. Their aim was not merely to eliminate Shen Lang, but to implicate the Count's estate as well. Lord Lu Wuyin exclaimed in anger, "How audacious! To besiege the Count's residence. Are they plotting a rebellion? Who is leading this?" The officer from the Lord's mansion replied, "It is Song Yi, the leader of the militia from Maple Leaf Village. He claims that his son was unjustly killed by Shen Lang, the Count's son-in-law, and is parading his son's corpse, demanding the Count hand over Shen Lang for justice." The Count was well aware of the situation. He had not even reproached Shen Lang, for it was evident that Song Yi's family had acted excessively, abandoning their eldest son to die in the ravine. That wretched boy, after being rescued by his elder brother, not only failed to express gratitude, but instead eagerly wished for his brother's demise. The Shah was Shen Lang's only friend. In a fit of rage, he had kicked out, an act that, while somewhat irrational, the Count could understand. Afterward, he had dispatched Jin Zhong to speak with Song Yi and even provided him with a sum of money. At that time, Song Yi had expressed profound gratitude and had shown no inclination to pursue the matter, and his younger son was not in mortal danger. Yet now, he was dead? The Count sensed the malice in the situation. Lord Lu Wuyin remarked, "How could Shen Lang, a scholar, be capable of such actions?" He then stood and said, "Mr. Yan, Lord Taisho, Count Xuanwu, this matter concerns the honor of the Count's residence. Shall we not invite them in to clarify the truth? Yin Wuji and Zhang Chong remained silent. As dignitaries, their presence sufficed, and if they were to further intervene, they would lose their standing. Count Jinzhua understood that a great trouble was upon them. Their adversary was willing to sacrifice a life to destroy his son-in-law. He could foresee the impending events with ease. He faced a choice: either sacrifice Xinlang or allow the Count's residence to be dragged down with him. His wife tugged at his sleeve once more. Her expressive eyes conveyed a stern message: if you dare abandon Lang'er, I shall not spare you. The Count responded with a knowing look, assuring her, fear not, my dear. Would I be such a man? I will never sacrifice Lang. The Countess's gaze softened yet remained resolute. Whatever challenges arise, we shall face them together. The Count, filled with tenderness, replied, with a wife like you, what more could a man desire? Truly, they were a devoted couple, communicating without words, their eyes speaking volumes. This was the essence of a profound connection. Taking a deep breath, the Count steeled himself, preparing for the impending confrontation. Let them enter. Moments later, Tian Heng and Song Yi entered, carrying the corpse of a young man. Accompanying them was a disheveled woman, her hair in disarray, eyes bloodshot, bearing injuries, and exuding the stench of despair. Her anguish and the pain of losing a child were palpably genuine. Upon entering, Song Yi immediately knelt, pointing at Xinlang with a wail, you scoundrel. Return my son's life. The Count's expression remained impassive. Lord Lu Wuyan, as the presiding authority, slammed the table and rebuked, what is this place? How dare you create such a ruckus? Song Yi continued to bow repeatedly, pleading, Lord, Count, please grant justice for a humble citizen. He was fully aware that both the governor's envoy and the Taisho were present, yet pretended otherwise. Lord Lu Wuyan said, what has transpired? Speak in detail. Song Yi, in tears, recounted, before marrying into the Count's residence, Xinlang was an ordinary citizen of Maple Leaf Village. He was reclusive and had poor relations with everyone, particularly with my son, Song Chong, due to youthful rivalries, merely minor disputes. Who could have imagined that this wretched Xinlang, a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, would become so arrogant after gaining power? At this, Lord Lu Wuyan furrowed his brow. If you are to accuse, do so properly. Such words are beneath you. Song Yi pressed on. After marrying into the Count's residence, Xinlang could not wait to return to the village and flaunt his power. Because my son Song Chong had a conflict with him, he stormed into my home and assaulted my son in front of my wife, delivering a kick to his lower regions. By the time I brought my son to Xuanwu City for treatment, it was already too late. He was brutally beaten to death by that beast Xinlang. Then, Song Yi pulled back his son's clothing, revealing countless bruises, a sight that was shocking. Particularly in the lower region, it was swollen to the size of a teapot, with the spout appearing particularly small. The assembled dignitaries looked on, aghast at Xinlang's cruelty, inflicting such harm upon a boy with whom he had only exchanged a few harsh words. Song Yi sobbed, now I am a white-haired man burying a black-haired boy. I have no wish to live. I am willing to risk my life to seek justice. I implore you, noble lords, to aid me. Jean Mulan suddenly inquired, when did your son die? Song Yi replied, he died the same night he was beaten by Xinlang. In truth, Song Chong had been killed just the previous day by Tian Heng's men, but no skilled physician was available to accurately determine the time of death. Jean Mulan asked, then why did you not come to the Count's residence for justice earlier, waiting until now? Song Yi admitted, because I was afraid. After my son Song Chong died, I had every intention of seeking justice at the Count's residence immediately. However, someone found me, claiming to be the Count's confidant, offering me a sum of gold and threatening me to remain silent, or else my entire family would be killed. As for my son, he could always be replaced. In that moment, the Count's face turned ashen. Had his cautiousness over the years truly led others to believe that the Xuanwu Countess' residence had become a place devoid of fear? Count Xuanwu glanced at Tian Heng and said coolly, Tian Heng, why are you here? Tian Heng replied, to report to Count Xuanwu. Song Yi is a 10-man leader of the militia, and as his superior, I bear the responsibility to seek justice for him. In truth, Tian Heng should not have been present at this moment. He harbored a deep-seated grudge against Xinlang, and thus should never have appeared in this gathering. Yet, he could not restrain himself. His animosity towards Xinlang was profound, and he yearned to personally eliminate this contemptible scoundrel. Lord Lu Wuyan remarked, Song Yi, you incessantly claim that Xinlang killed your son. Do you possess any evidence? Song Yi replied, on that day, Xinlang stormed into my home, and many witnesses can attest to this. Lord Lu Wuyan stated, let us summon the witnesses. Moments later, For villagers from Maple Leaf Village entered, all robust young men. They proclaimed, "We witnessed Shunlang enter Song Yi's house, and can testify to that." The four spoke in unison. "We also heard commotion coming from within after Shunlang entered. We can corroborate that." Lord Lu Wuyin turned to Shunlang, asking, "What do you have to say for yourself?" Shunlang, remaining seated, innocently replied, "I did enter Song Yi's residence, yet I did not harm anyone. I went to deliver money. The Shah is my good friend, and I provided funds to the Song family so that the Shah could be well fed every day." Song Yi retorted fiercely, "You lie. It was you who kicked my son, Song Chong, to death. My wife witnessed it, and the villagers outside heard the sounds of struggle." Lord Lu Wuyin asked, "Song Shi, are you certain you saw this?" Song Shi's eyes brimmed with hatred as she gritted her teeth. "I am certain I saw it." Song Yi, desperately bowing until blood flowed, pleaded, "Esteemed lords, please seek justice for my life." Tian Hung stated, "According to the laws of the state of Yu, a murderer must pay with their life. Even a prince is not above the law, let alone Shunlang, who is merely a son-in-law of the count." He implored the lords and the noble to uphold justice and restore fairness for his subordinate. Lord Lu Wuyin, facing a dilemma, responded, "Lord Xuanwu, according to the law, indeed, a murderer must face death. How about we take Shunlang with us to investigate the matter thoroughly?" At that moment, the black-clad followers outside the count's residence shouted in unison, "A life for a life, a life for a life." However, at this juncture, Song Shi suddenly exclaimed through clenched teeth, "Esteemed lords, I witnessed my husband, Song Yi, brutally beating my son and kicking him away. Though my son was not severely injured and was on the verge of recovery after being taken to Xuanwu City, he inexplicably died after Lord Tian Hung visited. It must have been Tian Hung who killed my son, and he coerced me into falsely accusing Shunlang, threatening to annihilate my entire family otherwise. I implore you, esteemed lords, to deliver justice for me, as blood must be repaid with blood." Song Shi's words struck like thunder, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 65. A Tragedy for Tian Hung. A new perspective. As soon as Song's words were uttered, the atmosphere in the room became instantly frozen, enveloped in an eerie silence. What had transpired? Had a mirage appeared? The abrupt twist was too overwhelming to process. Was the intention to target Shunlang this evening? How had the situation reversed so dramatically? The quickest to react was Tian Hung, whose body bristled with fear, akin to a wild beast sensing danger. Curse it! There was a conspiracy afoot, a grand conspiracy. He immediately cast a glance towards Shunlang, recalling how he had been ensnared by him on multiple occasions. Indeed, Shunlang's handsome visage wore an innocuous smile, devoid of any malice. The instinct for survival surged within Tian Hung, compelling him to flee at once. Yet, a sharp intuition warned him that escape was no longer an option. He had already drawn the attention of this cunning young man, who would never relinquish his prey once ensnared. At that moment, Zhang Chong and Yin Wuji, two prominent figures, finally turned their gazes towards Shunlang. Lord Lu Wuyin was equally astonished, feeling a sudden parchness in his throat. Taking a sip of water, he rasped, "Song, have you spoken in a fit of grief?" He then shot a fierce glare at Song Yi. Tian Hang's stare was as piercing as a dagger, directed at Song Yi. "How could your wife be so unrestrained? Urgently, you must compel her to retract her words, or your fate is sealed." Amongst the assembly, it was Song Yi who appeared most incredulous, staring in disbelief at his wife. "Is this truly the woman I have shared my life with for over a decade? Why does she seem so foreign?" Song Yi exclaimed hoarsely, "Wife, what ails you? Have you lost your senses in sorrow? You saw with your own eyes that it was Shunlang who caused our son's demise. Why do you now speak otherwise?" Song's eyes burned with animosity as she retorted, "It was you. I witnessed you deliver the fatal kick to our son, Chonger. Shunlang visited our home only to deliver silver, fearing that the Shah would go hungry. His wife was not speaking erratically. She was deliberately making these accusations." Song Yi was utterly taken aback, trembling as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. "What madness has overtaken you?" he stammered. "What did Shunlang offer you? Has he threatened you?" Lord Lu Wuyin coldly interjected, "Song, with so many dignitaries present, fabricating testimony carries severe consequences. Furthermore, Chong was your most cherished son. As a father, why would you strike him, especially in such a sensitive area?" Song trembled as she replied, "The reasons behind this are too painful for a humble woman to articulate." Tian Hung interjected, "You are clearly lying. What could possibly be too painful to admit? How much did you gain from Shunlang? What coercion have you endured?" Shunlang remained silent, his expression innocent as he observed the unfolding chaos, as though it were of no concern to him. With a sudden determination, Song gritted her teeth and declared, because Chong-er had reached an age of curiosity regarding women, and on that day, he was secretly watching me bathe. Upon returning home, Song-yi discovered this and, in a fit of rage, kicked Chong-er. He later regretted his actions and hurriedly took Chong-er to Xuanwu City for treatment. Upon her revelation, the assembly erupted in disbelief. Such a scandalous secret lay hidden. Mulan and the Countess blushed deeply. A few men in attendance began to reflect upon their own youthful indiscretions. Song-yi felt as though his head would explode. He had never anticipated such a betrayal from his wife. Was this truly the woman he shared his bed with? This was no partner. This was a venomous serpent. They say that spouses are like birds of the same forest, but when calamity strikes, they take flight. Yet, calamity had not yet befallen him, and already she had bitten him. You vile woman, you speak madness. Song-yi furiously pointed at his wife. Tian-hung admonished, Song, do not mislead yourself into creating a situation where those close to you suffer while your enemies rejoice. If someone has threatened you, speak boldly. The governor's envoy is present, as is the magistrate. They will advocate for you. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuji and Zhang Chong exchanged icy glances. Fool, Zhang cursed inwardly. What makes you think you can summon such esteemed individuals to your aid? Their presence alone is the greatest weight in this room. Do you truly believe they would personally intervene? Tian-hung's words only served to escalate the situation, prompting Song to rush before the two dignitaries, bowing until blood flowed from her head. Honorable sirs, please grant me justice. Zhang Chong and Yin Wuji could afford to dismiss Tian-hung, as he was merely a rogue. Treating him coldly was appropriate. However, they could not afford to do the same to Song, for she was a commoner and a recently bereaved mother. Much like officials on inspection tours who may treat accompanying officers sternly, but must adopt a gentle demeanor towards the common folk, Zhang Chong softened his tone. What grievances do you bear? Speak swiftly. Through tears, Song recounted, after my son was injured by his father's kick, he was not meant to die. Upon reaching the medical facility in Xuanwu City, he was no longer in danger. They said it was merely a matter of removing his testicles, which would prevent him from continuing the family line. I have stayed by my son's side these past few days. Yesterday afternoon, they forcefully sent me home, and today, my husband returned to inform me that Chong-er has died. As she spoke, her wails echoed through the hall, genuine in their sorrow. It was indeed her beloved son. Taken from her without reason, the anguish of a mother was palpable. Continuing, she said, then my husband repeatedly insisted that I blame Shen Lang for my son's demise, claiming he had killed him. Upon arriving in Xuanwu City, Tian-hung further pressured me to accuse Shen Lang as the murderer, saying that if I succeeded in condemning him, my husband would become the town magistrate of Hanshui. Such is the nature of a powerful lie, 7 parts truth, 3 parts fabrication. In that moment, Song's words rang with the haunting resonance of a believable lie. Her profound grief was genuine, and her deep-seated hatred was equally real. It was Tian-hung who murdered my son. I implore you, sirs, grant me justice. With each bow, her voice reverberated throughout the hall, chilling all to the bone. Tian-hung trembled, pointing a finger at Song. You then he fell to his knees before Zhang Chong. Sir, this is undoubtedly Shen Lang's scheme. You do not understand. Shen Lang is treacherous beyond measure. All of this is his design. Shen Lang widened his eyes innocently, hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. How can you slander me so? I have not uttered a single word tonight. When you accuse me of murder, I did not even defend myself. Is it not a disgrace to be treated so unjustly? Zhang Chong shot a cold glare at Tian-hung. The tide had already turned, and these people foolishly believed they could reclaim the advantage. Lu Wuyan, apprehend them, Zhang Chong stated matter-of-factly. As these words left his lips, Shen Lang sighed inwardly. Impressive. On the surface, Zhang Chong ordered the Lord to seize them, but in reality, he was effectively containing the damage and maintaining control of the situation. Otherwise, Shen Lang would be compelled to hold Tian-hung accountable for inciting Song's accusations against him, thereby implicating the Countess' residence. Lord Lu Wuyan, filled with bitterness, waved his hand decisively. Bring Tian-hung and Song-yi into custody. Also, take Song back to the Lord's mansion. We must uncover the truth. At this, Song was horrified. If she were taken to the Lord's mansion, how would she survive? However, there was no need for Shen Lang to speak. The Countess stepped forward, disregarding the unpleasantness surrounding Song, and took her hand, saying, What a pitiful woman. How can you endure such torment? Once more, It is said that the deceased must be honored. Bring forth the body of this young man and lay him to rest in a suitable grave. Then the countess turned to Song, saying, You are a compatriot of the youth. Thus you are also a subject of my esteemed Duke of Xuanwu. For the next few days, you shall remain in my household to shield yourself from further distress and perhaps even peril to your life. Would you not agree, esteemed governor? The countess suddenly inquired of Zhang Chong. To some extent, the countess's insistence on keeping Song was not entirely lawful. Yet she was a woman, a mother, and her actions, though not legal, were indeed justifiable. At that moment, would Governor Zhang dare to declare that she must send Song to the Lord Mayor's residence? How fearsome would his visage appear then? Zhang Chong instructed Lu Wuyin to escort Tian Heng away, while the countess retained Song, which seemed a fair arrangement. You speak wisely. My lady, Zhang Chong acknowledged. He then addressed Yin Wuji. It is getting late. Shall we return to the city to rest? Agreed, Yin Wuji replied. Thus, the two prominent figures bid farewell to the Duke of Xuanwu. Lu Wuyin, you must thoroughly investigate this case and provide everyone with a resolution. Zhang Chong commanded with a calm demeanor. Understood, Lu Wuyin, the Lord Mayor, replied respectfully. He then bellowed, Bring forth Tian Heng and Song Yi. Confine them in the dungeon until tomorrow's hearing. As Zhang Chong took his leave of the Duke, he cast a sudden glance at Shen Lang and remarked to Jin Zhua, My Lord Duke, your son-in-law is truly remarkable. Chapter 66. Tian Heng, I shall make you pay dearly. The esteemed Count personally escorted Yin Wuji and Zhang Chong out of the manor. Shen Lang and Lord Lu Wuyin lagged behind. The lord of the city wore a facade of feigned elegance, masking his displeasure with a hollow smile, for a scholar must maintain composure, yet his gaze was frigid. This was the epitome of a smile that belied a heart full of resentment. Tian Heng was restrained by two warriors from the city lord's estate. At that moment, his eyes were fixated on Shen Lang, as if he were a predator ready to pounce. His meticulously crafted plan had been thwarted by the timely arrival of the governor's envoy and the lord at the count's residence, leading him to believe his success was inevitable. Little did he expect that Shen Lang, this seemingly delicate youth, would prove to be so cunning, not only dodging this fatal blow but also striking back with venomous intent. Shen Lang stepped forward and said, Tian Gang Master, why do you regard me with such a terrifying gaze? Tian Heng retorted coldly, You feel triumphant, do you not? Not at all, Shen Lang replied. Our fated entanglement will not conclude until you meet your end. How could I possibly feel elated? Am I such a superficial person? Me? Dead? Tian Heng erupted in laughter. You are lost in your dreams. Who would dare to kill me? The city lord's estate? The governor's estate? Tian Heng's words, though brimming with arrogance, held a grain of truth. Lu Wuyin ordered him imprisoned, yet it was merely for show. The city lord's estate was Tian Heng's stronghold. They were all cut from the same cloth. Being incarcerated in the Xuanwu city dungeon was akin to returning home for him. Tian Heng declared, Shen Lang, I assure you, within 3 days, I shall emerge from that prison unscathed and without any charges against me. This assertion was one that both Tian Heng and Shen Lang believed. What charges could be levied against him? He was merely suspected in the death of Song Chong, a suspicion easily cast aside. As for coercing the Song family to falsely accuse Shen Lang, the city lord's estate could easily dismiss it as negligence. How could I, Tian Heng, know that Song Chong was not killed by you, Shen Lang? Isn't it reasonable to seek justice for my subordinate? With gritted teeth, Tian Heng continued, Do you comprehend what I shall do once I surmount this hurdle? Shen Lang shook his head. I will temporarily entrust the gambling house to another, thus eliminating any vulnerabilities. Then, I shall devote all my strength, time, and resources to ensure your demise. Each day, I will focus solely on devising ways to bring about your end. This was the full extent of Tian Heng's determination. All aspirations, ambitions, and power must be set aside. The immediate priority was to eliminate this bane before him. From Pei Kingdom to Yu Kingdom, he had never suffered such a grievous setback. His heart pulsed with the fervor of battle. Reminiscent of the days he and his brother fled from Pei Kingdom, Shen Lang regarded Tian Heng as though he were staring at a corpse. Then, he revealed a most charming smile, baring his teeth slightly. Tian Heng, your demise is imminent. Tian Heng stared in astonishment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Foolish wretch. You are lost in your daydreams. Lu Wuyin cast a glance at Shen Lang, his expression akin to that of someone observing a simpleton. Tian Heng dead? What a ludicrous jest. Tian Heng was his golden goose, one of his sharpest weapons. How could he possibly perish? Master Shen Lang, Lu Wuyin remarked coolly. This matter is far from resolved. Do not speak so definitively. Perhaps tomorrow I shall summon you to the city lord's estate. He noticed that the Xuanwu Earl had already sent Yan Wuji and Zhang Chong out of the manor and hastened his steps to catch up. The city lord had merely let slip a comment. Otherwise, engaging in verbal sparring with someone of Shunlang's status would be beneath him. After departing the count's manor, Lu Wuyin and the others followed Zhang Chong. Now devoid of pretense, Tianheng no longer required restraint. Governor, how do you propose this case should be adjudicated? Lu Wuyin inquired. Governor Zhang Chong paid him no heed, continuing forward alongside Yan Wuji. Lu Wuyin quickened his pace. Governor, to let this opportunity slip away so easily would be a grave misfortune. Zhang Chong and Yan Wuji remained silent. Outside the countess' residence, a throng of thousands still gathered, their voices echoing demands for Shunlang's capture and punishment. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Chong questioned, Tianheng, who permitted your presence tonight? Without hesitation, Tianheng knelt, confessing, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. He bore a grudge against Shunlang. Thus his presence at the scene of the attempted betrayal was indefensible. Yet, he could not help himself. He was a man of the underworld, not a sage. What is the sweetest revenge? To witness one's foe perish before one's eyes. At that moment, words could not convey Tianheng's inner turmoil. He had orchestrated such a grand scheme, believing it would surely spell Shunlang's end. To his astonishment, Shunlang had emerged unscathed, while he himself was now in dire straits. However, he felt no concern for his own safety. Tomorrow he would exit the city lord's dungeon unscathed. It was simple enough to shift the blame for all crimes onto Song Yi. Yet, Tianheng could not reconcile the fact that Shunlang had escaped this ordeal unscathed. Governor, Tianheng implored, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only to eliminate Shunlang, but to drag the count's estate into the mire. The key lies with the woman from the Song family. The city lord's estate and the governor's estate can easily summon her as a crucial witness. He believed that once Zhang Chong spoke, the count would have no choice but to deliver Song Yi into their hands. If this woman were to change her testimony, Shunlang would be doomed. Yan Wuji could no longer remain silent and ascended the carriage. Zhang Chong turned to Tianheng, contemplating for a moment before asking, do you still wish to turn the tide? The others present nodded. Zhang Chong replied coolly, while they strategized several moves ahead, you remain fixated on the present, unwilling to let go. Do you think Shunlang desires merely to win this round? He seeks your death. Upon hearing this, Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. Of course, he was aware that Shunlang sought his demise. Yet to think that a mere reversal by Song Yi could lead to his downfall? Such naivety. What connection did the city lord's estate have with him? What connection did the governor's estate have with him? In the matter of Song Chong's death, Tianheng could easily extricate himself. Zhang Chong mounted the carriage, closing the door behind him, and commanded, go and kill Tian Shisan. May you still have time. With that, the carriage sped away towards the direction of Nujiang County, not even pausing in Xuanwu City, racing through the night. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuyin and Zhang Jin's expressions shifted dramatically, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Shunlang was always several steps ahead. Meanwhile, they remained entangled in the Song Chong case, unwilling to move on. It was no wonder Zhang Chong felt disillusioned. With Tianheng imprisoned, should all his heinous crimes be revealed to the public, what would be the outcome? And Tian Shisan was his most trusted ally. What secrets could Tianheng possibly harbor? The lives lost at Tianheng's hands warranted 10 executions. Quickly, send someone to kill Tian Shisan. In an instant, Zhang Jin and Tianheng dispatched 3 waves of elite warriors, swiftly making their way under the cover of darkness towards Tian Shisan's residence. Within the count's manor, Shunlang urged, my dear, there is no time for explanations. Mount the horse swiftly. How formidable is your martial prowess? He inquired. Mulan nodded affirmatively. My wife, you are not being modest, Shunlang remarked. Can you contend with Lu Wuyin, Zhang Jin, and the 3 waves of elite warriors dispatched by Tianheng? Mulan replied confidently, no problem. Such prowess? I find myself somewhat skeptical. Shunlang urged, quickly. Please take your skilled companions to Tian Shisan's residence and save his life at once. Understood. Mulan responded without hesitation, issuing a command, Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, Jin Sheng. Mount the swiftest steeds and accompany me. Shunlang paused for a few seconds before declaring, I shall join you. Mulan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Dear lady, I am unable to ride. May I share a mount with you? Shunlang inquired. Rest assured, I shall not be inappropriate. Without further ado, Mulan hoisted Shunlang onto the horse's back. Giddy up, Mulan urged as she, accompanied by 3 skilled warriors and 1 inept individual, galloped out of the count's estate towards Tian Shursan's home. Shenlang truly refrained from any inappropriate actions. It was not that he lacked the desire. He initially intended to embrace Mulan's slender waist or feign an accidental brush against her in certain delicate areas. However, he found himself seated in front of her. And with Mulan riding at such a swift pace, he clung to the horse's neck for dear life, forgetting even the crucial matter of leaning back against Mulan's chest. After all, his life was of greater importance than the tempting allure of soft collisions. En route, Jin Zhong could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Son-in-law, we could have rescued Tian Shursan earlier. Why the sudden urgency now?" Shenlang shot him a glance, the meaning of which was unmistakable. "Among us, you possess the least intellect. While others remained silent, you chose to inquire." Jin Chung interjected, "If the enemy does not eliminate Tian Shursan, our efforts would be futile. We would fail to incite a rift between Tian Shursan and Tian Heng, thus preventing us from bringing about Tian Heng's downfall." Shenlang narrowed his eyes. "Jin Chung, you seem quite eager to showcase your intellect. Among us, you rank second to last." Tian Shursan's home lay beyond the city of Xuanwu, perpetually watched over by a dozen black-clad warriors in secret vigil. Lu Wuyin, Zhang Jin, and the secretive elites dispatched by Tian Heng moved with remarkable speed. In less than half an hour, they arrived outside Tian Shursan's courtyard. Tian Heng had sent forth his 2 most skilled adopted sons, Tian De and Tian Qi. Tian De gazed at the figure within the window and remarked coolly, 13, do not hold it against your adoptive father for being ruthless. You possess too much knowledge. If you remain alive, your father will be in peril. Note, dear brothers and sisters, I humbly request your votes." Chapter 67. The Instant Kill Saves 13. Prepare for death with a clean neck. Tian Shursan lay on his bed, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. In just a few days, he had lost considerable weight. His face adorned with stubble, and his eyes were deeply sunken. It had been 3 days since his legs were shattered. Throughout these 3 days and nights, he had not closed his eyes even once. His world had crumbled significantly. Among all of Tian Heng's foster sons, Tian Shursan was the most loyal and the most exceptional. He truly regarded Tian Heng as a father, an idol, and a master. In fact, both Zhang Jin and Lu Wuyin had sought to recruit him, yet he remained steadfastly by his adoptive father's side. He had fled with his parents to Xuanwu City, where it was Tian Heng who offered him a meal and taught him martial arts. Without Tian Heng, there would be no Tian Shursan today. However, when Tian Heng shattered his legs for the sake of gambling profits, Tian Shursan's idol was irrevocably shattered. In truth, he bore little hatred towards Shenlang. Tian Shursan understood that capturing Shenlang's family was a directive. Shenlang aimed to break his legs merely as a warning. His true target was his adoptive father, Tian Heng, not Tian Shursan himself. Tian Shursan was merely a pawn in this game. On that day, Shenlang had threatened Tian Heng, forbidding him from sending money to Tian Shursan, from visiting, or even from sending a physician for his treatment. Yet, Tian Heng defied these orders and personally visited Tian Shursan that very night. Although he offered no verbal apology, he meticulously set Tian Shursan's bones and provided 100 gold coins to his parents, hiring the best physician for his recovery and preparing the finest medicines. Nevertheless, Tian Shursan remained unresponsive. The shattering of his idol had rendered any hope of reconciliation futile. When Tian Heng departed, his eyes were filled with remorse as he rasped, "Shursan, rest assured, your adoptive father will avenge you and ensure Shenlang suffers a fate worse than death. You are the only one destined to inherit my legacy." At that moment, a flicker of warmth ignited within Tian Shursan's heart. Although he had yet to forgive his adoptive father, the wound within him had begun to heal, if only slightly. He said nothing, fully aware that despite his adoptive father's betrayal, he would never forsake Tian Heng. Tian Shursan anticipated that Shenlang would appear before him, attempting to bribe him with wealth and status, urging him to betray his adoptive father. He envisioned himself spitting in Shenlang's face, dismissing his delusions of grandeur. Although he felt profound disappointment in Tian Heng, he would never allow himself to be corrupted by a scoundrel like Shenlang. His schemes would not prevail. Thus, he awaited Shenlang's approach, enduring sleepless nights for 3 days. In a comedic skit, a line was uttered, "I have lived my life for this joke." Yet, for Tian Shursan, the greatest sorrow lay in the death of his spirit. He lived solely for the thrill of striking back at Shenlang. Yet, to his dismay, Shenlang never appeared. This only fueled Tian Shursan's fury. You coward, Shenlang, why haven't you come to bribe me? How long must I wait for you? I am filled with rage, awaiting the moment to strike your face. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Tian Shisan's heart stirred. Has Shenlang finally come to bribe me? He closed his eyes, preparing his emotions and expressions, determined to deliver a resounding slap to Shenlang's face. You want me to betray my adoptive father? Dream on. However, when Tian Shisan opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of 6 pairs of eyes. 6 cloaked figures surrounded his bed. Despite their masked faces, he recognized 3 of them. One was Lu Qingrun, a master from the city lord's manor, while the other 2 were his foster brothers, Tian De and Tian Qi. In that instant, Tian Shisan's world collapsed entirely. His heart felt a profound emptiness and utter desolation. Eldest brother, 7th brother, has our adoptive father sent you to kill me? Tian Shisan rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper. Tian De and Tian Qi remained silent. Tears streamed silently from Tian Shisan's eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He uttered no further words, but gently tore a corner of his clothing, a silent severance, a renunciation of their bond. From this day forth, he would no longer be Tian Heng's son, even if such a rupture held no significance. Tian De, Tian Qi, do it, but spare my parents, they know nothing. With that, Tian Shisan closed his eyes, awaiting his end. Apologies, but we must eliminate all potential threats, Tian De replied. In a fit of rage, Tian Shisan erupted, roaring, do not bring harm to my family. Blood spewed from his mouth as he shouted. A moment later, his parents were dragged in front of him, forced to kneel as swords were pressed against their necks. The elderly couple trembled, their cries echoing in despair. Tian Shisan's eyes widened in anguish, tears of blood streaming down his face. Why? Why? You know too much. If you live, you threaten our adoptive father's safety. Tian De replied coldly. I have never contemplated betraying him. I would rather die than betray him. If the Xuanwu Marquis' men came to bribe me, I would spit in their faces. Tian Shisan protested. Who knows? Tian De replied, his tone somber. At that moment, Tian Shisan's understanding of the world shattered completely. Was he truly the only one who valued loyalty? He had thought himself wise, yet he was merely a fool. Do it. Send my family on their way, commanded a master under Zhang Jin. A family should remain united. 4 swords lunged toward Tian Shisan, while 2 others aimed at his parents' necks. Unexpectedly, Tian Shisan erupted, his body launching like a cannonball towards the assassins targeting his parents. The 2 killers were taken aback as he tackled them to the ground. With a swift motion, the broken sword hidden in his sleeve flashed forth, slicing through their throats, blood gushing forth as their bodies convulsed. No one anticipated that despite his broken legs, Tian Shisan possessed such formidable combat prowess. Yet, in the next moment, Tian Da's sword pinned Tian Shisan to the ground. Does this hold any meaning? Tian De inquired. I know I cannot save my parents, but as their son, I must at least attempt to protect them. That is the only way to die without regret. In that moment, Tian Shisan truly grasped the feelings that had driven Shenlang to save his parents, understanding why he had risked everything. Oh, you, Tian De sighed, pulling out a dagger and aiming for Tian Shisan's throat. No, do not kill my son. Tian Shisan's parents cried out, collapsing in despair. Tian Qi stepped forward, the dagger poised to slice through the elderly couple's throats. Yet, in the next instant, a fragrant breeze swept through the room, illuminating it as if lightning had struck. A flash of sword light accompanied by a stunning figure burst into view. With a series of sharp clinks, the weapons of the 4 assassins shattered, their wrists pierced. Tian De felt a chill in his arm, only to discover in horror that his right hand had been severed cleanly. Not only Tian De, but all 4 assassins found their right hands severed. As they turned to behold their assailant, they were met with the sight of the Xuanwu city princess, the unparalleled beauty. Jean Mucklin. The true terror had arrived. Tian De was well aware of Jean Mulan's formidable martial prowess, yet he could hardly fathom its extent. At such a tender age, her skills were unparalleled, rivaled only by her adoptive father, Tian Heng. When Shenlang entered, the battle had already reached its conclusion. He stood there, bewildered, gazing at the 4 men with severed hands, then glanced at his wife. How astonishingly swift. I arrived too late to witness anything. It was all over before I could even comprehend it. My dear wife, could you perhaps perform once more? Shenlang implored. In an instant, the 4 assassins hastily concealed their remaining left hands. Truly, I, Shenlang, am blind to the greatness before me. My wife is so extraordinary, and yet I was wholly unprepared for it. Shenlang inquired, my dear wife, given your remarkable abilities, Why bring along 3 skilled fighters? Mulan cast a fleeting glance at her handsome husband. Upon noticing the triangular formation of Jin Zhong, Jin Hui, and Jin Cheng encasing him, Shun Lang understood. These 3 were not here to engage in combat, but to safeguard the beauty that was him. My dear, should we ever find ourselves at odds, would you resort to violence against me? Shun Lang asked. Mulan remained silent. Wife, should there come a day when your anger reaches its zenith, please, for the sake of our marriage, give me a warning so I might escape, Shun Lang continued. Jin Zhong and Jin Hui could not help but turn away, unable to bear the sight of such a son-in-law. Mulan, unable to contain herself, shot Shun Lang a withering glance. The impact of that look was more devastating than the previous sword strike, enchanting enough to leave one spellbound. Shun Lang approached the 4 assassins and asked, My dear wife, am I safe conversing with them at this distance? Mulan turned her face away, gritting her teeth. Safe. Shun Lang addressed Tian De. Return and inform Tian Heng to prepare himself for death. Tell the city Lord Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin that when they execute Tian Heng, they ought to extend an invitation for me to witness, for I have yet to see a beheading in my lifetime. Chapter 68. The 13 Kneel in Loyalty. The hero's decline upon hearing Shun Lang's words. Tian De could not help but twitch his face in disbelief. Tian Shursan was privy to more secrets of his adoptive father than even Tian De himself, many of which entangled the lord of the city. Should these revelations surface, it would result in a tremendous scandal. Thus, Tian Heng had become a ticking time bomb for Lord Lu Wuyan. He had to be extinguished swiftly. If Shun Lang were to do the deed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shun Lang continued, I am taking Tian Shursan with me. Do you have any objections? The 4 assassins remained silent. With the formidable Jean Mulan by their side, what could they possibly say? Very well, you may leave now, but do convey my message. Shun Lang instructed. Moreover, where your hands were severed is still bleeding. Do take care not to perish on the way. If you must die, at least deliver my message first. Tian De and the others grimaced again. You arrogant little brat. If it weren't for your formidable wife, I could slay you with this severed hand. Of course, Tian De could only curse inwardly for a moment of relief. However, despite Shun Lang's command to leave, they did not depart, but instead gazed at Jean Mulan. She remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Without uttering a word, the 4 assassins picked up their severed hands and departed. As they exited, they beheld a regiment of the Earl's cavalry. Their powerful crossbows aimed squarely at Tian De and his companions. Though the cavalry had arrived a moment later than Mulan, they were swift in their approach, for the Earl was known for his cautiousness. Meanwhile, the dozen or so black-clad warriors stationed outside had all been slain. Tian De and his fellow assassins hastily mounted their steeds and galloped towards Xuanwu City, fully aware that immense troubles awaited them. Inside the room, Shun Lang approached Tian Shursan. He noticed a sword had impaled Tian Shursan to the ground and casually extended a hand to extract it, a gesture both elegant and nonchalant. By the heavens, it is lodged so deeply that I cannot pull it out. After a couple of seconds, Shun Lang used both hands to free the sword. He then regarded Tian Shursan without a single word of persuasion or bribery. What gold coins? What status? What promises? Not a trace of them. Tian Shursan gazed at his surviving parents, observing the white strands in their hair. Without uttering a word, he knelt before Shun Lang, pressing his forehead to the ground, his entire body prostrated. An astute individual indeed. From this moment forth, he would become Shun Lang's lackey, the kind who would undertake all menial and laborious tasks without any room for resistance or negotiation. For reasons unknown, sorrow overwhelmed him, and tears streamed down his face, his body trembling. Shun Lang remarked, You weep so sorrowfully. It appears you are not entirely willing. Tian Shursan immediately stifled all tears, realizing that having such a petty master would render his future quite difficult. Shun Lang declared, From now on, you shall be called Shun Shursan. Yes, master, Tian Shursan responded, bowing deeply. Oh no, wait. It is Shun Shursan, Shun Lang corrected. Your parents will reside in the Earl's mansion. Should you engage in any treachery or disobedience, your parents will be in my grasp, ensuring mutual security. Would you agree? Mulan raised her breathtaking gaze to the ceiling, feeling an urge to distance herself from this husband of hers, holding someone's parents as hostages, and he spoke so boldly. Yes, master, Shun Shursan once again bowed, resting his forehead upon Shun Lang's shoe. Shun Lang immediately assisted him to his feet, exclaiming, Hurry now, you still have a severed leg. How can you kneel on the ground? The floor is damp and cold. Such theatrics were excessively contrived. Within the Lord's mansion, Lord Lu Wuyin listened to the report from his confidant. His expression darkened. 6 assassins had been dispatched to kill Tian Shi-san, and Lu Wuyin had sent 2 of his own. Ultimately, both of his men were killed. While this was not of paramount importance, the crux lay in the fact that Tian Shi-san had survived, rescued by Xin Lang. Cursed be Xin Lang. Cursed be that pretty boy. He seemed to be always one step ahead. Sir, we are in grave trouble, the confidant warned. Indeed, a significant crisis looms. Tian Shi-san is Tian Heng's confidant, privy to nearly all secrets of the black-clad gang. Tian Heng is guilty of numerous crimes, responsible for countless deaths, and has committed many unsavory tasks for high-ranking figures. Should these transgressions be revealed, even 10 executions would not suffice. Furthermore, Tian Shi-san possesses evidence. Witnesses and material proof can all be unearthed. Previously, Tian Heng was a sharp knife, but now he has become a hot potato. It would be more fitting to describe him as a bomb, though this world is yet unfamiliar with such devices. He must either be safely detonated in advance or left to Xin Lang, which would unleash catastrophic consequences. The confidant added, Sir, there is no saving Tian Heng. Bang! Lu Wuyin slammed his fist onto the table. Everyone understood that Tian Heng was his loyal dog, having performed countless unsavory tasks for him. Before aligning with Zhang Jin, Lu Wuyin was Tian Heng's primary support. Every year, 20% of Tian Heng's earnings found their way into Lu Wuyin's pockets. Should Tian Heng be killed, the economic blow would be unbearable. If Lu Wuyin were truly to slay Tian Heng, would he not be severing his own limbs and losing face in the process? Lu Wuyin lamented. The Earl of Xuanwu has yet to make his move, and I have already suffered a great loss at the hands of his son-in-law. Wouldn't that be a source of mockery? The confidant hesitated, clearly struggling to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refraining. What of Zhang Jin? Lu Wuyin inquired. He is an even greater ally to Tian Heng, ostensibly gaining more wealth each year. The confidant replied, upon learning of the failed assassination of Tian Shi-san. He hastened to report to the prefect. Upon receiving news that Tian Shi-san had been rescued by Xin Lang, Zhang Jin immediately mounted his horse, racing to catch up with his father's carriage. After more than an hour, he finally caught up. Father, our attempt to assassinate Tian Shi-san has failed, and he is now in Xin Lang's hands. Zhang Chong, upon hearing this news, displayed little surprise. Then why have you chased me down? To do what you ought to do, Zhang Jin replied, exposing his father's thoughts. If Zhang Jin had been inclined to kill Tian Heng, he would have acted long ago. His pursuit of Zhang Chong's carriage was solely to rescue Tian Heng. Zhang Jin remarked, Tian Heng has only recently allied with our family. If he were to perish just like that, it would be detrimental to our morale. Moreover, Zhang Jin left his words unfinished. Tian Heng had pledged 35% of his annual earnings to the Zhang family, yet they had yet to see a single coin. If Tian Heng were to die, it would be a tremendous loss. Zhang Chong queried, how do you compare the Earl of Xuanwu with the Earl of Donghai? Zhang Jin replied, the Earl of Donghai is domineering and ostentatious, appearing powerful but riddled with flaws. The Earl of Xuanwu is conservative and seemingly weak, yet like a tortoise. He is difficult to penetrate. Zhang Chong remarked, thus, the struggle against the Earl of Xuanwu is not a matter of a day or two. Why the rush? Zhang Jin countered, but Zhang Chong interjected, what is most crucial for a commander? Zhang Jin stated, one must possess a grand vision and be able to see the bigger picture. Do not fixate on the losses of a single city or territory. When a battle is lost, one must immediately halt losses. Never become enamored with a battle, particularly avoiding the continuous investment of resources into a quagmire. Zhang Chong retorted, if you comprehend all this, why do you still seek my counsel? The world is inherently as it is. Understanding is one matter. Yet the ability to act upon that understanding is another. If one were to slay Tian Heng, would it not merely bring delight to that rogue, Xin Lang? Go, kill Tian Heng, Zhang Chong stated unequivocally. He then closed the carriage door once more and commanded, let us depart. The carriage set off again, hastening back to Nujiang County City. Zhang Jin, consumed by resentment and fury, grasped the whip in his hand and struck the ground with ferocity. Memories flooded back of the moment when Xin Lang had coerced Tian Heng into breaking Tian Shi-san's legs. How eerily similar it was. The humiliation Tian Heng endured that day was profound. If he were forced to kill Tian Heng, would it not mirror that very humiliation? It would be a resounding slap to his own face. Within the black-clothed gang's castle, Lu Wuyin and Tian Heng, among others, were indeed excessive. They were unwilling even to perform in this farce, when Tian Heng ought to have been confined within a cell. Father, Shursan has been rescued by Shenlang. Tian stammered, his severed hand now bandaged. Moreover, that wretched creature deliberately waited until we were on the brink of killing Shursan, allowing his wife, Jean Mulan, to intervene. A grimace contorted Tian Heng's face as he envisioned the scene. What a vile, despicable man, choosing not to act until Tian Shursan's life hung by a thread. Now, Tian Shursan would become Shenlang's pawn, and all the hatred would inevitably be directed at Tian Heng. How many lives had Tian Heng taken over the years? How many crimes had he committed? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical point was that he had performed unsavory tasks for many prominent figures. Should Tian Shursan expose him, no one in the realm could save him. With a wave of his hand, Tian departed. Tian Heng gazed up at the ceiling, memories flooding back to the days spent at the Tianlong escort agency in Pei State. Together, they had raced beneath the setting sun, wielded blades in the snowy fields. Those were indeed the passionate years of their lives. Was this truly the end? Tears of anguish streamed down Tian Heng's cheeks. If only time could rewind. I would surely flay and dismember that scoundrel Shenlang. Dismember him. Tian Heng howled in madness, like a wounded beast. Chapter 69, Public Trial. A tragic death bang. Overwhelmed by grief and anger, Tian Heng could not restrain himself and struck down with his palm. Instantly, a sturdy table shattered into splinters. He exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Shah. I'm so sorry, so sorry." He entered his room, a forbidden sanctuary of the black-clothed gang. Pushing aside a bookshelf revealed a ring, which he pulled, unveiling a hidden door. With a key in hand, he unlocked the iron door, leading to a secret passage that delved underground. At the passage's end, another door awaited. Through it, he could hear a voice counting, 288,752, 288,753. It seemed someone was continuously enumerating. Tian Heng produced another key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. Immediately, a voice filled with delight echoed, "Brother, I haven't even counted to 300,000. And you've come to see me." Indeed, Tian Heng donned a gentle smile as he stepped inside, placing a food box on the table. The room was a secret chamber, approximately 100 square meters, fully equipped, including a training area. The burly man inside eagerly opened the food box, devouring meat and sweet water. "Brother, you're so good to me," he grinned, revealing a foolish smile. Tian Heng's expression stiffened, blood still staining his palm. "Brother, what's wrong?" the burly man exclaimed. "Has something happened in Pei Country? Has Boss Li from the Tianlong escort come to kill us?" Tian Heng reassured, "Do not worry, stay hidden here. He hasn't arrived." The burly man relaxed and continued feasting, saying, "Brother, Boss Li raised us since we were young and taught us martial arts. You shouldn't have killed all those escort brothers for the treasure, nor force me to join you in such slaughter, leading us to flee here, constantly fearing Boss Li's vengeance. I have to hide underground every day." Tian Heng felt a pang of pain. "Foolish brother, that was over 20 years ago. Boss Li will never come for us again. And brother, you shouldn't have slept with Su Sanmei or killed her," the burly man lamented. "I wanted to marry her." "I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong," Tian Heng replied. The burly man resumed eating. "Shah, I met someone before who also had the nickname Shah, so I foolishly spared his life. I truly regret it." The burly man chuckled, continuing to feast. Soon, he finished his meal. "Shah, let me see how your martial arts are progressing." "All right." The burly man stood up and punched the nearby wall with immense force, sending debris flying. He then began practicing his punches, creating winds strong enough to obscure vision. "Impressive, right?" He laughed. "Indeed impressive," Tian Heng acknowledged. His twin brother was a martial arts enthusiast, somewhat simple-minded but an exceptional talent in combat. "Shah, take off your shirt. Let us see if your physique matches mine." The burly man complied, shedding his shirt, and Tian Heng followed suit. Though there were no mirrors, it felt as if they were gazing into one. Their faces and bodies were identical, even the scars perfectly matched. "Shah, you've always imitated me since childhood. Let us see how well you can mimic me now." The burly man's smile vanished, transforming from a fool into a fierce underworld figure, his brows furrowing, eyes narrowing as he coldly stated, "Are you opposing me, Tian Heng? What a fool's errand." The resemblance was uncanny. Not only did they share looks, but even at this moment, their expressions and demeanor were identical. It was as if Charlie Chaplin could only rank third in his own impersonation. This foolish brother had always adored emulating his every word and action. "Brother, do I imitate you well?" he asked, instantly reverting from a ruthless figure back to a fool. "Yes, You resemble me too closely, Tian Heng replied. Ersha, I will teach you a few phrases. You must learn them well, understand? Of course, the burly man assured. Tian Heng laughed thrice before sorrowfully declaring, I, Tian Heng, shall die with grandeur. I will not become a ghost under the blade. You officials treat me as a guest when you need me, yet cast me aside as a prisoner when you do not. You cannot defeat Shen Lang, yet you wish for my demise. The burly man widened his eyes, observing his brother's every move, then laughed thrice, passionately proclaiming, I, Tian Heng, shall die with grandeur. I will not become a ghost under the blade. You officials treat me as a guest when you need me, yet cast me aside as a prisoner when you do not. You cannot defeat Shen Lang, yet you wish for my demise. The similarities were striking. Their tones, spirits, and temperaments were indistinguishable, perhaps even more Tian Heng than Tian Heng himself. Returning to Xuanwu City, Zhang Jin coldly questioned Su Qianqian. Wasn't Shen Lang a foolish imbecile? Why has he become so cunning? Why didn't your family eliminate him back then? Su Qianqian refrained from rebuttal, her own disbelief surpassing Zhang Jin's. The previous Shen Lang was utterly dim-witted, while the current one was more cunning than a monkey and more venomous than a snake. Had they foreseen his evolution, even at the cost of their reputation, Su's family would have slain this scourge to avoid the current predicament. What did my father say? Su Qianqian inquired. Zhang Jin replied, he wants me to kill Tian Heng. But Tian Heng is a significant ally in Xuanwu City. Without him, many operations would be hindered, resulting in immeasurable financial losses, Su Qianqian argued. Zhang Jin retorted angrily. Am I unaware of that? At that moment, a voice came from outside. Young master, City Lord Lu Wuyan requests an audience. Zhang Jin frowned. Let him enter. Lu Wuyan entered, his brow furrowed, bluntly stating, Tian Heng cannot be killed. Zhang Jin remained silent. Lu Wuyan continued. First, killing him would tarnish our reputation. This battle would be a defeat at the hands of Shen Lang. Second, if we kill him, who will handle all the dirty work? Where will we recoup the yearly losses? Can anyone else manage the black-clothed gang and those gambling houses? Zhang Jin fell into contemplation. His father's intention was clear, to eliminate Tian Heng decisively. However, such an action would entail significant losses, granting that wretched Shen Lang a chance to revel in victory. No, Tian Heng must not be killed. Any action that would bring satisfaction to the enemy must be avoided. Yet, if Tian Heng's misdeeds were to surface, the consequences would be unthinkable, far beyond what Lu Wuyan and Zhang Jin could bear. At that moment, a trusted subordinate's voice echoed from outside. My lords, Tian Heng seeks a secret audience. The next day, the Xuanwu City Lord's residence commenced the public trial of Tian Heng for the murder of Song Chong and the framing of Shen Lang, the son-in-law of the Xuanwu Earl's mansion. The crowd gathered, numbering in the hundreds. Though Shen Lang could not arrive in time, Jin Hui, who had been gathering information in Xuanwu City, was present. This was undoubtedly a monumental event for Xuanwu City. The once invincible Tian Heng, now embroiled in trouble with Shen Lang, had fallen from grace, now a prisoner kneeling in the grand hall, battered and bloodied, clearly subjected to severe torture. His entire body was drenched in blood, with scarcely a dry patch remaining. In the court, Tian Heng openly confessed to the dual crimes of murdering Song Chong and inciting the populace to assault the Earl's residence. Regardless of the sentence adjudicated by Lord Lu Wuyan of Lu City, he accepted it without hesitation. Although Song Yi was filled with resentment, he too admitted his guilt in falsely accusing Shen Lang. Ultimately, Lord Lu Wuyan of Xuanwu City pronounced the verdict. Tian Heng, guilty of heinous crimes, was sentenced to execution by beheading, pending review by the governor's office. However, Tian Heng suddenly burst into 3 boisterous laughs. Even in death, I shall die gloriously, never to become a mere specter beneath the blade. You corrupt officials, when in need of my services, treat me as an honored guest. Yet, when I am of no use, you relegate me to a prisoner-s status. It is evident that you cannot contend with Shen Lang, yet you demand my life. With that, before the gaze of hundreds, Tian Heng charged at the nearby pillar. In an instant, his skull shattered upon impact, leading to his untimely demise. The assembly was left utterly astounded, unable to fathom the scene before them. The formidable gang leader of Xuanwu City, who commanded respect and fear, Tian Heng, had met such a tragic end. Chapter 70, Shen Mainon's ingenious deceit. A more grievous demise awaits. Tian Heng is dead? Such a sudden turn of events. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this news. Are you certain it was Tian Heng? Shen Lang inquired. Jin Hui pondered for a moment, meticulously recalling the details. and then nodded affirmatively. It was indeed him. The aura, appearance, and even the essence of his martial prowess unmistakably belonged to Tian Hong. Shen Lang sought out his recuperating companion, Shen Shisan, Tian Shisan. He was in the midst of documenting the various offenses attributed to Tian Hong, each one a matter of life and death. Every accusation was substantiated with evidence, and every corpse could be unearthed. Of course, Shen Shisan himself had a hand in many of these matters. Should a thorough investigation ensue, he would find himself facing a similar fate. However, Shen Shisan was indifferent. As long as his parents remained safe, his own life was of little consequence. There's no need to continue writing. Tian Hong is dead, Shen Lang declared. Shen Shisan was taken aback and asked, "Did Lu Wuyin and Zhang Jin kill him?" Shen Lang shook his head. "You were once Tian Hong's most trusted confidant. Do you know if he had any doubles?" Shen Shisan contemplated for a moment and replied, "I have neither seen nor heard of such a thing. A double is something one may encounter but cannot seek." Shen Lang believed that some prominent figures might have doubles, but Tian Hong was not of that caliber. Even individuals of the stature of a father-in-law did not possess flawless doubles. As Shen Lang continued to frown, he was lost in memories of his interactions with Tian Hong. Since arriving at the Earl's residence, Shen Lang had been smiling almost every day, either behaving mischievously or adopting a roguish demeanor. Milan found it somewhat disconcerting to witness such a side of him. "My dear, what troubles you?" Milan asked. "Tian Hong's demise is entirely favorable for you. It is time to mark that name on your wall with a red cross." Shen Lang replied, "Beloved, do you believe in intuition?" Mulan pondered, searching her memories for relevant insights, but was momentarily silent. Moreover, the more beautiful a person is, the more accurate their intuition tends to be, Shen Lang asserted. At that, Mulan felt disinclined to respond. Shen Lang continued, "There is scientific reasoning behind this. Attractive individuals attract more attention, making them more perceptive and, consequently, their intuition sharper. For instance, I can sense when others are speaking of my good looks even when I walk past them on the street." Mulan was even less inclined to engage him further. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had gradually been swayed and found herself thinking that perhaps no man in the world could rival her husband's charm. Shen Lang, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I suspect Tian Hong is not truly dead, though I lack evidence. It is merely an instinct. Beloved, Jin Hui is an exceedingly meticulous individual. Indeed, Jin Hui was known for his diligence, taking responsibility for every word he spoke." Shen Lang added, "This is why I harbor doubts. A lifelike double is a rare find, and someone of Tian Hong's standing would lack the means to procure a perfect replica of himself." Jin Hui had witnessed Tian Hong kneeling in the hall and saw him collide with the pillar, leading to his demise. Furthermore, the emotions expressed in Tian Hong's final moments were undeniably filled with grief and indignation. Jin Hui claimed such emotions were difficult to feign. "Might you find Tian Hong's death implausible?" Mulan queried. Shen Lang responded, "If I were Zhang Jin, I would have acted swiftly to execute Tian Hong in secret. With Shen Shisan in our grasp, we possess all the evidence of Tian Hong's heinous crimes, some of which implicate numerous powerful figures. Should this information be disclosed, the repercussions would be insurmountable. Once Tian Hong is dead, everything is resolved." Shen Lang continued, "Thus, while it is justifiable to eliminate Tian Hong, it should not be done through public trial or execution. A fade of suicide in prison would be far more plausible." Mulan remarked, "The city lord's residence can sentence a criminal to death, but it must be confirmed by the governor's office, which would take at least 10 days to a month. Thus, if a swift death for Tian Hong is desired, it must appear as if he took his own life. Tian Hong could indeed commit suicide, but doing so under the watchful eyes of others would be highly unreasonable, almost as if it were staged for our viewing pleasure." Shen Lang then asked, "Beloved, is Tian Hong's body still present?" Mulan replied, "I shall take you to see it." Once more, Mulan lifted Shen Lang onto a horse, and they galloped toward Xuanwu City. Alas, Shen Lang arrived too late. Tian Hong's remains had been incinerated, reduced to a charred mass beyond recognition. Shen Lang focused his gaze, employing his X-ray vision to scrutinize the scorched body, particularly scanning the area of the lungs. He recalled having seen a needle lodged there previously, even in a charred state. That needle should remain within the body, easily detectable by Shen Lang's keen sight. Before long, he indeed discerned a slender silver needle. Impressive. It had been concealed with such meticulousness. Yet, Tian Hong was likely unaware that the needle in his lung had bent due to the pressure of the blood vessels, whereas the one within the charred corpse was perfectly straight. In this world, it was no easy feat to conceal anything from Shun Lang's discerning eyes. To deceive his heart was an even greater challenge. A cold smile crept across Shun Lang's face. How intriguing. This is far more entertaining than mere indirect demise. He turned to Milan and said, Beloved, let us prepare well. A true spectacle shall unfold tonight. Though the performance has yet to commence, I can already envision the conclusion. Alas, sometimes being excessively exceptional can be a burden. Milan, unable to bear it any longer, turned and walked away. Shun Lang observed her as she walked, the graceful curve of her waist captivating his attention. Left, right. On this dark and windy night, an intriguing event awaited. Dear wife, wait for me. You shall have another arduous night ahead. After all is said and done, shall I treat you to a meal? In a clandestine chamber beneath Xuanwu City, Su Qianqian held a wooden mask, its concave surface smeared with strong acid. The Su family was exceptionally skilled in dyeing, often requiring sulfuric acid. Over 1,000 years ago, ancient Chinese alchemists had already developed primitive forms of sulfuric acid. The imposing Tian Heng sat trembling in a chair, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and murderous intent. His brother was dead. Since childhood, Tian Heng and his brother had relied on each other, growing up together in a security agency in Pei State, training in martial arts. Throughout their lives, his brother had unwaveringly supported Tian Heng, viewing him as his sole pillar of strength. They were truly inseparable. At the age of 30, Tian Heng had risen to prominence as a leader within the agency, tasked with escorting valuable cargo. On one occasion, faced with an exceptionally precious item, he could no longer suppress his greed. Thus, he murdered all the escorts and fled with the treasure, journeying thousands of miles to the U State. From that moment on, the brothers adopted new identities. Furthermore, Tian Heng's brother never revealed himself again, forever remaining in the shadows. For if he did, there would be two Tian Hengs, effectively granting Tian Heng 2 lives. And now, his brother was dead. One of his 2 lives was lost. How could Tian Heng not be filled with hatred? How could he not be seething with rage? It may hurt somewhat, but it will utterly disfigure your countenance, Su Qianqian stated. She then forcefully pressed the acid-coated mask against Tian Heng's face. Instantly, it hissed ominously. Yet, Tian Heng merely twitched slightly, making not even a sound of anguish. When a person's anger and hatred reach their zenith, they become impervious to pain, instead experiencing a perverse sense of pleasure akin to self-mutilation. Su Qianqian remarked. From this moment forth, Tian Heng will have vanished completely from this world. Many actions would now become feasible for you, such as... Su Qianqian left her statement unfinished, as it was unnecessary to elaborate. She then turned and departed. City Lord Lu Wuyan interjected, Tian Heng, are you leaving now? Tian Heng, gritting his teeth, replied, Shun Lang has caused me to lose my brother. He exacts his revenge without a moment's hesitation, so why should I wait? He abruptly rose from his seat and declared, doesn't he cherish his parents and brother? I shall make him taste the bitterness of losing loved ones. What could be more satisfying in vengeance than annihilating his entire family? I cannot wait even a quarter of an hour. I shall act tonight. Tian Heng inquired, City Lord. Is the scapegoat prepared? Lu Wuyan responded, it has long been arranged. Tian Heng asked Song Yi. Indeed, Song Yi is the most fitting scapegoat, for he has falsely accused Shun Lang and been sentenced to exile in a labor camp for life. However, as the leader of the militia, he possesses martial skills, and it is entirely plausible for him to escape and return to slaughter Shun Lang's family. Lu Wuyan affirmed, very well. I shall await your return with warm wine in the manor. Tian Heng replied, let the blood of Shun Lang's family flow into the wine. It shall be exhilarating. He clasped his hands and said, my lord, I shall proceed to enact this deed. Thus, with his disfigured face concealed by a mask and a heart brimming with murderous intent, Tian Heng set forth towards the residence of Shun Lang's parents. Chapter 71. The Atrocity of Tian Heng. The 18 layers of hell nightfall descended as Tian Heng appeared in Shun Lang's hometown, Maple Leaf Village. The villagers had succumbed to slumber, and Tian Heng came alone. He could easily crush Shun Lang's parents and younger brother with a mere finger, requiring no assistance. Moreover, Shun Lang's family lived isolated on a mountainside, making it the perfect locale for his heinous deed. Upon reaching the thatched cottage of Shun Lang, he swiftly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no hidden ambushes. Inside, he detected the breathing of 3 individuals, one of whom struggled for air, a clear indication that it was Shun Lang's father. With a gentle push, the door latch silently fractured. The sulfuric acid had ravaged his visage, causing tears to stream from his eyes, and he could barely breathe due to the acrid vapors. Stepping inside, he beheld 3 figures upon the beds. Unable to restrain himself, he wiped away the tears that had been forced from his eyes. "Shenlang, you shall forever regret opposing me," he hissed through gritted teeth, drawing forth his blade to strike down with merciless precision upon Shenlang's mother. Without a flicker of hesitation, blood erupted, and her head was severed. Next, he turned his wrath upon Shenlang's father. "You have lung troubles, do you? I shall cleave you in twain, sparing you the agony of breath," he proclaimed before delivering the fatal blow. In an instant, the coughing elder was bisected. Finally, he approached another bed, where a young man lay with his legs bound by wooden splints. Shenlang's younger brother Shenjian, a mischievous lad. His legs had been broken by members of the black-clothed gang. The act of breaking Shenjian's legs was trivial, something Tianheng had been oblivious to, as it had been executed by one of his subordinates. "You little rascal, you were never worthy of being my enemy, yet due to Shenlang, I shall personally shatter your bones. Consider it an honor," he sneered, seizing a nearby stick and smashing it down upon the youth's legs, the sound of splintering bone echoing in the room. The young man convulsed, but emitted no cry of anguish. "A family must remain whole," Tianheng stated coldly. "I shall first eliminate you 3, then turn my attention to Shenlang, uniting you all in hell." With that, he thrust his knife into the young man's back, piercing his heart. The youth perished without a sound. After eliminating Shenlang's family, a sense of relief washed over Tianheng, releasing the pent-up rage within him. He imagined the profound sorrow Shenlang would feel upon discovering the lifeless forms of his family. To live is to relish in revenge. How exhilarating! As the euphoria of vengeance coursed through him, he finally felt the throbbing pain on his face, the corrosive acid having marred his appearance, the noxious fumes causing tears to flow uncontrollably, obscuring his vision in the darkness. He uncapped his water flask, greedily gulping the liquid, as if his throat were ablaze. "Shenlang, even in hell, you shall regret crossing me. Though I have been disfigured and lost my identity, I am now more liberated than ever, all thanks to you. You wretched creature, wait for me. I shall soon come for you," he cackled. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened as a torch pierced the darkness. Tianheng sprang to attention as a figure emerged at the door, elegant and striking. Even shrouded in shadows, the outline and aura were enough to evoke envy. Tianheng recognized him instantly. "Shenlang. Ha! Shenlang, you little wretch, I intended to seek you out, yet you have come to me. How delightful that you have chosen to enter hell's gates willingly." His heart swelled with joy. Fate had delivered Shenlang directly into his grasp. Soon, he would rend Shenlang into pieces, making him endure all imaginable torment before extinguishing his life. "You are too late, little wretch," Tianheng growled. "I, Songyi, shall not let you escape easily. You dared to kill my son, and in return, I have slaughtered your entire family." Even at this moment, he feigned ignorance of his true identity. "Shenlang, come and see. Your parents and brother lie dead, and you are the last remaining." In a hoarse voice filled with malice, Tianheng beckoned. Shenlang, however, replied coolly, "Tianheng, cease your charade." Tianheng was taken aback, confident in his deception. His brother bore an identical likeness to him, spoke in the same manner, and even exhibited similar martial prowess. Furthermore, after incinerating his brother's corpse, a slender silver needle had been placed within, identical to the one within Tianheng himself. "You, of such caliber, could not procure a doppelganger? The one who met his demise was your twin brother, wasn't he?" Shenlang remarked, causing Tianheng to twitch in silence. "You are truly a wretch. To save yourself, you would unhesitatingly sacrifice your own brother." Shenlang could not fathom such a betrayal, even considering the disconnection of their souls. At this juncture, Tianheng remained silent, refusing to grant Shenlang any opportunity for reprisal. Shenlang continued, "Your ruse is impressively executed, even to the extent of placing a silver needle in the charred remains, identical to the one in your body. However, you may be unaware that the needle within you is bent, while the one in the burnt corpse is straight." Tianheng was struck with disbelief. Such a minute flaw? How did Shenlang discern that? Yet he remained silent, fearing it could be a trick. "Do you still wish to impersonate Song-yi to slay my family while you escape unscathed?" Shenlang sneered. "You've gone to great lengths to disfigure Song-yi's face with acid. Who orchestrated this? Su Guangyun or Su Qianqian?" With a swift gesture, Shenlang summoned forth a figure, Song-yi, his face grotesquely marred by acid. "Ah, the pain is unbearable. Someone water, he cried out, unlike Tian Heng, who remained defiant. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Tian Heng stood tall, exuding a feral aura of rage. So what? Shunlang, you are still too late. I have slaughtered your entire family. Cry and wail, for they lie dead before you, and you are powerless to save them. Does this not drive you to despair? Each of Tian Heng's words dripped with malice, yet Shunlang regarded him with a blank stare, calmly stating, Tian Heng, your sight is failing you. Look closely at the faces of those you have slain. He then tossed a torch into the room. Tian Heng grasped the torch and illuminated the corpses he had brutally dispatched. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged from the depths of his being to the crown of his head, as if it sought to lift his skull. Every hair on his body stood on end, and he felt as though he were immobilized. After a prolonged moment, a heart-wrenching wail escaped Tian Heng's lips. The woman he had slain was not Shunlang's mother, but rather Tian Heng's wife, a wicked and unscrupulous harpy who forced others into debauchery. The elderly man whom Tian Heng had killed was his loyal steward. As for the young man whose life was extinguished by Tian Heng's hand, he was none other than his own son, a scion of vice and debauchery. Truly, it was a tragedy of human existence. No, no, no. Chapter 72. The Tragic Death of Tian Heng. Tian Heng roared desperately, his anguish palpable. Was there sorrow? Perhaps a trace. However, his marriage to the daughter of the former leader of the black-clothed gang of Xuanwu City was more a matter of convenience than affection. His son, though of his own flesh and blood, had been neglected in his upbringing, rendering him a disappointment. Thus, his emotional ties to his wife and son were not profound. Rather, his true love was reserved for another illegitimate child, a mere 4 years of age. The boy's mother, a gentle and fragile woman, had borne him after enduring Tian Heng's brutality, and both mother and child had been clandestinely cared for. All of his affection was lavished upon that little son. For his safety, Tian Heng had never openly sought the woman nor allowed anyone to know of the boy's existence. Therefore, while he felt sorrow at having slain his wife and son, it was overshadowed by the agony of failure, that bitter pain of being toyed with by fate. How many times had it been? Ever since encountering Shunlang, he had never emerged victorious. Time and again, he had been trampled upon. This torment was unbearable. The thrill of revenge he had just experienced now morphed into profound suffering. I will kill you. I will tear you to shreds. Tian Heng charged at Shunlang with wild abandon, disregarding everything, intent on ending Shunlang's life, even at the cost of his own. But in the next moment, he froze, for he beheld a frail woman cradling a sleeping boy of just over 4 years. This woman was the one he had ravaged, the one he had kept hidden away, a woman so gentle and excessively kind. The child was his beloved illegitimate son. Without any weapons drawn, without any threats, she stood timidly on the sidelines, her gaze filled with fear and resentment. Tian Heng stood there, tormented and motionless, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Behind Shunlang stood several formidable experts from the Earl of Xuanwu's estate, and Jean Mulan was nearby. Tian Heng's greedy gaze fell upon his son's face, though the boy remained asleep. After a long moment, Tian Heng suddenly tore off his mask, revealing a face marred by acid. It should have caused him pain, yet he felt none. At that moment, he had nearly lost all sense of feeling. Then, he steadied himself and gestured to the woman, "Take your son to the side." The fragile woman obediently retreated into the shadows with her child, rendering herself invisible to Tian Heng, who could no longer see her. Tian Heng quieted, turning to Jean Mulan. "I have heard that Miss Jean possesses extraordinary martial skills. I wish to experience them firsthand." Jean Mulan replied, "Please." Once more, Tian Heng raised his blade, exuding an aura of dominance. In that instant, he resembled a true rogue of the martial world, a sovereign in his own right. "Kill!" Tian Heng bellowed, his voice echoing with ferocity as he surged forward with lightning speed, a force as fierce as a lion or tiger descending from the mountains. This was his ultimate strike, a culmination of his martial prowess. Jean Mulan, with a delicate leap, darted like a swallow skimming the water. Clang! The two figures crossed paths in an instant before swiftly separating. Jean Mulan executed a graceful spin, returning to Shunlang's side. She gently sheathed her sword, its blade still pristine, untouched by blood. Meanwhile, Tian Heng staggered several steps forward, halting 3 meters before Shunlang. He looked down at his own blade, which had shattered. Crack, his weapon lay in pieces. Lowering his gaze to his chest, he noticed a barely perceptible fissure. Blood began to pour forth from the wound. His stomach, liver, and lungs had all been sliced open. He gasped for breath, each exhalation accompanied by a torrent of blood. For reasons unknown, memories of his youth flooded his mind, days spent under the care of the old escort leader alongside his brother. They had once knelt bare in the snow during the harsh winter. At 17, he had inadvertently glimpsed a glimpse of the escort agency's young lady's waist, igniting a longing within him that lingered for half a year. Oh, how beautiful those times had been, had he not succumbed to greed over a box of treasures. The massacre of his brothers at the escort agency would never have occurred, nor would he have fled with his brother. Everything that followed would have been different. Perhaps, at this moment, he and his brother would still be at the escort agency, living a mundane life with a straightforward, spirited woman. Did he regret it? Perhaps not entirely. Yet, it was undeniably heart-wrenching. Shenlang knelt before him, asking, Tianheng, what will you give me? I cannot battle you without gaining something in return. After expending so much effort to defeat you, you must offer me something before you perish. At this, Tianheng, nearing death, felt a surge of indignation. Am I so worthless that you can treat my life with such disdain? You, a mere pretty boy, win easily while I am left to die. And yet you speak of effort? Shenlang replied. The reason I brought your young son here was not to witness some grand epiphany or remorseful farewell. I simply require you to relinquish something. Tianheng rasped. You intend to threaten me with my son's life? No, I am not like you. I still possess humanity. Shenlang replied coolly. If you comply, I will ensure his well-being. Tianheng wept, tears streaming down his face. Shenlang, damn you. As he uttered those words, they were filled with sorrow. Speak now, do not resist, Shenlang urged. If you delay, you will surely die. Shenlang, I curse you. Tianheng's curses intensified, blood spilling from his mouth as he confessed. In the cellar of the left courtyard of the Snowy Mountain Manor lies Lu Wuyan's secret treasury. Most of the gold coins I bribed him with are hidden there. Shenlang inquired, is that all? Do you have nothing else to divulge? Perhaps evidence against Lu Wuyan? Tianheng retorted vehemently. These bureaucrats are all traitors, just like you, scoundrels who are more cunning than monkeys. Do you think any damning evidence rests in my hands? What do you possess against me? The only leverage you have is a trap that will lead to my demise after a moment's contemplation. Shenlang nodded. That makes sense. Since you have nothing further to offer, then prepare to meet your end. I cursed, Tianheng shouted in fury before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. He had hoped for a peaceful passing, yet could not achieve even that modest wish. Shenlang, you scoundrel! Shenlang observed the lifeless body of Tianheng, a cold smile creeping across his face. In the face of death, one might expect to share a moment of mutual understanding or forgiveness. Such notions were laughable. Once the choice was made to be an enemy, one must remain steadfast, even if the foe has already fallen. Sever his head, place it in the finest box, and send it to our esteemed Lord Zhongjin and the city lord, Shenlang commanded. Jin Hui, taken aback, nodded, yes. Time is of the essence. We must head to the Snowy Mountain Manor and seize a fortune, Shenlang declared. Then, Shenlang eagerly led dozens of individuals from the Count's residence towards the Snowy Mountain Villa, a venture he relished, digging for gold. The Snowy Mountain Villa was a clandestine enterprise owned by Lord Lu Wuyan, who had dispatched a dozen warriors to guard it. These sentinels were effortlessly subdued. Shenlang opened the secret underground vault of the villa, and upon beholding box after box of gold coins, he could not help but exclaim, my dear, these corrupt officials are utterly incompetent. As he counted the gold, he continued to lament. How has Lu Wuyan managed his position as lord for 3 years and amassed only this meager sum? A mere 13,000 coins. I thought I was on the brink of a fortune. This shouldn't be the case. Tianheng supplies Su Wenjiao with 6 or 7,000 coins each year. Milan remarked. Lu Wuyan must also pay his dues. A significant portion has been siphoned off in bribes to superiors, and what's left is nearly all of Lu Wuyan's fortune. This was indeed a valid point. For a century-old noble, this amount was trifling. However, for an official, it constituted a substantial sum. To put it into perspective, even if Lu Wuyan were to retire now, this wealth would still afford him a life of luxury. Converted to RMB, it would amount to several tens of millions. Therefore, one can easily imagine the anguish Lu Wuyan would experience upon losing this bounty. Milan added, along with the gold seized from Su Wenjiao. This has significantly alleviated the financial crisis of the Countess' residence. Shenlang questioned, my dear, is our Count's residence truly in dire need of funds? Milan nodded emphatically. Indeed, we are in a state of extreme scarcity. It was not merely a lack. After losing Jinshan Island for 40 years, the Xuanwu Count's residence had been incurring annual deficits, accumulating astronomical debts over the decades. Su Wenjiao had long been eager to discover the extent of the secret vault's riches. But the truth was that it was in the negative. This was due to the previous generation of the Xuanwu Count being excessively extravagant, leading to immense debts. Over the years, Jin Zhua had been diligently repaying these debts, leaving the Count's financial situation perpetually strained. This remained a closely guarded secret, known only to Mulan and the Count himself. Now, with Xinlang procuring these 2 sums of gold for the Count's residence, it was indeed a timely reprieve. As they prepared to leave after emptying Lu Wuyan's secret vault, Xinlang suddenly interjected, "Wait, we can't just rob Lu Wuyan's treasury clean and leave nothing behind. That would be inappropriate and inhumane." Mulan was taken aback, pondering what her husband was up to. Xinlang produced a sheet of paper, found a piece of charcoal, and with his left hand, scrawled on the white paper, "The robbers of the gold are not Xinlang." Chapter 73. The City Lord is spitting blood. Xinlang and Mulan's love is like a tide within the City Lord's mansion. Lu Wuyan, the City Lord, was in high spirits. He had never anticipated that Tian Heng would have a brother who bore such a striking resemblance to him. It was a stroke of genius. A Tian Heng stripped of his identity was even more useful, akin to a poisoned dagger, and he would become increasingly reliant on Lu Wuyan. At this moment, he savored warm yellow wine while awaiting Tian Heng's return. The time for heartfelt conversation was at hand. To soothe this disfigured and restless hound, he must have killed everyone and should be returning soon. The City Lord inquired. His trusted aide replied, "That should be the case. But Tian Heng's heart is filled with hatred and fury. He will likely need to be thoroughly tormented before he returns, perhaps even to the point of being dismembered. It is unfortunate that it was not Xinlang himself who died." The aide, sensing the City Lord's thoughts, smiled and remarked, "My lord, sometimes living can be more painful than death. Especially for one with emotions, nothing is more agonizing than witnessing the tragic demise of loved ones while feeling utterly powerless." Lu Wuyan wanted to roar with laughter, but he found it too frivolous and reckless, contrary to the decorum befitting a scholar. Thus, he merely suppressed a smile. "How absurd and pitiable it is that I regarded someone like Xinlang as a formidable foe," the City Lord mused. "In recent times, I seem to have lost my mind. It is essential to read more to achieve tranquility and clarity." The aide concurred. "Your words are indeed wise. Only Xuanwu Bo is worthy of being your adversary. Xinlang is merely a dog. No matter how fiercely he bites, he remains just a dog. Easily dispatched once separated from his master, boiled into a pot of stew. My lord," he continued, "a scholar must maintain elegance and poise. Xinlang, having risen from poverty to sudden wealth, is unrefined. His crude and grotesque demeanor is truly shameful to share a space with." The City Lord then picked up a book, engrossing himself in its pages, putting Xinlang out of his mind. At that moment, a servant's voice rang out from outside. "My lord, someone has delivered a box," claiming it is from the leader Tian, stating that the matter has been resolved. Lu Wuyan commanded, "Bring it in." The warrior presented the box, sealed with a wax emblem. "Tear it open," the City Lord ordered, stepping back a few paces. "What if it contains poisoned arrows?" As the seal was broken and the box opened, a ghastly severed head emerged, drenched in blood. It was none other than the familiar visage of Tian Heng, more accurately, the disfigured Tian Heng. Lu Wuyan's mind momentarily blanked, and his limbs turned cold. Suddenly, an urgent voice broke through. His loyal servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, dire news. All the gold coins from our Bai Shui Mountain Manor have been stolen." Instantly, Lu Wuyan's body felt as though struck by lightning, remaining unresponsive for a considerable time. That was most of my wealth. These funds were not only to ensure a comfortable retirement, but also to bribe officials. After years of service, he had amassed this fortune through corruption. Was it easy? This is like digging out my own heart. Moments later, the aide handed him a note, saying, "They raided your secret treasury and left this note." Lu Wuyan took it and upon reading, saw it was scrawled haphazardly. "The gold coin thief is not Xinlang." The City Lord's face twitched. Twice, thrice, he bellowed, "Xinlang, I curse your mother." Then, he collapsed backward, spitting out blood-tainted phlegm. "My dear wife, please ensure I do not fall." Meanwhile, Xinlang was engaged in a sacred task. Standing atop a stool, he used a vivid red brush to cross out Tian Heng's name. The stool was only half a meter high, with Mulan supporting him from below to prevent him from falling. "One less enemy," Xinlang sighed. "Yet I exerted no more than a fraction of my strength. Life truly feels as lonely as snow." Mulan's exquisite face quivered slightly. Xinlang gazed at the remaining names on the wall. Su Qianqian, Su Guangyun, Lin Mo, Zhang Jin. He then added Lu Wuyin's name with a black brush. Given Lu Wuyin's significant role in the recent assassination attempt against him, it was only just to include him on the list of enemies. To omit him would be to betray his own conscience. Heaven has paths you refuse to tread, yet you recklessly enter hell. As he spoke, Shenlang found the phrase familiar. Reflecting, he recalled Tian Heng uttering it the previous night. Was there a hint of bad omen in those words? Ba ba. Shenlang spat twice. However, it appeared that the villains shared similar catchphrases. The only distinction was that handsome villains were deemed charming and cultured, while their less attractive counterparts were scorned for uttering even a single word. Mulan was beginning to tire of supporting him, unable to keep pace with her husband's fervent thoughts. Wife, I shall jump down. Be sure to catch me, Shenlang declared. What if you fall from such a height? Mulan turned away. Shenlang truly leaped from the half-meter stool, landing sideways. Mulan, despite her desire for her husband to experience a fall, ultimately could not resist her tender instincts and gently swept her hand across his waist. In an instant, Shenlang regained his balance. The anticipated moment of being embraced by his wife did not occur, leaving Shenlang with a sigh. It was no longer safe for his parents to reside in Maple Leaf Village. Moreover, having returned in glory once, visiting such a rural place repeatedly would soon lose its novelty. Thus, Shenlang sought to persuade his parents to relocate closer to the Earl's estate. His younger brother, Shen Jian, expressed great excitement, yet their parents, accustomed to obeying Shenlang, firmly declined. It is only fitting for a son to reside as a son-in-law in another's household. How could we, as parents, impose upon them? That would be utterly shameless. Furthermore, Shenlang did not disclose Tian Heng's murderous intentions to his parents. He merely provided a different rationale to take them and his brother away. Thus, no matter what Shenlang said, his parents remained steadfast in their refusal. Shenlang could not simply state, "My enemies seem to be multiplying. For your safety, please move in with me." Reluctantly, Mulan took action. She showed no disdain for Shenlang's humble and dilapidated home, kneeling before his mother and taking her hand. "Dear mother-in-law, your son is dutiful and wishes to visit often. But the distance to the Earl's estate is simply too great. Each trip takes up a large part of the day. If your son is wealthy, you need not reside within the estate itself. A new house could be built just outside. I know you excel in embroidery and weaving, areas in which I am quite inept. My mother is even less skilled than I. Should I wish to craft garments for my husband, I would need to seek your guidance." Her heartfelt words melted Shenlang's heart. "Yet, my dear wife, you have never spoken to me with such tenderness." Indeed, Shenlang's mother could not withstand Mulan's gentle persuasion and, in a daze, was convinced to move. The three of them relocated from Maple Leaf Village to a place approximately 3 miles from the Earl's estate. This area was part of the Earl's domain, where patrolling cavalry ensured a high level of safety. They settled into an empty house there while a new one was immediately constructed. After moving, Shenlang and Mulan shared a meal with his parents in their new home before returning to the estate. Shenlang's heart overflowed with affection. His wife was so endearing and considerate. Not only was she of noble birth and beauty, possessing extraordinary martial skills, but she also treated his parents with such warmth and kindness. Thus, he found it increasingly difficult to resist the urge to share intimate moments with Mulan. However, Mulan's understated remark instantly roused him, filling his entire being with a fervent desire for battle. "Husband, I have a blue cloth dress, and my undergarments have gone missing. Have you seen them?" Shenlang's nape prickled sharply. Danger was imminent. A confrontation was about to unfold. He promptly cast aside any lingering fantasies and entered a state of combat readiness. A. Choose to lie and say, "I haven't seen them." B. Answer honestly. "I saw them. I took them." In almost an instant, Shenlang made his decision. A man must lie when necessary, but one must never squander deceit on trivial matters. He lowered his head and confessed, I saw them. I took them." Mulan felt a sense of relief. Shenlang had not lied. "What did you do with them?" she asked. "In a few days, the silkworms will feast upon the mulberry leaves, and I need to wear that dress to gather them." Once again, Shenlang was presented with a choice. A. I adore you so much that I couldn't help but commit a misdeed. I soiled your dress and, fearing your discovery, I burned it. B. I wore it. Life sometimes appears to offer choices, yet often, there are none. The first option would lead to a grim fate, while the second would lead to an even more dreadful demise. Shenlang resolved to choose the option that promised a tragic end, resolutely refusing to disclose the truth of having worn the dress, lest he be mistaken for a man deceiving his wife. "My dear, I apologize. One night, I was restless, consumed by thoughts of you, and I couldn't resist engaging in some unbecoming acts with your dress. In my regret and concern, I burned it. After uttering these words, he closed his eyes, silently lamenting, I am doomed. Indeed, the shame of such actions, of a man sullying his wife's undergarments and then incinerating them, was unbearable. Yet, a man must maintain his dignity. Shenlang opened his eyes, feigning bravado, and declared, Jean Mulan, I have already committed this disgraceful act. Whether you choose to punish me or not is your decision. If I show the slightest sign of distress, I am unworthy to be your husband. Come, Mulan, wield whatever means you have to torment me. Mulan was momentarily taken aback. Husband, how can you remain so unrepentant after such a disgraceful deed? How do you manage it? She shot him a disdainful glance. Then, with a stern expression, stated, Why did you burn the dress? You could have simply washed it. I still need it, and our Countess' household abhors waste. She then placed a vial of medicine before Shenlang and walked away. As she exited, she remarked softly, However, dear husband, your health is paramount. Do not overindulge. Shenlang looked up in surprise to find it was the 6-flavor Rehmannia pill prescribed by Dr. Nzaishi, used for kidney replenishment. Note: the author humbly requests support through recommendations. Chapter 74. Shenlang's Deadly Move. Su Qianqian is bound for tragedy in an instant. Shenlang was taken aback. My dear, what kind of scheme is this? You speak of cleanliness and returning things to their rightful place, yet you fear not the consequences of pregnancy? Not only do you refrain from striking me, but you also offer me medicine? Yet, the 6-flavor Rehmannia pill is meant for nourishing the yin. What I truly require is of a different nature. Shenlang prided himself on understanding the intricacies of a woman's heart, yet this particular young lady left him utterly perplexed. The women of this era are altogether too capricious. I find myself losing my footing in this battle of the sexes. I fear I may be falling a little too deeply, apprehensive of defeat. Recently, the autumn silkworms were soon to ascend the mountains to spin their cocoons, indulging in their most voracious appetite. The profits from sericulture far exceeded those from rice cultivation, thus a substantial portion of the Earl's estate was devoted to mulberry tree cultivation. The income derived from raw silk constituted a significant part of the Earl's wealth. Consequently, Mulan donned a green skirt to venture into the fields to gather mulberry leaves. As a lady of the Earl's household, she had no need to engage in such labor. Her actions merely signified her solidarity with the estate's denizens. In essence, it was nothing more than a display of pretense. However, little did she anticipate that this charade would extend for so many days. That foolish girl. The Earl's wife only spent a mere hour in the fields, gathering less than 10 leaves, while you, Jean Mulan, managed to collect several thousand jean in a single day. Truly, what a foolish endeavor. Must one take life so seriously? With my beloved away, Shenlang found his heart laden with unexpressed sentiments and lewd remarks, rendering his days rather dull. For the sake of the safety of his fellow instructors and the fragile hearts of his classmates, he saw no need to attend lessons. De Shah's physical condition remained remarkably stable, recovering at an astonishing rate, far surpassing what one might expect. Not only did internal injuries heal swiftly, but even broken bones mended at an extraordinary pace, leaving Doctor in awe. Yet, for reasons unknown, De Shah remained in a state of unconsciousness, which perplexed Shenlang greatly. Thus, each day passed with Shenlang in idleness. One day, he ventured to inquire of his father-in-law. I trust one am no longer under house arrest. His father-in-law responded, What are you plotting now? Shenlang cautiously inquired, Given the tedium at home, may I venture to Xuanwu City for some amusement? His father-in-law retorted, What level of amusement does young Master Shen desire? Shenlang replied, Perhaps to right wrongs I encounter on the road, or to rescue virtuous women in distress. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his house arrest was reinstated, and his father-in-law appeared to harbor intentions of chastising him further. Such days were devoid of meaning. The esteemed son-in-law of an earl could not roam freely to assert dominance over the weak. What kind of nobility is this? The Jin clan's ancestors toiled tirelessly to establish this legacy, merely so that their descendants might wield their privilege with impunity? Yet here you all are, content to remain within the bounds of propriety. Look at you, Jin Mutsong, the heir of the Earl's house, devoid of any semblance of debauchery, truly disappointing. However, these monotonous days abruptly came to an end. Shenlang was thrust into a state of readiness for battle, as Mulan received an invitation that he opened in her absence. It was a betrothal invitation from the Su family, announcing the engagement of Zhang Jin and Su Qianqian. This pair of scoundrels was to be wed. Upon seeing this invitation, Xin Lang fell silent, retreating to the wall adorned with the names of his adversaries. Alas, Xin Lang sighed. Following the destruction of Tianhong, he realized he had grown far too lax, forgetting the blood feud that awaited him. This invitation awakened the memories of past humiliations. He gazed at the names Su Guangyun and Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian, is it time for my revenge upon you and your wretched father? To think you dare to become engaged? Mulan and I hastily wed. Yet you, Su Qianqian, presume to engage? How shall I exact my vengeance upon Su Qianqian and her father? Xin Lang paced the living room, ruminating on the most vicious form of retribution for a woman such as Su Qianqian. Should he confront her and take her by force? Nonsense. With my good looks, if I were to engage with Su Qianqian, it would not be revenge, but rather a reward. Clearly, I must ruin that which she holds dearest, her reputation. As a merchant's daughter of humble origins, Su Qianqian treasured her reputation above all, tirelessly networking with noble women and composing poetry, all the while presenting herself as a talented lady. After years of effort, she had successfully crafted an image as one of the top 3 talented beauties of Nujiang County, with Zhang Chunhua, the daughter of Zhang Chong, reigning supreme. As for my beloved Mulan, apologies, we are celestial beings and do not partake in rankings. It was precisely because Su Qianqian had earned the title of third-ranked beauty that she caught Zhang Jin's eye. Some might argue that having taken Xin Lang, a so-called waste, as her husband, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, this perspective fails to acknowledge that the Su family sought Xin Lang as a son-in-law to dispel misfortune and bring good luck, akin to the customs of certain high-caste families in India who wed trees or donkeys before marrying a bride. And so, aside from her reputation, Su Qianqian's most cherished possession was undoubtedly the Su family's silk and textile business. To exact revenge upon her, one must first tarnish her reputation and subsequently ruin her business. Such actions would ensure her profound despair. But how might one obliterate the hard-earned reputation Su Qianqian has cultivated over the years? Xin Lang's mind raced through various schemes, each more devious than the last, intending for them to be far-reaching and irreversible. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Just then, a series of heavy yet floating footsteps echoed from outside. There was no mistaking it. It was Jin Mutsong, the corpulent fellow. Xin Lang, I have something marvelous to show you. Jin Mutsong said slyly, having just acquired a book of Risku illustrations. His demeanor mirrored that of the portly friend who had first dragged Xin Lang to watch a film in their university dormitory. Upon entering, Jin Mutsong noticed Xin Lang's piercing gaze fixed upon him and instinctively recoiled. Brother-in-law, why do you look at me like that? In moments of fear, he resorted to calling him brother-in-law, though under normal circumstances, he addressed him by name. Fatty, does any girl fancy you? Xin Lang inquired. Upon hearing this, Jin Mutsong's eyes reddened. You scoundrel, I thought we were friends, eager to share something good, yet you stab me in the heart. Do not take it to heart. I hardly know you, Jin Mutsong said, indignantly turning to leave. Little brother-in-law, do you know why you attract no female attention? Xin Lang pressed on. Jin Mutsong remained silent. Well, first and foremost, it is your appearance, Xin Lang remarked. A man of my stature could stroll down the street and draw the attention of 7 or 8 virtuous women. Had I not been deemed a waste, your sister would never have chosen to marry me. Jin Mutsong was on the verge of tears. You not only seek to wound my pride, but also to dance upon my grave. Yet, even an ordinary and unattractive man like you can find favor with women. In fact, countless beauties may throw themselves at you, pleading for your affection, Xin Lang added. Upon hearing this, all of Jin Mutsong's animosity evaporated, and his eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? Xin Lang nodded and said, of course it is true. I know someone named Su Dongpa. He is old, short, stout, and quite unattractive. Yet he has thousands of beauties enamored by him. Even his daughter-in-law is somewhat infatuated with him. Jin Mutsong's eyes turned green with envy as he trembled. Is he truly such a beast? Why is that? Xin Lang replied. It is due to his reputation and his talent. If a woman is not beautiful, then... At this point, Xin Lang paused, as one must maintain a basic instinct for self-preservation. He continued, if a man is unattractive, as long as he is exceptionally talented and renowned, he can easily make women overlook his appearance and stature. Jin Mutsong took a step back, covering his hands defensively. I am certainly not short. Do not slander me. Subsequently, he expressed his dejection. I certainly understand that possessing great talent will attract countless admirers. However, I believe it is far more difficult to become exceptionally talented than to transform into a handsome man. Xin Lang sighed. Young master, despite your many shortcomings, your honesty remains a commendable virtue. I truly cannot continue. Jin Muzong lamented. Shenlang quickly grasped his arm, saying, Young master, while I possess unparalleled beauty, I cannot lend it to you. However, I can certainly share my dazzling talent with you. Really? Jin Muzong inquired. How can one borrow talent? Shenlang replied. Let us collaborate on a book, a work destined for great success. We will print 10,000, even hundreds of thousands of copies, making it a sensation in Xuanwu City, spreading throughout the entire Nuzhong Prefecture and the Tiannan Province, renowned across the entire Yu Kingdom. When the time comes, as one of the authors, what do you think will happen? Jin Muzong's eyes lit up. Then I shall become famous, a celebrated talent known far and wide. Shenlang affirmed, Indeed. Look how much effort your brother-in-law is putting into your lifelong affairs. Jin Muzong trembled. Brother-in-law, what shall we write about? Shenlang stated, I will narrate the story, and you shall transcribe it. Allow me to recount the tale briefly for you. Jin Muzong fetched a stool, listening earnestly. Shenlang began, Once, there was a wealthy merchant in the silk and fabric trade. His name was Shi Minqing, styled Guanyun. People referred to him as the esteemed Shi Min. He had a daughter named Shi Min Qianqian. This esteemed gentleman was despicable and shameless, leading countless virtuous women astray. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. The daughter of a silver thief loves to dig holes. Note. Thank you for the generous contributions, and I humbly request recommendations, dear friends.